Professionals have become the emblem of the new era, with career transitions, hidden classes, and rare professions emerging as the aspirations of many. When calamity strikes, it is only by becoming a professional that one can secure the right to survive. This is a tumultuous age, where monstrous beings roam, and humanity struggles to exist in the crevices of despair. Some have opted for the noble path of the mage, choosing to become elemental sorcerers upon their second-class transition. Others have embraced the role of summoners, commanding an array of summoned creatures to besiege their foes. Yet, in a surprising twist, the highly anticipated candidate for the college entrance examination, Yun Shun, has chosen to forego any class transition, opting instead to remain an unclassed drifter. I choose to remain an unclassed drifter. Tomorrow is the day of the college entrance examination. It is time to put the strength of our Dongyun High School to the test. I have transitioned to a summoner and have contracted 3 summoned entities. Rest assured, I will lead my team to soar and uphold the honor of Dongyun High School. I successfully transitioned to the Noble Mage at level 10, and with a triumphant cry, I am ready to ascend. I have already mapped out my next move. My second class choice will be Elemental Sorcerer, enhancing my elemental output. You're thinking too far ahead. The second transition requires reaching level 30. We must first attain level 10 to earn our class transition opportunity, thanks to the nation's educational support. From now on, leveling up will depend on our own efforts. Years ago, the Xianlong Kingdom introduced a decade-long compulsory education support program, commonly referred to as the Double 10 Plan. The essence of this initiative is to ensure that all children receive free compulsory education for 10 years, granting them the opportunity for a class transition upon reaching level 10 by the age of 18. Even if a student lacks the talent to transition into a combat profession, they can smoothly transition into life professions in production or gathering. Equality for all. Every individual has the chance for class transition. Each person harbors the potential to become a pillar of the nation, a hope for greatness. The Xianlong Kingdom has invested substantial financial and material resources into supporting compulsory education, providing every student with a chance to succeed in their class. Transition, aspiring for a collective rise as dragons, strengthening the nation and enhancing its prestige. When the Xianlong Kingdom announced this compulsory education support plan, it sent shockwaves throughout the world. You are among the first beneficiaries of its success, both domestically and internationally. The Jiangnan province, known for its educational prominence, will undoubtedly draw considerable attention during this momentous college entrance examination. The top scorers, including those who make the honor roll, will be rewarded with generous scholarships. Even if not for the scholarship, we must strive to elevate the reputation of Jiangnan province and the Xianlong Kingdom. The homeroom teacher, Jin Sheng, raised his fist, rallying the students of Class 3 as they prepared for the examination. Meanwhile, Yinshen sat languidly in the second-to-last row by the window, gazing out into the distance. 3 years have elapsed since the extraordinary transition. Had it not been for the time to acclimatize, he might still struggle to comprehend the discourse around him. The world has been transformed for over 70 years, as the realm of gaming has fully materialized into reality, with monsters wreaking havoc in a cataclysmic fashion. It turns out that the epic-defining game, Divine Domain, was a manifestation of Earth's will, designed to subtly guide those who entered its realm through their cognitive interfaces, allowing them to engage in combat and level up while acquiring intelligence about the creatures that inhabit this world. Following the complete intertwining of the game with reality, the Earth's surface expanded exponentially, giving rise to countless secret realms and dungeons. Every individual now possesses the ability to enhance their strength through leveling up and job transitions. It is rumored that through future second and third transitions, the diversity of the occupational system has burgeoned to encompass thousands of varieties. In such a world, the college entrance examination has naturally evolved into a trial for dungeon exploration. Yinshun, what profession did you choose? Do you feel confident about tomorrow's dungeon? In that moment, a male classmate, Lei Yun, turned to inquire. You will find out tomorrow, Yinshun replied cryptically. Should he disclose that he had not selected any profession at all, remaining instead an unclassed wanderer, it would undoubtedly stir considerable controversy. Everything hinges on the forthcoming examination. In truth, had he not activated the system a fortnight prior, he would not have resolutely chosen the path of an unclassed wanderer. By the way, do you truly not need a team? The examiner is said to be Old Ge from the Education Bureau, notorious for his challenging assessments. This examination might prove quite difficult, and the dungeon's participant limit may be 3. As class monitor, Lei Yun reiterated his reminder. Yet this invitation to form a team was once again declined. This fellow, Lei Yun shook his head, secretly admiring Yun Chen's discipline upon learning that he would run 10 kilometers home after school. Several minutes later, on the school playground, having completed his running regimen, Yin Shun received a notification from the system. Running 10 km, push-ups 100100, sit-ups 100100, squats 100100 ding. Daily task completed. You may choose from the following rewards. Reward: Gain 10 free attribute points. Reward. Gain 10 skill points. Reward. Random skill book. After selecting, 10 free attribute points were instantly added to Yun Chen's personal panel. Not only that, but at the moment of receiving the reward, all accumulated fatigue vanished, and his physical condition returned to its peak state. Excellent. Yin Chun felt immense satisfaction with the system compensating for the greatest shortcomings of an unclassed wanderer. He held confidence that he would remain invincible in the later stages. After all, the free attribute points he could acquire daily now surpassed the 6 attribute points gained from a first transition profession. Moreover, he receives daily rewards, in contrast to others who can only earn rewards through leveling up. This disparity will inevitably widen over time, making it exceedingly difficult to bridge the gap even with subsequent advancements. Furthermore, Yin Chun has the opportunity to obtain additional rewards from tasks issued by the system. For instance, achievement task. Based on the host's performance in the college entrance examination, you will receive a corresponding achievement reward. Note, this reward is linked to your chosen Jobless Wanderer title. A product of the system, it is assuredly of premium quality. With this in mind, Yin Chun is destined to shine brilliantly in this college entrance examination. He aims to secure the top position and become the foremost scholar. The official commencement has begun. The following day marks the day of the college entrance examination. At Dongyun High School Square, 13 classes have gathered in anticipation. At the center, a bronze gate of a secret realm hovers before the assembled crowd. When the bronze gate illuminates, it signifies the opening of the examination, allowing students to enter the secret realm through a mental connection. The homeroom teacher, Jin Sheng, emphasized to his students that this year's exam would undoubtedly be challenging. The question setter, Lao Gu, had previously devised exam instances that were progressively more difficult, leaving each cohort under his charge in anguish and lamentation. The difficulty was indeed overwhelming. Many students hoped that Lao Gu would show some leniency this time. Before the bronze gate officially opened, neither teachers nor students were privy to the content of the examination questions. The countdown began. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. It has commenced. At precisely 8:30 in the morning, the once dim bronze gate suddenly radiated a resplendent glow. Bathed in sunlight, the shimmering bronze gate slowly opened, revealing a vast and profound aura that surged forth. Every student, with their nerves taut, seized the opportunity to engage with the gate. Instance Realm, Goblin Dungeon, Level, 10, 13. Difficulty, selectable between Easy, Hard, Nightmare. Required number of participants, 1 to 5. Note, the unknown dungeon is rife with goblin settlements, and the fearsome goblins have an insatiable appetite for human flesh. As the notification displayed the Goblin Dungeon, the expressions of the students transformed into dismay. Wait, a dungeon? Surely it won't have multiple layers. Goblins are not terrifying. What is frightening is their sheer numbers. There can't be too many levels, can there? Truly, Lao Gu is relentless. One cannot expect ease when he is the question setter. Complaints erupted among the crowd. However, soon, the expansive square was filled with calls for team invitations. The priest class, often seen as a healer, was in high demand and faced no difficulty in forming a team. Anticipating the challenges posed by Lao Gu, many had pre-established teams. Typically, a balanced composition was crucial, including warriors, mages, and priests. Warriors would absorb aggro in the front lines. Mages would deliver high damage output, and priests would fervently heal the frontliners, with the remaining roles tailored to specific needs. Should additional damage output be required, another mage, or perhaps a spellblade, fighter, or gunslinger could be summoned. Versatile classes like summoners, mechanics, or hunters were also available. However, Yun Chun, who had prepared meticulously in advance, chose to enter the dungeon alone. As his consciousness linked with the bronze gate, within mere seconds, his figure vanished from the spot. The examination has officially begun. Jin Sheng, the homeroom teacher, noticed Yun Chen's solitary venture into the dungeon and was immediately taken aback. The greater the number of individuals entering the dungeon, the more diminished the weight of their ratings becomes. Even the fixed rewards within may need to be shared among several participants. Should one venture alone to conquer the dungeon, opting for a higher difficulty, naturally, their rating weight will soar, and they shall reap the rewards solely for themselves. However, the risks are significantly heightened. This is not merely a game. Should one perish within, it signifies a true and irrevocable downfall. Even the fiercest tiger fears the pack of wolves. He merely hopes that this student, whom he holds in high regard for their remarkable combat prowess, understands when to retreat in the face of adversity. The established team was already prepared, and in less than a minute, every aspiring scholar in the square had entered the dungeon without exception. In the next moment, the proctor stationed at the bronze gate waved his hand, and a holographic screen materialized above the entrance, displaying the information and statuses of all students from Dongyun High School. Classes 1 and 2, being the elite, naturally attracted considerable attention. Aside from the class instructors, the principal, and students from both the second and first years were gathered around to witness the spectacle. True to their reputation, the elite class not only formed 3 teams, but nearly every individual opted to tackle the dungeon solo. However, hold on. One student from the third class, which is also a focus class, chose to venture solo, and his class information revealed none. This revelation instantly sparked immense interest. In an instant, a wave of commotion and controversy surged through the entire observation area. An unclassed wanderer. Good heavens, has he lost his mind by choosing not to change classes? What sort of strategy is this? Surely, he cannot believe that mastering low-level skills across all professions as an unclassed wanderer is impressive. After all, wanderers cannot learn professional skills. In that moment, all eyes were drawn to Yunxing from the third class. His blank professional information was undeniably unique, attracting undue attention. The principal of Dongyuan High School immediately darkened his expression, seemingly awaiting an explanation. The instructor of the third class, Jin Sheng, was equally at a loss, appearing stunned and astounded. Yunxing, a student he held in high esteem, had previously exhibited a demeanor of remarkable composure, which had always reassured him. To avoid imposing pressure, he had scarcely spoken to him before the examinations. Little did he know, the student had just astonished him. What on earth does this fellow intend to do? Nevertheless, his talent is indeed well suited for a wanderer, but this is not a game. Seeking mere amusement is not a viable approach, as wanderers possess no foreseeable future. You have entered the Goblin Dungeon. You have selected the Nightmare difficulty. You have received a return scroll. Please note that it will become ineffective upon receiving damage. After a brief moment of disorientation, Yunxing found himself within a dungeon. The surroundings bore a rugged decor, with stone pillars and murals emanating a sense of primitivism and savagery. Numerous human skeletal remains adorned the walls as grotesque decorations. Not far off, a pile of burning charcoal and grilling utensils evoked many unsettling images. Solo, the most challenging level. With the slightest misstep, one could find oneself without a burial place. As for the town return scroll, if the incantation is interrupted even for a moment, it will become ineffective, leading to certain death. Even if one were to escape by some stroke of luck, failing to complete the dungeon would inevitably result in a dismal outcome. With great rewards come great risks. Yin Shun was acutely aware of this and brimmed with confidence. He prepared to commence. Clenching his fists, he ambled deliberately towards the dungeon passageway before him. At this moment, Yin Shun was fully equipped, his left hand gripping a staff nearly 2 meters in length. On his back, he bore a bronze-colored battle spear and shield. The spear nestled within, the shield resting outside, its shaft shrouded in gray oil paper, while the spearhead emitted a faint, chilling gleam. His belt was bulging, revealing gleaming firearms on either side. The combination of staff, battle spear, shield, and firearms was undeniably unconventional. Was he a mage, a warrior, or perhaps a sharpshooter? The power gauntlets adorning his hands evoked thoughts of a fighter. The essence of a classless wanderer was vividly embodied in him. He could wield any weapon with finesse. But if such advantages were truly abundant, why would anyone choose to change classes? Had it not been for the activation of the strongest profession assistance system half a month prior, he would have adamantly rejected the notion of being a wanderer. Yet now, the classless wanderer was destined to shine brightly through him. Here they come. His keen senses had already detected the approaching sounds from the passageway. Yun Shun did not slow his pace. Rather, he quickened his steps, his entire body breaking into a run. Remarkably, despite the heavy burden of equipment, his speed showed no sign of waning. Instead, his figure seemed to leave behind faint afterimages as he sprinted forward. Swiftly, the initial skills of the phantom swordsman were already in play, and with a 30 increase to his movement speed, Yun Shun's velocity surged even more. At the end of the corridor, grotesque goblin creatures, their bodies entirely green and their faces twisted in malice, emerged. As their eyes met his, these primitive goblin sentinels, akin to hyenas catching the scent of blood, charged at Yin Shun, one wielding a shield and the other a stone axe. There were quite a few, upon a rough count. There were more than 15. As the distance closed to less than 10 meters, Yin Shun, embodying the style of a battle mage with his staff in hand, initiated the attack. Fireball. An incandescent red sphere of flame took shape almost instantaneously, its size akin to that of a basketball, causing the temperature around him to rise significantly. In less than a second, with a resounding crash, the mighty fireball descended upon the goblin sentinels charging towards him. One could not help but admire the precision of its impact. It landed squarely at the center of their formation, wreaking havoc upon the densely packed charge. Bang! The fierce flames erupted instantaneously, unleashing a tremendous force accompanied by a surging shockwave that sent numerous goblins flying, completely shattering their formation. Among them, several goblin guards, boasting a level of 10, perished on the spot. Those goblins that survived were grievously injured and bleeding, exhibiting clear signs of severe wounds. The fireball spell, a fundamental skill for mages, is essentially a requisite for every aspiring sorcerer prior to their class transition. However, Yun Shen's nearly instantaneous casting of the fireball displayed an astonishing might, surpassing even the explosive fireball that only transitional mages could wield. Yet, this was merely the commencement of Yun Shen's grand performance. Previously, he held a staff. Now, his right hand firmly gripped the staff. With a sharp twist, As if pressing an unseen switch, a resonant sound echoed as a slender, sharp sword emerged from the staff. Staff blade. Staff blade. Bronze can serve as both a staff and a sword. When chosen as a staff, grants 5 intelligence. When chosen as a blade, grants 5 strength. In the next instant, wielding the elongated blade, Yunshin seemed to teleport, his feet catching the wind as he lunged towards a grievously wounded goblin soldier. Wind slash. An introductory skill for the magic swordsman class. The goblin, on the verge of collapsing, let out a shriek and raised its hand in a futile attempt to resist. Thud. The sharp blade had already swiftly grazed its throat. With a swift motion, a severed head soared into the air, blood gushing forth in a beautiful arc against the wall of the corridor. But this was only the beginning. The winds beneath Yunshin's feet surged once more, propelling his already rapid movements to new heights as he darted towards another nearby goblin. Employing the same technique, he effortlessly dispatched it with another swift strike. Yet, this was not the limit of his prowess. With each successful execution of his foes, the dissipating winds beneath him coalesced once again, allowing him to surge towards his next target. In a fluid dance of violence, he moved like lightning, tracing elegant paths through the air. In less than 5 seconds, he had executed 10 severely wounded goblin soldiers, all falling lifeless at his feet. Unbeknownst to Yunshin, he was already being broadcast live. His dazzling display, along with his earlier performances, had captivated and astonished the audience of teachers and students alike. Outside the examination hall, the audience was not merely idly waiting. The holographic screen projected into the air was set to showcase the real-time performances of select top students in their respective instances. Typically, such an honor would fall upon the first and second class students. However, the focus of everyone had shifted away from those elite classes. Yunshin, the uniquely independent student from the third class, had captured the attention of the entire faculty and student body. Let me see what remarkable feats this free-spirited student can deliver. Principal Fong, seated among the audience, appeared visibly agitated, casting a disapproving glare towards Yunshin for his seemingly lackadaisical attitude towards the college entrance examination, as if he regarded the educational responsibilities of Xianlong Kingdom with disdain. This misplaced ire even extended to Jin Sheng, the class teacher of Class 3, whose gaze turned noticeably unfriendly. Jin Sheng cursed inwardly, fearing that his performance evaluation might be jeopardized. He contemplated stepping forward to clarify the situation, but with the principal's wrath looming large, he dared not approach recklessly. The proctor, dispatched from the provincial office to Donyun High School, had no personal ties, yet he felt compelled to comply with the principal's request. Moreover, he was quite curious about what extraordinary feats an unclassed individual could conjure. Suddenly, the holographic screen suspended in midair shimmered as if a drop of ink had fallen upon it, creating ripples across its surface. In an instant, a real-time projection of a dungeon instance materialized on the screen. The bizarre figures clad in an array of occupational gear instantly captured the attention of the audience. Every student and faculty member turned their gaze towards Yunshin, who was preparing his equipment. At that moment, even the most stringent and meticulous teacher of the elite class couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity about how this unclassed individual intended to play the game. After all, he had heard Jin Sheng mention Yun Chen's name numerous times. This exceptional student was certainly not one to resign himself to mediocrity. Equipped with a staff, a battle rifle, and a shield, clad in light armor with 2 firearms hanging from his waist, the most outrageous aspect was the fighting gauntlets adorning his hands, seemingly tailored for a martial artist. Such an eclectic assembly was rather peculiar. However, it was understood that everyone had once been a novice before transitioning to a new class. Even if one had learned basic skills from other professions, they could only wield the corresponding weapons. This ensemble suggested that he had acquired a considerable number of skills across all professions. In Xianlong Kingdom alone, there were over 300 documented career paths for basic skills, not to mention various universal low-level skills. Clearly, this surpassed the skill set of any single profession by a significant margin. Yet, the limitations of this approach became evident at that moment. Abundant yet shallow, the further one progressed, the more pronounced this disadvantage would become. Anyone could recognize the underlying issue. The advanced skills learned after transitioning to a new class were undoubtedly far superior to basic skills, and as one advanced to the second and third transitions, this advantage became even more apparent. Strikingly, with each level gained, those who transitioned naturally received more attribute points and skill points compared to an unclassed individual. Advanced professional skills were unattainable. Basic attributes would inevitably lag behind. What did it matter if an unclassed individual mastered hundreds of low-level skills across all professions? They were simply too weak. Nevertheless, this individual did possess a certain charisma. He would be more than adequate as a star. Some first and second-year female students had their focus drawn to Yun Chen's visage. His chiseled and resolute features, combined with his tall and slender frame, could evoke admiration even from the most discerning critics, and even his male peers. Go for it, Yun Chen. At that moment, a surprising number of junior students began to cheer him on. The society that values appearances. Upon hearing the cheers in his favor, Principal Fong's expression grew increasingly grim. Just as he prepared to turn and reprimand the crowd, a wave of astonishment erupted from the audience. How astonishingly swift. This individual, burdened with such an array of equipment, could still sprint with remarkable speed. My goodness, it had nearly slipped my mind. Considering the weight he bore, his load was quite extraordinary, yet he maintained this incredible pace. Surely, even a newly transitioned warrior could not run this fast under such conditions. The crowd soon became acutely aware of this remarkable individual's unique attributes. Upon hearing the comments, Principal Fong immediately focused intently on the screen. There, the tall and robust figure dashed forward with remarkable agility, carrying heavy loads, and in a state of rapid motion. Left behind a trail of afterimages. Had this individual allocated all his attribute points to stamina prior to reaching level 10? Some teachers attempted to unravel the mystery, only to be swiftly proven wrong. For the figure in motion had already raised his staff, and within less than a second, unleashed a magnificent fireball, infused with immense magical power, striking directly at the advancing goblin guards. The speed of his spellcasting was astonishing, and the potency of his magic was quite formidable. It was evident that a significant number of his attribute points had been dedicated to intelligence. However, that fireball's strength exceeded all expectations, as it landed squarely, obliterating the goblin guards. The onlookers gasped in shock. The precision of its impact was remarkable, covering the entire battalion. Even those who survived would be grievously wounded. In that fleeting moment, the previously amused faculty and students all adopted serious expressions. This was no mere coincidence. Even while on the move, this individual could release spells with such accuracy and stability. He was truly a combat prodigy. Moreover, it appeared that he had maximized the skill points for the fireball spell, boasting at least a power level of 6. Was he a specialist in sorcery? This was the instinctive conclusion drawn by all. The fireball was simply too powerful, and it seemed he had indeed specialized in intelligence, wielding a staff. However, the crowd was soon taken aback once more. A blade emerged. Hidden within the staff was a long sword. With a resounding clash, Yunshun brandished the sword from within the staff, his feet seemingly gliding upon the wind, advancing with lightning speed to strike down his foes. Within mere seconds, his swift strikes unleashed a series of elegant lightning-like movements, each one marking the demise of yet another goblin. Death, like the wind, is ever at my side. At that moment, many in the audience inexplicably recalled this phrase. Yunshun's innate talent was nothing short of spectacular. How magnificent! This display of precision in dispatching weakened foes was breathtaking, as he swiftly felled over a dozen grievously injured goblins, all in an exquisite manner. Death, like the wind, is ever at my side. In that instant, this unclassed rogue, adorned with the winds, appeared and vanished like a phantom, his blade rising and falling, while simultaneously sending forth over 10 severed heads flying through the air. Magnificent. Utterly magnificent. This single act alone was worthy of being edited and uploaded to major video platforms, surely amassing millions of views. It was captured, perfectly recorded. In the audience, several first and second year students had already raised their phones to capture the moment. After all, the appearance of an unclassed wanderer at the college entrance examination was a rarity, and they initially intended to film some humorous content featuring this wanderer. To their surprise, they ended up recording a precious display of extraordinary skill. However, something felt amiss. The Wind Slash was a preliminary skill of the Sword Master class, which should not possess the ability to refresh cooldowns upon slaying monsters. Moreover, the power of this Wind Slash seemed excessively formidable. The high school students observing the scene had already established their career aspirations, with many aspiring to become either swordsmen or sword masters, and they quickly recognized that Yunshin's damage output was rather alarming. Not only that, but his swordsmanship was remarkably precise, each strike lethal and unerring, devoid of any hesitation. The various class supervisors and teachers discerned the seasoned finesse in this student's swordplay. Much like his impeccably aimed fireball spell, this student's combat style appeared to be masterfully refined and transcendent. What kind of skill was this? At this moment, Principal Fong had straightened his posture, his previous irritation replaced by curiosity as he inquired of the homeroom teacher from Class 3. Jin Sheng, not daring to be negligent, hurried over and explained, Student Yunshun possesses an all-encompassing talent that elevates all skill qualifications by 2 tiers. However, the maximum enhancement is capped at the quality level. He continued, between the ages of 12 and 15, some individuals exhibit extraordinary talents. Those who reveal proficiency in magic or mana recovery will naturally gravitate towards magic-related professions. Others who display enhancements in combat critical hits or increased physical attack speed will opt for warrior or swordsman roles. Of course, some may even uncover specific talents in life professions. In other words, the self-awakening of talents significantly influences one's future career choices. Regrettably, upon hearing this, Principal Fong, who had initially been intrigued, shook his head in silence. This talent will not carry him far. It lacks a promising future, he concluded with a decisive judgment. Jin Sheng could only smile wryly, refraining from contradiction. In truth, Yunshin's talent was somewhat awkward. While he could elevate skill qualifications by 2 levels, the ceiling was firmly capped at that point. The prospects seemed dim. After all, post-secondary professional transitions began with skills at a basic level, and the awakened talent would ultimately become obsolete, yielding no positive returns. It was no wonder he chose the path of the unclassed wanderer, some used. After all, the low-level skills across all professions were uniformly of basic quality, and the more one learned, the more it aligned with his all-encompassing talent. Yet, what lay ahead for him? An unclassed wanderer could only go so far, just like his talent. Nonetheless, his display was undeniably impressive. The screen continued to broadcast Yunshin's progress in the dungeon. The lengthy corridor was beset by 5 waves of goblin guards, each armed with shields and stone axes, illuminated by the flames of the torches lining the corridor. The relentless goblins charged forward, undeterred by the approaching figure of the human, who did not pause in his stride. As always, with a swift flick of his wrist, a fireball blazed forth, clearing the path, followed by the continuous execution of Wind Slash, which enabled him to traverse at high speed, weaving through the air like drifting petals, effortlessly harvesting the fallen goblin sentinels. The Wind Slash skill propelled him towards his adversaries, enhancing his next strike's damage and attack speed by 30%. Should he successfully dispatch an enemy, the cooldown would reset, allowing him to relentlessly pursue his next target. In the nightmare level difficulty, over the course of 5 waves, a total of 100 goblin sentinels fell before him. In less than a minute, they collapsed in droves as if he were harvesting a field of grain. The final goblin sentinel let out a mournful cry, its weapon long abandoned, hands clutching its throat. Blood poured from its fingers, the previous strike having not only severed its windpipe, but also cleaved through half of its neck. How could such a wound ever cease the flow of blood? With a thud, the goblin sentinel ultimately succumbed, crashing to the ground. The human figure, having already distanced himself from the carnage, came to a halt. After traversing the lengthy corridor, he found himself before a tightly sealed door. Clearly, upon pushing open the underground gate, another fierce battle awaited this unclassed wanderer. At this moment, the tall and handsome figure finally paused, leisurely sheathing his sword and casting a mana regeneration spell upon himself. This spectacle was, of course, being broadcast to an enthralled audience. Ah, he is simply too magnificent. Someone finally broke the silence in the stands. As Yunshin, enveloped in a whirlwind, gracefully dispatched 4 waves of monsters. The crowd held their breath, fists clenched, overwhelmed with excitement. Just like the first wave, each strike was fatal, ensuring no second blow fell upon the same creature. If the initial wave was merely a fortunate harvest of weakened foes, the subsequent waves perfectly illustrated this individual's combat instinct and innate talent. A prodigy in swordsmanship, his magical prowess was equally precise, bordering on extraordinary. It was evident that he possessed an instinct for battle that seemed almost innate. Jin Sheng, how could you have concealed his talent? The 2 homeroom teachers of the elite classes felt a twinge of frustration, blaming Jin Sheng for hiding such a promising individual. Typically, the elite talents from the advanced classes were funneled into the rocket class, yet today, they had overlooked this genius. I provided you with the list of promising candidates from my class, which included Yunshin, yet you failed to select him upon witnessing his awakened talents. Now you come to blame me, Jin Sheng, the affable teacher, retorted, a hint of sarcasm directed at Principal Fong. Merely reading the information on paper could not capture the terrifying prowess this talented individual displayed in combat. In this moment, Jin Sheng began to understand Yunshin. Indeed, for one who so swiftly masters weaponry and embodies a complete combatant, confining himself to a single profession would be a squandering of his extraordinary gifts. He is a combat virtuoso, capable of mastering all forms of battle. How could he allow his innate talent to be constrained by vocational choices? It appears that the awakening talent on paper has influenced Yunshin, yet beneath the surface, his instinctive prowess in combat has undoubtedly propelled him towards this path. Only as an unclassed wanderer can he truly showcase his remarkable abilities in their entirety. The combat prodigy, the exquisite application of the light of revelation. Each strike is lethal, each movement purposeful. There is not a single superfluous action. It is a pity that he has not transitioned into a magic swordsman or a swordsman. We have lost a genius in the art of the sword. I lament his failure to become a mage as well. Can you comprehend the magnitude of his spellcasting prowess? To the untrained eye, it may seem trivial, but to those well-versed in magic, it is evident how extraordinarily powerful Yunshin truly is. Elemental magic requires incantations and gestures to communicate with the celestial elements and guide the minute particles in conjunction with formation arrays. Any lapse in diligence during this process could lead to interruption, resulting in harmless mishaps or, at worst, backlash from the spell. Although the fireball spell is rudimentary, easily learned with no elaborate gestures, Yunshin executes it effortlessly while in motion, seamlessly concluding the ritual to unleash the fireball. Striking precisely at the center of the monstrous horde, once could be attributed to mere coincidence, but with 5 consecutive waves of the guard, each meeting the same fate without exception, it perfectly illustrates the precision with which he wields his magical prowess. Observing his combat is akin to witnessing an artistic display of slaughter. Do continue watching. Do not change the channel. A chorus of voices erupted, expressing excitement. Previously, the principal had declared that there was no future for him, suggesting a change of the channel. Yet, after witnessing such surgical precision in combat skills, Principal Fong fell silent, regretting his hasty conclusions. Who could have anticipated that this youth harbored such extraordinary combat instincts beneath the surface? He is indeed a rare talent. To the two members of the accelerated class, how could you have overlooked such an individual? Principal Fong, with a shrewd demeanor, shifted the blame for this oversight squarely onto the shoulders of the two instructors of the accelerated class. Faced with Principal Fong's icy gaze, the two instructors exchanged wry smiles, realizing their performance bonuses were likely on the chopping block. However, in private, they cursed their misjudgment. Meanwhile, Jin Sheng sighed in relief. At least his performance bonus was safe. Conversely, it seemed that Yin Chun would continue to surprise him. Here he comes, pushing open the door. In the scene before them, barely a moment of respite passed before the towering protagonist of the screen pushed open the gates of the dungeon. With a creaking sound reminiscent of age and neglect, dust cascaded from the entrance. As the grand doors swung open, they revealed an expansive hall beyond. And the hall was teeming with goblins, each exhibiting a unique shape and hue. Perhaps the commotion had disturbed the creatures within. With crimson eyes glistening and drool cascading from their mouths, the goblins turned their attention towards the human intruders. Yun Chun cast a cursory glance, counting at least 100 of them. Furthermore, the dimly lit corridors connecting to the hall hinted at the presence of additional foes lurking within. Creature, Red Goblin, level 12, quality, bronze, skills, fire mastery, fireball, flame burst. Creature, Goblin Thrower, level 11, quality, bronze, skills, precise throwing, self-enrage. Creature, Goblin Centurion, level 14, quality, silver, skills, frenzy, shockwave, war trample. Under the universal skill of identification shared by all, each monster revealed its information. Additionally, within Yun Chen's sight, there were blue-skinned goblins adept in ice elemental spells, mounted goblin cavalry, warriors donned in bone armor, and even enigmatic goblin shamans murmuring incantations in an unknown beast tongue. The variety was vast, and the forms were diverse. Previously, the narrow corridors tested the strength of each wave of guards, allowing brief moments of respite between them. However, the expansive terrain now demanded that one face the onslaught of hundreds of goblins head-on. Of course, one could navigate the terrain, using the stone pillars to kite and control the enemies, but the pressure on personal survival was immense. Regardless of perspective, the threat of death loomed significantly higher than before. How intriguing. A smile graced Yun Chen's sharp features, his resolute demeanor unwavering. Roar. The cacophony of shrieks intensified. The goblins showed no mercy, giving the intruders little time for contemplation. Under the commanding roar of the goblin centurion, the entire hall erupted into chaos as the goblins launched their assault. Clatter. With the crisp sound of footsteps, the goblin knights, mounted on their steeds, were the first to charge. Armed with bone spears, they galloped forward, while in the distance, goblin shamans performed ritualistic dances, their hands striking drums. The thunderous beats of the war drums exuded a peculiar magic, bestowing enhancements upon the goblin knights. Moreover, the red and blue goblins, in perfect synchrony with the charging cavalry, brandished their bone staffs, preparing to unleash their respective ice and fire spells. With frontline cavalry charging, warriors bracing with shields, shamans providing healing and buffs from the rear, and magic and projectiles being launched from behind, each played their role with impeccable teamwork. This scene was enough to draw any intruder into the fray. Could one truly believe these were mindless goblins? In response, Yin Chun raised his staff high, light of illumination. In an instant, at the pinnacle of the staff, a brilliant white orb suddenly surged forth, blinding all the goblins with its searing daylight radiance. The battle steed, instinctively pained, let out a tormented whinny, casting its rider violently to the ground. In the distance, the shaman, engaged in a rhythmic dance, clutched its hands in agony, interrupting its spellcasting. Likewise, both the red and blue goblins were overwhelmed by the intense light, temporarily blinded and shedding tears, their chants abruptly halted. Who could have anticipated that this universally unremarkable skill, the light spell, seldom utilized by anyone, would be wielded by Yun Chun with such devastating efficacy at this moment? Stealth, backstab, clone, summoning. An expanse of the vast hall was engulfed in a radiant daylight. Even with their eyes closed, the blinding white light pierced through the eyelids of every goblin. All prior offensive maneuvers were utterly thwarted by the sudden onslaught of this first-level illumination. As the blazing light began to wane, the goblin knight, sprawled upon the ground, opened its tear-filled eyes, desperately searching for the elusive figure. Yet, the human presence that had previously appeared at the hall's entrance had vanished without a trace. A cacophony of furious roars erupted, the chaotic beast tongue articulating the urgent desire to unearth the human intruder. Over there, as a goblin warrior glanced back, it was suddenly confronted by the infuriating sight of that detestable human figure now positioned at the rear. Even more infuriatingly, the short sword in the human's grasp had already severed the neck of the aged shaman. At the human's feet lay another goblin shaman, lifeless and bathed in a pool of blood. This was a conscious execution. Typically, if the shaman could cast beneficial magic, the healing would prolong their survival, albeit with great difficulty. Yet, the target of this assault did not end here. There were also highly lethal mage units to contend with. Roar! Enraged by such a brazen attack on the shaman, the mightiest goblin centurion in the hall unleashed its fury, activating its berserk skill. Its already formidable stature, akin to a small hill, surged even higher. Muscles coiling like serpents atop a towering frame of over 2 meters, it was a stark contrast to the frail, diminutive goblins. In this berserk state, the centurion, enveloped in a crimson aura, charged forth. Each thunderous step reverberated through the hall like an earthquake. Yet, its forward leap ultimately met empty air. The human figure merely raised its right hand slightly. Invisibility. The foundational skill of the assassin class was immediately employed. Silent and unseen, even the goblin's keen olfactory senses failed to detect Yun Chen's presence. Danger. A foreboding instinct flashed through the mind of the red goblin. The heavens had bestowed upon the red and blue goblins exceptional magical talents, yet had rendered their physical forms considerably weaker than their kin. In less than a second, a tremendous force suddenly lifted its body, as Yunqing, emerging from his concealed state, ensnared its neck from behind. With a sharp crack, he swiftly severed its head, extinguishing its breath. Meanwhile, the goblin mage beside him wore an expression of alarm. Nonetheless, it had already raised its hand to conjure an ice elemental shield around itself, while its beast-bone staff aimed menacingly at Yunqing. Whoosh! A sharp, frigid ice spear shot forth. Yet, the human figure standing several meters away had silently vanished without a trace. The blue goblin widened its eyes, its mind filled with confusion. In the next moment, instinct compelled its frail body to confront the impending threat. Alarmingly, a shadow loomed over its diminutive form. A backstab. Backstab, once activated, it allows the user to maneuver behind the enemy, increasing the subsequent attack speed by 30 and armor penetration by 50. Once again, it was the assassin's fundamental ability. After executing the skill, Yunqing swiftly maneuvered to the goblin mage's rear. Then, with his left hand, the dagger, more accurately, a hidden blade extending from his wrist, pierced through the goblin mage's skull. Logically, the blue goblin had cast its ice elemental shield, without breaching that barrier. Inflicting damage on its essence was impossible. Unfortunately, the backstab's armor penetration, combined with Yunqing's formidable strength, allowed the razor-sharp blade to cut through the shield, obliterating its skull in the process. Roaring in fury, the goblin centurion, witnessing this scene, became increasingly agitated. Bathed in crimson fury, it charged forward like a colossal tank, propelled by immense force. Yunqing's expression remained stern. He had no intention of engaging this creature directly. Strangely, his form transformed into 4 distinct clones, darting in various directions. The art of shadow duplication, a basic skill of the assassin, required no further elaboration. The enraged goblin centurion, unable to discern reality from illusion due to its limited intellect, floundered for several seconds before finally cleaving one of the duplicates with its axe. Bang! As the clone dissipated like smoke, the centurion felt a surge of fury. In the meantime, more and more of its subordinates fell in rows around them. Goblin shamans, red and blue goblins, goblin throwers. These fragile beings, already a threat in their own right, became mere souls claimed by Yunqing's hidden blade. The merciless backstab technique and the elusive invisibility spell caused significant distress to these dim-witted goblins. Remarkably, even clones inheriting 35 points in all attributes inflicted considerable casualties. 20 seconds later, the rear ranks of fragile beings in the hall were entirely decimated. Among them were also a few enraged centurions, who, in their blind fury, tragically misled their own kin into demise. Time had elapsed. The goblin centurion's rage had subsided, perhaps due to the cacophony of battle. Goblin cavalry from the interconnected passages surrounding the hall began to surge forth in rapid support. As the kite-flying session concluded, Yun Chun came to a halt, raising his staff once more with his right hand. A resonating hum filled the air as a multitude of 6-pointed star formations emerged in the sky. Water elemental summoning. The water elements in the atmosphere swiftly coalesced, manifesting into small, giant-like elemental beings. Thunderclap, War Eagle summoning. Beneath the summoning formation, the War Eagle, already bound by contract, descended from another realm, crackling with electricity. Most audaciously, Yin Chun employed the novice skill of a summoner to also conjure goblins. Under the control of the summoning contract, the inevitable fratricide among the summoned was unavoidable. Annihilate them, Yin Chun commanded, without the support of ranged units or spells, and the absence of healing comrades. He was acutely aware that his water elementals were more than capable of overwhelming these physical foes. Moreover, the level 13 Thunderclap War Eagle could unleash its fury without restraint. As for himself, he was singularly focused on taking down the level 14 Centurion. 0008 was at his mercy. How pitiable. At this moment, a wave of exuberant cheers erupted from the audience. Due to Yunshin's exquisite maneuvers, the assembled students and faculty, including the proctor, showed no intention of changing the channel. The assassin's preliminary skills, stealth, backstab, and shadow clone technique, were executed with remarkable finesse, leaving no room for criticism. This was truly textbook execution. Even the strictest instructor of assassins could not help but express admiration. Truly a master of combat. It was unexpected to discover that this warrior concealed a hidden blade as well. He seemed to be proficient with every weapon. With graceful strides, he advanced, embodying a deadly elegance in his swordplay. The magic he wielded was executed with precision, while his assassination techniques were both bizarre and mesmerizing. Mastery over various weapons was evident. This was no mere game. Even skills of the same level could yield different outcomes depending on individual proficiency. For instance, Yunshin's wind slash could deliver a lethal strike, dispatching foes with a single, swift motion. In the hands of another, however, it might fail to find its mark, rendering them incapable of achieving a kill and refreshing their skill cooldowns. Generally speaking, replicating Yunshin's prowess is a formidable challenge. Furthermore, his kite-flying technique was astoundingly graceful. It was undeniably impressive. The Centurion, in a frenzied state, failed to land a single effective blow and was thoroughly led around like a dog. During this process, he also conveniently dispatched numerous mages, shamans, and throne unit troops. Magnificent. It felt akin to witnessing a grand cinematic spectacle or an exhilarating highlight reel, igniting a fervor within me. Such praise cannot be deemed excessive. In fact, the instructors at Dongyun High School shared this sentiment. As educators at a prestigious high school, they possessed considerable skill, and while observing their students' combat and techniques, they typically found numerous faults and shortcomings. However, upon observing Yunshin, one cannot help but find his combat performance immensely gratifying. Every attack is executed with precision. Each movement is impeccably timed. If one were to liken it to an exquisite film, it would be impossible to extract a single scene without diminishing its entirety. With an effortless grace akin to a leisurely stroll, he truly exemplifies the prowess of a combat virtuoso. Behold, the invocation of a novice summoner's skill. In the midst of this frenetic battle, spectators soon witness Yunshin conjuring multiple summoning circles. 3 water elementals emerge, a brilliant strategy indeed, as elemental units counter physical ones, thereby mitigating a significant portion of physical damage. The goblin cavalry and warriors are rendered nearly ineffective. Furthermore, a thunder hawk materializes, astonishingly, at level 13, significantly diminishing the ranks of the ranged units, while the goblins find themselves incapable of reaching the hawks soaring above. Moreover, the classic goblin summon is unleashed. A total of 7, inciting a chaotic yet humorous self-inflicted conflict amongst them. Historically, summoner units have been derisively labeled as the least skillful and most extravagant profession, reliant on the strength of their contracted creatures. With ample resources, one could even bind numerous formidable beings. However, constrained by their own level and abilities, they cannot summon creatures vastly superior to their own capabilities. Yet, the unspecialized wanderer on screen demonstrates a profound understanding of the advantageous environmental conditions for his summoned creatures, a concept that many summoners lack. Who claims that the summoner profession lacks substance? Observe how adeptly he navigates the battlefield. An instructor of summoning is using this as a teaching moment for second-year students. Now, the most exhilarating confrontation unfolds. The Centurion's fury has subsided, and the unspecialized wanderer has halted, preparing to eliminate his foe. With no respite, the enraged Centurion charges forth with a thunderous roar. The sheer mass of his formidable physique generates an overwhelming force upon his advance. However, in that very instant of his charge, Yunshin deftly retrieves an object from his spatial bag and hurls it forward. Trap. Deploy a trap that can bind an enemy hero for 2 seconds. This is a preliminary skill of the mechanic profession. As the Centurion's charge commences, the trap lands precisely at his feet, whereupon he inadvertently steps upon it. Bang! This claw-shaped trap immediately ensnares the Centurion's right foot, its mechanical forces binding him tightly, rendering him immobile. The charge that was intended to crash into Yunshin is effortlessly neutralized, and this is merely the beginning. In an instant, Yunshin raises his staff high, unleashing a searing fireball aimed directly at his adversary's head. The goblin Centurion bellows in fury. Instinctively, he raises his arms to shield his head, obstructing his vision, and miraculously manages to block the fiery assault despite being ensnared. The mere impact of that strike had utterly torn apart its gauntlets, causing torrents of blood to flow from its arms. As the mechanical force beneath its feet dissipated completely and the trap proved ineffective, the Centurion furiously took a step forward. Yet, as that foot fell, a thunderous explosion erupted from beneath, propelling the colossal figure of the Centurion into the air. Your hazardous device has successfully triggered the knockback effect. It was revealed that Yunshin, through the casting of a fireball spell, had simultaneously laid down another skill of the mechanic, the hazardous device. Hazardous device, a ground-placed explosive device that detonates after 3 seconds, causing enemies within the center of the explosion to be knocked back. One must acknowledge that Yunshin's tactical arrangement was nothing short of masterful, directing the unfolding of events with precision. In an effort to shield himself from the incoming fireball, the Centurion raised his hands to cover his face, inadvertently obscuring his vision. In his desperate state, he failed to anticipate that he would unwittingly step into another trap. How unfortunate to be so meticulously outmaneuvered by Yunshin. The perfect control chain of 0009, calculated to the point of demise. Many perceive the summoner to be the most straightforward and mindless of professions. However, at least in the eyes of the students at Dongyun High School, the mechanic profession is undoubtedly one of the most challenging and skill-demanding paths. The release of traps and hazardous devices requires impeccable timing. Although goblins possess limited cognitive capacity, it is evident that throwing mechanical devices before them, radiating with mechanical energy, would instinctively compel them to evade. Thus arises the question, how does one ensure that enemy units step into your traps and trigger your devices? This is indeed a formidable challenge. Many who embark on the path of the mechanic may become overly focused on arming themselves and donning mechs, as trap-based skills demand immediate reactions and personal dexterity. Yunshin, however, is different. His mastery of mechanic-related skills is nearly complete concerning trap abilities. Before him, he inflicted maximum damage upon the Centurion. After triggering the knockback effect, Yunshin raised his staff once more to unleash another fireball. With a whoosh, the terrifying fireball hurtled forth, striking the airborne figure. This blow not only achieved its intended effect, but also sent the cumbersome behemoth crashing into a pile of goblin warriors. With a resounding thud, at least 3 goblin kin were crushed beneath him, reduced to a puddle of blood. Yet, Yunshin's series of attacks had not reached their conclusion. Entangling tendrils, a preliminary skill of the druid profession. With a rustle, the earth trembled, and thick, robust roots erupted from the ground. The Centurion, scorched by flames, struggled fiercely. But the tenacious green vines showed no mercy in binding his limbs. What infuriated the Centurion most was that having fallen to the ground, his warstomp skill was rendered useless. In a state of fury, the Colossus found itself ensnared in a cooling period, its blood coursing through its veins, unable to rekindle that ferocious state. Now, it could only rely on its formidable physical strength. Yet, an icy projectile was swiftly hurtling toward it, striking its body. This was, of course, the introductory skill of a mage. A favorite among those who delight in kiting their foes, it inflicted frost damage while simultaneously diminishing the enemy's attack and movement speed. At that moment, the pained Centurion felt his limbs growing increasingly sluggish under the chilling grip of frost. Entangled in a web of relentless plant roots, compounded by the frost's debilitating effect, his troubles were far from over. The soaring Thunder Hawk, having dispatched over a dozen goblins, now fixed its icy gaze upon the immobilized foe. With a crackling sound, it unleashed its skill, Thunder Strike, a terrifying bolt of blue lightning that descended upon the Centurion's head with ferocity. Simultaneously, a water elemental sprite summoned to the fray unleashed a water arrow, delivering another blow to the beleaguered creature. The combined impact of water and electricity fully saturated the Centurion with pain, eliciting a wretched howl as his body began to stiffen under the torment. Finally, another fireball surged forth, striking the already weary Centurion, who lay defenseless from his grievous injuries. With a resounding explosion, his head was obliterated by the ferocious orb of flame. The goblin Centurion, a level 14 guardian, fell without a chance to retaliate, surrounded by its numerous minions. With a resounding clang, Yunshin drew his sword from its sheath. The weapon, now free, resumed its dance, slicing through the goblin foot soldiers with unrestrained vigor. Meanwhile, Yunshin's actions sparked an unprecedented fervor of discussion. The demise of the goblin Centurion was nothing short of tragic, toyed with relentlessly until death, seemingly under the complete control of his adversary. The mastery displayed in the control chain was truly formidable. Indeed, from the moment the fireball's trajectory was obstructed and the trap was triggered, everything unraveled. One control skill followed another, leaving no escape. Remarkably powerful, the skills demonstrated by this classless wanderer surpassed even the most complex trap-setting techniques of a mechanic. It must be said, the skills of a classless wanderer were exceedingly abundant. In the audience, fellow students were struck by a profound shift in their worldview. They had witnessed numerous videos showcasing the destructive capabilities of advanced second and third-tier classes. Yet, no matter how potent those high-level skills were, they paled in comparison to the awe-inspiring display of the classless wanderer before them. Strikingly, these were merely a collection of elementary skills, basic and simple, each accessible to anyone from the school's skill tomes. Yet, these seemingly inconspicuous little skills, when wielded by oneself and by this Yunshin, yield effects that are worlds apart. The timing of summoning is impeccable, even preemptively creating the environment for it. The placement of traps surpasses that of seasoned mechanics. Furthermore, the imaginative creativity displayed is extraordinary. This individual can even trigger the immobilization effect of enemies through the water and electricity skills of summoned beings. Moreover, have you noticed a detail? The most lethal area of effect skill, war trample, cannot be executed by merely stepping upon the ground. At this moment, the invigilator, captivated by the performance, rarely intervenes to speak. His words awaken all the students. Even some of the teaching staff display expressions of sudden realization, evidently caught off guard earlier. This lad is meticulous. The attention to detail is remarkable. If it were an ordinary person, one might attribute it to coincidence, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Yet, having witnessed this combat prodigy, a jack of all trades, who would dare to think it mere happenstance? Impressive. Congratulations to Dongyun University for producing such a talented individual. Those who study under this banner live, while those who emulate it perish. Generally speaking, invigilators must maintain neutrality and refrain from expressing opinions. However, Yunshin's exceptional performance elicits spontaneous praise. Furthermore, having served as an examiner for many years, he is acutely aware that this student has over a 90% probability of being the top scorer from Dongyun High School. While Dongyun High School is a key institution, it is not particularly prominent in Jiangnan Province, yet it is not weak either. Should this student advance further in subsequent challenges, not only could he place in the top 10 of the province, but he might also have a significant chance of contending for the title of top scholar. Thus, fostering a good relationship with Dongyun High School is certainly advantageous. The tides of fortune are shifting. It is time for a talent to emerge from Dongyun High School. Haha. At this moment, Principal Fong beams with joy, completely shedding any earlier displeasure. Since its founding, the most outstanding student from Dongyun High School has only achieved 8th place in the province. Now, coinciding with the first fruits of the Xianlong Kingdom's decade-long compulsory education support plan released this year, the scale of the college entrance examination has expanded exponentially. The number of eligible candidates surpasses the total from the past 3 years combined. Everyone is like a dragon. Everyone has the opportunity to succeed and advance. No matter how one looks at it, the competitive pressure this year is epic, with hellish difficulty. The value of placing in the top 10 or achieving the title of top scholar is significantly higher than ever before. I foresee that this young man, Yun Shun, is destined to secure a position among the top 5 in the province. Old Yuan, you are being conservative. He will undoubtedly be among the top 3. This year should see a breakthrough in the school's historical records. The nearby teachers have begun to sing his praises. Xiaojin, come and sit here. Principal Fong's attitude has undergone a complete transformation, now warm and inviting. Next to the principal was a vice principal, who has now graciously vacated his seat for the class teacher, Jin Sheng, of the 3rd class. As the saying goes, one's worth is amplified by their offspring. Now, this class teacher shines brightly in the glow of Yun Shun's accomplishments. However, such behavior of celebrating with champagne in the middle of the arena is somewhat unbecoming. Jin Sheng, with a smile plastered on his face, nonetheless encouraged his accomplished student inwardly. To travel 100 miles is to have only completed 90. Under the duress of a nightmare scenario, the examination may be halfway through, yet the challenges ahead remain formidable. He fervently hopes that Yun Shun will maintain his composure. As Jin Sheng ascended to the status of a distinguished guest, the 2 homeroom teachers of the elite class exchanged wry smiles. Although they felt helpless, they were aware that the students of the 1st and 2nd classes were unlikely to exhibit the same level of excellence as he did. Ultimately, they could only wish that the brothers Xiao Wan and Do Wan, who had initially been endowed with high expectations, would rise to the occasion. The teachers engaged in animated discussions, while the students in the audience were equally engrossed in their own chatter. The unclassed wanderer is truly remarkable, managing to showcase the potential of hundreds of low-level skills. Teacher, I too wish to become an unclassed wanderer. I no longer wish to become a mage. I want to emulate Senior Yun. Many first-year students nodded in agreement. Yet, scarcely had this sentiment been expressed when the student who had instigated the commotion about not specializing as a mage received a scolding. I urged you to learn from Yun Shun, not merely his monster-slaying techniques and thought processes, but how to skillfully wield abilities to achieve 150% effectiveness. Yet you seem to have missed the crux of the matter. Setting aside the unparalleled combat awareness, as a mage, can you wield a dagger, a hidden blade? Can you handle a sword? Can you use dual pistols? Can you engage in martial arts? To put it plainly, if you follow the trend of becoming a wanderer, you may very well fail the college entrance examination. Forget about your grades. Surviving the ordeal is another matter altogether. The first-year teacher doused these overly enthusiastic students with a bucket of cold water. This is not merely a game. The strength of skills at the same level varies from person to person. If one does not master their weaponry, it could indeed be fatal. Becoming an unclassed wanderer, to fully grasp hundreds of basic skills, demands a comprehensive understanding of the weapons employed by various professions, requiring at least a considerable level of proficiency. This is an exceedingly daunting requirement, bordering on cruelty. In light of this, the path of the unclassed wanderer appears to be fraught with difficulties. Perhaps it is wiser to simply become a mage. At that moment, those who had been dazzled and were eager to follow suit were finally struck by the realization of their own inadequacies. Could it be that only Senior Yun can tread the path of the unclassed wanderer? To learn from me is to thrive. To imitate me is to perish. This phrase inexplicably surfaced in some students' minds. They sought to acquire the combat techniques and awareness of their peer, rather than blindly following the trend of becoming a wanderer. Some students were not easily swayed. One murmured quietly, "Isn't there a firearm on Senior Yun that remains unused? Could he possibly possess a top-notch marksmanship capable of delivering headshots? Not to mention the battle rifle and shield on his back, along with the powerful gauntlets on his hands. Surely, he must have some martial arts techniques as well." Prior to this, everyone had noticed the extraordinary complexity of the equipment worn by Yun-chun. Upon reflection, one could not help but wonder if this individual still concealed an astonishing marksmanship capable of precision headshots. At this moment, even the teachers who might have opened their mouths to refute him could hardly accept the situation. It was difficult to believe that this youth, even if he had been honing his skills since birth, could be so exaggeratedly proficient. Surely, he must have reached his limit. After all, they were already halfway through the exam, and he had not shown any signs of utilizing his abilities. His proficiency was likely far inferior to his own swordsmanship, assassination techniques, and even spellcasting, the high school teacher asserted with conviction. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease as he concluded his statement. It was over. The hall had been cleared in a flash, every supporting creature annihilated. Within the brief interlude of casual conversation, all of the goblin monsters that had rushed in had been decisively slain with remarkable precision, not a single unnecessary strike made. Oh, he descended into the next underground level, seemingly uninterested in taking a respite. At that moment, the previously jovial Principal Fong and the other teachers wore solemn expressions, their brows furrowing as they instinctively straightened in their seats. This was reckless. Why had this young man suddenly lost his composure? Principal Fong felt a twinge of annoyance. The anxiety that had been gnawing at Jin Sheng intensified, his heart racing inexplicably. Was he trying to beat the clock? Yet, was he not pushing himself too hard? This was, after all, the college entrance examination. There would be a scoring system following the completion of the challenges. The top students across the province aimed for the elite ranks, typically opting for the solo nightmare difficulty mode, with the remaining outcomes hinging on the time taken to clear the dungeon. Currently, the once-lauded Yun-chun had chosen not to rest, but instead, boldly pressed forward to the next gate. This audacious move sent the previously relaxed atmosphere among the faculty and students spiraling into tension. Attributes at level 0011. He had drawn both pistols. How audacious. This was nothing short of outrageous. Was this fellow truly willing to risk everything for the top score? Had he lost his senses, genuinely believing he had a chance? As they observed the figure on the screen advance without pause, the crowd was left incredulous. In the previous level, there had been time for rest. Why this sudden surge forward? Perhaps it was the anxiety of concern that made everyone feel inexplicably apprehensive. Some who had previously expressed discontent even accused him of arrogance. This was far from an ordinary dungeon run. It was the college entrance examination, where each participant not only faced the monsters within, but also competed against their peers. A second gained could translate to hundreds of ranks climbed, while a second lost could mean falling below the threshold for university admission. At that moment, the proctor stepped forward, reminding the students of the stakes. Without striving for excellence, how could one hope for a bright future? Many students in the audience privately mused over this notion. While the reasoning held merit, they questioned whether such a reckless endeavor, without proper rest to recover, might lead to dire consequences. The calculations at play were undoubtedly a psychological game. It was evident that the proctor held a certain admiration for students who dared to fight and embodied a spirit of adventure. Observing the discontented students, he shook his head and remarked, "Humanity's ability to withstand the ravages of demonic calamity is a testament to the heroic sacrifices of those who came before. Focusing excessively on personal gains and losses, as well as one's own safety during this crucial examination, will undoubtedly result in a loss of initiative. Most importantly, many have overlooked the duration of the summoned creature's existence." With those words spoken, a number of individuals were suddenly roused. Indeed, his summoned beings still had considerable time left, particularly his formidable Thunder Eagle. Summoned entities do have a limited existence, and their skills come with notably lengthy cooldowns. To maximize the value of the remaining summons, it is undoubtedly best to advance to the next level. Of course, for many students, and even for conservative instructors, this may seem a bit rash. Now, we await his next performance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this sole male protagonist, the center of attention, pushed open the underground gate and stepped into the next challenge. In stark contrast to the dilapidated city gates of the past, the second gate now appeared incredibly heavy, shimmering with a dark iron hue. A typical magician might find it somewhat taxing to navigate. However, for Yin Shun, it posed no trouble whatsoever. In fact, having only had the system for half a month, he had already acquired a more formidable foundation in strength than that of a physical damage class, thanks to the 10 free attribute points awarded through daily tasks. With a single push, he exerted not the slightest effort. Even after the previous intense and rigorous activities such as assassination and swordplay, he merely felt a slight fatigue. The issue was negligible. This was evidently related to his physical attributes. As a free-spirited class, he naturally developed in a well-rounded manner. Strength, 42, constitution, 40, agility, 40, intelligence, 40. Each individual's personal information panel clearly displayed Yunshin's current statistics. For an average person, these four-dimensional attributes could be seen as averaging around 10. At the time of their 10th level job transition, the awakening within their bodies could result in varying fluctuations. However, the top 2 students of the elite class at Dongyun High School, even after considering their pre-level 10 allocations, had three-dimensional data averaging nearly around 25. Looking at Jiangnan province as a whole, there were certainly many formidable rivals, with some boasting averages of 30. Among them, there were even those with hidden classes upon their first job transition. Moreover, the vast majority of their peers did not develop their free attribute points evenly. They tended to specialize selectively. Wizards, for instance, naturally focused on intelligence attributes, while assassins prioritized agility. Thus, it was inevitable that a few individuals with higher attributes would appear in the examination hall. However, Yun Chun was utterly unconcerned. The number of skills he possessed far surpassed that of others by at least several multiples. His awakened talent was all-encompassing, coupled with an innate combat intuition, and now, with the assistance of his golden finger, he had no regard for so-called prodigies or the existence of hidden classes. No matter how fierce the competition in this cohort, he was resolute in his pursuit of the top scholar title. As for why he pushed the door without a moment's hesitation, it was simply to maximize the remaining duration of his summoned creatures. Creak. As the ominous iron gate swung wide open, the Thunder Eagle and 2 water elementals, along with the remaining trio of goblin warriors, surged forth in a relentless procession. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the subterranean palace, reverberating off the towering columns that stood 8 meters high on either side. The goblins, who had been dozing on the ground, immediately awakened to the intrusion of these newcomers. Their forms were as diverse as their kinds. Perhaps due to the palace's nature, there were noticeably fewer ordinary goblin warriors and cavalry, yet a significant increase in the presence of higher-ranking goblin shamans and goblin mages. This was intriguing. Yunshin raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, realizing that this indicated a lower margin for error in this challenge. The enemy's damage output had considerably heightened, and a series of consecutive strikes would spell disaster for any other participants. In fact, due to an excessive pursuit of efficiency, Yunshin's magical energy was nearly depleted at this moment, which was why those outside were so apprehensive about his reckless behavior. However, there was clearly a misunderstanding at play. They did not fully comprehend the capabilities of a free agent. Firstly, the mana consumption for a free agent's skills was significantly lower than that of specialized classes. Secondly, there existed a particular profession that incurred even less mana expenditure, the sharpshooter. At this moment, after casting a mana regeneration spell, Yunshin relinquished his staff. Simultaneously, he drew forth 2 firearms from the holsters at his sides, one long and one short, one white and one silver. With both guns in hand, he required no extravagant magical prowess. A bullet piercing the adversary's skull would suffice. This was a test of his marksmanship. Here they came, here they came. He finally wielded his firearms, and with both hands. Goodness, I refuse to believe this fellow is an infallible marksman. I refuse to believe he excels with every weapon he possesses. At that very moment, the audience erupted in fervor. Even Principal Fong felt the infectious excitement, his fists clenched, eyes intently fixed on the unclassed free agent brandishing dual guns. Passionate pursuit. Activate rapid fire. With guns in hand, was he about to demonstrate the sharpshooter's fundamental skill? Wait a moment. Can someone enlighten me on the basic skills of a sharpshooter? There are quite a few. Quick draw, lethal ammunition, rapid reload, passionate pursuit, sidestep, explosive rounds, aerial shooting. In truth, the passive skills that precede the sharpshooter class are rather plentiful. Indeed, if the bullets strike true, considerable lethality can be achieved without the need for shooting skills. At this moment, the audience buzzed with chatter. I have a feeling we are about to witness something spectacular. The homeroom teacher of Class 5, who taught courses related to sharpshooting, felt a surge of anticipation at the thought of the passionate pursuit passive skill, sensing that the individual was poised to showcase his prowess. Moreover, observing Yunshin's stance with the dual guns, he inexplicably felt a sense of camaraderie with fellow marksmen. Bang! Just as the words were spoken, the gunfire rang out. Yunshin had already pulled the trigger. It had begun. The carnage was about to unfold. At the very moment Yunshin pressed the trigger, a resounding bang erupted. The muzzles of 2 firearms ignited with a flash of gunpowder, unleashing lethal spiral bullets toward distant foes. In less than half a second, a sickening thud resonated as 2 bullets penetrated different skulls simultaneously. 2 advancing goblins were thrust backward, their bodies propelled by the force of the ammunition, their heads violently blown apart. You have successfully shot and hit an enemy. Your passive ability Passionate Pursuit has reached the first layer of killing intent, increasing your shooting speed and movement speed by 2. You have successfully shot and hit an enemy. Your passive ability Passionate Pursuit has reached the second layer of killing intent, increasing your shooting speed and movement speed to 4. Passionate Pursuit. Bullets, upon impact, accumulate killing intent, stacking up to a maximum of 25 layers, granting a potential bonus of up to 50 in movement and firing speed. Furthermore, thanks to the enhancement of 2 qualities when fully stacked. It also provides a 45 armor penetration rate. However, it is noteworthy that if one disengages from combat for 8 seconds, the amassed killing intent will dissipate. This passive skill indeed embodies the essence of relentless pursuit. Thanks to this ability, the sharpshooter has consistently been one of the most sought-after classes for solo dungeon runs. Bang! 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 The rhythmic gunfire echoed continuously. Standing firm, Yunshun relentlessly squeezed the trigger as the goblins, undeterred, closed the gap to within 5 or 6 meters. Consequently, Yunshun found little need for precise aiming. Heads burst forth in a shower of gore, reminiscent of ripe watermelons exploding, red and white viscera spraying forth. Of course, Yunshun's audacious stand was made possible by his summoned allies absorbing the attacks from the goblin mages at the front line. In mere moments, 2 water elementals were obliterated by backline spells, while 3 goblin summons met their demise at the hands of their own kin. Only the Thunder Warhawk remained, fiercely battling on, swooping down to seize a shaman and releasing it from its grasp, sending it crashing to the ground with fatal force. 20 layers of killing intent. 21 layers of killing intent. 22 layers of killing intent. 25 layers of killing intent. With the front line sacrificed, at this moment, Yunshun had accumulated a full 25 layers of passionate pursuit. In an instant, a faint red glow enveloped him, amplifying his movement speed, attack speed, and armor penetration to their utmost. Surrounded by this killing intent, Yunshun's typically stoic demeanor transformed into something dangerously formidable. In the next moment, he moved. With a swift step of his left foot, he initiated his advance, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. In a deft evasion, he deftly sidestepped the multitude of magical attacks hurtling toward him from afar. Swift, remarkably swift. With a few swift strides, the agile Yunshun traversed over 10 meters, closing in on the goblin horde. His left hand gripped a gleaming silver firearm, poised almost at the mouth of his adversary. Bang! The trigger was pulled, and the bullet effortlessly penetrated the goblin's skull at close range. Almost simultaneously, another goblin guard was sent flying as Yunshun fired his second weapon. A furious screech erupted from the goblin as it attempted to slash at the encroaching foe. Yet, unbeknownst to the creature, this human figure had already retreated several meters with an elegant step, swiftly widening the gap between them. Bang! Bang! Despite the distance, it remained within optimal shooting range. 2 more heads were struck, bullets finding their mark directly in the center of their foreheads. In that fleeting moment of separation, 2 spent magazines clattered to the ground. At this juncture, the concealed secrets of his belt were revealed, brimming with numerous magazines. Yunshun's reloading technique was remarkably graceful and adept, his hands swiftly replenishing ammunition without a trace of clumsiness. Once reloaded, he accelerated once more, utilizing a speed-enhancing skill that left behind a trail of afterimages. Such velocity rendered him nearly invulnerable to incoming blades, ricocheting projectiles, and the cacophony of enraged roars that followed. In no time, the nimble Yunshun, relying on his superior movement speed, had single-handedly infiltrated the rear ranks. His passive abilities did not consume any magical energy, and throughout this encounter, he had only employed his speed, relying predominantly on his exceptional physique and reflexes to evade and strike. With a light step, he executed a rapid-fire sliding maneuver, reminiscent of a second-tier gunslinger, seamlessly blending movement with shooting, embedding bullets into the skulls of his foes. This was not merely a skill. It was a manifestation of his physical prowess. As the atmosphere thickened with murderous intent, the cold bullets, imbued with terrifying penetrating power, pierced through the mage's shields and barriers, hastily claiming the lives of the goblin sorcerers. With each crack of gunfire, the goblins fell in greater numbers, accompanied by the incessant clatter of spent shells and discarded magazines. Thus commenced Yunshun's grand slaughter. During his initial firearms training, he had adhered to the Mozambique shooting technique, a method designed for close-range engagements, which involved firing 2 shots at the body before swiftly targeting the head. The initial shots were intended to ensure quicker and more accurate hits on the enemy, as striking the body was significantly easier than aiming for the head. This tactic was effective enough to incapacitate the foe momentarily, allowing for a decisive shot to the head to disrupt their brain function and ensure their demise. The protagonist of John Wick relies on a set of precise marksmanship to eliminate adversaries across the globe. Yunshun possesses a profound admiration for this violent yet aesthetically pleasing form of shooting, prompting him to embark on a similar journey. However, his control over his body is meticulous, as his physical strength surpasses the comprehension of anyone from his previous life. Coupled with his innate combat intuition, he initially struggled with coordination, but it was not long before he mastered the art of dual-wielding firearms, capable of landing headshots from a distance of 5 to 6 meters. With a fervent pursuit of lethality, bolstered by 25 layers of murderous intent and his rapid skills, along with an agility attribute of 40 points, his movements became incredibly swift and elusive. In his quest for a single decisive shot, he seamlessly maneuvered into the fray, each bullet seemingly driven directly into the skulls of his foes. When a dazzling torrent of spells filled his vision, he deftly retreated several meters, narrowly evading a barrage of frantic counterattacks. As for the enemy's tracking projectiles, he effortlessly dodged them with a swift slide, each missile whizzing past him by mere inches, never managing to land a hit. Once 2 empty magazines were cast aside and swiftly reloaded, his nimble figure surged back into the throng of monsters. With weapons in hand, he unleashed a relentless barrage, akin to a scythe cutting through grass, with bullets igniting in vibrant bursts of flame, each shot proving fatal. As he decimated a horde of goblins, the enemy's speed visibly diminished, while the goblin shamans, brandishing their bone staffs, incited a frenzied rage amongst their ranks, retaliating against this audacious human. Perhaps due to their hierarchical disparity, these shamans and mages, in their exasperation, unleashed magical assaults that inadvertently affected their own soldiers. The pressure of survival escalated once more. Yet by this time, Yunshun had already regained a significant portion of his previously depleted magical energy, thanks to his mana recovery spell. He executed a role, a basic skill of a fighter, deftly avoiding the rain of furious fire descending from above. The area where he had just stood was engulfed in flames, melting several unfortunate guards caught in the onslaught. The area of effect spell unleashed by the red goblins continued unabated. As another fiery projectile, akin to a meteor, hurtled from the sky, Yunshin advanced, unleashing a knee strike with the precision of a sharpshooter. With a resounding impact, a hapless goblin was launched into the air, colliding with the descending fire and serving as an unwitting sacrifice, its body exploding midair. Amidst the swarm of foes, Yunshun's relentless onslaught showed no signs of abating. In that moment, he danced upon the razor's edge, his movements marked by an eerie grace. Despite the ferocity of the assault, his ghostly agility allowed him to evade continuously. After slipping away from danger, he even managed to execute an aerial shot with effortless finesse, displaying no hint of panic despite being besieged. As if meandering leisurely through a garden, with an air of effortless grace, he deftly evaded while counterattacking. Not a trace of injury adorned his form, and within mere seconds, the tide of enemy assaults began to dwindle, their lives claimed by bullets that struck true, each shot finding its mark with lethal precision. At this moment, the monstrous figures within the palace became increasingly sparse, no longer so densely clustered. The untroubled Yunshun, even in the instant of reloading, executed a fighter's sliding kick, sending an advancing guard airborne with a single strike. In less than half a second, the bullets were swiftly reloaded, and he delivered a precise headshot to the descending figure. This level of nonchalance and mastery over the art of combat was nothing short of breathtaking. Indeed, Yunshin's audacious and frenzied gunplay had incited yet another wave of gasps and exhilaration from the onlookers outside. How astonishingly accurate. Every shot a headshot. Prior to this, upon witnessing the screen reveal the unclassed rogue wielding dual pistols unleashing a massacre, the assembled students and teachers were immediately filled with admiration. He truly possesses a mastery of marksmanship. This is a prodigy of a sharpshooter. Shielded by his summoned allies, the rogue had not missed a single shot, each one finding its target with deadly accuracy. Was he a training automaton? His precision was extraordinary. Moreover, his headshots struck true at the center of the forehead, perfectly aligned, showcasing an unparalleled level of skill. It was no wonder that the head instructor of the sharpshooter class, witnessing this display, clenched his fists in excitement. All 25 rounds had found their mark. The fervent pursuit of lethality had reached its zenith. He instantly noted the aura surrounding Yunshun on the screen, accurately deducing the enhancements to his current state. As the summoned allies faded away, leaving him without cover, he made his move. How swift! The combination of a 50 speed enhancement with his inherent agility exceeded the imagination of most. Even more astonishing was Yunshun's masterful precision while engaging in mobile shooting. The most outrageous aspect was his ability to navigate through hordes of monsters with ease, dodging attacks while incessantly pulling the trigger in counteroffensive. Shell casings flew through the air, clattering rhythmically upon the ground, creating a symphony of sound. His hands moved with practiced speed, swiftly reloading and chambering rounds, each motion fluid and devoid of excess. The gathered crowd held their breath, the rhythmic gunfire igniting a fervor within each spectator. It felt akin to witnessing an intense battle scene from a Hollywood blockbuster. So enthralling that, had the occasion permitted, they would have erupted in applause. At this moment, those who had previously chastised Yunshun for his recklessness were left speechless. The expressions of the teachers were tinged with disbelief. They had not anticipated that he would navigate the critical period of mana recovery with such sharpshooter finesse. Impressive indeed. He truly had a plan in mind. No wonder he appeared so reckless. Rather, he was both brave and cunning. The principal, Fong, remained unruffled, his demeanor a stark contrast to the reprimanding tone he had displayed moments earlier. In principle, one would expect that an ordinary individual would feel utterly embarrassed, struggling to maintain composure, while those with thin skin would wish to vanish into a hole in the ground. Yet, Principal Fong treated the previous remarks as mere nonsense and instead lavished praise on the scene. Jin Sheng, seated nearby, could not help but exclaim that Principal Fong indeed possessed an extraordinary thickness of skin. The center of attention was 0014, making a bid for the top position. Soon, the crowd became increasingly engrossed. His mana seemed to have replenished significantly, and the consumption of his minor abilities had diminished considerably. As one teacher aptly noted, a couple of minutes of gunfight baptism incurred no physical or magical drain, relying solely on one's positioning and the damage inflicted by bullets. Given that the mana recovery technique had been in effect for quite some time, it was only natural that his internal mana had been restored to a considerable degree. As the words left his lips, the familiar move appeared, an elementary skill of a martial artist, the roll. In a swift and agile motion, the man on screen effortlessly evaded a wide-ranging attack. Following this was the marksman's sidestep, culminating in an aerial shot, all while deftly countering with a return fire that left the enemy in disarray. The plethora of minor displacement skills was truly remarkable. This exemplified the advantage of a classless wanderer. The strengths of the classless wanderer were resplendently showcased at this moment. The hundreds of basic abilities across all professions seemed to emerge in abundance. Did you notice? Senior Yun favored minor displacement skills. He eschewed certain fundamental skills of the sharpshooter, such as the explosive splash, which had yet to make an appearance. The explosive splash belongs to area damage capabilities, typically requiring marksmen to invest skill points. However, perhaps due to its insufficient damage output, Yunshin seemed disinclined towards it. He evidently relished the sensation of control, and the continuous mana consumption of explosive splash was in stark contradiction to his playstyle. Ah, the domineering man who commands everything. This is precisely the type of man I adore. The students below engaged in animated discussions, only to be swiftly derailed by a remark from a female classmate. Although many were reluctant to admit it, a tall, well-built man with striking features indeed held considerable allure. Especially after witnessing the breathtaking display of lethal prowess moments ago, he exuded an aura of cold ruthlessness and sharp dominance. The subsequent scene provoked an outburst of admiration from the enamored crowd. In a moment of reloading, the focal man executed a slide tackle against the approaching goblin guard, propelling it into the air. Before half a second had elapsed after reloading, he delivered a precise headshot to the descending creature. Wow, so handsome, so dashing. Help me. Let me perish beneath his gunfire. I declare him my new husband. One could not deny the undeniable charm. The male students could only smile wryly, silently committing this impressive technique to memory, pondering how they had failed to conceive such a cool combination. The audience in the stands was rife with excitement. While the teachers engaged in fervent discussions about Yun Chun's inventory, he carried no medicinal supplies. It was merely bullets or mechanical devices. It appears that he possesses the healing and mana restoration abilities of a priest, having never consumed a single potion throughout the entirety of his endeavor. However, this is not entirely accurate. In fact, he did not utilize any healing spells at all. Upon this revelation, the instructors fell into a contemplative silence. Even when facing dungeons of the same level, few dare venture without a potion in hand, let alone complete a dungeon without receiving any priestly healing. Yun Chen's movements and positioning exhibited remarkable finesse. His myriad of minor displacement skills became particularly evident during his encounter with the Goblin Centurion, revealing a plethora of adept maneuvers. Throughout the ordeal, he sustained not a single point of damage from the monsters. Moreover, the contents of Yun Chen's backpack became another focal point of the teacher's scrutiny. In this realm, ascending to level 10 grants one an additional 5 slots in their inventory. However, each slot is designated for a singular type of item and has specific capacity limitations. Overloading a slot is impermissible. A thorough examination of Yun Chen's backpack revealed that one slot could accommodate a maximum of 15 magazines, given the vast quantity of ammunition strewn across the ground. It was surmised that he had filled 3 slots with magazines, while the remaining 2 housed traps and dangerous devices essential for a mechanic. This indeed suggested that Yun Chen was brimming with confidence in facing the dungeon without any medicinal aids. It is noteworthy that, due to the rigorous examinations, certain prohibited items were disallowed in the inventory. For instance, any potion capable of instantly replenishing health or mana was strictly forbidden. The consumables permitted were limited to 2 specific standard potions. Additionally, the regulations surrounding the examinations were extensive, encompassing everything from bullet specifications to weapon quality grades. The remaining time was merely a formality. The solitary dance upon the razor's edge had concluded, and only a sparse scattering of goblin adversaries remained within the palace, posing no more than a routine cleanup for Yun Chen. It was simple, effortless, devoid of any semblance of risk. Yet, this sudden air of ease inexplicably heightened the tension for Principal Fong, seated prominently among the audience. Beside him, Jin Sheng felt a twinge of confusion. What was troubling Principal Fong? Come on, Yun Chen. Even more astonishingly, this previously nonchalant and audacious principal began to murmur softly. His gaze unwaveringly fixated on Yun Chen's image on the screen, his focus unwavering. With only the final challenge remaining, the prospect of achieving the top score seemed increasingly plausible. With a subtle nudge from the director, Jin Sheng experienced a moment of clarity. He had been preoccupied with concerns about Yun Chen's potential recklessness and possible injuries. momentarily overlooking the astonishing speed with which his protege was progressing through the challenge. This was a culmination of relentless effort, forsaking rest for the sake of success. The notion of attaining the top score was a reality Jin Sheng had never dared to contemplate, for it had seemed insurmountable. Since the establishment of Dongyun High School, the best performance had merely reached 8th place in the province, a chasm of difference from the top scorer of that year, whose score surpassed by a staggering 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Yet now, Yun Shen's performance had shattered all previous perceptions among the teachers, truly embodying the essence of a potential top scorer. It was no wonder that Principal Fong, typically so composed and audacious, found himself unable to maintain his emotional restraint in this pivotal moment. Few can recall who the second place is, but should one claim the top position, the glory would undoubtedly elevate not just the individual, but also their entire entourage. Especially in this extraordinary year, the college entrance examination serves as a landmark, marking the first fruits of a decade of compulsory education. Securing the top spot would inevitably bring accolades to the principal, ensuring their name is etched in history. However, just as the principal was swept up in excitement, the invigilator abruptly cut the holographic screen to half. As confusion swept through the faculty and students, many gasped in horror upon witnessing a student being slain by a goblin. The examination hall had witnessed its first casualty. A student had perished within the instance. A student had met their demise in the dungeon. The sudden revelation on the screen ignited widespread panic. A young senior was brutally struck down by a goblin captain, cleaved into a bloody mess. This marked the first reported death among the candidates, and regrettably, it would not be the last. Alas, the student had not even the chance to select a return scroll before being interrupted mid-incantation and subsequently killed. Indeed, this was the grim reality of the senior examination hall. Should one perish within the instance, there would be no option for resurrection. Death meant a return to the nether. Amidst the anguish, fear did not overwhelm the crowd. Since the calamitous events of 1970, when the world was engulfed in chaos due to the surge of magical disasters, humanity had long been thrust into a tumultuous era. The once revolutionary Divine Realm games were merely a prelude orchestrated by the will of Earth for all humanity. Subsequently, game data began to intertwine with reality, expanding the surface of the Earth exponentially, destabilizing the fabric of reality, and giving rise to numerous rifts that led to mystical realms and small worlds. These interdimensional gateways were interconnected, and if not addressed promptly, creatures from within would spill forth. 2 decades prior, the rift in the ethereal city was mismanaged, allowing the beastmen to invade, plunging the entire city into catastrophic peril. The renowned examiner, Old Go, was a survivor of that tragedy. Thus, upon retiring from the Iron Blood Army and joining the Education Bureau, his examination style became notably challenging. Only those who have faced true calamity understand the value of life. Old Ge's educational philosophy unequivocally aims to eradicate the notion of being weak and ineffectual sheep, instead fostering the spirit of a wolf, ever sharpening its claws. It was perhaps due to Yun Gu's remarkable prowess that we overlooked the inherent difficulty of this examination. Indeed, Senior Yun was nearing the 4th level of the dungeon, while others were still grappling with the intricacies of the 2nd level, and calamities soon struck. The extraordinary agility displayed by Yun Shun, dancing on the edge of a blade without sustaining a scratch, and swiftly seizing the opportunity to complete the level, was an anomaly. For the average individual, the typical approach to dungeon diving is one of cautious advancement, taking each step with deliberation. Those with lesser mental fortitude might find themselves paralyzed with fear, unable to move forward. At this juncture, they would have likely just begun to navigate the 2nd level. The dungeon of nightmare difficulty is inherently different from that of simple difficulty, as the pressure of survival is significantly alleviated. Even the goblin captain guarding the checkpoint has been reduced to level 10, and the devastating skill of War Trample has been rendered ineffective. However, for some individuals, challenges still abound. Following the first casualties, the toll on the students of Dongyun High School began to escalate alarmingly. The screen on the bronze gate provided numerous close-ups of the fatalities. Some may deem this display excessively harsh, yet under the guidance of their teachers, the 1st and 2nd year students began to diligently note the reasons why these candidates for the college entrance examination faltered. This is invaluable experience, a rare resource acquired at the cost of others' lives and blood. Once again, the captain charged forth, mercilessly colliding with an unsuspecting senior and reducing him to a bloody mist. Damn, it truly is formidable. In this moment, everyone recalled how Yun Shun had faced the goblin captain. At the instant of the charge, his preliminary skill, the trap, had interrupted the skill execution. Yet, interrupting a skill is exceedingly challenging. Once the charge is initiated, the skill fully unleashed activates the unstoppable state, rendering it nearly impossible to be hindered by basic skills. Thus, the time frame to interrupt the charge, before the unstoppable effect takes hold, is a mere fraction of a second, perhaps even less. The precision required to seize the moment is immensely demanding. A moment's hesitation could result in becoming a stationary target for the oncoming beast. Yun Ji's method of problem-solving simply does not apply to us. He is a genius. a man with an unparalleled instinct for combat, capable of performing such feats. When dodging, if one's agility is insufficient, employing minor displacement skills is essential. After the captain's charge is initiated, one must swiftly evade rather than engage directly. At this juncture, the teacher aptly instructed them, offering the only viable solution. Should they follow Yun Shen's approach, it is likely that the entire class would be left unaware of how many survived. Then, a figure emerged. At that moment, in the heart of the examination arena, before the bronze gate, a silhouette materialized as someone successfully utilized a return scroll to escape the dungeon. "I'm sorry, I have failed." With that, the individual collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely. Failing to clear the dungeon means returning in the next session or, based on their humanities scores, opting for a related subprofession to apply to a cultural academy. Of course, if fortune smiles, they might find a college that is still seeking candidates and offers exceptional admissions. Previous cohorts have seen countless extraordinarily lucky instances. Sighing, the homeroom teacher of the elite class reflected on this student. Though he ranks among the lower tier of the class, had he been in a key class, he would certainly be among the top 3. Soon, the death toll on the screen surged into double digits, officially surpassing 10. An increasing number of injured students found themselves unable to progress through the dungeon, encountering insurmountable obstacles in the second stage and opting to leave. In less than 5 minutes, the number of individuals exiting the dungeon had already climbed to over 100. On the other side of the examination hall, a medical assistance station had been established. Several instructors from the teaching clergy stepped forward to tend to the wounded. Among them was even the chief medical officer from Dongyan Hospital. With a gentle lift of his hand, he unleashed a powerful healing magic that miraculously restored a student who had lost an arm. This remarkable scene left the candidates in awe. It seemed indeed challenging. We all faltered in the second round. "Do not console me. I have done my utmost. I too am quite content. Had it not been for the decade-long free compulsory education in Xuanalong Nation, I might have been relegated to menial tasks in the countryside. Now, I can aspire to a clerical career, for after all, a secondary profession can also pave a broad path to success, can it?" Many exiting third-year students were not as sorrowful as one might expect. After all, without the support of the nation's free education, which grants every student the opportunity to ascend to level 10 and transition to new vocations, they would not have reached this juncture. Talent is indeed limited, alas. I feel a pang of guilt towards our educational system. It is now time to contemplate secondary professions. Let us not dwell on sadness. Many prestigious universities also offer programs in secondary professions, enabling individuals to excel in their own right. 0016. Relay the entire scene to Yunqing. Primary professions require experience, and so do secondary ones. However, the latter can level up through various means beyond mere combat, such as crafting, reading, studying, and comprehension. There are numerous types of secondary professions: pharmacists, alchemists, blacksmiths, enchanters, dismantlers, beast tamers, jewelers, tailors, chefs, and more. The diversity is substantial, particularly evident in production and gathering roles, which is why secondary professions are often referred to as life or social professions. Do not underestimate these roles. For many families in reality, if a child possesses talent in a relevant secondary profession, it is indeed a significant blessing. After all, those who major in secondary professions can often avoid frontline combat with monsters. Moreover, in the past decade, the societal status of pharmacists, alchemists, and enchanters has risen considerably. Dongyun's local pharmaceutical company boasts a market value exceeding 100 billion, with its chairman being a well-known pharmaceutical master. Should a child possess above-average talent in pharmaceuticals or enchantment, they may be granted admission to universities based solely on their cultural scores, without needing to present combat achievements. Thus, if one cannot pursue a combat profession, traversing the path of a secondary profession is also a commendable avenue. As the old adage goes, all roads lead to Rome. In the future, when everyone becomes a boss, let us not forget our classmates. That said, the third-year students who withdrew from the exams secretly envied those who remained in the dungeon, still fighting for their dreams. After all, they continue to battle for their aspirations, and the center of the world's stage, the spotlight, remains firmly on combat professions. The world relies on them for its sustenance. They are indeed the future's chosen ones. What of the Win brothers? The illustrious twins of the elite class. They are nothing short of the stars of the rocket class. Prior to this moment, the two individuals had been heralded as the future stars of Dongyun High School. Poised to shatter the institution's historical records, the school had devoted considerable resources and nurturing to these prodigies. However, since their seating among the other candidates, the surrounding audience had not engaged in any discussions regarding the twin brothers. Instead, snippets of conversation emerged from the younger students, mentioning terms like freelancer, headshot expert, battle prodigy, and swordsmanship genius. What was this? A freelancer? Who would choose to play such a role? Wasn't that absurd? The audience dismissed it as mere jest. The swordsmanship genius referred to Da-Won, the elder brother, known for his exceptional two-handed sword skills. The headshot expert was likely referring to Xiao-Wan, the seasoned sharpshooter who had committed to the gunslinger path since his second job transfer. Logically speaking, It was quite possible that Xiaowen would secure the top position in the school's examination results. The twin brothers, Do-1 and Xiao-1, were evenly matched in strength. However, the sharpshooter had an advantage over the swordsman in solo dungeon runs. Nevertheless, the gunslinger relied heavily on positioning and precision, making it more prone to errors compared to the swordsman's profession. With high rewards came high risks, and it was difficult to predict who would emerge victorious. At that moment, other candidates who had recovered from treatment began to take their seats. In hushed conversations, they expressed their curiosity and concern regarding the performance of the twin brothers. The holographic screen suspended in midair displayed no footage, instead presenting multiple views of failed attempts or first-person perspectives of casualties, seemingly sharing experiences of defeat. Moreover, it was surprising that the first and second-year students showed no interest in the school's future stars. Instead, many wore expressions of anxiety and restlessness. These younger students were uncertain about whom to emulate. Their agitation was palpable, and the atmosphere turned chaotic, a stark contrast to the intended reflection on the lessons of failure. The crowd shook their heads, lamenting the decline of the current generation. The urgency was overwhelming. It felt as though, in the midst of a thrilling Hollywood blockbuster, the scene had abruptly shifted to an educational channel for sharing experiences. Frustration was inevitable. The impatience was unbearable. At this moment, Senior Yun had undoubtedly cleared all the monsters in the third level of the palace and was ready to face the final challenge. Everyone was eager to witness how this freelancer would tackle the last stage. Yet, the failure-sharing segment dragged on without any change in programming. Suddenly, a younger student erupted in anger, shouting, "Proctor, switch the channel. Yes, we want to see Senior Yun. Save the discussion of failures for later. Let us witness Brother Yun's final battle. Change the channel. Change the channel." With someone leading the charge, a wave of fervor surged through the crowd. The junior students observing from the back row shouted for the invigilator to immediately switch the screen to Yun Xuezhang. Wait a moment, who are Yun Xuezhang and Yun Go? The high school seniors who had failed the examination wore bewildered expressions, utterly confused about the current situation. Hold on, Xiaowen has unexpectedly appeared before the bronze gate. And he too has failed. At this juncture, even the most capable individuals in the school could only have just entered the third stage. Thus, upon witnessing Xiaowen standing outside the bronze door, it became evident that this promising star, upon whom Dongyun High School had pinned its hopes, had encountered a mishap. It was over. Xiaowen, a sharpshooter, had faltered. Could it be that Dongyun High School was destined to continue its decline this year? Forgive me, teacher. I acted recklessly. In my desperation to secure a passing time, I entered the third stage without waiting for my magic to recover, and as a result, Xiaowen, injured and withdrawn, bore a pained expression, too ashamed to meet the gaze of his homeroom teacher. The multitude of spell units in the third stage unleashed devastating area damage, overwhelming his already depleted magic and plunging him into dire straits. Ultimately, succumbing to exhaustion and unable to lift his weapon due to an injury, he chose to exit the instance. The homeroom teacher sighed quietly, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He lamented Xiaowen's failure to break the school's historical record and the impending disaster of the college entrance examination. Yet, his conflicted demeanor stemmed from his inability to place blame. After all, the equally reckless individual, a classless wanderer, had already cleared the third stage with unrestrained abandon, wielding dual pistols amidst a feast of carnage. In comparison, his prized pupil was simply outmatched. Alas, this sigh echoed not only his disappointment in Xiaowen's reckless venture, but also his regret for not having snatched that prodigy from Jin Sheng's grasp. Quickly, transfer the entire screen to Yun Chun. There's no need to share the failed experiences. Invigilator, hurry, immediately switch the feed. At that moment, a resounding voice emerged from the center of the audience, Principal Fong. Witnessing the previously favored first seed being eliminated, he felt a surge of urgency and was anxious to know Yun Chen's status inside. The sluggish invigilator, still mired in procedure, exacerbated Principal Fong's frustration. The battle determining the top scholar. What was happening? Why was Principal Fong so agitated? The recently seated students were all taken aback. Why the urgency for Yun Chun? It would be understandable for the younger students in their freshman and sophomore years to be restless. But why was the usually calm Principal Fong suddenly so impatient and fervently urging the situation? Yun Chun, it seemed, was the top student from class 3. So, Yun Gu referred to him, but something felt amiss. Why had he suddenly overshadowed the Wen twins? The crowd was perplexed. Meanwhile, not far away, Xiaowen, who had been kneeling and avoiding eye contact, suddenly rose to his feet. As the future prodigy of the school, a star candidate, he was regarded as the foremost seed. Yet he suffered a devastating setback, rendering him unable to raise his gaze to others. He feared encountering their expectant, yet disappointed eyes. He had let everyone down, betraying the nurturing of the entire Dongyun High School. Even the encouraging cheers from the younger students filled him with a deep sense of shame. To his surprise, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Everyone simply ignored him, as if he were inconsequential and utterly unimportant. How could this be? Such neglect and disregard cut deeper than any look of disappointment. He turned to his homeroom teacher, his face a canvas of confusion. Come, sit with me and witness Yunshin's final challenge, the teacher urged, with little time to elaborate, as the battle was about to commence. The outcome of this stage would determine the top scholar. Aside from the newly seated students who had withdrawn, every spectator understood that this final confrontation could very well become a historic moment. The proctor, understanding the gravity of the situation, promptly redirected the holographic screen to focus on the man. The final battle had begun. In the goblin dungeon, at the palace of the third stage. Blood pooled on the ground, punctuated by spent bullet casings and scattered black magazines. Goblin corpses lay strewn about, a grim testament to the carnage. Amidst this chaos, only one human figure remained alive, having discarded his short gun, which had succumbed to the wear of battle. Weapons possess a finite lifespan. Excessive loading and relentless firing had obliterated the gun's chamber. This black iron quality weapon was nearly rendered useless, and the remaining firearm, still warm from overuse, would likely explode after just a few more shots. You have fulfilled your mission, Yunshin reflected. During the final harvesting phase, he had expended minimal magical energy, even conserving his displacement skills. With a continuous recovery spell at work, his magical reserves were at least 80% full. It was time for the last challenge. At the end of the palace, a massive bronze door came into view. Without hesitation or pause for rest, Yunshin pushed the great door open. In contrast to the lengthy, straight corridors of the first stage and the vast underground hall of the second, the fourth stage unveiled a towering giant sitting upon an equally colossal stone throne. The ambience was initially dark and somber, shrouded in shadows, but as the bronze door swung open, light from the outside illuminated the figure of the goblin giant. Perhaps stimulated by the rays of light, the slumbering giant upon the stone pedestal finally opened its eyes. Those blood-red orbs gleamed with a chilling intensity, as if merely locking gazes with them would plunge one into an ocean of crimson. Humans, this is not a place for your intrusion. To the intruder, death awaits. As it uttered these words, the colossal figure, seated majestically upon the stone throne, rose to its feet. It gave a slight tremor, and the dust that had settled upon its sinewy muscles cascaded down. Adorned in resplendent silver armor, a dark red cape trailed behind it, resembling a pool of blood. Yunshin raised an eyebrow, a spark of interest flickering in his eyes as he beheld this towering monstrosity. Could this goblin articulate words intelligible to human ears? Previously, even the centurion could only utter incomprehensible sounds during their exchanges. Now, this goblin giant was capable of conversing in a language understood by humans? Quite intriguing. Under the scrutiny of his identification skill, the final details of the creature emerged before him. Creature, Goblin Centurion. Level, 16. Quality, Gold. Skills. Remarks. The blood-red cape is the emblem of the Goblin Centurion. It was worth noting that the identification skill was not infallible, due to the disparity in levels. Crucial information was obscured with question marks. Nevertheless, Yunshin's skill was notably superior, and he surmised that the concealed skill information was intentionally hidden, adding an extra layer of challenge to the encounter. Yet, Yunshin remained unfazed by this complexity. Upon entering a state of battle fervor, he stowed his staff weapon into the 2 vacant slots of his backpack. He had no intention of confronting the foe unarmed. Throughout his journey, the battle spear he bore had remained untouched. In his initial tactical arrangement, the spear was designated for breaching defenses and specifically designed for this purpose. For now, he would observe how long his opponent could endure. In less than a moment, the battle spear, wrapped in gray oil paper, was firmly grasped in his right hand. You shall survive no more than 20 seconds. That is your limit. With that declaration, the monk's primary skill, Blood Explosion, enveloped Yunshin in a crimson radiance. Blood Explosion. For 20 seconds, all his attributes surged by 80, with attack speed, movement speed, and armor penetration each increasing by 75. After 20 seconds, the enhancements would vanish, leaving him in a state of weakness, with all attributes plummeting to a mere 25, lasting a full 3 minutes. In other words, this was a desperate gamble. If he could not secure victory within 20 seconds, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. Yet, in Yunshin's clear, resolute gaze, there was no trace of a gambler's madness, but rather a profound clarity and confidence. Here it comes. The ultimate skill of explosive power. The door is opening. Outside, as the grand screen's perspective once again fell upon Yunshin, the audience in the back suddenly erupted with excitement. In this moment, they were poised to witness history. He was massive, broader than a centurion by a whole measure. Even with mental preparation, witnessing his towering figure rise, seemingly capable of supporting the heavens, was still somewhat suffocating. Brother Yun has actually retracted his scepter. He has finally grasped the war spear. Is this the weapon he intends to showcase last? No one anticipated that at this critical juncture, this master of swordsmanship, assassination, magic, and marksmanship would resort to a war spear. However, the subsequent scene caused their expressions to change dramatically. Wait, is Brother Yun starting off in a berserk state? This resembles the blood explosion of a monk. There are numerous skills akin to berserk effects. The mechanical engineer's adrenaline injection, the Berserker-S Rage, and even the rare spell of the Wizard, Magical Fervor. All possess Berserk-like effects. Of course, Berserk enhancements do not stack. Currently, this unclassed wanderer is employing the Monk's Blood Explosion. Yet, something feels amiss. Who activates a Berserk ability right from the outset? In this moment, not only the students, but even the instructors appeared bewildered. Everyone seemed at a loss, even a bit dazed. Even the repeatedly revised textbooks at hand lacked examples of initiating a Berserk state upon engagement. Conversely, this is unequivocally a grave error. An action strictly prohibited. Why? Because once the Berserk state concludes, the body definitely succumbs to a state of weakness, and if one survives that, wouldn't it merely render them vulnerable to slaughter? This is reckless. Principal Fong's complexion paled instantly, feeling his long-stabilized blood pressure surging alarmingly. At this moment, he felt as though he required antihypertensives. In this critical moment, the figure igniting in a Berserk state had already charged towards the colossal silhouette descending from the stone pedestal. The towering giant had stepped down from the stone seat. With each footfall, the space trembled violently, leading one to wonder if a slight shift could cause the dome above to collapse. Yet, the lithe and robust human figure displayed not a trace of fear. At this moment, Yunshen's gaze had deepened, his spirit growing increasingly ethereal, and his combat awareness heightened. In the instant following the activation of Blood Explosion, the elongated figure, bathed in crimson light, took a step, almost as if teleporting, disappearing from sight. At that moment, the goblin centurion, observing from a distance, furrowed his brow, immediately sensing that this human insect was stronger than anticipated. No, this is too fast. Just as he prepared to raise his stone axe for defense, the figure before him, leaving behind afterimages, suddenly swung the tightly gripped war spear in his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, the gray oil paper enveloping the entire elongated spear was precisely hurled forward. This is not good. The goblin centurion's expression turned grave as he realized that the oil paper package, fully expanded in the air, had completely obscured his line of sight. In that fleeting moment, he lost all visibility of his opponent. Without a second thought, he instinctively adopted a defensive stance, swinging his battle axe in a sweeping motion. A tremendous gust of wind erupted forward, the terrifying edge of the wind blade tearing through the obscuring package with ease. However, unexpectedly, this sweeping attack failed to connect with his foe. Not only that, but the figure of his adversary vanished from view entirely. Wait, where did he go? Just as this thought surfaced, an intense pain surged through his right leg. Shooting up to his mind, a sharp, gaping wound suddenly blossomed from the side of the centurion's right leg, blood gushing forth like a geyser. Perhaps due to the injury to his hamstring, the goblin centurion felt his right leg weaken inexplicably, his massive frame tilting, losing its center of gravity. The reason for this sudden affliction was revealed. As the oil paper package was swung, Yunshun had executed a rapid maneuver, slipping past the centurion's sweeping attack. Moreover, in the blind spot of his opponent's vision, he had expertly slashed the unarmored leg with his blade, inflicting a significant wound. This strike could only be described as a masterful opening move. In its wake, Yunshun had deftly positioned himself behind the centurion. Roar! In that moment, the centurion, having been toyed with from the outset, was consumed by an overwhelming fury. His entire being radiated a wave of surging energy, causing the small stones beneath him to levitate. It was as if he were on the verge of unleashing some advanced defensive skill, his body and armor growing increasingly robust. Yet, Yunshin offered him no opportunity. The figure approaching from behind showed no signs of hesitation, as he thrust his spear forcefully against the lower part of the centurion's back. An upward thrust. An exceedingly basic warrior skill, yet it effectively interrupted the centurion's impending action. However, few warriors could master such a technique. The art of interrupting an opponent's skill through an upward thrust, as executed by Yunshun, was a rarity. This was no game. To successfully launch an opponent into the air, two conditions must often be met. First, one's strength must be substantial enough to avoid a significant disparity with the enemy. Otherwise, one lacks the necessary force. Second, even if the strengths are evenly matched, if the opponent loses their balance and cannot maintain their center of gravity, they can easily be lifted off the ground. Yunshin met both conditions. His attributes were top tier, bolstered by a blood burst enhancement. Furthermore, his adversary was now off balance from the previous strike. Thus, launching him skyward was effortless. Bang! The spear, pressed against the centurion's back, tightened like a drawn bow. And under the weightlessness brought on by his imbalance, the formidable goblin was effortlessly thrust into the air by Yunshun's impressive strength. A flurry of aerial strikes commenced. He stomped his feet upon the earth and soared into the air, pursuing his advantage without uttering a word, unleashing yet another primary skill of a warrior. Aerial combo. When you leap into the air to strike an enemy, each successive hit gains an additional 45 damage, culminating in an explosive 80 damage bonus on the final strike. This was a technique that eluded ordinary individuals, both in initiation and mastery. After all, for the average person, the prerequisite of launching an enemy into the air is a formidable challenge. Most critically, Executing consecutive strikes while airborne is an arduous task. Yet, at this moment, this was the most potent offensive capability in Yunshin's arsenal. In an instant, his weapon surged forth like a dragon. Yunshin's arm moved with rapid precision, emanating glimmers of cold light intertwined with boundless force, relentlessly piercing towards the airborne figure. Aerial six-strike. Kill. The first in history. With a series of piercing sounds, the airborne figure found itself not only interrupted in its skill, but utterly defenseless while suspended in the air. Yunshin, ascending with reckless abandon, wielded his war spear as if it were a razor-sharp beam of light, mercilessly pummeling the massive form before him. Hit. 2 strikes. 3 strikes. 5 strikes. The duration of suspension was fleeting. Even with Yunshin's current physical prowess, devoid of any support beneath him and wielding a weapon while desperately attacking, such a state could not be sustained for long. As his center of gravity began to descend, the intensely focused Yunshin thrust his spear forward with a final, powerful sixth strike. In less than 2 seconds, the aerial six-strike culminated. The final blow, infused with the utmost destructive force, erupted from the spear's tip, forcefully piercing the foe's heart. Each strike of the aerial combo grew increasingly fierce, with damage compounding by 45, while the final blow triggered an additional 80 damage bonus. Boom. This strike reverberated like thunder, shaking the very space around them. The beleaguered goblin centurion faced a devastating assault, as the last thrust penetrated his silver armor. The razor-sharp spear light continued unabated, driving through his heart. Under the weight of this tremendous force, the unfortunate creature was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the distance. The colossal momentum shattered the stone pillars behind him, carving a deep trench into the ground before finally halting his flight. Unyielding, Yunshin did not relent in his pursuit. The moment he touched the ground, he launched into the warrior's primary skill, charge. Bathed in crimson light, the effect of the charge propelled him forward like a wave of blood. A low, anguished growl escaped the goblin centurion, his body severely wounded. At least 6 gaping wounds marred his form, and his once proud silver armor lay in ruins, reduced to mere fragments clinging to his battered body. Even his own head felt as though it were missing a portion, as if it had been gnawed upon by some unseen force. At that moment, he was drenched in blood, his body marred with wounds, resembling a specter of despair, with only one intact eyeball fixed intently on the approaching figure. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, he clutched his battle axe firmly. Following the instinct of his body, he gathered his strength. This valiant commander, unable to rise in defiance, was compelled to retaliate. With a swift motion, he executed a sweeping strike, illuminated by the light, as if a crescent moon had splashed across the scene. This tableau appeared as if the onrushing figure was charging directly into the sharp edge of a blade, willingly hurling itself toward the steel. Yet, who could have anticipated that the blood-soaked warrior would abruptly halt his advance? With a low growl, Yunshin gripped his spear firmly, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. A block. This fundamental skill could be acquired by numerous melee combat classes, including warriors, swordsmen, and ghost swordsmen. The clash of weapons resonated sharply in the air. The commander, despite his severe injuries, struggled against the impediment of his own weakened strength, while Yunshin remained radiant with vigor. In less than half a second of stalemate, he thrust his hands forward with a sudden force, shattering the equilibrium. The impact of his block caused the goblin commander's arm to go numb, sending the battle axe flying from his grasp. With his weapon lost, his right hand was swept aside by the repelling force, leaving his entire body exposed, defenseless. Death. Yunshin took a decisive step forward. With the activation of a warrior's basic skill, he surged explosively from his position, his spear imbued with tremendous power aimed directly at the opponent's head. In that fleeting moment, the commander's eyes widened, blood surging within him as he attempted to unleash his own skill. But it was too late. The figure before him offered no opportunity for reprieve. With a thunderous crash, a substantial portion of the goblin commander's head erupted like a watermelon. Thus, the commander met his demise. Yunshin swiftly retracted his spear, giving it a gentle flick, causing droplets of blood to splatter onto the ground. Simultaneously, a sound echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, candidate Yunshin, on successfully clearing the goblin dungeon. Your difficulty level is Nightmare. Your completion time is 14 minutes and 47 seconds. Your examination results have been successfully recorded. The examination voice assistant has finished. Please collect your rewards for clearing the dungeon. Naturally, there would be rewards for successfully completing the dungeon. However, this did not pertain to the examination rewards, as this year's Jiangnan province examination had chosen the goblin dungeon as part of the assessment. In light of your difficulty level and time, your rating is exceptional. Congratulations on being recognized as the first individual to record in this dungeon. Commencing distribution of rewards. Am I truly the first in history? Yunshin's face could hardly conceal his elation. Does this not imply that he has already established himself as the top scholar of Jiangnan province for this session, even without confirming the achievements of others? Of course, it is not that simple, as the system has yet to finalize the results. Furthermore, he is the first individual to record history within this goblin dungeon. At this moment, the rewards have been distributed. Congratulations. You have received 15,650 experience points. Congratulations. You have obtained 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Congratulations. You have acquired the Green Forest Belt, Gold. Congratulations. You have obtained the Green Forest Gauntlets, Gold. Congratulations. You have earned the title, Goblin Slayer. Due to your status as the first to clear the dungeon, you will unlock a unique achievement talent. Please choose one from the following 3 options. Quick casting. You will significantly streamline the incantations and gestures required for casting magic, allowing even lower-level spells to be cast instantly. Power Strike Aura. Your attack speed will increase by 30, and every third attack will deal an additional 80 damage. Unyielding. When your physical injuries are severe, you will automatically gain a bonus of 100 attack power and increased attack speed. A choice among 3. I must say, all 3 achievement talents are valuable. However, considering his current tactics, Yunshin opted for quick casting. A bountiful reward. The crowd erupted in excitement. You have selected quick casting. In an instant, a new enlightenment surged into Yunshin's mind, and at that moment, his comprehension of magical elements ascended to a new level. Excellent. The casting time for low-level magical skills is already quite simple. Now, he can even bypass this process altogether, directly unleashing instant spells. Do not underestimate the significance of saving even a fraction of a second. Some skills may take less than half a second. In a rapidly changing battlefield, every moment saved equates to an increased assurance of safety. Moreover, with his keen combat instincts, Yunshin often capitalizes on fleeting moments of half a second. Take, for instance, his recent encounter with the Goblin Centurion. Had he been able to activate his protective abilities instantly, he would not have been interrupted by his own upward thrust. Buzz. At that moment, a golden beam of light descended from the apex above, landing directly upon the stone pedestal. As the radiance dissipated, 2 pieces of equipment appeared atop the pedestal, which were indeed the golden quality rewards for completing the dungeon. Equipment: Green Forest Belt. Quality: Gold. Attributes: Constitution 10. Strength 5. Level requirement: above level 10. Racial restriction: Human. Class restriction: None. Green Forest Set effect: 2-piece set. After disengaging from combat for 5 seconds, you will receive continuous restoration of health, mana, and stamina based on your constitution. Set of 4. Under the effects of the 2-piece set, any excess vitality will automatically generate a life shield, while any surplus magical energy will create a magic shield. Equipment: Green Forest Gauntlets. Quality: Gold. Attributes: Strength 10. Constitution 5. Level requirement: above level 10. Racial restrictions: Human. Class restrictions: None. Green Forest Set effect: 2-piece set. After disengaging from combat for 5 seconds, the wearer will continuously recover vitality, magical energy, and stamina based on their constitution. 4-piece set. Under the 2-piece set effect, any excess vitality will automatically generate a life shield, while any surplus magical energy will create a magic shield. What a splendid piece of equipment! Yunshin marveled. Given his financial standing and background, he could hardly aspire to possess gold-tier gear. His entire ensemble was composed of black iron and bronze-tier equipment. Although the sword within his staff was rare, it was merely of bronze quality. Moreover, this was a set, and its value alone far surpassed that of his novice attire. Level: 10, 15,650, 3,000. Free attribute points: 20. Skill points: 20. The rewards from completing the level had also been credited. As for leveling up, it required manual effort, as the experience points accumulated could be shared with secondary professions. Currently, Yunshin had no secondary profession, so he unhesitatingly chose to level up. It must be said that the experience rewards for leveling were exceptionally generous, enabling him to ascend several levels in one go. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 11. You have gained 3 free attribute points and 3 skill points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 12. You have gained 3 free attribute points and 3 skill points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 13. You have gained 3 free attribute points and 3 skill points. Level: 13, 2,650, 8,000. Including the points gained from leveling, the newly acquired 29 free attribute points were distributed as evenly as possible. Strength: 49, Constitution: 48, Agility: 47, Wisdom: 47, not including the attribute bonuses from equipped weapons. After allocating the attribute points, Yunshin immediately felt a noticeable increase in his strength. As for the title, Goblin Slayer, its effect was to grant a 25 damage bonus against the goblin race. A commendable gain. This revelation opened new avenues of thought for Yunshin. As long as he could break records in dungeons, perhaps he could obtain more free attribute points through that route, thus reducing his reliance on the system. The duration of weakness following blood explosion has diminished significantly. Upon donning the new gloves and belt, Yunshin swiftly realized that his stamina was rapidly recovering after disengaging from combat, and even the debilitating effects of the blood explosion had been considerably lessened. This effect is indeed remarkable. It is time to return. At this moment, Yun Shun felt an overwhelming urge to hurry home. With such splendid results, he was filled with excitement and wished to share the good news with his sister at the earliest opportunity. 2 weeks prior, he could scarcely have envisioned reaching this point. Yet, just as he prepared to utilize a return scroll, the stone pedestal before him unexpectedly crumbled inward, accompanied by a web of expanding fissures. A gaping entrance to a subterranean cavern emerged. This sudden turn of events left Yun Shun momentarily bewildered. Peering into the abyss, he discovered it led to another layer of the dungeon. A thought flickered in his mind. Could this be the legendary hidden level? With his college entrance examination already submitted, exiting the instance or delving into the next layer would not affect his scores. This presented a tangible opportunity for experience points. To forego, it would be a grave mistake. Driven by curiosity, the audacious Yun Shun resolved to explore this hidden challenge. It was worth noting that he had been in the 4th level for scarcely a minute, having dispatched his foes with remarkable speed. The blood burst effect had granted him a fleeting 20 seconds of enhancement, yet within mere seconds, he had flawlessly executed the Centurion. Outside the dungeon, perhaps due to multiple screen shifts, there was a slight delay in the real-time synchronization of the visuals, as Yun Shun collected his rewards within the instance. The audience members were just witnessing the culmination of his triumph over the Centurion. The unfortunate Centurion had been disarmed and left vulnerable, his body wide open after a counterattack. In an instant, Yun Shun's assault pierced through his skull with the precision of a dragon-esque strike. It was as simple as that. The entire encounter had lasted merely 7 or 8 seconds, certainly not even half the duration of the bloodburst effect. Silence enveloped the scene, so profound that the drop of a pin could be heard. The stillness lingered for less than 2 seconds. Then, as if a volcano had erupted, the previously hushed audience erupted into a frenzy. Yun Shun, the god of clouds, they exclaimed, incredulous. It had taken less than 8 seconds. How is this even possible? At that moment, the exhilarated students were not the only ones affected. Even Principal Fong was beside himself with excitement, resembling a jubilant child of over 200 pounds, wildly waving his suit tie and shouting with abandon. Decades of composure vanished in an instant, akin to Fan Jin's triumph in the imperial examination. Principal Fong yearned to proclaim the rise of Dongyun High School to the world. It was astonishing. He had truly accomplished it. The teachers of the 2 elite classes were left in a state of shock. While joy was present, a bittersweet feeling lingered in their hearts. For this was not one of their own students. Meanwhile, Jin Shun clenched his fists in excitement. This upstanding individual rarely expressed such emotion, joining the audience in chanting the name of the god of clouds. Across the aisle, however, the school's top seed, Xiaowen, wore a complex expression. The sliding maneuver had disrupted the monster's center of gravity, leading to a well-timed upward thrust that interrupted the opponent's skill and launched them into the air. Then came the aerial combo. Damn it! How was he able to execute a 6-hit combo in midair? What extraordinary physical prowess! And there was more. The final block and counterattack, perfectly disarming the opponent and delivering the last shot. Few can comprehend the intricate tactics executed within those fleeting seconds. The majority only know that Yun Shun triumphed in mere moments, reveling in celebration without grasping the finer details of his strategy. Classmate Xiaowen understood the brilliance of the maneuver but found it difficult to rejoice. He was acutely aware of his own limitations and, upon recognizing the vast chasm between himself and his rival, was engulfed by despair. This unexpected emergence of Yun Shun had completely eclipsed his own brilliance, shining even more resplendently than he ever had. The instant casting spell, the magical machine gun. Dongyun High School has achieved this. The top scholar seems almost assured. At this moment, Principal Fong was a portrait of unrestrained excitement, his exuberance undiminished. It was a sight to behold. Dongyun High School, an established institution, had never stood out among the prominent high schools in Jiangnan. Its historical record had peaked at a mere 8th place, a feat accomplished over 2 decades ago. Since taking on the role of principal, the school's best performances had only diminished, and had it not been for maintaining the number of students meeting the core curriculum requirements, his tenure might have come to an end. Now, with the nation's compulsory education initiatives yielding their first fruits, the current cohort's enrollment surpassed the combined total of the previous 2 years. This year's college entrance examination held particular significance. Should the top scholar from Jiangnan province be secured, Dongyun High School would soar to new heights, and resources from the Education Bureau would be directed towards it in the coming years, indirectly benefiting countless future students of Dongyun City. At over 70 years of age, Principal Fong, though still vibrant, harbored thoughts that had grown weary with age. After more than 2 decades of retirement from the front lines, he had made no further advancements and merely wished to etch his name into the annals of educational history, yearning for recognition while hoping to benefit more students from Dongyun. Now, that dream seemed tantalizingly close, almost within his grasp. Principal, a call from the Education Bureau, announced his secretary, rushing over with a phone in hand. It seemed the news could no longer be contained. Principal Fong cleared his throat, regaining his composure as he took the call. Meanwhile, the screen remained focused on Yun Shun, and the audience buzzed with speculation about the rewards for clearing the level. Uncertain, Nevertheless, the higher the evaluation, the more substantial the rewards. It was certain that there would be free attribute points and skill points. The most coveted resources for an unclassed wanderer. Look, equipment is dropping, 2 pieces of golden quality gear. In this moment, even the teachers felt a twinge of envy, as few among them possessed such treasures. Something was amiss. The pedestal began to collapse. Wait, a hole had appeared. Could this be a hidden level? Now, even the proctors wore expressions of astonishment. Some dungeons indeed contained hidden stages, yet no one had ever heard of triggering a hidden level in the Goblin Dungeon. This raised a pressing question. What were the triggering conditions? Reflecting upon previous examples, he wondered if it was perhaps a no-damage clear under the highest difficulty. He ventured down. Regardless of the circumstances, the male protagonist leaped down, arriving at the 2nd level of the underground city. Upon landing, he found himself in an exceedingly long subterranean corridor. Shortly after, his figure entered a side hall, where a multitude of goblin creatures lay asleep. Even though this was a hidden level, the onlookers felt no trepidation, for the instructor had clarified that this was merely a bronze-level dungeon, and its intensity would not be excessively daunting. Having witnessed Yunshin's remarkable ability to dispatch 1,000 captains in mere seconds, they naturally held no doubts about his safety. In fact, Yunshin found navigating the 2nd underground city simpler and more expedient. He raised his staff, astonishingly bypassing all incantations and gestures, unleashing spells with frenetic speed. Fireballs erupted at his command, cascading forth in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, over 10 fireballs engulfed the entire side hall in a raging inferno. 70 or 80 goblin creatures perished within the flames, reduced to mere ash under the searing tide of fire. What on earth is happening? Every student in the audience, including the instructors, stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Even Principal Fong's mouth hung agape, his expression one of utter incredulity. This was instantaneous magic. My goodness. Only after the 2nd advancement does a mage typically begin to cast low-level spells instantaneously. Yet this individual accomplished it now. What was most exasperating was that this rascal was not even a mage. A teacher of magical studies raged inwardly. This was evidently part of a quest reward. Perhaps he had acquired a new talent associated with magic. Such a conclusion was unmistakable, especially since everyone vividly recalled Yunshin's performance in the 1st level. Although he had demonstrated remarkable stability and speed while casting spells on the move, there remained a distinction between that and instantaneous magic. Previously, he still required incantations and gestures. Now, those steps had vanished. Damn it, this talent was of utmost importance to him as a non-classed individual, entirely comprised of basic skills. What a thrill. Many magical abilities had essentially defaulted to instantaneous casting. With the teacher's explanation, the envy among them deepened. A non-classed individual mastering hundreds of low-level skills across all professions, and now gaining the ability to cast low-level spells instantly. What a formidable advantage. Moreover, the power of magic was not confined solely to the mage class. Numerous professions also required magical energy, with summoners being a prime example. Envy consumed them. This non-classed individual could unleash spells like a machine gun, while I, as a first-tier mage, found myself at a loss for words. The name Yunshin echoed among the students. Spell machine gun, a feat achievable only by a 2nd-tier elemental mage, had manifested in a non-classed individual. Not only the students, but even the teachers felt a twinge of envy. However, despite their admiration, such a monumental achievement and bestowed talent seemed forever beyond their reach. With such spellcasting prowess, did Yunshin not fear depleting his mana? Since witnessing his historic milestone, the 1st and 2nd-year students had unconsciously begun to refer to him as the god of magic. As I witnessed the other party rushing towards the 2nd auxiliary chamber, unleashing a relentless barrage of fireballs and laser beams, the sheer magnitude of this consumption was astonishing. Even a non-classed wanderer utilizing only basic skills should not exhibit such outrageous expenditure. It must be the effect of the wilderness set, remarked classmate Xiao when with a complex expression. Once disengaged from combat, it allows for rapid recovery of vitality, magical energy, and stamina. Although the wilderness set is merely of golden quality, it is exclusively sourced from the Goblin Dungeon instance. Those capable of obtaining it are destined to become renowned figures in the future, thus inflating its market value while rendering it scarce. Nonetheless, even such a prestigious item should not sustain such consumption. It must be the mana restoration technique at play. Did he not acquire a new skill point? Perhaps he has elevated his skill level. However, his intelligence attribute must also be quite high. The intelligence attribute correlates with spellcasting potency, magical defense, and even one's own mana regeneration rate. The homeroom teacher of the rocket class, who had been closely observing, scratched his head in contemplation. He runs swiftly, dodges adeptly, and his agility appears commendable. His attack damage is substantial, and his strength attribute is impressive as well. His constitution is evidently high, as he has yet to show signs of fatigue. Presently, his intelligence does not seem to be lacking either. This individual is indeed full of surprises. Yet, it is also possible that the 2 pieces of golden equipment bestow upon him an excessive boost to his attributes. Furthermore, Since the hidden levels are not included in the final examination content, Yunshin's answer sheet has already been submitted, thus rendering the use of such high-quality equipment, which is typically prohibited, inconsequential here. Observing the disheartened demeanor of his proud student, he gently patted the latter's shoulder and reassured him. Your future days may not be any worse than his. The path of a wanderer is ultimately fraught with challenges. There are evident advantages, yet also tremendous drawbacks. If he were truly so formidable, why has no prominent figure emerged over the years? He has now reached a level where he loses approximately 3 free attribute points and skill points per level. If this Yunshin remains obstinate and does not promptly change classes, he will inevitably incur greater losses. After second and third class transitions, this disparity will only widen. Teacher, the acquisition methods for free attribute points and skill points are not solely restricted to leveling up, right? If this individual can earn level evaluations from clearing other instances, then wouldn't he that compensate for his shortcomings? Classmate Xiao appeared somewhat self-pitying. The number 1 seed faced a re-examination, and his mindset was somewhat shaken. In response, the homeroom teacher of class 1 found himself at a loss for words of comfort. Each instance possesses distinct professional targeting. Some monsters exhibit high magical resistance, causing typical mages to steer clear. Yet, paradoxically, a non-classed wanderer can traverse these instances without hesitation. If one considers this, it seems that Yunshin, the seemingly omnipotent combat prodigy, may indeed sweep through various instances in the future. Could it be that his greatest attribute shortcoming will be entirely mitigated? Moreover, in this so-called underground second level, no formidable monsters were in sight. The number of goblins was indeed plentiful, yet for some inexplicable reason, they appeared exceedingly frail, shattering effortlessly before Yunshin. The effects of the Goblin Slayer title are undeniably remarkable. This title is not a secret. In fact, anyone meeting the aforementioned criteria can attain it. Over the years, several distinguished individuals have successfully secured this honor, and their names are now widely recognized. It has become a rather tedious affair, devoid of intrigue. While the speed of the spellcaster's machine gun-like area clear is indeed impressive, the monotony of such overwhelming force can be quite exhausting. Instead of this relentless bombardment, many yearn for a nuanced display of challenge, rather than sheer overpowering domination. At this juncture, numerous students from Dongyun High School have successfully navigated their respective challenges and emerged from the dungeons. Apart from the elite class, most opted for standard difficulty and even formed teams, persevering through various trials to reach the conclusion. Even some high achievers who ventured solo through the dungeons managed to clear them successfully. Their performance ought to suffice for a commendable evaluation. There exists a discernible gap between ordinary universities and the prestigious 7 academies. However, from the outset, it was clear that very few from Dongyun High would likely gain admission to the 7 academies. Thus, there was little discontent among individuals. Naturally, for the senior students of the same cohort, the most astonishing revelation was the possibility of a top scorer emerging from their ranks. Not the pair of twin brothers, but Yunshin from Class 3, a freelancer. This individual managed to dominate the field solely as a free agent, with rumors suggesting that during the final and most challenging stage, he had yet to unleash any skills, yet he managed to eliminate the adversary in mere seconds. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, unable to believe that Yunshin had indeed chosen the path of a freelancer. Lei Yun, a classmate from the same class and positioned at the front lines, was aware of Yunshin's internal deliberations regarding his profession due to his exceptional talent. Just yesterday, during self-study, he had inquired about it, only to be told, "You will know tomorrow." Freelancer. This was his answer. The entire venue, filled with thousands of faculty and students, buzzed with discussions surrounding all news related to Yunshin. Lei Yun shook his head with a wry smile. The manner in which he finally discovered the choice of profession was indeed shocking and unique. His emergence and performance on the arena even prompted officials from the Provincial Education Bureau to journey to this modest locale. Yunshin's ascent is bound to soar even higher now. Applause thundered. Welcome back home. The news of Yunshin, a potential top scorer from the key class of Class 3, reverberated throughout the school. Now, not only the senior students who had just exited the dungeon were buzzing with excitement, but even the parents waiting outside had heard that a candidate was vying for the title of top scorer. Some rejoiced while others felt the weight of apprehension. The atmosphere in the senior examination hall was anything but warm and peaceful. Rather, it was fraught with danger. At least 30 corpses lay eternally buried within the depths of the dungeon. It seems certain now. Furthermore, he inadvertently triggered a previously undiscovered hidden level. I feel he is indeed the foremost contender. No one could possibly surpass him. This hidden level was not as daunting as anticipated. Perhaps it is merely that this remarkable freelancer has grown exponentially stronger, having dispatched a goblin centurion with a fireball spell. He has indeed become significantly more powerful. The enhancement of his equipment proves vital. Otherwise, the dungeon would not specifically impose restrictions on equipment quality, leveling the playing field for every participant. Yet, despite this, numerous prestigious families can still afford exceptional bronze gear. Upon claiming the completion rewards, a stark contrast emerged, making it evident that Yunshin had indeed grown stronger. The remaining moments were merely a waste of time. Unexpectedly, the proctor did not switch screens, and not a single spectator left their seat, all eagerly awaiting the emergence of this unclassed wanderer from the dungeon. In less than 20 minutes, the multitude of foes vanquished, Yunshun began to collect the rewards from the hidden stage. Another item from the wilderness set? He shimmered with golden light, having leveled up once more. Goodness! This dungeon has propelled him to new heights, resulting in several levels gained. It is likely that this additional layer provides new free attribute points and skill points. Precisely what a wanderer requires. This unexpected delight serves as a bonus reward. The audience buzzed with admiration, envious of his success. Yet, as if realizing something, everyone gradually rose from their seats, their eyes filled with anticipation and reverence, fixed on the bronze gate at the center. With the rewards claimed, he was due to emerge. In apparent response to their fervent hopes, a much-anticipated figure materialized before the bronze door. Tall and slender, his form clad in light armor appeared anything but cumbersome. Rather, he exuded an air of valor. His sharply defined, handsome visage bore a somewhat austere expression, hinting at an unapproachable demeanor. Coupled with his lethal and decisive combat style, he indeed resembled a merciless assassin. At that moment, a thunderous applause surged forth, crashing over him like a wave, heralding his return. Yunshun, you are magnificent. You are simply incredible. The cacophony of cheers melded together, rendering it impossible to discern each distinct proclamation. As Yunshun stepped forth into the jubilation of the crowd, he found himself somewhat dazed. Most astonishing was the sight of Principal Fong, who typically displayed no visible emotions, sprinting towards him, grasping his hand with fervent enthusiasm, lavishing praise upon him. Come, let's capture this moment. Principal Fong had even prepared in advance, directing the cameraman to take numerous shots of their camaraderie. Jin Sheng, what are you dawdling for? Come over here. Principal Fong beamed, relishing the joy of this moment more than any other in his life. Yunshun, the results of the college entrance examination will be available in as soon as 3 days, and at the latest, 7 days. You can rest assured and return home with good news. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Principal Fong recognized his own verbosity and promptly ceased his chatter. As soon as the news arrives, we will notify you immediately. In the meantime, enjoy a well-deserved rest and leisure, free from burdens. Make way quickly. Driver, hurry. Take him home personally. Thus, Yunshun's journey through the college entrance examination came to an end. Of course, for some students at Dongyan High School who had withdrawn from the exams, it was far from over. The battle profession had not passed the threshold. Either he must wait until next year to repeat the year, or he should abandon his aspirations and turn to a secondary vocation, perhaps engaging in work related to the humanities. These alternatives correspond to different assessment criteria, and relevant examination materials will be made available in the coming days. Yunshun is a child born and raised in Dongyan City. His residence is modest, spanning merely 70 square meters, comprising a living room and 2 bedrooms. However, upon returning home, he finds himself alone. In truth, his parents passed away long ago. His father fell on the front lines over a decade ago during the invasion of the Beastman Kingdom. His mother, who endured much hardship to raise Yunshun, and his younger sister, Yuntang, succumbed to heart disease a few years back. The absence of his sister is due to her being in class, as she is still in the 2nd year of junior high. Frankly, over the years, he and his sister have relied on each other, leading a life of remarkable frugality. Children of impoverished families mature early. A few years ago, in order to avoid hindering her combat training, his sister stood on a small stool at the kitchen counter to wash the dishes. In their final year of high school, the remarkably mature Yuntang even took on the responsibility of cooking. To save money, they refrained from indulging in takeout, no matter how much she insisted. She refused to delegate household duties to him. Faced with his sister's stubbornness, Yunshun understood that only through relentless effort could he repay her devotion. Starting today, everything would change. The ranking for 002-4 has been released. Top scorer of Jiangnan Province. Alone on the couch at home, Yunshun lay in solitude, the curtains drawn, casting the room in darkness. Perhaps it was this desolate atmosphere that prompted deep reflection. Without the support of compulsory education, he would scarcely have acquired such foundational vocational skills. Even the equipment he carried into dungeons was nothing more than ancient relics left by his father. The ammunition and firearms were purchased from the market with his meager remaining savings, a decision made with great reluctance. Furthermore, Yunshun was quite satisfied with his innate talent. He possessed a natural instinct for combat, mastering weaponry with remarkable speed and exhibiting an unparalleled grasp of timing during battles. Of course, if one were to speak of his greatest regret, it would be the somewhat awkward nature of his awakened talent, which allowed him to elevate all skills by 2 tiers, but only to a certain level. This limitation barred him from the prestigious accelerated classes. In their eyes, this talent was deemed worthless, incapable of progressing far, and unable to support advanced vocational skills. No amount of training would change that. This realization dealt a blow to Yunshun, simultaneously igniting thoughts of remaining a non-classed wanderer. Elevating all primary skills by 2 tiers, combined with his inherent combat instincts, seemed like a perfect match. Yet, With so many innate advantages, Yunshin struggled with confidence, as remaining unclassed meant that as he leveled up, he would increasingly miss out on attribute and skill points. These are age-old dilemmas. The turning point, the key that solidified his resolve, was the emergence of a fortuitous opportunity. After many years of traversing this world, he had almost forgotten about it, having long since abandoned the hope of encountering a system akin to those found in novels. The activated system's content is remarkably straightforward, assisting you in transforming your chosen profession into the world's strongest. Please select your career path. Yunshin still vividly recalls the moment. He swallowed hard. Upon hearing the system's words, his initial thought was not of a mage knight, sorcerer, or warrior, but rather a classless wanderer. Yet, can a wanderer truly be considered a profession? It merely refers to players in past online games who chose not to advance in class. Would the system acknowledge this answer? With a tentative spirit, he nervously selected classless wanderer as his response. To his surprise, the system accepted it. Consequently, all his daily tasks yielded generous rewards of freedom attribute points, skill points, and skill books in a triad of choices. The wanderer's most significant shortcoming was swiftly remedied, transforming his four-dimensional attributes into a formidable advantage. After all, while other first-tier professions gained fewer than 10 freedom attribute points per level, he could amass them daily, should he wish. Additionally, the system would issue tasks as part of his career planning. Currently, his first task remained unfulfilled, to determine his corresponding system rewards based on his college entrance examination scores. A product of the system is invariably of premium quality. He desired only the reward of one. Thus he was determined to secure the title of top scorer in Jiangnan province. Now, he must continue to await the release of the rankings. Sighing softly, Yunshin rose from the sofa, drew back the curtains, turned on the lights, and made his way to the kitchen. Before the principal's driver returned, he had also requested a trip to the market. With the college entrance examinations concluded, it was hardly fair to burden his sister with cooking. 5 days gradually passed. Living at home, Yunshin remained exceptionally disciplined. Each morning, he performed 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats, followed by a 10-kilometer run along the riverbank. Completing daily tasks was non-negotiable. In most instances, he opted for 10 freedom attribute points, distributing them in a balanced manner of 3, 3, 2, and 2 across his 4 attributes. Maintaining equilibrium and progressing in tandem was his strategy. Skill points were equally crucial. For instance, to elevate Fireball to level 8, he required 16 skill points. Presently, the cost-benefit ratio was unappealing. Upgrading other basic skills seemed more prudent. Moreover, high-quality professional skills demanded even more skill points, with an upgrade potentially costing 16 points for just a level increase. For Yunshin, it was wiser to conserve skill points. Anticipating the acquisition of more versatile skills and primary skills from various professions once he entered university. After all, Dongyan High School was quite small with limited resources. The 7 universities each possessed a broader array of skill books and even held pathways to several hidden careers, including those for obscure professions. Such resources were never disseminated publicly. This very reason led to some media outlets criticizing the 7 universities as resembling academic oligarchs 2 years prior. In response, the school spokesperson merely chuckled, inviting these journalists to the campus's hero monument for tea. Gazing upon the monument, adorned with the names of illustrious figures from the school, the journalists fell silent, refraining from further comment. Similar to the previous life, a superior academic background equates to enhanced resources and status. 5 days have elapsed without any notification. Principal Fong had personally stated that news would arrive within 3 days at the earliest, and by the 7th day at the latest. Yet on the 5th day, he had called multiple times, urging Yunshin to remain calm and not to fret. In truth, Yunshin himself was relatively composed. However, it was evident that Principal Fong was far more anxious than he was. On the morning of the 6th day, after an invigorating morning run, Yunshin returned home to find his sister waiting for him at the entrance of their community. His vivacious sister, brimming with youthful exuberance, waved frantically at him as he approached, her pure and charming face radiating uncontainable excitement. Brother, after bouncing in place, she could no longer restrain herself and dashed towards him. With the grace of a sparrow returning to its nest, she leaped directly into Yunshin's embrace. Gripping his shoulders tightly, Yuntang joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, you are the top scorer of Jiangnan province. The champion is you." The results of the exam had been released that morning. Without a shadow of a doubt, the first place belonged to Yunshin from Dongyan City. While out for his run, Yunshin had not taken his phone. His sister, Yuntang, happened to be at home and noticed that his phone had been inundated with calls. Realizing what had transpired, she could hardly contain her excitement upon hearing from their homeroom teacher, Jin Sheng, the news of her brother's triumph. Knowing that it was around the time he would return from his run, she decided not to wait idly at home, but ran to the community entrance instead. Just as she was about to head to the riverside track, she spotted Yunshin's figure. "Brother, you're the champion," Yuntang announced as if she were about to ride on his back, delivering the most joyous news in the world. Meanwhile, the system had commenced the reward settlement. Detected that the college entrance examination results have been released. You have completed this task. Congratulations on achieving first place in Jiangnan Province. Task rewards will be issued based on your first place score. The news of a top scorer from Dongyan City spread rapidly throughout the entire city. It was a rare occurrence. Since 1970, Dongyan City had only one key high school, and its historical best ranking was 8th in the province. This year, it seemed that the heavens had finally smiled upon them, allowing this small locality to produce a provincial champion. The gates of Dongyan High School were inundated with people, all media and reporters. Although the college entrance examination had concluded, the courses for first and second year students were still ongoing. Some enterprising reporters, eager to file their stories, politely called upon a few students for interviews, asking them to share their impressions of the top scorer. If I were to describe Yunshin in detail, how should I put it? His demeanor exudes a blend of 3 parts confidence, 3 parts pride, and 7 parts nonchalance. The reporters, upon hearing this, were momentarily bewildered. Wasn't he that 13 parts? And then there's the 87 parts attributed to his cold, striking handsomeness, which perfectly rounds it off to 100%. Seizing the opportunity with a multitude of students present, the reporters quickly surveyed the crowd. The consensus was clear. His aloof charm and striking good looks were universally acknowledged. It appears that this individual is indeed quite handsome, and the journalist, understanding the cue, has swiftly begun to record the details. Moreover, he has captured a pivotal title, the Cloud God. Every observing junior in the examination hall is, without a doubt, in profound admiration of this Yunshin, their reverence evident and heartfelt, wishing to shower him with every commendation known to them. Most importantly, he has come to realize that this personage confidently roams the Jiangnan province as an unclassed wanderer. This revelation has struck him like a treasure. Although the journalist himself is not from a combat profession and possesses no experience in slaying monsters, he is adept at using the news to tug at the strings of every individual's emotions, igniting their passions. The Cloud God proclaims, "Walk your own path, leaving others with none." The self-established path of the wanderer, the Cloud God, is unparalleled and unprecedented. Astonishment ensues. The prodigy of Dongyun, in the guise of an unclassed wanderer, overwhelms the provincial geniuses. The students of Dongyun have accomplished but one feat, and thus he is crowned as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. The wanderer serves as the catalyst for this explosive news, and the readership is bound to skyrocket. In that fleeting moment, the reporters at the Dongyun newspaper have already concocted multiple headlines in their minds and sent the initial drafts to the editorial department, eager to seize the opportunity to publish first. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, television reporters accompanied by cameramen have conducted an in-depth interview. Principal Fong, dressed impeccably, wears a warm and approachable demeanor. In his office, a photograph of him alongside the college entrance examination top scorer, Yunshin, hangs prominently. The story of my connection with Yunshin dates back 3 years. After recounting a tale for 10 minutes, Principal Fong concluded by announcing that he would present a substantial reward on behalf of Dongyun School and the Alumni Association to Yunshin. Bestowing accolades upon the provincial top scorer has become a cherished tradition. The Jiangnan Provincial Education Bureau has sent a congratulatory message, offering Yunshin a cash prize of 1,000, along with a skill book and precious materials. The Dongyun City authorities have followed suit with their own congratulatory note, presenting Yunshin with 200 in cash, alongside a luxurious villa and rare resources. With the official statements made, local enterprises naturally could not remain passive. What a jest it would be to overlook the illustrious top scorer, whose future is bound to be limitless. A figure of elevated status emerging from the combat profession, cultivating favorable connections, is imperative. Furthermore, the gifts from enterprises to the top scorer essentially serve as advertisements. All parties understand this unspoken agreement. Major corporations have begun to showcase their support through media channels, unequivocally expressing their intent to reward the only top scorer in Dongyun City. The local alchemy workshop has pledged to present a set of enchanted equipment. The summoning creature breeding base has promised to gift Yunshin the finest contractual summoning creature. A real estate company valued at hundreds of billions has vowed to offer the best property in the area. The automotive industry has declared their intention to provide Yunshin with a luxury vehicle and cash. Yet, these accolades hold little significance for Yunshin at present. Upon returning home, his focus rests solely on the rewards bestowed by the most formidable occupational assistance system. Ding. In accordance with your identity as an unclassed wanderer, task rewards are now being issued. Congratulations on the awakening of your omnipotent talent, which has now ascended to a state of full capability. This omnipotent talent allows all skills and abilities to achieve a maximum of 3 quality upgrades. Moreover, you have attained the God-level skill, Divine Flash, and the extraordinary artifact, Rebirth Cross. Additionally, you have acquired a new talent, Extraordinary Self-Healing, along with 50 free attribute points and 50 skill points. In that fleeting moment of reward, Yunshin was left in awe. The bounty was indeed extraordinary, surpassing all expectations. In comparison, the 50 points of free attributes and skills seemed trivial. Most significantly, his foundational awakening talent, which sustains his existence as a classless wanderer, has successfully ascended. The potential for 3 quality upgrades now extends to skills and talents alike. While he may not yet benefit from this in terms of talents, there are numerous potions of varying levels available in the market, providing him with ample tactical options for his classless approach. The transformation to Omnipotence, Divine Flash, and Extraordinary Self-Healing signifies the core of his existence as a classless wanderer. Presently, his repertoire of basic skills across various professions is limited. However, when he ultimately masters hundreds of primary skills, his strength will transcend conventional boundaries. The Fireball spell, which was originally a basic incantation, has now been elevated to a new echelon. The most striking change is the transformation of its fiery red flames into a subtle lavender glow. This remarkable metamorphosis not only intensifies the heat, but also introduces a new effect. Upon successfully igniting an opponent's body, it inflicts excruciating psychic pain upon their very soul. As expected, Yunshin used. When skill points are utilized to enhance an individual skills level, such as upgrading Fireball from level 7 to 8, no qualitative transformation occurs. Only a quantitative enhancement is realized. The increase merely amplifies the original magical damage. In other words, elevating the skill level results solely in an enhancement of the existing attributes, such as raising damage from 20 to 25 or increasing splash damage from 35 to 45. However, with Yunshin's awakening talent of Omnipotence, he can essentially induce qualitative transformations across all his mastered basic skills. Prior to this, the ordinary Wind Slash had already transformed into Wind Slash, yielding new dynamics. The newly acquired ability allows for the cooldown to refresh upon successfully slaying the targeted enemy, enabling continuous forward thrusts through the winds. Without this capability, Yunshin would not have executed a seamless series of over 10 consecutive kills, swiftly overcoming the first stage of the dungeon. Now, with Wind Slash upgraded to its enhanced form, a new qualitative change has emerged. The swirling winds surrounding him have significantly intensified, manifesting as a protective wind garment that has a chance to deflect incoming attacks. Through the qualitative transformations of these two skills, it is evident that the other skills he possesses have also undergone considerable changes. The Druid's ability, Entangling Tendrils, generates a faint absorption of energy, enhancing vitality. The Radiant spell imparts a subtle effect of mental disruption. The Warrior class's floating combo has a certain probability of inflicting split damage, while Charge and Assault amplify the effects of invulnerability, making it exceedingly difficult to interrupt during execution. The Gunslinger's Fervent Pursuit adds a slight lifesteal effect. The Assassin's techniques, including Clone Technique, Backstab, and Stealth, exhibit significant transformations. Other abilities have also evolved, but I shall refrain from detailing them all. Most critically, the enhancements have undergone a qualitative transformation without affecting mana consumption, which remains at the modest level characteristic of beginner skills. With this in mind, Yunshin mused that his unique advantage might enable the further elevation of his awakened talents, leading to a rapid metamorphosis. After contemplating his awakened abilities, his gaze shifted to other rewards. A remarkable artifact, the Rebirth Cross, grants him an additional life. Upon death, it automatically consumes the cross and allows for revival at a designated safe location, essentially providing him with a second chance at life. In this world, where a game has merged with reality, everyone possesses only one life, unlike in games where death holds little consequence. Divine Flash, a divine secret art capable of traversing space, providing ultra-long distance teleportation. The description is remarkably straightforward. Teleporting across vast distances, even traversing space. Moreover, it is a secret art with no class restrictions. Furthermore, Yunshin had not previously encountered such a term as a secret art. Is it a separate system beyond skills, or a proprietary term defined by the system? However, given his current perspective, he certainly cannot access high-level techniques. Even mid-tier skills are treasures kept under lock and key at the academy. Obtaining a divine secret art at this level is exhilarating, adding another means of self-preservation. He plans to seek out a training ground to test the efficacy of Divine Flash. This skill has swiftly become the most formidable in Yunshin's arsenal, particularly with its ability to traverse space, which is undoubtedly advantageous. From the information he has gathered, the spatial structure of Earth is currently unstable, riddled with numerous spatial rifts that intermittently connect to other dimensions. The tragedy of Ghost City 20 years ago stemmed from the inability to promptly address a rift tearing through the city's skies, allowing the Beastmen to invade humanity as homeland unchecked. Acquiring some spatial secret arts would indeed provide an additional layer of security. Lastly, the system has granted him another talent, Extraordinary Regeneration. Your cells are imbued with immense vitality, allowing you to withstand most fatal injuries. What a remarkable boon, a talent for survival. It seems the system is somewhat apprehensive about his current vulnerability in this world, continually bestowing upon him skills and talents for self-preservation. The efficacy of resurrecting the dead or regenerating bones remains uncertain and awaits validation, though the revival of severed limbs should be assured. He has heard that a second-tier priest can typically heal bodily injuries. Compared to that, a higher level of innate talent is essential. rebirth from severed limbs is merely the minimum requirement. As for whether the effect of rebirth through blood is achieved, Yunchun would naturally not put his own body to the test. In any case, with the divine artifact, the rebirth cross, he has protected himself thoroughly, both inside and out. Indeed, Yunchun felt quite satisfied. The reward for being the top scorer was remarkably substantial. The system's offerings are undeniably exquisite. Meanwhile, the mobile phone on the desk in his bedroom continued to vibrate, receiving calls from his homeroom teacher, Jin Sheng, classmates, the principal, and even several unfamiliar numbers persistently attempting to reach him. 00277 University. Yunchun, why not respond? Faced with the congratulations from his teachers and classmates, he simply replied with a brief message. As for those unfamiliar callers who had somehow acquired his contact information, he chose to ignore them entirely. In addition to extending his congratulations, homeroom teacher Jin Sheng specifically informed him to come to school in the afternoon, as representatives from various university admissions offices would be arriving. After failing to reach him on the first call, Principal Fong also sent a message to inform Yunchun that he had dispatched a driver to pick him up. Yunchun raised an eyebrow slightly. The speed at which the admissions office representatives arrived was indeed impressive. However, it was understandable. For the top scorer of the college entrance examination, the university admissions officers were naturally eager to act swiftly to secure him, aiming to seize the opportunity first. It was also time to make decisions regarding his university applications. The filling out of college applications typically occurs after the results are released, so there was no need to rush into selecting a university beforehand. According to university rankings, Yunchun's choices would undoubtedly be among the 7 institutions renowned for their exceptional faculty strength. After thoroughly reviewing the system's rewards, he stepped out of his bedroom. Brother, there are so many reporters and onlookers outside the community. Thankfully, the security guards prevented them from entering, or else our doorstep would have been trampled. His sister, Yun Tang, expressed with some discontent. She raised her phone and added, I don't even know where all these distant relatives are coming from, calling incessantly. It's so surreal. When one is impoverished, no one cares, but when one becomes wealthy, distant relatives emerge from the shadows. Since their parents passed away, the only relative who had ever helped them was one, with no other connections remaining, effectively severing ties. Ignore them, Yunchun advised. His sister understood implicitly, these distant relatives, with whom they shared a tenuous bond, were indeed rather insufferably opportunistic. Yet, there were still many joyful matters to share. Brother, our family has come into wealth. Jiangnan province has gifted us 1,000, and our city has contributed 200. A total of 1,200 is enough for us to live comfortably in Dongyan City for a lifetime. Not to mention the numerous cultivation resources, the provincial government provided skill books and rare treasures, while the city gifted us a set of luxurious villas. Moreover, various enterprises in Dongyan City have all expressed their intention to bestow us with many gifts. Yun Tang recounted excitedly. Perhaps having grown accustomed to a life of scarcity, she was genuinely delighted, her delicate and radiant face breaking into a sweet smile, beaming with joy. Certainly, there is a sense of joy derived from the excellence of her elder brother. However, she swiftly reined in her smile and said with utmost seriousness, Brother, we should decline the gifts from these enterprises. The rewards conferred by the state for being a top scholar are undoubtedly received with peace of mind, as every cohort of top scholars is honored. Having read extensively, Yun Tang is well aware that no benefit is bestowed without ulterior motives. Accepting such gifts may lead to an uncomfortable obligation when they seek assistance in the future. Of course, Yunqing replied with a smile and a nod. What are you laughing at? He inquired. I find it amusing that at such a tender age, you possess a great deal of wisdom. His sister, Yun Tang, while youthful and charming, also exhibits a maturity uncommon among her peers, which greatly comforts Yunqing. After exchanging pleasantries, Yun Tang reclined on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, perusing news articles about her brother. Brother, this news is quite exaggerated, claiming that he is forging a new path, unparalleled in history. And look at this. A prodigy from Dongyun has triumphed over all provincial talents while remaining an unassigned individual. This single feat has propelled him to the status of top scholar. Upon delving into the article, it seems to be mere sensationalism. After completing his daily tasks and enjoying lunch, Yunqing received notification that Principal Fong's driver was awaiting him in the community parking lot. At Dongyun High School, representatives from various esteemed universities had arrived in succession at the conference room. This gathering comprised the admissions officers from the 7 prestigious institutions. To be candid, after all these years, these elite universities had never visited such a small locale. Principal Fong approached the reception with great caution. However, what took him by surprise was the absence of the admissions representative from Qingyun University among the 7 institutions. What is going on? He pondered. It seems they have no intention of coming to Dongyun. They have remained in the provincial capital of Jiangnan, and we feel too awkward to inquire. Throughout the years, every top scholar has been fervently pursued, with institutions sparing no effort to win them over with lavish gifts. In recent years, some have even played the familial card, securing positions for relatives of the top scholars. Who could have anticipated that this year's top scholar from Jiangnan would be so overlooked by one of the 7 universities? Not coming. Even more astonishing to Principal Fong was the discontent evident on the face of the admissions officer from Qing University. As expected, he set down his tea and suddenly raised his phone with a smirk. I just came across a local news piece claiming they are pioneering a new path for unassigned individuals, unparalleled in history. Such audacity. I'm not afraid to offend anyone. Let it not be said that I am bullying your small town. Have your Yunqing immediately choose a profession as an unassigned individual. What nonsense is this? If there is no transition, we shall leave at once. With this declaration, a member of the student council from Qing University, who had accompanied him, could not contain his laughter. Teacher, you may not be aware of a term called township examination takers. It specifically refers to those children from small towns who excel in exams through relentless studying. While I consider this term to be a blatant form of discrimination, at this moment, I must admit that Yunqing is quite cunning. The examination system is inherently tailored to specific professions, yet this individual deliberately opts for a free agent approach, disregarding his future prospects and allocating all his skill points to basic skills across all professions. This sacrifice of one's future merely to navigate the college entrance examination with a clever ruse is, I must admit, somewhat successful, albeit a mere display of cunning. After all, a free agent ultimately lacks endurance. It is quite possible that this morally dubious top scorer, Yun Shun, has already transitioned to another profession. To elaborate, my remarks are not indicative of disdain for Dongyun High School. Rather, I believe Yun Shun has merely exploited a loophole in the college entrance examination. This individual is not worth pursuing. His character alone is unworthy. I can guarantee that I will defeat you within 5 moves. Yun Shun, you are not worth my time. The admissions officer from Qing University audaciously accuses Yun Shun of employing tricks and exploiting loopholes in the examination. The so-called unclassed free agent is merely a pretense devised to navigate the examination dungeon, fundamentally reflecting a lack of morality and integrity. This student even resorts to derogatory titles such as town exam taker to belittle Yun Shun. Teacher, I suspect that Yun Shun has clandestinely transitioned to another profession, one remarks. Recognizing the futility of the free agent path, which ultimately leads to a loss of more freedom attribute points and skill points as one levels up. However, it is a case of too little, too late. The skill points he had accumulated are now squandered on basic skills of other professions, rendering him essentially useless. According to the game's terminology, his account is deemed unviable, necessitating a restart. Yet, while a game account can be recreated, life cannot be reset. Thus, this individual certainly does not warrant significant attention. I can assert with confidence that he is the most lackluster top scorer in the history of the college entrance examination. As the student from Qing University grew increasingly agitated, he noticed that the teacher did not intervene, prompting him to become even more vociferous in his criticisms. This unfounded accusation instantly incensed Yun Chen's homeroom teacher, Jin Sheng, who was visibly flustered. Even the most honest individuals can be provoked to anger. He erupted in fury, asserting, "Young man, do not speak so recklessly. The path of the unclassed free agent is one that my student must traverse. It is not some cunning ploy or trickery." Dongyun High School was not the only institution to express outrage. Principal Fong's expression darkened, reflecting his displeasure. Even the 2 homeroom teachers from the elite class were somewhat perturbed, as the disdainful and haughty undertones in the Qing University student's remarks about their small town were palpably offensive to the native Dongyun residents. The term town exam taker was particularly cutting and bitter. The student from Qing University, Tian Yuanzhou, initially taken aback by Jin Sheng's icy glare, instinctively recoiled. Yet, recalling his teacher's presence, he dismissed his fear. Otherwise, do you think the admissions office from Qing University would not come? They see right through this top scorer's facade. He declared, I believe this individual is merely a product of the examination system. Should he ever venture into the rifts or face the front lines, he would likely turn and flee. Perhaps fueled by a sense of indignation, Tian Yuanzhou's words became increasingly harsh, even taking a step forward. The European-style teacher from Qing University furrowed his brow. To be candid, he found his student too verbose. However, he felt an instinctive need to defend his own. As the teachers of Dongyun High School perceived the ominous demeanor of the teacher from Qingda, it was as if a storm was brewing. His merciless gaze bore down upon them. In that moment, Jin Sheng and his colleagues felt as though they had been doused with cold water. Their impulsive bodies stilled as if restrained by an unseen force. Humph. This teacher from Qingda possessed formidable strength, equivalent to a level 40 in the 2nd tier, rendering even a full-scale effort from the entire faculty of Dongyun High as futile. Furthermore, he was a bona fide university graduate, having faced the trials of real combat, and even peers of similar rank would scarcely stand a chance against him. After all, the disparities at times within the same level could be staggering. Merely in terms of attributes, there could be a chasm between those of equal rank. Moreover, graduates from prestigious universities naturally wield a plethora of advanced skills that their counterparts from lesser institutions might lack. It is no wonder that the term academic hegemony is often associated with the 7 great universities. At that moment, even Principal Fong appeared somewhat flustered. Though he harbored scorn for the Qingda student deep within, he dared not voice his dissatisfaction openly. This was a delicate matter. Professor Ohua, surely you do not intend to bully the weak. Meanwhile, within the same conference room, a teacher from Jiangnan University, Li Yage, wore a frown of displeasure. Jiangnan University, being a part of Jiangnan province, could hardly remain indifferent to the unfolding situation. It's all a misunderstanding, she thought. That Qingda student is simply unreasonable. Tensions were escalating, and the possibility of conflict loomed large. Other universities' admissions representatives, sensing the brewing storm, sought to defuse the tension. They were there to recruit, not to engage in hostilities. Indeed, the Qingda student's remarks had been somewhat brash, and many felt inclined to chastise him. Had it been the teachers of Dongyan High, Tiansheng would not have flinched. However, with the backing of Jiangnan University's faculty, he swallowed his words, knowing that demanding an apology was out of the question. Just then, the sliding door of the conference room swung open with a resounding crash. A tall, robust figure entered, guided by the principal's secretary. It was unmistakably Yin Chun. Oblivious to the tempest of opinions swirling around him, he was unaware that a student from a prestigious university had been vocally criticizing him. Yet even the dimmest of souls could sense that the atmosphere in the conference room was askew. The typically mild-mannered homeroom teacher, Jin Sheng, bore an expression of ire, evidently provoked by some grievous offense. Yin Chun, you're here. Jin Sheng quickly reined in his emotions and stepped forward to greet him. However, before he could finish his introduction, Yin Chun interjected, "What just transpired?" His chiseled features remained coolly indifferent, revealing little emotion. Yet somehow his seemingly mundane question resonated with an underlying strength. A person's aura is often shaped by their experiences. In 2 lifetimes, particularly with a prestigious past, Yin Chun, despite his aloof and proud demeanor, exudes an air of gravitas and composure. His casual remarks evoke an undeniable authority that commands respect. Jin Sheng opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond to the inquiries of his proud student. Yet, while he hesitated, others were eager to speak. It was merely a disagreement with your teacher, revolving around whether you exploited loopholes during the college entrance examination, akin to cheating. The moment I mentioned you might be the most mediocre top scorer in history, you immediately became agitated. At this moment, Tian Yuanzhou, a student from Qing University, seized the opportunity to interject. He feared the professors from Jiangnan University and dared not confront them directly, but the mere student from Dongyan High School did not flinch in the slightest. "And who might you be?" Yin Chun inquired, his gaze shifting toward him. "I am a second-year student at Qing University next semester," Tian Yuanzhou replied promptly. However, he frowned slightly, as he was not particularly fond of the other's gaze. The other's eyes and overall demeanor made him feel as if he was facing one of those lofty, untouchable prodigies within the school. A soon-to-be second-year student at Qing University? Very well. I, the most mediocre top scorer in history, hereby challenge you. Should I fail to defeat you within 5 moves, I shall concede. With a calm and composed demeanor, Yin Chun declared his challenge. The moment his words fell, Tian Yuanzhou burst into laughter. "Wait, what did you say? You wish to challenge me? This is utterly ridiculous." Perhaps overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all, Tian Yuanzhou could not help but laugh uncontrollably. "I accept. I shall certainly accept this challenge. To assert that you will defeat me in 5 moves or lose, how utterly arrogant." Fearing a change of heart from his opponent, Tian Yuanzhou turned to his own professors. "Teachers, you heard that, right? Everyone, did you hear? This fellow has challenged me. Surely, you have no objections?" A lower-year student daring to challenge a Qing University student, claiming he would triumph within 5 moves. If I refused, not only would I lose face, but the entire Qing University would be ridiculed if word got out. The reasoning was indeed sound. The challenge proposed by this top scorer was simply outrageous. No matter how one viewed it, Tian Yuanzhou, a genuine student of Qing University, was on the verge of entering his second year, and his capabilities had already advanced to the 19th level. Upon leveling up, the requirements for experience grew increasingly demanding, no longer as easily achieved as before. By all standards, this top scorer was at least 5 or 6 levels beneath him, and the value of his free attribute points was immeasurable. Of course, if Tian Yuanzhou were merely an average student from a third-tier institution, he might indeed fall short compared to this top scorer. "You have accepted the challenge, Yin Chun. There is no turning back," declared the composed European-style teacher at the table, decisively affirming the challenge without room for reconsideration. "This is rather presumptuous. After all, this is a student who has undergone a complete year of systematic training at Keio University." The admissions officer nearby silently shook his head. However, at this moment, they did not intervene. This was a challenge initiated by Yin Chun himself, and he had invoked the honor of the Keio name. So it would not be appropriate for them to interfere in the mess he had created. Moreover, they were keen to witness the combat prowess of the jobless wanderer firsthand and assess his true capabilities. Yin Chun's homeroom teacher, Jin Sheng, felt a lump in his throat. He understood that this was his student standing up for himself. Yet, was this a tad too impulsive? It would be better to step down from the arena now. Tian Yuanzhou, observing the high school teacher's troubled expression, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This young man truly dared to challenge him so recklessly. Well, it was better not to leave the arena. They could just move to the conference room. The environment might be slightly more confined. But isn't combat also a test of one's adaptability to surroundings? High schools, and even universities, typically have designated arenas for such contests. The challenge of 11 individuals tests their individual strength, while the team challenge of 55 assesses professional balance, teamwork, and tactical understanding of the battlefield. Nowadays, Tian Yuanzhou found it cumbersome to drag so many people to the high school arena, so he preferred to conduct the challenge right there in the conference room, under the watchful eyes of the teachers from various institutions. Could someone please clear out a space? Tian Yuanzhou remarked with a smirk. What irked him was that the top student before him still maintained an air of indifference and arrogance, as if the predicament he had created was of no consequence to him. Damn it, I'll make you regret this, he thought. Go help him. Principal Fong interjected at that moment. Given the circumstances, Yun Shun could no longer back down, and Principal Fong could only hope for another surprise from him. Soon, half of the conference room's tables and chairs were pushed aside, revealing an open space where two figures stood facing each other. One was tall and robust, while the other was slender and wiry, resembling a bamboo pole. These were Yun Shun and Tian Yuanzhou. Interestingly, both were wielding staffs, one a controversial jobless wanderer and the other a bona fide magician. On the other side of the room, teachers from various admissions offices and Principal Fong of Dongyun High School were seated, watching intently. In contrast to the previous group, the teachers from Dongyun appeared tense and anxious, fearing that their opponent might strike too hard. He will succeed, Jin Xing thought, feeling inexplicably calm at that moment. As Yun Shin's homeroom teacher, his newfound composure allowed him to sense a tranquility and confidence emanating from Yun Shun. This was not blind arrogance. It was a serene calmness that radiated from within. Unfazed by the situation, he exuded a steady confidence. Under the influence of this atmosphere, Jin Sheng believed that Yun Shun would undoubtedly defeat his adversary within 5 moves. 3 seconds remaining. You may begin. This is not an arena, so there will be someone to act as the referee. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As the words fell, the challenge commenced. Cloud Chun and Tian Yuanzhou stood opposed to each other, raising their magical staves almost simultaneously. At the tips of their staves, a surge of powerful magical energy emanated. Notably, prior to the commencement of the arena's contest, it was strictly forbidden for mages to conjure their magical shields in advance. Consequently, for many sorcerers, the initial moments were typically spent erecting their defenses. However, the two combatants before us opted not to take a defensive stance. Instead, they unleashed their offensive spells the very instant they initiated their actions. With a cold smirk upon his face, Tian Yuanzhou aimed for an instantaneous kill. Under his guidance, he chose to cast a formidable tracking spell that sought its target autonomously. This particular spell was one he had mastered to perfection, and if he performed exceptionally, he could reduce the chant time to a mere 0.6 seconds. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of confidence. Yet, in an instant, a sense of impending danger arose within him as he sensed an overwhelming force surging from beneath his feet. Bang! In less than half a second, his spellcasting was abruptly interrupted as his body lost balance. The nearly flawless tracking spell was forcibly disrupted, and Tian Yuanzhou found himself ensnared midair by the frantic roots of plants erupting from the ground below. A spell barrier materialized around him, clearly a form of magical equipment that automatically activated to shield him from harm upon receiving an attack. Damn it! Tian Yuanzhou's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. The speed at which his opponent had cast their spell surpassed his own. As despair engulfed him, he felt an intense wave of scorching heat approaching. Purple fireballs rained down upon him at an astonishing speed. No. With a desperate cry, Tian Yuanzhou could only watch in horror, his hands bound, as the violet flames erupted around him. 0030 Talent Evolution. The Academy's olive branch extended. Boom. The fiery orbs, having transformed from a fiery red to a radiant purple, struck the ensnared figure relentlessly. No. Amidst the agony and disbelief, Tian Yuanzhou's form was completely engulfed by the flames. The first surge of the searing purple fireballs shattered his protective barrier, and the residual heat scorched his skin mercilessly. The subsequent fireball followed suit, striking him without the slightest chance of evasion. Boom. His light armor was obliterated by the force of the spell. In no time, his unprotected body bore the brunt of the violet inferno. Bang! A gaping wound appeared before him, and the vines that had ensnared him were consumed by the flames. With no restraints remaining, the force of the impact sent his figure hurtling through the air, crashing through the conference room's window, and landing 6 meters away upon the floor. The unfortunate Tian Yuanzhou was charred black, his body scorched by flames, with the lingering purple fire still embellishing his form. More horrifyingly, as he rolled on the ground, he frantically clutched his head, wailing in excruciating agony. This was due to the successful transformation of the purple flames, which possessed the attribute of spiritual scorching, subjecting the resilient Tian Yuanzhou to unbearable mental torment. Thus concluded the challenge of 11, with the outcome determined in less than 2 seconds. On one side stood Yunshun, motionless, while on the other, his opponent, Tian Yuanzhou, had been reduced to a mere shadow of a human. It appeared that I had spoken too much. Merely 3 moves, only 3 moves, were all it took, and it was even more devastating than I had anticipated, Yunshun remarked coldly. He gradually lowered his raised staff. Good. Very good. Well done, my boy. I truly did not misjudge you. At that moment, the teachers of Dongyun High School felt a surge of exhilaration, particularly Jin Sheng, who was visibly thrilled. Conversely, the opposing party was engulfed in disbelief. This according to the perspective of these admissions office teachers. They naturally held little regard for a battle of such a lower tier. In their prior estimations, no one had believed Yunshun would emerge victorious. They merely hoped he would display the demeanor of a non-classed wanderer. Yet now, this top scorer had delivered an outstanding performance, utterly overwhelming the level 19 mage from Qingda. This was somewhat unexpected. Had the conference room not been relatively spacious, the rapid-fire spells he unleashed might have shattered the ceiling. Indeed, the floor beneath had already been ravaged, uprooted by the tumultuous growth of roots. Instantaneous magic, swifter than that of a mage. Moreover, the fireball spell had taken on a purplish hue, its potency remarkable, clearly transcending the realm of elementary skills, likely reaching an advanced level. No, even the strength of the entwining roots surpassed expectations. All of this was inconsistent. The resume had only indicated a maximum enhancement to advanced awakening talents. The admissions office teachers possessed keen insight, each equipped with a copy of Yunshin's resume. They were aware of his extraordinary combat prowess and the intricately detailed information regarding his awakening talents. However, it was the latter that left them vexed. The skills were purported to be limited to the enhancement of advanced magic, which would hold little value in the later stages. More precisely, their worth would diminish significantly by the time one reached the second transition. Yet now, this awakening talent, which had caused them some trepidation, starkly contrasted with the reality before them. The strength of the entwining roots exceeded standard expectations. Most notably, the fireball spell had completely transformed. Its primary hue had shifted to purple. Just 5 days prior, in the examination hall, it had been a fiery red. Could it be a talent evolution? Yunshun, your awakening talent has indeed evolved. In that moment, the homeroom teacher Jin Sheng was overwhelmed with joy, his face radiating a unique emotion. It was as if he had witnessed a life ensconced in a cocoon finally breaking free from its constraints, emerging as a butterfly. His awakening talent had truly evolved. Although not without precedent, such occurrences are rare. However, if his awakened talent can indeed undergo mutation and evolution, it may propel his path as an unclassed wanderer toward a promising future. No one can deny that Yunshin's versatile talent aligns perfectly with the wanderer profession. Yet, the lingering concern lies in the perceived limitations of his potential. Now that he has witnessed the possibility of this awakened talent evolving, there is little reason left to dismiss this combat prodigy. Every member of the admissions committee present, disregarding the unsuitable venue, hastily extended invitations right there in the dilapidated surroundings. Yunshun, should you choose to join Dongfu University, we will offer you 3 prestigious resources. At Tianwu University, we are prepared to provide 3 pieces of golden equipment, with a guaranteed annual resource allocation contingent upon satisfactory academic performance. At Jing University, we require no conditions. If you are willing to enroll, we shall grant you 5 prestigious resources. 5 prestigious resources. Hey, old he, are you trying to stir up trouble? You're going too far. The admissions staff from various universities had already overlooked the figure sprawled on the ground in the distance. Mr. Ohua from Qing University was livid, having suffered a blow to his institution's reputation and now feeling completely disregarded by other schools. Finally, unable to contain his frustration, he slammed his hand on the table. Bang! The loud crash split the table, cutting through the cacophony of the meeting room like a knife. What's the matter, Mr. Ohua? Are you really going to quarrel with a young man just because Qing University's students have embarrassed the school? Teacher Li Yage from Jiangnan University was the first to turn her attention to him. Your students are still on the ground in agony, and there isn't a priest among us. Why haven't you taken him for treatment yet? Indeed, what are you still doing here? Do you still wish to vie for this top scholar? They urged, mocking him. You came in here wanting to force Yunshun to change professions. While your student is being labeled as the weakest top scorer in history, what are you hoping to achieve? The admissions staff from various universities exchanged glances, their expressions laced with amusement. In the realm of recruitment, these 7 institutions are hardly united. They are competitors by nature, and it serves them well to unsettle one another. Besides, it also provides an opportunity to curry favor with Yunshun. You all, Mr. Ohua gritted his teeth in exasperation. Such petty tactics were infuriating. Yet he could not afford to lash out physically. To do so would tarnish his reputation further, and he could not expect leniency from Qing University either. With all the other institutions conspiring against him, he took a deep breath, turned away, and stormed out of the meeting room in a fit of rage. 0031. My choice is Jiangnan University. Under the collective mockery of the faculty, Mr. Ohua from Qing University could no longer withstand the pressure and exited the conference room. Beneath his very eyes lay Tian Yuanzhou, writhing in pain and nearly charred black. My apologies, but there is no one in the medical department at Dongyun High School. I have already called for the hospital staff. Principal Fong approached, his face filled with regret. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. The closure of the medical department at Dongyun High School remains uncertain. However, if these individuals continue to covertly complicate matters, delaying the arrival of the ambulance, Tian Yuanzhou may endure further agony and could even succumb to shock due to extensive burns. Such a fierce fireball technique, capable of scorching the very spirit, elicited a frown from Manhwa, who had never anticipated that such a simple fireball could manifest such remarkable effects. Gritting his teeth, he realized that to alleviate the suffering and avert shock, he must personally lead the way. Meanwhile, individuals were being sidelined. The discussions in the conference room intensified. Qingyan University, which had not attended, and Shanghai University, which had been jointly excluded, along with the remaining 5 institutions, were fervently competing for talent. You, Jing University, dare to inflate your offers. We at Tianwu shall respond in kind. I shall state this clearly. Whatever you propose, I will match it. Plus an additional share of high-level resources. Is it truly amusing? Do you think this is merely child's play? The faculty strength of Dongfu University has been lackluster in recent years. Last year, they finished at the bottom of the National Intercollegiate Exchange Competition. Yet they still dare to vie for talent against us. Why not mention that 4 years ago, we at Dongfu clinched first place? Every year, the competition for provincial college entrance exam top scores unfolds in a similar manner, resembling a bustling marketplace where parties bargain incessantly. Each institution is eager to present their best offers, all while undermining each other in front of the top scorers. At this moment, Li Yage from Jiangnan University, who had remained silent, stepped forward to voice her thoughts. In the past decade, I can confidently assert that Jiangnan University's overall faculty strength ranks among the top 3, if not first. Especially in the past 3 years, we have consistently secured first place in the new student exchange competitions. You must believe in Jiangnan University. As a prominent educational province, Jiangnan boasts formidable institutions, and particularly over the past 3 years, has excelled in national intercollegiate exchange competitions. This is an indisputable fact. You at Jiangnan University intend to recruit so many provincial top scorers this year. I am curious how you will allocate your internal resources. Indeed, I find it hard to believe that Jiangnan University would dare to issue empty promises. With the expansion of university quotas this year, resources are limited. Granting one individual a share means depriving another. Be cautious not to make reckless commitments. At this moment, all eyes turned towards Jiangnan University. After all, this was Dongyun City in Jiangnan Province, and Yunshen was also the provincial top scorer. Frankly, it would not be easy to poach him unless the other party's sincerity was severely lacking. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the evolution of the opponent's awakened talent and their ability to effortlessly eliminate a Shanghai University student, Li Yage realized that this individual must be secured. Their investment potential was immense. Classmate Yinshun, I promise to provide you with all basic skill books for various professions. This is not limited to the Xinlong Kingdom, but includes exclusive professions such as ninjas, onmyoji, and samurai from the Fusan Kingdom, as well as demon hunters, wizards, and vampires from Western realms. As long as you excel academically, I can even guarantee and recommend some low-level skills from hidden professions for you. Not only that, the alchemical workshop and forge behind the scenes, staffed by esteemed enchanters and alchemists, stand ready to fulfill your every need for bespoke weapons crafted by solitary artisans. Ultimately, we are poised to offer a myriad of avenues for acquiring additional attribute points and skill points, though such endeavors will require your own diligent efforts. Thus, place your trust in our unwavering support for your choice to pursue a solitary path. Li Yage boldly laid her conditions bare before the assembly. In that moment, even the likes of Principal Fong, Jin Sheng, and the other instructors from Dongyun were taken aback. The admissions officer from Jiangnan University truly struck a chord with her precise offerings. The comprehensive skill tomes for all professions could even extend to unique foreign occupations, demonstrating a remarkable audacity by presenting the low-level skills of hidden professions as well. Furthermore, the demand for self-crafted equipment and the promise of more avenues for acquiring free attribute and skill points were precisely what Yin Shun, the unclassed solitary artisan, needed most. While other institutions tended to focus on the provision of tiered resources or a selection of golden equipment predicated on certain conditions, Li Yage unleashed a veritable bombshell from the outset. How could I have overlooked this? At that moment, the other instructors stood dumbfounded, their habitual thinking leading them to rely on tiered resources as bargaining chips. Yet, unlike previous top scholars, the current applicant displayed little need for such offerings. To be precise, the significance of these tiered resources paled in comparison to the comprehensive skill tomes and the self-crafted equipment. Alas, the distinction had been drawn, at least in terms of intent. They had been decisively outmatched. My choice, Jiangnan University. Mere moments later, the previously silent Yunshun revealed the anticipated response. A day of bountiful harvests. Tiered skill for weakness. Jiangnan University. Yunshun had articulated his choice. In truth, he held no particular preference for any of the 7 institutions. In his heart, the greatest assistance was not the school itself, but rather the system. Especially after experiencing the successful acquisition of multiple tiered talents and skills, he found little need to expend excessive energy in selecting a school. Considering the overall picture, Jiangnan University was conveniently located. Should any situation arise, he could swiftly return home to care for his sister. Moreover, the sincerity exhibited by the admissions officer of Jiang University was unparalleled. She understood how to captivate an unclassed solitary artisan with the right conditions. As the results were revealed, the admissions offices of other institutions harbored little hope. After offering their congratulations, they departed in succession. Rest assured, the students from Qing University would not seek private revenge. They would abide by the rules of fair play. This is the ethos of our nation. As the group exited the dilapidated meeting room and made their way to the principal's office, Liege also made a solemn promise. Of course, they would challenge you in accordance with the established rules. You must remain vigilant during the national exchange competition, for the newcomers from Qing University would undoubtedly seek to reclaim their honor. This world, while celebrating combat, adheres to due process and regulations. Otherwise, chaos would have long since ensued across the nation. The individuals at Qingyan University are truly lacking in discernment, surpassing even those at Qingdao, as not a single shadow has graced their campus. At this juncture, Principal Fong began to express his frustration vocally. One can only surmise that upon learning of Yun Chen's awakened talent evolution, they will deeply regret their oversight. Upon hearing this, Liege turned her gaze towards Yun Chen. Speaking with utmost seriousness, she remarked that talent evolution is not a mere anomaly. There exists even a slight probability for a second evolution. In my estimation, you undoubtedly possess the qualifications to secure a position within the top 3 of the upcoming freshman competition. In the future, during the second transition phase, you are likely to be in the lead. However, if you aspire to venture even further, extending your advantages into the third professional transition phase, it will necessitate not only greater effort, but also favorable opportunities. Additionally, I assure you that the first batch of items I promised has already been dispatched and will reach you within the day. Jiangnan University would not be so remiss as to withhold these items. Naturally, the hundreds of skill books cannot be transported all at once. They will subsequently be made available in the library through a credit exemption system. To express my sincerity, the initial batch of skill books is already on its way. And the good news is that the solitary weapon you require is included among them. Your bronze tier sword can now be set aside, and for the next assessment, you need not burden yourself with an additional battle gun. Today is undoubtedly a day of great fortune for Yun Chen. The welcome gifts from Jiangnan University are still en route, yet the rewards from the top scorer of the college entrance examination have begun to materialize. The Jiangnan Provincial Education Bureau has initiated a remittance of 10,000,000 to your Jiangnan bank account ending in 9527. Simultaneously, the Dongyun City Education Bureau has initiated a remittance of 2,000,000 to the same account. Furthermore, the provincial government has granted you the liberty to select from various high-level skill books. In this regard, you have chosen a universal skill, weakness. Weakness inflicts weakness on a single target, reducing its physical and magical resistance by 30, as well as its movement and attack speed by 35. Additionally, the high-level treasure you selected from Jiangnan Province is the Fire Spirit Mushroom. Consuming this will enhance your fire-based damage output, providing at least a 35 increase in fire damage. It is noteworthy that due to the potency of the medicinal effects, some supplementary materials are required for neutralization and adjustment. Jiangnan University, as an educational institution, is equipped with all the necessary facilities for combat professions, and pharmacists are available to assist in the preparation of the medicine. However, certain auxiliary materials and the costs of preparation can only be settled through credits. Liege specifically mentioned this point. As for the high-level treasure bestowed by Dongyun City, you have opted for the Spirit Dominance Pill, which has already been successfully refined, granting an increase of 2 to all attributes upon consumption. The alchemical elixirs provided by Dongyun High School and the Alumni Association, serving as a unified representative, also confer benefits to all attributes. Generally, under similar medicinal effects, repeated consumption may yield diminishing returns. Thus, Yun Chun intends to gift one to his sister, Yun Tang. Regrettably, due to limited resources, he can only procure a high-level treasure. Principal Fong appeared somewhat abashed by this. As the sole top scorer of the college entrance examination in Dongyun City, a figure of boundless potential, even the local authorities found it challenging to acquire a single grade A treasure. Dongyun, being a modest locale, has expended considerable effort to secure such resources in a world characterized by concentrated and monopolized assets. Naturally, Yun Chen bore no resentment. He was not one to harbor such pettiness. Beyond this, the official gift of a villa from the Dongyun authorities served to temporarily enhance his sister's living conditions. In approximately 20 days, he was set to embark on a journey to the provincial capital to enroll at Jiangnan University. As for the accolades bestowed by local enterprises, Yun Chen consistently declined them without exception. However, there was a minor twist in the narrative. Amidst the prominent local enterprises frequently appearing in the media, it was quite unexpected that the largest company in Dongyun, the billion-dollar Tianshun biopharmaceutical company, had remained silent. In recent days, the media, like hungry rats sensing a scent, swiftly uncovered intriguing information. It was revealed that the son of the Tianshun pharmaceutical CEO was also among this year's examinees, achieving outstanding results and ranking among the top 10 in the province, albeit studying in the provincial capital. Some speculated that Tianshun Pharmaceuticals looked down upon Yunshun, asserting that he would not go far. Over the course of several days, various media outlets and onlookers stoked the flames of gossip. Nevertheless, Yunshun paid little heed to it. Your weapon has arrived. Just before dinner, a treasured weapon sent from Jiangnan University had reached Dongyun High School. This was a golden weapon capable of multiple transformation forms. 0033, Eerie Break Formation, a triform switching weapon. The weapon had arrived. A golden quality weapon that could transform into a battle spear, a staff, or a longsword. While dual-form weapons were not uncommon, triform weapons were quite rare. The dual-form weapons of swordsmanship often split a great sword into two one-handed swords, ideally suited for adept practitioners of two-handed swords or great swords. There were also sword and shield series weapons, where sword and shield coalesced into one, with the shield serving as the scabbard for the great sword. In fact, many professions had options for multiple weapons. For instance, the warrior class's charge and assault skills could be executed using either a battle spear or a great sword in conjunction with a shield. Even the combination of a staff and a longsword was quite favored among magic swordsmen, as they often wielded both sword and staff. However, moving a step further, triform switching weapons, as Li Yage had mentioned, were indeed seldom utilized. Weapon, Eerie Break Formation, Quality, Golden Attributes, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Effects, capable of providing triform switching. When in spear form, the weapon is enchanted with daylight, increasing physical attack and armor penetration by 35. In longsword form, the blade is imbued with Crimson Calamity, inflicting a bleeding effect of 25 with each strike. In staff form, the staff is enchanted with Purple Ethereal Energy, enhancing spell damage and spell penetration by 35. Race restriction, Human, Level requirement, Level 12, Class restriction, Warrior, Swordsman, Spellblade, Mage. Upon Yunshin's formal engagement with this weapon, pertinent information immediately materialized in a pop-up window. As a classless wanderer, the associated class restrictions posed no limitation upon him. Thus, at the moment his innate magical energy intertwined with the weapon, the staff, initially in its primary form, caused the diamond-shaped magic crystal embedded at its tip to emit a captivating purple glow. The enchanting purple luminescence inherent to the staff was utterly soul-stirring. Positioned in the training grounds of the academy, Yunshin unleashed a series of explosive spells, obliterating several automated target drones in an instant. Compared to the previous bronze staff, its power had ascended several tiers. This was, of course, emblematic of the classic sword and staff configuration. As Yunshin grasped the staff's end, the crystalline tip retracted into the staff's body. With a swift motion, he drew forth a remarkably elongated, straight blade. Perhaps sensing the surge of combat prowess within him, the blade's surface instantly ignited with a crimson hue, signifying the formation of a lethal bloodlust effect. It may have been a mere illusion, yet a distinctly metallic scent wafted through the air. With a decisive stride forward, he effortlessly swung the blade twice. Whoosh, whoosh. The two blades interwove, slicing through the air, leaving behind two impeccably straight fissures upon the robotic adversaries before him, which subsequently collapsed, their components cascading to the ground. Amidst this display, he executed a graceful flourish with the sword. Impressive, Yunshin mused, before sheathing the sword back into the staff, which reverted once again to its original scepter form. In an instant of thought, the weapon, initially resembling a staff, underwent a transformation at its tip. The diamond crystal recessed inward, morphing subtly into a spearhead. With the activation of its power, a pale white radiance enveloped its surface. This was the daylight enchantment inherent to the spear, significantly enhancing physical damage and armor penetration. Holding the spear single-handedly, the nearly 2-meter-long weapon was wielded with a formidable grace. As he lunged forward for a sudden thrust, the spearhead glowed with an intensified white light, coalescing into a singular point, akin to a luminous orb surging forth. Whoosh! With a powerful thrust, Yunshin unleashed the spear like a dragon, the blazing white light piercing through the armored robot before him. Under the daylight enchantment, the armor penetration was markedly amplified. Boom! Not only that, but as the penetrating force was fully unleashed, the robotic adversary before him erupted explosively, shattering into fragments from within. This weapon was indeed remarkable. Whether it be the spear, the longsword, or the staff, each bore unique characteristics, even boasting various enchanting properties. Such versatility allowed the wielder to adapt to specific circumstances effortlessly. It certainly possessed the essence of a tactical breakthrough. Moreover, the diverse special effects and enchantments were undeniably fitting of the title Eerie series. This was the eerie tactical breakthrough, one of the prestigious gifts from Jiangnan University. A true treasure indeed. In the distance, teacher Li Yage, who had been observing, clapped his hands. Beside him stood another instructor from Jiangnan University, responsible for delivering supplies. His eyes sparkling with excitement. To be honest, the rewards presented by Li Yage to the top scholar of Jiangnan exceeded expectations. Witnessing this unassuming wanderer display a modicum of his skills, the Jiangnan University teacher discerned many intricate details. The rapid casting talent, often lacking among magicians, was evident. No wonder the students from Qing University were so swiftly defeated, vanquished in mere 3 moves. Furthermore, this young man possessed remarkable swordsmanship and wielded his spear adeptly. Truly, he was a master of combat. I hold high hopes for this top scholar of Jiangnan province, as the upcoming freshman conference promises to be captivating. I've heard that instructors from other provinces have also enjoyed great success, exceeding their recruitment quotas. Over the past 3 years, Jiangnan University has indeed been flourishing, having clinched the top position in the National Intercollegiate Exchange Competition for 3 consecutive years. It is no surprise that an increasing number of talents are drawn here. Ultimately, it shall be revealed whose top scholar holds the most merit. In the realm of foreign occupational systems, alongside the human race, other species exist. This weapon had long remained idle within the school, now finally awaiting its rightful owner. Generally, weapon quality is categorized into ordinary, whiteboard, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and legendary. Each quality further divides into star levels, with 1 and 3 stars being the most common. However, with the assistance of enchanters, one can surpass these standards, potentially achieving 4-star, 5-star, or even 6-star weapons. Naturally, lower quality weapons are often disregarded. Rather than waste resources on enchantments, one might as well acquire a higher quality weapon. After all, enchanting carries significant risks. A failed enchantment can result in a drop in star level or quality, with the worst outcome being complete destruction. For many, their primary weapon is the culmination of a lifetime of savings. A failed enchantment would indeed be a tragedy. Thus, society generally discourages ordinary individuals from attempting to enchant and elevate star levels. High-quality, multi-form transformation weapons are rare finds. Prior to this, the market did not exhibit such peculiar demand, so consider this anomalous weapon your new potential armament. Gather the necessary enchanting materials, and you may seek the assistance of a master enchanter to elevate its star level. All of this can be accomplished within Jiangnan University, provided you accumulate sufficient credits. The accompanying Jiangnan University instructor elaborated to Yunshen. Along with the suitable 3-form transformation weapon for wanderers, the first batch of promised skill books also arrived. As a gift for the top scholar of Jiangnan province, it certainly could not be meager or trivial. The low-level skills of the Anmyoji from the Fusang Kingdom include 3. The Spirit Binding, which effectively lays down a binding spirit within a designated area, ensnares any target that steps within its bounds, rendering them bewildered and unable to depart. This resembles the trap mechanism of a mechanic. The Wind Spirit, once unleashed, functions similarly to a persistent enhancement spell, augmenting both movement and attack speed for the duration of its existence. Lastly, the Soul Manipulation spell. Under the singular goal of casting a curse, one's spirit becomes ensnared in confusion. Enemies may also strike with a chance of missing their mark, losing the direction of their target, and even failing to discern the number of adversaries present. As a unique profession of the land of Fusang, the Anmyoji excels in exorcising spirits and subduing demons. Adept at casting spells. While they share the same vulnerability as wizards in terms of physical resilience, they lack the formidable output typical of spellcasters. However, the Anmyoji is notoriously difficult to contend with, as their Shikigami can produce effects akin to those of their summoners. Additionally, there are foundational skills originating from the ninja profession of Fusang, such as the smoke bomb and the art of misdirection. The samurai class boasts skills like the charged slash and the iato. From the Western realms, the demon hunter class offers primary skills like exorcism, kill shot, and silver bullet. Notably, the demon hunter class is characterized by its dual-wielding capabilities, necessitating both blade and firearm. Picture a figure clad in a cowboy hat, puffing on a cigar, one hand wielding a sword while a firearm rests at the hip. Such a silhouette epitomizes the essence of a demon hunter. Following this, there exists certain basic skills associated with the wizard profession, alongside a collection of more universally applicable skills. Were it not for the introductory skill books provided by Jiangnan University from abroad, Yunshen would have remained oblivious to the foreign vocational systems. Naturally, some introductory skill books pertaining to vampires, werewolves, and demonic lineages are not available to him. The instructor from Jiangnan University explained that this is not a matter of withholding, but rather, as the profession suggests, these skills require the transformation of specific racial bloodlines to master. Dongyan City is but a small corner of the world, lacking in exposure. Without the internet, Yunshen would scarcely be aware of the existence of other races in various regions. This is evident, for 70 years ago, when Earthlings first logged into the Divine Domain game. There were at least hundreds of millions of players, many of whom did not choose to begin as humans. opting instead for races such as elves, fairies, orcs, dwarves, and halflings. As the game gradually merged with reality, these bloodlines came to fruition in the real world. Moreover, the game's arrival into reality encompassed more than just vocational systems and dungeons. Even the vast landscapes, characters, and power factions familiar to players have taken form upon the Earth. This accounts for the vast expansion of the planet's surface area, as intelligent races beyond humanity have suddenly manifested over the course of 70 years. Many have intermarried and allied with them, inevitably leading to societal issues. In Dongyun City, there is a palpable disdain for foreign races, particularly the beastmen, who are the least favored due to the tragic events of 20 years ago in the Ghost City. Dongyun is small, yet the world is vast. Upon arriving at Jiangnan University, one can broaden their horizons in ways that the internet cannot convey. The instructor from Jiangnan University expressed this sentiment with great emotion, reminiscing about the vibrant youth he experienced 2 decades prior when he first arrived at the university. He recalled the exhilaration of striving passionately in his youth, the relentless pursuit of advancement, and the profound awe and uncertainty that accompanied the gradual unveiling of the world's truths, all of which have since faded into memory. Coincidentally, both I and Professor Li Yage will be in the vicinity for a time. In half a month, we shall personally escort you to Jiangnan University. No matter how significant past academic achievers may be, during peacetime, no teacher would typically undertake the responsibility of escorting students to school. However, by chance, I encountered work affairs nearby and thus made my way back to Jiangnan University. The strength of 0035 has surged. I am heading towards the provincial capital. There remains some time before the school registration. During this period, Yunxin began to fervently hone his combat skills, familiarizing himself with the new weapon, the enigmatic breaker. He must master the 3 enchanting attributes of this new weapon to effectively target specific adversaries. Ever the composed individual, Yunxin never engages in ventures without confidence. Everything is approached with careful contemplation and familiarity. It resembles the rigorous preparation for college entrance examinations, depleting his energy without respite, rushing to progress through levels to seize time, provoking waves of skepticism from the audience. However, prior to this, he had already devised a plan to sweep the arena with the bullets of a sharpshooter. To this end, he filled his backpack with 3 compartments of ammunition. Then came the final stage, facing the Centurion, where he unleashed a devastating attack, which sparked considerable controversy. Yet, this was merely a testament to Yunxin's mastery over his offensive capabilities, coupled with his unwavering certainty in his ability to interrupt the enemy's skills. This is undoubtedly the result of relentless training accumulated over time, beyond the employment of his new weapon to refine his combat techniques. The most crucial aspect remained his daily tasks: running, 10, 10, push-ups, 100, 100, sit-ups, 100, 100, squats, 100, 100. Ding. Daily tasks completed. You may choose your rewards from the following options. Reward: gain 10 free attribute points. Reward: gain 10 skill points. Reward: random skill book. After making his selection, Yunxin instantly acquired 10 skill points, and the arrival of the new skill book allowed for a more generous distribution of his daily rewards towards skill points. Fortunately, the benefits of basic skills required an exceedingly minimal expenditure of skill points. After more than half a month, in Dongyun City, at Yunding Villa, within a luxurious mansion, Yunxin's figure moved like a phantom beneath the self-equipped training grounds. In an instant, his body flickered, appearing in over 10 locations within the training area in mere seconds. Moreover, this ethereal figure could traverse through the surrounding walls. The iron walls of the training facility felt as insubstantial as air, allowing Yunxin to weave through them with ease. Divine Flash, a supreme secret technique, a reward of unparalleled worth from the system. Now, Yunxin had grasped the fundamental effects of Divine Flash. As long as he wished, depending on his energy consumption, he could teleport as far as his line of sight extended. However, his current maximum range was less than 2,000 meters. Furthermore, this Divine Flash indeed allowed him to traverse space, as obstacles could not impede his advance. Additionally, the most significant aspect is that Divine Flash rightfully earns its title as a divine secret technique. No matter how great the distance, it transpires in an instant, devoid of any so-called wind-up or waiting time. At the very least, for someone as attuned to combat timing as Yunxin, he truly prefers abilities that do not require excessive initiation time. As for the extraordinary self-healing talent bestowed by the system, several days prior, Yunxin, with a steely resolve, inflicted a gash upon his own arm, a wound so deep it nearly revealed the bone. Yet, within a heartbeat, before the blood could cascade forth, the laceration began to mend itself at an astonishing pace, leaving no trace of a scar. From that moment forth, he understood that there were few injuries capable of inflicting true harm upon him. Next, he contemplated his attributes: strength, 80, constitution, 80, agility, 78, intelligence, 79, not accounting for any enhancements from weaponry. Aside from the daily reward of 10 points, some of these were attributed to the effects of rare treasures he had acquired. Were it not for the necessity of skill points, his attributes would surely have soared even higher. Frankly speaking, in terms of equivalent levels, his former classmate Xiao Wen from Dongyun High School would stand utterly defeated by the comprehensive prowess of the current Yunshun. Even if Xiao Wen focused solely on one attribute, his singular investment would pale in comparison to Yunshun's balanced and well-developed attribute panel. An ordinary second-year student from Qing University would undoubtedly succumb to him within 3 moves. As he prepared to embark on his journey to Jiangnan University, Yunshun was intrigued to discover how many prodigies from across the country would prove their worth. Yintang, should you encounter any difficulties at school or in daily life, do not hesitate to reach out to me directly, he advised, seated side by side with his sister on the sofa. Understood, brother. Yet, you must exercise caution while you are away, Yintang replied, her hands clasped around her knees, her delicate, flawless face resting upon them. Despite her youthful exuberance, a veil of melancholy shadowed her features, as tomorrow they would part ways. Their school lives had not required boarding, allowing them the luxury of daily companionship. Now, the siblings who had relied on each other were faced with the impending separation brought about by their academic pursuits. Observing the glisten of tears in his sister's eyes, Yunshun reached out to gently tousle her hair. Do not worry, I will return at least once within the month. The distance between Jiangnan and Dongyun City is not insurmountable. Yunshun, who placed great importance on family values, had meticulously planned for his sister's future. Yintang, currently in her second year of junior high, had yet to awaken her talents. However, Yunshun had already charted a promising path for her life. She would receive the finest education and live the best life possible. He was determined to establish himself at Jiangnan University within a year and, if feasible, bring her to attend the best high school in the provincial capital. While her latent abilities remained dormant, Yunshun would seek out exceptional elixirs to stimulate her potential. Fortunately, Yintang proved to be stronger than anticipated, exhibiting a level of independence that surpassed many of her peers. He felt reassured by the prospect of leaving her alone for the time being. The following day, a car was parked at the entrance of their villa. Yunshun's luggage had already been loaded into the trunk. Amidst Yintang's tearful farewell waves and his final words of advice, he boarded the black sedan and departed from Yunding Mountain Villa. Traveling by car from Dongyun City to the provincial capital was impractical, given the great distance. Though part of the same province, this administrative division was established 70 years ago. Following the cataclysmic changes to the world, the geography has undergone a dramatic transformation. Today, Jiangnan province has expanded far beyond its former boundaries. Our journey does not lead us to the airport, but rather we are preparing to depart Dongyun by a more expedient route to the provincial capital. The name of 0036, like the shadow of a tree, has long since spread far and wide. The black sedan is not bound for the airport. Before we reach our destination, Professor Li Yage elucidates that while flights are not impossible, they must navigate a considerably longer route, as many areas are designated no-fly zones. Yunshun begins to grasp the rationale behind this. It is widely acknowledged that the surface area of the entire Earth has expanded exponentially over the past 70 years. The origin of this phenomenon lies in the game maps from that era, which accompanied the arrival of players into reality, bringing with them the locations where monsters were defeated for experience points. At that time, tectonic plates were continuously tearing apart, creating vast chasms from which game maps emerged. Numerous mountain ranges were forcibly split apart, separated by tens of thousands of meters, giving rise to boundless twilight grasslands. Similarly, many human cities were forcibly divided by a variety of new terrains that emerged from beneath the earth. In the year when the Earth's surface area expanded 1,000-fold, the Xianlong Kingdom also benefited, its territory swelling at least several hundred times. Of course, the populace of Xianlong faced considerable distress that year, as these sudden new terrains were populated by creatures from the game, many of which were legitimate leveling spots rife with peril. After 70 years of development, the game maps that erupted from the ground have stabilized considerably. At least, occurrences such as citywide monster invasions have not transpired within Xianlong for over a decade. However, many new terrains are still designated as no-fly zones due to the abundance of flying creatures that pose a significant danger. The destination we have chosen is the garrison base in Dongyun City. Each garrison base is equipped with a teleportation array inscribed by formation masters, enabling rapid mobilization of troops from various locations in times of crisis. The brigade commander has requested our assistance from Jiang University, which allows us to utilize the teleportation array to return to the provincial capital. Previously, Professor Shou Yichuan from Jiang University had spent some time in Dongyun City, attending to numerous matters. With the brigade commander's approval, we arrived at a facility where the interior was laid with magic crystal tiles, adorned with intricate engraved patterns. As the magic flowed through the patterns beneath our feet, the entire teleportation array emanated a brilliant glow. You may feel a bit dizzy, but it will pass once you adjust, the professor cautioned just as the three of us, along with our luggage, vanished from the spot. Jiangnan Province, the provincial capital, Tiannan City, is home to the renowned Jiangnan University, situated on the edge of the capital. To the north lies the majestic Songfeng mountain range, while to the southeast, it borders a bustling metropolis. The entire institution is nestled along the riverbank, interspersed with a dense network of waterways that showcase the ancient beauty of the Jiangnan water towns. Certainly, within the realm, numerous palatial structures imbued with an air of fantasy stand tall. Due to the diverse architectural styles representative of each academy, the buildings exhibit striking differences. Within a teleportation palace situated inside the school, the figures of Yunshun and his companions traversed countless distances in under 3 seconds, arriving instantaneously at Jiangnan University. First, let us register at the new student enrollment office, Yunshun remarked, as a fresh guidebook for new students at Jiangnan University was thrust into his hands. During the forthcoming orientation assembly, the college leadership would announce the allocation of academies, at which point one would simply need to make a choice. Perhaps due to her optimistic view of this young man, the rather lively Shoichuan was inclined to foster camaraderie. Thus, she shared a few more words. Here, monetary wealth holds little significance. Everything revolves around academic credits. Credits are the currency among students, enabling you to acquire all that you desire, as well as resources for advancement. Furthermore, this year's freshman cohort at Jiangnan University is rumored to be the most illustrious in history. Besides the benefits of compulsory education in the Xinlong Kingdom, Jiangnan University's prestige has increasingly attracted talent from various provinces. Therefore, exercise caution, avoid arrogance, and do not offend others needlessly. Although the school does not explicitly state it, they are open to resolving grievances through the arena. After imparting these earnest words, Shoichuan patted Yunshun on the shoulder, and they parted ways. Nearby, Liege, who had accompanied him back to the admissions office, found the situation amusing. It seems you have quite high expectations for Yunshun. The true measure of his abilities will be revealed at tomorrow's orientation when the rankings are established. Jiangnan University is no ordinary institution. There are 18 registration stations set up within the campus. Guided by the new student handbook, Yunshun dragged his suitcase directly to the nearest registration point. Freshman, over here. Wow, a tall and handsome new student has arrived. Hurry to assist. Whenever new students arrive, the presence of attractive individuals naturally excites those at the reception points. Approaching was a tall, athletic figure with striking features. Before Yunshun could reach them, 2 women had already jogged over. The one on the left eagerly offered to help with his luggage, while the one on the right had already taken the new student's resume and rushed back to promptly register him at the work desk. First, the name is Yunshun. At that moment, the hand of the student council member recording the information trembled slightly. She lifted her gaze to the approaching figure. Yunshun, my goodness, isn't he the top scholar from Jiangnan province, the legendary drifter without a profession? As her words fell, every member of the registration office and a multitude of volunteers turned their attention towards the suddenly arriving new student. Even the other newcomers in the vicinity straightened their expressions, gazing at this man. Clearly, Yunshun, known for his unique combat prowess and having secured the top score in the college entrance examination as an unprofessional drifter, had already garnered a reputation that resonated throughout the entire school. The first among the 5 great academies, the foremost new student, a name that commands respect. The name Yunshun resonates profoundly, echoing like thunder. Over the years, the top scholar of Jiangnan province has consistently emerged from the capital city and its neighboring economic powerhouses. Yet, against all odds, a young man hailing from Dongyun City, a seemingly insignificant locale, has risen to prominence, clinching the title of the province's top student in the college entrance examination. As a bastion of education, Jiangnan province's past scholars have always been of considerable distinction, often becoming notable figures in society. With sheer strength, one may safeguard a territory and maintain peace, or, at the very least, govern through scholarly pursuits and benefit the local populace. Thus, the top scholar of Jiangnan province is inherently a subject of much discussion, capturing the attention of all. In this context, Yunshun has shattered traditional expectations. Emerging from a small town and claiming victory as a controversial figure, an unclassed wanderer, he has secured the accolade of top student. This Yunshun embodies the archetype of the unclassed wanderer. Our province's top scholar has arrived. Moreover, he possesses an impressive stature and charm, easily qualifying for stardom. Amidst hushed whispers, an upperclassman, momentarily taken aback while perusing his resume, swiftly resumed her registration duties. Her focus was entirely captivated by the subsequent employment section. Blank. Nothing. The occupation field glaringly lacked any information. Just as the examination results suggested, this individual held no profession. In certain online games, there exists a playstyle of unclassed wanderers, which has led to this intriguing title. However, this is not a game, it is reality. According to his resume, his level is indicated as 14, suggesting he has already incurred a deficit of at least 12 points in his free attribute allocation. Likewise, he has likely sacrificed a significant number of skill points. Within Jiangnan University, they have witnessed numerous instances where a slight disparity in attributes led to overwhelming defeats. A minor reduction in attack range or agility could leave one at the mercy of a mage's kite, unable to land a single effective blow. Many have faced defeat due to a slight deficiency in wisdom, resulting in a sluggish casting speed. A hair's breadth of difference can lead to a vast divergence in outcomes. All are prodigies from various corners of the world. A single misstep or minor attribute variance may spell doom. After all, Jiangnan University is home to an abundance of talented students. It appears he genuinely has no intention of changing his class, the registering upperclassman thought with a sigh. Lately, there have been whispers circulating about him, claims suggesting that his choice to remain an unclassed wanderer is merely an exploitation of loopholes in the examination system. Sacrificing his future solely for the sake of the exam, a grotesque byproduct of an exam-oriented education. Others boldly assert that post-examination, this individual will surely transition to another class to mitigate further losses in foundational attributes. Presently, such assertions seem misguided, with a myriad of complex thoughts swirling in her mind. The student council member responsible for data entry found herself momentarily lagging behind. All done, the new student registration was a success, due to his status as the top scholar. He was even exempted from certain fees. Meanwhile, other newly registered students nearby occasionally cast glances at Yunshun, as if regarding him as a hypothetical adversary. He scrutinized the young man briefly, imprinting his visage in memory. Very well, allow me to escort you to the freshman accommodation area, the enthusiastic senior offered. Despite Yunshin's insistence on carrying his suitcase alone, two individuals accompanied him as they exited the station. Oh, this situation was rather perplexing for the majority of the first-year students. They were not afforded such privileges, with someone specially guiding them to their lodging. This fellow, relying on his good looks, had two seniors leading him along. The burgeoning animosity among the nearby freshmen towards Yunshun began to swell. With not all students present, the freshman orientation was scheduled for the following day. However, prior to that, have you already decided which college you wish to join, fellow student Yunshun? Jiangnan University boasts 5 distinguished colleges: the College of War, the College of Elements, the College of Weapons, the College of Tactics, and the College of Auxiliary Professions. Students opting for the College of War are invariably those dedicated to the front lines, born for combat. In strict terms, there are no limitations on professions. The College of Elements, however, emphasizes the cultivation of magical prowess, and magicians typically enroll here. The College of Weapons, as its name suggests, focuses on mastering one's weaponry and honing physical prowess rather than excessively relying on skills. The College of Tactics leans towards theoretical guidance. Students uninterested in direct combat, often aspiring to administrative roles, tend to select this path. Lastly, the College of Auxiliary Professions, which encompasses various branches such as enchantment, forging, alchemy, and more, is generally regarded as unrelated to combat professions and can be overlooked by underclassmen. Each of the 4 main colleges possesses its own strengths and focuses. Yet considering Yunshun as a classless wanderer, it appears he is eligible for all 4. The College of War is inclusive. As long as one possesses an unwavering fighting spirit, admission is granted based solely on determination and willpower, presenting no significant barriers for Yunshun. The College of Elements requires no elaboration. The threshold lies in one's magical capacity, and as a versatile wanderer, he should excel in magic without issue. The College of Weapons demands mastery over weaponry, physical conditioning, and combat skills, which should not pose a challenge for a wanderer adept in numerous professions. However, the College of Tactics may not align with Yunshun's aspirations, as those passionate about combat seldom consider it. Given your capabilities, I believe the College of War would be a fitting choice. It is predominantly favored by the most formidable individuals. After this introduction, the trio, guided by the signage, arrived at Yunshun's freshman dormitory. Before them stood an exceedingly luxurious standalone mansion, adorned with the number 001. This opulent residence spanned 3 levels, boasting lavish amenities such as a private training ground, a gymnasium, and a personal hot spring. The interior featured a comprehensive suite of smart furnishings, alongside an indulgent home theater. Most astonishingly, the mansion was encircled by its own athletic track and included a storage facility for the owner's resources. The entire estate was significantly larger than Yunshun's villa in Dongyan City. Considering the vast disparity in real estate prices between provincial capital cities and Dongyan City, one could assert that the value of this villa is astronomical, indeed outrageous. In summary, it is utterly preposterous. This marks our inaugural visit to dormitory number 1, where the 2 senior students are also witnessing it for the first time, leaving them profoundly astonished. Through their elucidations, Yunshun comes to understand that the living conditions for each individual may vary greatly. Students ranking within the top 50 are afforded the luxury of residing in standalone mansions, followed by single rooms, double rooms, and quadruple accommodations. As the top scholar from Jiangnan province, Yunshun is allocated the finest living conditions. It is reported that even among the top 10, the opulence of the accommodations differs. Dormitory number 2 lacks a separate warehouse and track. Currently, it is assumed that you are the top contender. Not only is your accommodation superior, but the resources allocated to you are also the best. Whether this is a stroke of fortune or misfortune remains uncertain. In the upcoming freshman competition, you may become the target of many, as everyone will surely aspire to usurp your position. Jiangnan University, where merit reigns supreme, has become the focal point of scrutiny. According to the two senior students, the freshman competition will take place shortly, primarily aimed at re-ranking the newcomers. As per tradition, it could occur within 10 days at the earliest, or extend to half a month at the latest. Regardless, a new round of reshuffling will commence soon. The seniors, Lin Yun and Li Jia, felt a bit awkward lingering any longer, as there was much work to be done at the registration area for new students. After a brief chat, they departed from the Grand Mansion. Today, newcomers from the 37th province of Xianlong Nation are arriving in succession. The vast expanse of Jiangnan University resembles an immense ocean, with the influx of so many new faces making scarcely a ripple. As night fell, Yunshin stood on the terrace of the mansion, gazing into the distance. He soon realized that this luxurious residence was not only grand but also perched at a high elevation. Merely by looking out, he could behold the surrounding scenic beauty, evoking a sense of majestic superiority over the world. It is no wonder that the wealthy and powerful prefer lofty heights, as it imparts a feeling of having the city beneath their feet. The gathering of people was nearly complete. In this moment, Yunshin also noticed that many lights in the freshman dormitory area had been illuminated. Perhaps the brilliance of the mountain mansions in the accommodation zone was too striking, drawing attention too closely. With his keen perception, Yunshin sensed a subtle gaze directed towards him from afar. Indeed, he had become the most conspicuous target. The following day, the early rising Yunshin remained disciplined. 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and 100 push-ups. With the luxury of a private track accompanying the mansion, he found it exceedingly convenient to jog along his own path. Ding. Daily task completed. You may choose from the following rewards. Receive 10 free attribute points. Receive 10 skill points. Receive a random material. The rewards for daily tasks are not static. At times they may include random skill books or weapons. Today, it is a random material. However, Yunshin does not gamble on probabilities. His inherently composed nature leads him to disregard such rewards entirely. At that moment, a notification chimed. New achievements have been announced as the freshman competition approaches. The task read, Achievement Task. Please maintain the first position in the freshman competition. The failure penalty, none. The reward, a new skill, Lucky Potion. The arrival of this new task ignited a glint of cold determination in Yunshin's clear, moon-like eyes. Even without a system mandate, he had no intention of relinquishing this residence, for he was not one to yield easily. To many first- and second-year students at Dongyun High School, Yunshin was perceived as a merciless, emotionless machine, ruthlessly targeting his foes with each strike. Embodying a blend of violent aesthetics and aloof arrogance, he was acutely aware that numerous so-called prodigies within the school were eagerly waiting to challenge him. While many questioned his unorthodox path of remaining a classless wanderer, he would not choose to ignore these doubts, burying his head in the sand like an ostrich. Rather, he resolved to shatter their skepticism, stuffing their words back into their mouths with his own hands. All were freshmen, yet why did the first dormitory, a luxurious abode perched atop the mountain, belong to him while they were relegated to the hillside? The mere thought of that individual looking down upon them from his lofty balcony was infuriating. Since last night, and into the early hours of today, the new arrivals in the freshman accommodation area were rife with discontent. What a farce. Each one present had earned a place at Jiangnan University. Were they not all prodigies from various corners of Xuanlong Nation? Many were celebrated figures in their local high schools, yet upon arrival at Jiangnan University, they found themselves assigned a default ranking. Each freshman was artificially categorized into tiers. Some resided in opulent quarters, others in single rooms, some shared double dormitories, while others were crammed into four-person spaces. The absurdity was palpable. Most distressingly, these default rankings corresponded to academic credits. The internal amenities of Jiangnan University, supermarkets, cafeterias, laboratories, shops, skill exchange halls, elite training grounds, weapon shops, and alchemical synthesis tables, required credits for access. This was indeed a harsh reality. The prodigies hailing from the 37 provinces and diverse regions of the world had chosen the finest university of the past 3 years. Yet, upon their arrival, they were confronted with rules that seemed to favor the strong over the weak. Complaints were rampant, yet none regretted their choices. The university's dining halls offered exquisite and even gourmet cuisine, prepared by skilled culinary artisans. Merely consuming such high-quality dishes over time could nourish their bodies and subtly enhance their foundational abilities and cellular vitality. Outside these walls, they could scarcely find a place with the capacity to sustain a brigade of chefs working around the clock to produce such culinary delights. Not only that, the school store also offers a plethora of treasures that are entirely unattainable in the outside world. Various grades of rare minerals and precious materials, invaluable vocational skill books, and an array of sought-after universal skills are all available. An abundance of exquisite resources, including pelts, bones, and even magical crystals harvested from magical beasts, can be found here. The store boasts an impressive selection of highly effective potions for both life and magical energy. In this realm, treasures that are both valuable and rare in the outside world can be acquired simply through the use of credits. It is no wonder that these prodigious talents are driven to madness and excitement. This is a university where strength reigns supreme, as long as one possesses credits. They can procure everything they have ever desired. Yet the root of all evil lies within these very credits. They have come to understand that credits can be obtained not only through corresponding rankings, but also through achieving performance standards in various subjects, completing tasks, and even through level-up rewards. However, as of now, the courses have yet to commence, and they find themselves at a loss for ways to earn credits. Ultimately, the source of their grievances is the unfairness of the initial rankings. It is simply unacceptable. There are rumors that many top scorers from various provinces have arrived at Jiang University, and they are quite dissatisfied, as the examination content varies from province to province. Why should Yin Chun be ranked first? Well said. I believe he only has the advantage of his household registration. The new students, troubled by the issue of credits, have unanimously directed their ire towards Yin Chun, for he is the one who has benefited the most. The mere thought of him looking down upon them from his high perch at night is enough to stir deep-seated resentment. Moreover, upon learning that the top scorer from Jiangnan province is merely a so-called idle individual without a profession, a wave of skepticism has erupted. This person is nothing more than a grotesque product of the examination system. Is there no one who dares to challenge Yinshin in the arena? If he refuses to fight, it would be a blow to his pride and would prove that the default ranking is utterly unfounded. If only the top contender were to be defeated, this ranking would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. The freshman competition has begun ahead of schedule. The spirited youths appear quite dissatisfied. Within one of the academic buildings, Dean Yan Fu of the War College has convened with several other deans. Reports have reached them from the teachers outside regarding the students' considerable discontent. They seem to harbor significant doubts about the initial ranking list. While questioning is certainly permitted, how much of a disparity in strength truly exists between those ranked 800th and 900th? Rankings may indeed lack fairness, but the difference in credits is negligible. Upon hearing this, Professor Sho Ichuan, seated nearby, chuckled. I have heard from student council members that these individuals are particularly displeased with the top-ranked student, Yin Shun, who has become the focus of their ire. Numerous students have expressed their frustration, questioning why Yin Shun should hold the first position while others from the same province must remain in lower ranks. Is this not an advantage derived from his local household registration? This argument holds considerable merit, and a degree of regional bias has resonated with many. However, they have underestimated my assessment of combat prowess. Dean Yan Fu of the War College shook his head. Moreover, the motto of Jiangnan University is "The coast embraces 100 rivers. Only with tolerance can one be great," yet it seems to belittle our character. Frankly, compared to being underestimated in terms of combat prowess, the skepticism regarding one's moral integrity truly disappoints Yan Fu. In reality, the majority of the teachers in this room, including Yi Anfu himself, hail from outside Jiangnan province. Even the current president is from another province. The university embodies the essence of embracing diversity. Akin to the vast ocean that accommodates countless rivers, it is this expansive mindset and grand vision that have allowed Jiangnan University to shine brightly in recent years. Very well, let them encounter some setbacks. While the subsequent rankings may be erroneous, the top position is indisputable. Sho Ichuan has already communicated the information regarding Yun Shin's awakened talent to the dean, which is why Yan Fu is so assured. The examination records of the top students vary by province, but after viewing each individual's examination footage, one can glean insights into their professional styles, combat skills, and attention to detail. Among them, Yun Shin stands out as exceptionally talented, even surpassing expectations. Moreover, this year's freshman cohort has indeed increased 2 to 3-fold, leading to potential disparities in subsequent rankings, which cannot account for all nuances. Given this situation, let the freshman competition commence ahead of schedule, today. As the veteran dean, with the highest qualifications in age, Yi Anfu's words are naturally beyond dispute. The teachers below began drafting notifications and preparing to initiate the examination. At this moment, the anticipation of the freshman assembly tonight, where every new student will be assigned to their respective colleges, has rendered the present deans somewhat restless. That Yun Shin's combat techniques are quite impressive. He possesses an innate sense for battle, just like me, and I wouldn't mind mentoring him, declared Dean Xia of the Weaponry College. She is a remarkably youthful woman, merely 26 years of age, the youngest present, clad in white attire that accentuates her extraordinary grace. Even the somewhat loose-fitting academy robe cannot conceal her strikingly tall and slender figure, exuding an aura reminiscent of a Victoria's Secret model. This is a grave misunderstanding. He possesses a rare talent for rapid spellcasting. His instant magic is swift, and his foundational skills in magic are robust. Even if he does not pursue the path of a free-spirited individual, he could effortlessly transition to becoming a wizard or a magic swordsman, interjected Dean Wu of the Elemental College, unable to remain seated. Their gathering was, after all, to vie for students, and Yun Shun, the first among them, had already caught the attention of numerous deans. There is no need to rush. Let tonight's freshman competition conclude and the new rankings be established before they make their selections. Yi Anfu remarked leisurely, with a calm smile. The War College has consistently ranked first among major institutions in recent years, and its philosophy naturally attracts young individuals eager for combat and the thrill of the front line. Thus, he feels no urgency. At this very moment, a group of discontented freshmen, questioning the initial rankings, have already set their sights on Yun-chun, coupled with the unconventional notion of a free-spirited individual, which is inherently controversial. This situation can only be seen as adding fuel to the fire. Come, let us all proceed together to witness the grandeur of the number 1 mansion. One must venture forth to discern the true identity of this so-called unemployed wanderer who dares to claim the foremost position. As of now, no classes are in session. With time on their hands, some individuals have resolutely decided to visit the opulent number 1 mansion atop the hill. However, as they tread along the path, they soon discover that the expansive freshman dormitory area resembles a small town, replete with various access restrictions and limitations. How infuriating! Unauthorized individuals are barred from ascending even halfway up the mountain. Under normal circumstances, a simple iron gate would pose no challenge to these people. Yet, the access regulations at Jiangnan University often entail hazardous devices set by mechanics or prohibitory enchantments laid down by sorcerers. No one dares to court misfortune, and thus, dozens remain awkwardly rooted in place. Fortune smiles upon them. Just then, a sudden buzz reverberates as the school broadcast system activates, announcing a notification. Each student's registered phone within the institution receives a simultaneous message. Please bring your gear and weapons and maintain peak physical condition to arrive at Nanyun Square by noon at 2:00 p.m. At this moment, every freshman's mind is alight with exhilaration. Bring equipment. Is the freshman competition commencing earlier than anticipated? Splendid, absolutely splendid. The rankings are about to be reshuffled. Simultaneously, within the luxurious mansion area that remains inaccessible to the throngs of newcomers, the first 100 residents, each worthy of their grand abodes, are ignited with a fervor for battle. Excellent. It is time to dethrone that so-called unemployed wanderer from his lofty perch. Among them, the top 10 rankings are occupied by the valedictorians from various provinces, or those who ranked second within their respective regions. Indeed, some of these prodigious talents are contemplating challenging the leader in the arena, intent on exposing his false pretenses. And should he refuse, ensuring he is thoroughly humiliated. Shin Tairan, the esteemed valedictorian from the Great Zhou province, holds the second position, just beneath Yunchun and above all others. He remains silent, his gaze often drifting toward the solitary mansion perched higher on the hillside. A man of utmost discipline, he possesses an inner pride that is both formidable and aloof. After meticulously inspecting his weapons for any sign of wear, he partakes of a modest lunch and promptly succumbs to slumber, preparing to confront the freshman competition with unparalleled vigor. The first place is his for the taking. At 2:00 p.m., the grand and majestic Nanyun Square is transformed into a sea of humanity. Although the designated assembly time has yet to arrive, many eager newcomers, brimming with excitement, have foregone their afternoon rest, donning their gear and arriving early in anticipation of the freshman competition. It is but a dungeon. The Silver Secret Realms portal, a resplendent gate, entirely silver, hovers in the air. All dungeon realms are under the jurisdiction of official entities. Furthermore, the gaming map, more accurately, all leveling points within the territory of the Xianlong Kingdom, are predominantly under strict governance, with ordinary individuals required to apply through official channels even to gain entry. Freshmen from all corners of the world begin to share a myriad of secrets. The successful admission to Jiangnan University is not devoid of offspring from prestigious families, who have shared abundant knowledge that eludes the average person's grasp. In truth, this information will be elaborated upon in the forthcoming history course, New World History. Yet it does not hinder these science from presenting it as fodder for conversation in advance. To put it succinctly, the resources for leveling up are finite. Despite the support of compulsory education in the Xianlong Kingdom, it is regrettable that, for the vast majority, attaining level 20 in their lifetime is nigh impossible. In the realm of the Divine Domain game, the training grounds monsters respawn after the passage of a refresh interval once defeated. This refresh mechanism is a staple across virtually all online games. However, once the game descended into reality, the monsters at these training spots, upon being vanquished, would no longer reappear. This is precisely why leveling resources are limited. What are the secret realms in the dungeons, one might query. After all, each individual's completion of a dungeon resembles the game, where defeating the monsters allows one to re-enter and farm again. The number of secret realms is limited, and once one surpasses the requisite level for a dungeon, re-entry becomes impossible. As one progresses, they will discover that dungeons become increasingly scarce. Unless, of course, new dungeon gates descend from the heavens, remarked a rather eccentric scion. New dungeon gates falling from the sky? At this, the crowd instinctively gazed upward. The current world order was indeed shaped by the Earth's will, the so-called creator deity who fabricated the Divine Domain game 70 years prior. Numerous rumors circulate that humanity can invoke the creator deity's favor through sacrificial offerings. The most widely circulated tale, supported by video evidence, recounts an event from a decade ago when a beam of light descended upon a Western nation, bringing forth a golden-hued gate to his secret realm. It is said that the cost of this favor was the sacrifice of a colossal guild offering the remains and core crystal of a demon lord from the rift. Quite the show-off, aren't you? Someone remarked, casting a glance at the scion. In an instant, the surrounding new students, particularly the tall and lanky individual, swallowed hard. Hesitant to speak further, Shui Hongfang, the second top scorer in this year's college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, currently ranks 4th, surpassing the champions of 4 other provinces. At this moment, Shui Hongfang refrained from chastising his distant relative, his cold gaze now fixated with interest on the tall figure approaching the edge of the square. It was him, Yin Shun. This was the individual who had snatched his title. It is worth noting that in multiple mock examinations during high school, he was consistently the top scorer in the province. Yet, following the actual college entrance examination, the title that had seemed within his grasp had inexplicably vanished. Through connections, he learned that he had missed the mark by a staggering 11 seconds. How could a mere aimless wanderer, devoid of prospects, possibly compare to his hidden profession? Is this person truly Yin Shin? His distant relative had already sprinted over, exuding an air of arrogance akin to a dog relying on its master's might. Casting a haughty glance at the figure in the distance, one cannot deny that Yin Shin's aura was indeed distinct. The entire tall and slender physique exudes a sense of strength, adorned in light armor that betrays not a hint of bulkiness. His chiseled features and strikingly handsome visage are sufficient to capture anyone's attention. He is the embodiment of the ideal man that a lovesick maiden could only dream of. Coupled with an air of aloofness and an indifference that seems to keep others at bay, he ignites a desire within women to draw closer, yearning to melt this icy exterior with their fervent warmth. Yin Shun, he has arrived. In this moment, a host of proud elites, who regard him as a formidable rival, begin to murmur and caution one another in hushed tones. Some perceive this unclassed wanderer as a significant threat, while others dismiss him as shameless and beneath notice. Yet, there are also those who see potential in forging an alliance with him. Various gazes, laden with ulterior motives, either admiring or scornful, flit towards him. With Yun Chen's arrival, the discussions in the square gradually tilt in favor of this so-called top newcomer. Many have begun to realize that numerous rumors are baseless. It is said that he hails from a humble background, a quintessential small-town scholar immersed solely in his studies. Yet, to my eyes, he seems more akin to a scion of a noble lineage than any of the young aristocrats present. How intriguing. The second-ranked newcomer, the top scholar of the Zhou province, Shin Tairan, upon casting a glance at his counterpart, immediately closes his eyes to meditate. While his expression remains serene, his mind is already engaged in an elaborate simulation of a battle against this wanderer. Prior to this moment, to prepare for the esteemed unclassed wanderer, Shun Tairan diligently reviewed the fundamental skills of various professions. He dismisses idle gossip, since the university has bestowed the first rank upon this individual. He is keenly aware of his own shortcomings. However, it matters not. This is not the highly restrictive examination. The rules have shifted. The top spot must be mine. I only hope you do not fall too far behind. At this very instant, beneath the grand expanse of Nanyan Square, several deans have made their appearance, accompanied by numerous teaching staff. The previously raucous atmosphere falls into a hushed silence. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yian Fu, the Dean of the War Academy. I shall preside over this freshman assembly. On the podium, the various deans, leading a cohort of instructors, commence their brief introductions and speeches. Notably, several instructors exhibit distinctly non-human traits: beast ears, heterochromia, flowing silver hair, all hinting at a pronounced beastly lineage. Among them, the archery instructor, with elegant features and pointed ears, clearly possesses elven heritage. Even more striking, the warrior instructor boasts giant lineage, towering over 3 meters in height. Even without armor, he resembles a small mountain. Do you reckon his father is a giant, or is it his mother? How could a human and a giant possibly come together? A student quips from the crowd. Certainly. There are newcomers who have seldom encountered the wider world, quietly expressing their astonishment. Since arriving in the metropolis, they have discovered that intermarriage with foreigners is not as uncommon as they had presumed. The prevalence of beast-eared maidens in fantasy films seems almost a boon for the reclusive enthusiasts. It is evident that these individuals hail from rural origins. Meanwhile, newcomers from the city have begun to mock those who voice such sentiments. It is noteworthy that ever since the Golden Lion family of the Orcish royal court forsook the New World, plunging into darkness and descending upon the Shadow City through a rift, resulting in a bloody incident, there has been a notable rise in xenophobic sentiments across the realms of the Xianlong Kingdom. This event transpired 2 decades ago, and the conservative nature of smaller locales means that hybrid figures are seldom witnessed. After a brief introduction on stage, the formal theme commenced immediately. This year's cohort of newcomers is the largest in history. Given the heightened spirit of competition, the inaugural contest for newcomers will commence today. It is essential to clarify that the final results of this contest will impact personal credits and even housing arrangements. The significance of credits is something you are likely already aware of. so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Additionally, your performance will, to some extent, determine the allocation to various institutions. Therefore, should you falter or lack diligence, your collegiate journey may commence with an unfortunate setback. Furthermore, it is critical to heed the rules. This instance of the examination has no restrictions. As Yeon Fu's words fell, a wave of fervent discussion erupted below. In previous examinations, numerous constraints were imposed, such as single-use recovery potions, quality blue and red potions, weapon quality limitations, and even specifications for ammunition. It can be said that past examinations maximized fairness, limiting external interference and identifying truly talented and gifted students. However, the harshness of reality does not afford such leniency. Adversaries do not abide by such rules. On the contrary, they are ruthless, merciless, and insidiously cunning. To confront them with civilized principles is a sure path to demise. Thus, the newcomer contest is devoid of such constraints. Naturally, due to the level limitations imposed on all participants, even the quality of equipment cannot exceed certain bounds. You will have 1 minute to prepare. After 1 minute, the examination will commence. Within that minute, the gathered newcomers in the plaza instantly adopted serious expressions. Some began to polish their weapons, others counted their ammunition, while a few stretched their limbs to invigorate their bodies. There were even those who preemptively consumed stimulant potions to save precious seconds during the contest. For ordinary individuals from the outside world, such actions may be difficult to comprehend. However, that single second could significantly affect rankings and, ultimately, credits. In this moment, even the previously most lackadaisical newcomers wore expressions of utmost seriousness. After all, this is a university where the nation's talents converge. Those who appeared apathetic, initially ranked outside the top 1,000, may in their hometowns be undisputed champions or prodigious talents celebrated since childhood. Amidst this, some gazes from the podium fell upon Yunchun. Truly, he is a figure of distinct uniqueness, one of the instructors remarked in admiration. Before them stood Yunchun, wielding an extraordinarily elongated silver staff, embedded with magical crystals that emanated a subtle violet hue. He bore the semblance of a sorcerer. However, concealed within his battle arm was a tactical dagger, while on either side of his waist rested 2 pristine firearms. Truly, this eclectic mix epitomized the essence of an unclassed wanderer. It is worth noting that his battle rifle belonged to the enigmatic series, long abandoned in the treasure vault of Jiang University, finally awaiting a worthy master. At this moment, the usually aloof and taciturn head of the Weapon Academy, Xia Qingcheng, displayed a keen interest. I must say, this individual is quite suitable for our academy, she remarked. The countdown had commenced. After silently counting down 5 digits, the magnificent silver gates hovering in midair radiated a brilliant light, swiftly swinging open. Soon, the minds of the gathered individuals synchronized, and identical pop-up templates manifested in their consciousness. Dungeon Secret Realm, Troll's Nest, Level, 12, 15, Difficulty, Selectable, Easy, Hard, Nightmare. Number of participants required, 1, 5. Remarks. Within the dimly lit and eerie forest lair, a settlement of trolls resides. It is said that in the shadows, their combat spirit intensifies. In scarcely a second, the once crowded square was left devoid of people. Difficulty, Nightmare Level. Number of participants, 1. This was the choice of every individual from Jiangnan University. The elite from all corners of the nation unanimously opted for solo play. Upon entering, the mechanic ranked 653 was greeted by an exceedingly dim environment, contrasted by pairs of crimson eyes that glimmered in the darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned a mech with a swift gesture. Up and away, he exclaimed, reveling in the thrill from within the 2.5-meter-tall mech, as he unleashed a torrent of bullets from the mounted machine guns. Clearly, he epitomized the mech's specialization within the mechanic profession. Meanwhile, the priest ranked 213. Upon entering the dungeon, inexplicably burst into maniacal laughter. Heaven has favored me. Many might find it hard to believe that a healer, typically seen as a support role, would dare to tackle a dungeon solo. Yet, those who gained admission to Jiangnan University were undoubtedly formidable. The Shadow Priest specialization within the cleric class could effortlessly convert their healing power into a percentage-based corrosive effect on their enemies. The fiercer the healing, the greater the damage dealt. In the depths of night, the Shadow Priest became a formidable force. In this moment, each freshman showcased their unique brilliance while attempting to solo the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, a holographic virtual screen projected onto the silver gates displayed 30 windows interconnected, revealing the status of each newcomer. Indeed, this cohort of freshmen was worthy of great responsibility. At this juncture, Director Xia Qingcheng prompted the instructor controlling the holographic screen. Quickly, switch to Yunchen's window. What has he done? Immediately, switch to Yunchen. The words of Xia Qingcheng resonate deeply with many of the educators present. It was indeed time to allow this freshman, currently ranked first, to take the spotlight. After all, most attendees had never witnessed the prowess of a classless wanderer. Unlike the dean, who could access others' examination recordings, they were at a disadvantage. Thus, when the dean of the War Academy spoke, the assembled crowd dare not languish. In no time, an additional screen showcasing Yunshun appeared among the 30 interconnected windows. However, it was engulfed in blinding white. No discernible images or figures were visible. What was amiss? Was it a malfunction? The audience was perplexed. But no. At the very moment the question was uttered, this expanse of white did not resemble a failure. Rather, it radiated with a fierce brilliance. To their astonishment, the entire frame quivered violently, as if someone were shaking the window itself. In less than a moment, a deafening explosion drowned out the sounds emanating from the surrounding screens. Amidst the chaos, a cacophony of explosions erupted relentlessly. The teachers appeared dazed, hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds. Gradually, the dazzling white light dissipated, revealing a scene before their eyes, a desolate, burning forest. The ground was littered with the carcasses of giant trolls, each lifeless body charred and scorched by flames. Not only that, but the very soil of the grassland had been hurled into the air, as if the land had been plowed repeatedly by artillery fire. The sole survivor of this grim tableau was a tall, slender figure, who strolled nonchalantly through a sea of purple flames, advancing towards the next challenge. At this moment, the thoughts of the teachers could perhaps only be encapsulated by a multitude of question marks. What on earth transpired? What was the nature of the previous white light? Surely it could not have been a malfunction, yet I cannot fathom how this occurred. The flames must have been conjured by fire magic. But was this individual a classless wanderer or a sorcerer? A myriad of puzzled expressions adorned the faces of the instructors. It is a light spell, elucidated Yanfu, the dean of the War Academy. However, even after receiving this explanation, some teachers remained confounded. This was not their fault, nor could they solely blame a lack of insight. Who could have anticipated that a universal skill, the light spell, a skill that the majority do not even bother to activate, could be so dramatically elevated? Even more astonishing was that a considerable number of skill points had been invested in it, resulting in an unforeseen effect. Additionally, the explosive sounds that accompanied the blinding light were likely the result of a sonic boom technique. Yanfu, having undergone 3 advancements, had never even activated this skill himself. He merely deduced this fitting answer from the outcomes. The combination of the sonic boom and the dazzling white light produced the effect of a super-enhanced flashbang. This was precisely what the young man had accomplished upon his arrival. Yanfu did not publicly disclose that had he not viewed Yunshin's college entrance examination footage in advance, he might have struggled to fathom the opponent's profound mastery of the illumination technique. To this end, he had even taken the rare initiative to familiarize himself with some lesser-known skills. The illumination technique, the sound blast technique. These 2 skills, which few would choose to learn or invest additional skill points to enhance, had been ingeniously combined by this solitary practitioner, showcasing an impressive display. Has anyone truly invested in the obscure sound blast technique? Upon hearing this, the instructor of the magical arts shook his head. Not only had he never learned it himself, but among the numerous students he had mentored over the years, he had never witnessed the use of this skill. The illumination effect could indeed be utilized in specific dark scenarios, while the sound blast technique was utterly unheard of. Moreover, this instructor from the Elemental Academy began to deduce what Yunshun had accomplished. By analyzing the elemental traces lingering in the air, he concluded that the young man had executed instantaneous magic, producing an effect akin to a magical machine gun, which resulted in a scene of rampant flames, likely a classic fireball spell. Furthermore, the transformation of the flames into a purple hue indicated a qualitative change in the fireball itself. It must be said that, compared to the Weapon Academy, he should have indeed attended the Elemental Academy. In response to this, the initially aloof Dean Xia Qingqing merely replied with indifference, suggesting that the unfolding events would speak for themselves. At that moment, from the 30 windows currently visible, it was evident that Yunshun had taken the lead in advancing to the next stage. One must acknowledge that the caliber of this year's new students was exceptionally high, particularly as they represented the first fruits of the educational support from the Xianlong Kingdom. Among the unprecedented number of entrants into Jiangnan University, these students were undoubtedly outstanding. Even within the 30 interconnected windows, one could observe mages adeptly maneuvering their spells, flawlessly controlling and luring numerous monsters. Soon, another mage who unleashed a torrent of spells stepped into the next stage. Within a mere 10 seconds, several others followed suit, each new student racing against time without pause. Indeed, Yanfu felt a deep sense of pride in their performances. Yet, he also shook his head. While their performance was impeccable, the fact that someone had unleashed a high-consumption advanced spell in the first stage and another had nearly exhausted the firepower of their mecha suggested that the challenges ahead would be formidable. Conversely, the apparent time advantage of the solitary practitioner did not seem overly significant. The minor skills he had employed in the first stage had a considerably lower mana consumption compared to those of a formal mage, a characteristic inherent to the solitary practitioner's reliance on basic skills. The next challenge would reveal whether Yunshun could maintain his composure in the second stage. 0043. The hidden truth beneath the illumination technique. Not necessarily, someone voiced a differing opinion. While the mana consumption of basic skills is indeed lower, the sheer number of instantaneous fireballs unleashed cannot be deemed trivial. The magical consumption of professional skills is certainly higher than that of foundational skills. However, witnessing the inferno that resembled a hellish forest scene before them, could one truly claim the consumption was minimal? Yi Yanfu faced skepticism without irritation. The school's commendable academic atmosphere fostered open communication between superiors and subordinates, allowing for candid discussions. In fact, he deduced that Yunchen's mana consumption was unlikely to be substantial. After all, he had watched Yunchen's college entrance examination video and was well aware that he was a person of remarkable composure and caution. This was merely the first stage. It was inconceivable that he would commence by minimizing his magical energy expenditure to the utmost. However, he found himself at a loss for a suitable explanation unless Yunchen had prepared an exorbitantly priced, single-use recovery potion. Yet, such a simplistic and crude approach led Yi Yanfu to underestimate him. In his eyes, Yunchen was a masterful combatant, capable of delivering lethal strikes with precision, never overextending his efforts and maintaining an impeccable grasp of details. To encapsulate this in the vernacular of competitive gaming, it was akin to witnessing a perfectly executed finishing move that brought great aesthetic pleasure. After all, this lone wanderer had previously navigated the college entrance examination dungeon without even a single healing potion, evading the goblins until the end and triggering a hidden level as a result. Would such a detail-oriented combat prodigy truly engage in the reckless misuse of magical power, as others suggested? The answer remained elusive. Beneath the veil of the illumination spell, the only way to uncover the obscured truth was to inquire directly with Yunchen. As anticipated by the outside world, Yunchen indeed initiated the battle with the illumination spell followed by the sonic boom spell, the latter being a newly acquired skill designed to produce the effect of a flashbang. In reality, this combination exceeded Yunchen's expectations. First and foremost, his innate talent had elevated the illumination spell to a superior quality, imparting a mental shockwave effect. The development of the sonic boom spell aimed to create an overwhelming auditory disturbance, inducing a disorienting illusion akin to that of a real-life stun grenade. Under the enhancement of his awakened omnipotent talent, the sonic boom spell produced immense visual disorientation and a significant mental shock response. The convergence of these two elements inflicted dual torment upon both sight and sound. Upon entering the dungeon of the trolls and perceiving the lurking threats in the darkness, Yunchen wasted no time in executing a combination attack. In an instant, the blinding white light and explosive sound robbed the trolls of their sight and hearing, plunging them into a state of paralysis or causing them to roll about in confusion. However, the subsequent events were far from the simplistic notions held by the observing instructors. Indeed, as the teacher of magic had stated, recklessly casting fireball spells in rapid succession could easily clear the battlefield. This was a common practice among many sorcerers. Yet, the energy expenditure was exorbitant, and this was merely the first hurdle, which did not align with Yunchen's combat style. He would only unleash a barrage of spells in the inconsequential hidden levels, purely for the thrill of it. In truth, during this encounter, Yunchen cast merely 2 fireball spells. Indeed, it was just 2 fireball spells. If the teachers outside were to listen, they would undoubtedly be perplexed. The inferno, reminiscent of a hellish landscape, had merely unleashed 2 fireball spells, which seemed utterly implausible. The ferocious flames, a manifestation of elemental chaos, swept across the battlefield with a force that suggested at least a dozen fireballs were in play. The reason for this spectacle lay in the skill Cloud Chun had previously cast, Eye of the Wind. This was a primary skill unique to the wizard profession in the Western realms, a reward bestowed upon him by Jiangnan University for attracting top scorers in the college entrance examination. The essence of the spell involved conjuring a vortex from his wand, capable of drawing in all nearby entities. The name Eye of the Wind was derived from the eye of a typhoon, signifying the calm center of a storm. Admittedly, this title was somewhat exaggerated. Its fundamental effect was merely to create a focal point, pulling nearby creatures together, making it convenient for the wizard to harvest them with subsequent spells. With the awakening of his innate talents elevating this basic skill to unprecedented heights, Cloud Chun, after casting both light and sonic boom spells, promptly invoked the Eye of the Wind. A tempest of unparalleled fury surged forth towards the trolls before him. The purpose of blinding these trolls, rendering them deaf and subjecting them to mental shock, was to strip them of their sensory faculties, rendering them dazed and incapable of resisting the storm's pull. As the relentless tempest advanced, the trolls, unable to see or hear, were ensnared within the vortex amidst their agonizing mental torment, offering no resistance. In this manner, Cloud Chun effortlessly maneuvered his wand to shift the storm. Even though the movement was not particularly swift, it mattered little, for the enemies remained like lambs awaiting slaughter, defenseless. The wind lacked sufficient force to inflict significant harm. Thus Cloud Chun supplemented the assault with 2 fireball spells. Boom! The flames were drawn into the swirling storm, instantly transforming the tumultuous winds into a crimson tempest. Fire, fueled by wind, bolstering fire. The union of storm and flame birthed a cataclysmic force, and the trolls caught within could only imagine the brutal inferno that ensued. The surrounding forest was swiftly ravaged by the fiery tempest, reduced to ashes as if swept away by a relentless gale. Even the soil beneath was uprooted and flung into the sky, contributing to the nightmarish tableau. Yet, the entire process deviated significantly from what the instructors had envisioned. It was no surprise, considering that the teachers responsible for imparting magical knowledge had not anticipated Cloud Chin's utilization of the wizard's Eye of the Wind. They were trapped in the conventional mindset of their profession, believing that after a barrage of spells akin to a magical machine gun, all that remained was to gulp down a restorative potion before proceeding to the next challenge. They had vastly underestimated Cloud Chin's approach, which was far more nuanced and sophisticated. Throughout the initial stage, he had employed merely 5 basic skills, expending significantly less magical energy than these mages, and his efficiency and speed surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. The disparity between them was as vast as night and day. Druid, nature affinity, wild growth. The playstyle of the classless wanderer is indeed unique, a phenomenon that has neither precedent nor successor. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for the headmaster and instructors to be unable to grasp the full scope of this concealed approach. Prior to this, various online games have indeed seen such extravagant players indulging in carefree solo play. However, with the game manifesting in reality, who would willingly choose to pursue mere amusement at the cost of sacrificing numerous freedom attributes and skill points, ultimately ending up without a powerful skill as a classless wanderer? Even with Yun Shun possessing the remarkable awakening talent of omnipotence and an exceptionally keen combat intuition, he found himself hesitating on whether to embrace the classless wanderer path, despite his outstanding innate conditions. Hence, it is understandable that the instructor of magic misjudged the potential. Meanwhile, Yun Shen's figure had already traversed through the desolate, burning forest. In the aftermath of the tempestuous might that surged forth, he even glimpsed bricks from the city being hurled into the air, alongside the remnants of a city buried beneath tangled roots and plants. Clearly, the entire troll nest was established upon the ruins of an ancient castle. As time wore on, the once grand edifice had become entwined with creeping vines, completely shrouded by dense foliage. Boom! As Yunshin approached, it seemed to trigger the conditions for the next stage to unfold. With a resounding crash, the ground ahead gave way, revealing a vast underground passage before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped down. The fall from a height of 7 to 8 meters saw his feet land securely on the ground. His exceptional physical prowess and mastery over gravitational balance ensuring that he landed without the slightest tremor. Upon entering the tunnel, a chilling, decayed atmosphere enveloped him. The darkness within was so profound that one could hardly discern the direction of advancement. Vision was severely limited, and sensory perception felt sluggish, as if he had stepped into a quagmire. This was the environmental effect of the dungeon, a detrimental influence solely affecting intruders. Conversely, for the trolls dwelling here, it served as a genuine boon, bestowing upon them a permanent state akin to frenzy or bloodlust. Firstly, he needed to ascertain his direction, otherwise, finding the entrance to the next stage would be a futile endeavor. With a clear understanding of his objective, Yunshin instinctively sought an escape route. In less than a second, an inexplicable wave of perception surged from his mind, resonating with the surrounding environment. The underground passage, replete with tree roots, draped in green moss, and layered with fungal carpets, immediately established an indescribable connection with Yunshin. Buzz, nature affinity, the initial skill of the druid class. As favored children of nature, druids possess the ability to transform into various forest beasts, and their innate talents enable them to communicate with the forest and the plains. At this moment, the exquisite skill in Yunshin's possession allowed him to forge a connection with the surrounding flora. All he sought was to discern the direction of the next entrance. As he concentrated, the mycelium beneath his feet trembled faintly, while a vine emerging from the wall gently extended backward. Understanding dawned upon him. Yunshin nodded slightly and promptly turned, hastening toward the darkness behind him. In this very instant, due to his affinity with nature, the vibrant green energy of plant roots manifested vividly in his vision, illuminating the darkness and guiding his path. This revelation granted him an almost omniscient perspective of the subterranean realm, revealing the lurking trolls hidden in the shadows. Yunshin's pace remained unyielding. With his silver staff, an instrument of arcane disruption, in hand, he pointed delicately at the air before him. Grow. This was a fundamental skill inherent to the druidic profession. Under standard circumstances, it might merely hasten a plant's growth akin to the folly of forcing a seedling. However, in Yunshin's capable hands, the effect was nothing short of astonishing. With a resounding flourish, the roots of the surrounding plants surged forth, expanding like serpents and ensnaring the trolls that lay in ambush within the darkness. Caught completely off guard, the trolls were swiftly bound by the frenzied vines, which not only immobilized their limbs, but also exerted such tremendous force that the sound of snapping bones echoed ominously. It must be said that the conditions here were inherently favorable to the druidic vocation. The long-abandoned underground passage, neglected for millennia, had been thoroughly entwined by the roots of forest plants. The eerie environment thus created had facilitated the trolls' establishment of a lair. Yet now, These trolls found themselves unaware that this seemingly hospitable underground haven had become their death knell. This was indeed a labyrinthine domain. Undeterred, Yunchen accelerated his pace. Through his nature-bound perception, he increasingly recognized that the entire subterranean structure resembled a maze. Many pathways that should have been traversable had been rendered impassable due to collapsed ceilings, necessitating a continuous detour through the winding corridors to reach the ultimate destination. This was a test of our perceptual acuity. Should one lose their sense of direction, the inability to navigate could lead them to inadvertently venture in the wrong direction from the very outset, inevitably straying further away. Such distance not only posed a logistical challenge, but also risked encountering more trolls waiting in ambush, thereby exacerbating one's exhaustion. Enveloped in this oppressive darkness, the struggle to find a way out would undoubtedly take a toll on both body and spirit. Fortunately, the druid's affinity with nature proved remarkably effective here. With but this one skill, the flowing green energy of the plant roots served to dispel the encroaching darkness. Simultaneously, he found clarity in his direction. Upon locating the gate to the next challenge, he navigated through an underground bend, deftly dispatching a few lurking trolls. Yunchen's figure emerged into a straight corridor. At the end of this passage, a forest troll, towering nearly 2 meters and 40 centimeters, sat blocking the entrance. This formidable guardian stood between him and his goal. However, Yunchen's arrival had already begun to rouse the slumbering giant. Yet, before it could fully rise, a barrage of fireballs surged from the corridor's end, launching it into the air with tremendous force. The powerful impact, accompanied by the troll's airborne form, shattered the gates of the underground city behind it. 0045 remained unperturbed, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned general. Boom. The tumultuous fireballs sent the colossal figure crashing to the ground. The sheer force of the assault not only propelled the troll away, but also obliterated the entrance door behind it. The forest troll, engulfed in flames, roared in agony as it thrashed about, desperately trying to extinguish the violet fire consuming its beastly hide. This vibrant and mysterious purple flame possessed a terrifying spiritual burning effect. The torment stemming from the depths of its soul far surpassed mere physical injuries, causing the troll immense suffering. After frantically beating out the flames, before it could rise, a sudden force struck its back, pinning it once more to the ground. The troll's eyes widened in shock as it realized that this accursed human was standing upon its body, making it impossible to rise. To add insult to injury, a long, elegantly crafted silver staff was poised against its forehead. The staff's apex, adorned with a faceted purple crystal, inexplicably emanated a purplish glow, enveloping the entire staff in a mystical violet aura, ethereal and enchanting. This was the enchanting effect of the staff's arcane enchantment, augmenting spell damage and penetration by 35. Whoosh. In the next moment, a purple fireball coalesced at the staff's tip and, with a resounding boom, struck the guardian at such close range that it obliterated the troll's head into a gruesome mess. With its head gone, the once struggling body succumbed to a complete loss of strength, allowing Yunchen to leisurely step over the carcass and proceed to the third challenge. Before him lay a magnificent underground hall, vast and expansive. At a glance, heavy stone pillars soared from the ground to the heavens, stretching to the limits of his vision, supporting the subterranean space. Yet, the grandeur of yesteryear had long since faded. The air was thick with the scent of decay and mildew. Once proud marble columns and opulent flooring were now cloaked in layers of grotesque fungal carpets and dark green moss. In such a repugnant environment, it is no wonder that these trolls, born to coexist with the eerie and damp, are so fervently inclined to take root here. Within this dimly lit space, a multitude of trolls, densely packed and huddled together, turned their crimson gazes toward the entrance, stirred by the earlier commotion. The slumbering figures had long been awakened. Among them, a particularly towering presence, seemingly capable of supporting the very ceiling of this realm, stood out prominently. Creature, Troll Chieftain, level, 15 skills, Bloodlust, Charge, Battle Cry. Regeneration, Notes. The troll tribe consists of 4 branches, and this one hails from the putrid moss family among the forest trolls, esteemed as the chieftain. Creature, Troll Shaman, level, 13 skills, Poison Mist, Silence, Mental Frenzy. Notes. A shaman of the putrid moss family, who, despite belonging to the troll race, retains a divine connection to the elements. Creature, Troll Hunter, level, 13 skills, Grapple, Bite, Precise Throw. Notes. The guardians of the putrid moss family. These inherently cruel hunters possess an innate thirst for close-quarters combat. Under the scrutiny of the identification spell, it became evident that the trolls before him belonged to the so-called putrid moss family. The robust scent of human flesh emanating from Yunchen captivated these trolls instantly. With a furious roar from the chieftain of the putrid moss family, the troll hunters surged forth like a dark tide sweeping in from the night. This third checkpoint was unmistakably a true test of one's output capability and resilience to the pressures of survival. In response, Yunchen's impassive visage exhibited not a hint of emotional fluctuation. There was no trace of panic in his demeanor. He simply raised the staff in his hand with deliberate slowness. In the next moment, a blinding white light illuminated the arena, as if a radiant sun had risen from the ground. Light spell. It had returned. At that instant, the screens outside capturing Yunshin's figure flashed once more into a blinding brilliance. Outside the dungeon, beneath the floating silver gate, the deans and instructors on the ceremonial platform continued to observe the performance of all the new students. 30 windows merged into a colossal holographic display suspended in the air. Numerous windows had already been switched to showcase other freshmen, even undergoing several rounds of transitions within a brief span. However, one window remained steadfastly fixed on Yunshin. The supervising instructor was acutely aware that many eyes were drawn solely to him, particularly the gaze of the dean of the Weapon Academy, Xia Qingqing, who wished to avoid inciting the ire of this icy beauty. The second challenge tested one's perceptiveness. As is widely known, upon entering an unfamiliar territory, lacking keen awareness renders one utterly blind to their surroundings. In particularly intricate battlefield environments, failing to locate enemy targets while deep behind enemy lines is an inexcusable predicament. Indeed, a teacher has interjected. The inability to find the entrance to the next level, compounded by the encroaching darkness obstructing vision, undoubtedly hampers one's perceptual abilities. In a state of impatience, one may become flustered, unable to navigate through the convoluted maze, resulting in the utmost torment for both body and mind. Yet, it remains uncertain what answer Yunshin, the first to step into the second level, will provide. As the words lingered in the air, a sudden movement from Yunshin on the screen caught attention. Remarkably, he chose to retreat in the opposite direction, a wise decision indeed. This reflects the druid class's innate affinity with nature. This clever individual has demonstrated remarkable quick thinking. The dark and eerie underground passage teems with roots of plants breaking through the soil. This level indeed offers significant advantages to newcomers selecting the druid profession. By communicating with nature, following the cues provided by the plants, and harnessing the vitality flowing through their roots, one can securely embark from the shadows. Displaying composure, Yunshin entered the underground labyrinth without a hint of panic, exuding the demeanor of a capable leader. Dean Yanfu offered a commendable assessment. Here comes 0046 again. As the second level presents a maze challenge, it tests the newcomer's ability to identify the sole exit under constrained visibility. The druid's natural affinity undoubtedly proves to be an excellent choice, and Yunshin's swift responses allow him to maintain his advantage. As for the other newcomers attempting to navigate the maze, they each employ their own unique talents. The Shadow Priest subclass within the cleric profession gains significant enhancements in the darkness, quickly discerning the singular exit through their heightened perception. Meanwhile, the mechanic class utilizes ultrasonic waves to map the entire maze by echoing sound, with a method even more potent than echolocation. They rapidly generate a visual representation of the maze on their handheld screens. Indeed, while the mechanic profession demands substantial resources and a profound understanding of machinery, it also proves that leveraging available technology can yield impressive results. Observing the performances displayed on the screens, several instructors expressed their admiration. Additionally, there were mages casting soul-searching and mental hypnosis spells to forcibly control trolls to serve them. Some summoners released moles and wind sprites as pathfinding companions to swiftly locate the exit. Notably, a unique domestic profession, the Taoist, was represented by a young girl clad in a Taoist robe who, after casting a spell, swiftly vanished from sight. Furthermore, hidden professions passed down through generations within prominent families showcased remarkable prowess at this moment. Among them was a particularly hot-tempered individual who, in a fit of rage, operated a mech to recklessly demolish walls, artificially creating pathways. Such a violent display was particularly evident among some warrior classes struggling to find their way. What a reckless display! The teachers could only shake their heads in disbelief. Indeed, there are individuals who exhibit extraordinary strength, carving out a genuine path and catching sight of the passageway at the end. Sometimes, fortune is indeed a facet of capability, and this is acceptable. Dean Yanfu chuckled and shook his head. However, when comparing the performance of a fellow freshman of the same druid profession with Yunshin, it becomes evident that the reaction was slightly delayed, lacking the instinctive feedback through the roots entwined in the earth. As an instructor of druids, I wholeheartedly concur with this observation. Remarkably, some druids' affinity with nature appeared less potent than that of this unclassed wanderer. The sheer intensity of Yunshin's ability to induce rapid growth in the vines, ensnaring and ultimately strangling the troll, is indeed astounding. Furthermore, what draws attention is that this wanderer exhibited no sign of slowing down during his dash. Upon encountering an enemy lying in ambush by the wall, he anticipated their move, deftly launching a dagger from his tactical wrist, swiftly slicing the troll's throat. This showcased a second weapon utilized by him, intriguing indeed. The second level, devoid of any survival pressure, tests one's perception. The longer one lingers in this stage, the more arduous the subsequent challenges become. Thus far, he remains in the lead, and it can be said that he has slightly expanded his advantage. However, The specifics will depend on his performance in the upcoming stages. And now, the third level has arrived. The gaze of the instructors once again converged on a window on the screen. There, a formidable fireball spell, executed with remarkable swiftness, shattered the dungeon door behind a formidable guardian. This individual is indeed quite domineering. The potency of this fireball seems wasted if not utilized at the Elemental Academy. Indeed, it appears that this individual is adept in the arcane arts, aligning well with the ethos of the Elemental Academy, a sentiment shared by the instructors there. Yet, the initially aloof dean of the Weapon Academy, Xia Qingqing, merely responded with indifference, stating, "You will see as it unfolds." Moreover, have you not noticed? Yunshun has not utilized a mana restoration spell at any point, nor has he consumed a potion, indicating that his mana reserves are remarkably ample. Do you not find this casts doubt on your previous judgment? Upon this remark, several instructors from the Elemental Academy visibly changed their expressions. Indeed, this fellow has not consumed any mana restoration potions since the second level. Furthermore, the reason he refrained from casting the priest's mana recovery spell may likely stem from an excess of internal magical energy, leading him to avoid waste. This contradicts their initial conclusion of significant consumption. Hence, what exactly did he do in the first level to conserve such a large amount of mana? Many of the teaching mages felt somewhat embarrassed, unable to surmise what Yin Shun had accomplished. It must be some other professional skill. Everyone understands this. Yet identifying the corresponding answer from the vast array of basic skills across various professions within a short span is indeed challenging. There are simply too many. The array of introductory and general skills available for junior and senior high schools is no less than several hundred, while the repository of Jiangda University boasts over 2,000 specialized skills. At this moment, Dean Yanfu suddenly relaxed his brow, recalling that the school had awarded this exceptional student with a collection of highly valuable introductory skills, some of which seemingly pertained to foreign professions. His position did not involve such matters, and thus he was unaware of the specific skills bestowed. Had Sho Ichuan been present, he might have been able to elucidate the situation based on the context. Just as everyone remained in a state of bewilderment, a vibrant white light once again erupted from the window, capturing Yunshen's figure. The intense brightness was so blinding that even the teachers, who had been intently focused outside the screen, squinted or averted their gaze. Damn it, here it comes again. Another illumination spell. What's the point of this? Faintly, a piercing sound wave emanated from the screen, its terrifying noise overpowering the other sounds from the surrounding windows. Then, as anticipated, the window began to tremble violently, indicating that the entire arena within was shaking uncontrollably. Good heavens, what has he done now? At that moment, all the teachers were consumed with curiosity, feeling as though feathers were tickling their hearts. When will this guy reveal the answer? Hey, what on earth did the pangolin say? This is outrageous. The command spell, Bewitch the Soul, has left the bewildered troll chief utterly flummoxed. Inside the instance, faced with the overwhelming tide of trolls akin to a dark wave, Yun Shun initiated his classic combination of illumination and sonic explosion spells. The blinding white light and the terrifying sound of the sonic blast produced effects far more devastating than flashbangs or concussion grenades. The sensory organs and nervous systems of the trolls were subjected to intense shock, compounded by a dreadful mental disturbance. Ugh, ah. The dismal cacophony erupted from the mouths of the trolls surrounding them. Their advancing figures came to a complete halt, tears streaming from their eyes in the searing daylight, as the recent thunderous explosion resonated painfully in their minds, causing their brains to tremble violently. Roar! This scene was mirrored in the troll chief, whose immense figure, seemingly in agony, shielded his eyes with one arm while furiously swinging his massive warhammer at the surrounding trolls. In stark contrast, the somewhat hunched and diminutive trolls were mercilessly trampled by the frenzied and enraged chief, as if only through the slaughter could he quell the psychological onslaught he was experiencing. However, Yin Chun had already set his sights on the troll chief. Swiftly, he made a single-handed gesture. Bewitch the Soul, a unique skill of the Fusang profession. The Onmyoji's introductory ability, Bewitch the Soul, disturbs the target's mind, causing them to perceive illusions of everything they hear and see. When the target is in a state of wakefulness, there exists a probability that the curse may not succeed. Conversely, when the target experiences a certain degree of mental disarray, the effects of the soul manipulation will have a chance to double. In the next moment, the obsidian-hued incantation suspended before Yunshen swiftly permeated the air, racing into the mind of the ogre chieftain. With a thunderous roar, the brilliant white light illuminating the sky dissipated completely, allowing the ogre chieftain to lower its obstructing arm. It then realized that, for some inexplicable reason, a throng of humans had suddenly appeared before it, seemingly intent on closing in and attacking while its senses were compromised. Truly, humans are treacherous and cunning. Kill. Eliminate him. Upon hearing the cacophony of human shouts, the ogre chieftain, completely oblivious to its newfound understanding of human language, swung its warhammer with ferocity, sweeping away the humans before it. Bang! Within its line of sight, the bodies of humans were crushed like meat paste by the force of its hammer. Those who failed to evade were trampled underfoot. Ha! In a state of exhilaration from the carnage, the ogre chieftain craved more satisfaction. It activated its bloodlust skill. In that fleeting moment, it faintly heard the wails of its kin beneath its feet, but the clarity of that moment was drowned by the frenzy induced by bloodlust. Kill! Kill! Under the effects of bloodlust, the ogre chieftain became even more frenzied, the last vestiges of reason in its mind dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming surge of destructive power and speed. Bang! Two bodies that attempted to obstruct its path were sent flying into the air with a single kick. The sheer force caused them to explode mid-air with a resounding thud, showering blood across its visage and spilling into its mouth, savoring the rich scent of blood. The ogre chieftain let out a mighty roar and charged forward, trampling over the humans in its wake. What ecstasy! It was sheer delight. These humans were utterly ignorant of how to resist, cowering in fear like its own tribesfolk. With this thought, it reveled even more in the slaughter. Its crimson gaze turned everything in sight into a frothy crimson mist beneath its warhammer. Behind it, a formidable ogre shaman wielded a staff, casting fiery spells to obliterate the approaching foes. 15 seconds later, perhaps the effects of the soul manipulation began to wane, or perhaps the bloodlust state was fading as well. The ogre chieftain hazily realized why it could understand human speech. It suddenly comprehended why the human body it had just devoured emitted a foul and unpalatable scent, entirely unlike that of a human. In a state of confusion, it retched violently, expelling a half-digested corpse. The ghastly green skin and hunched form were unmistakably those of a member of its own tribe, a fellow ogre hunter. The revelation of this fact jolted the dazed troll chieftain into full awareness. At that moment, he abruptly lifted his gaze. Before him lay a scene of carnage. Bodies strewn across the ground, drenched in blood. The lifeless forms were none other than the members of his own decaying tribe. It dawned upon him that he had just trampled and crushed his own kin. This realization sent the troll chieftain into a fit of frenzied rage. At this juncture, how could he remain oblivious to the fact that he had been utterly played by that accursed human? No wonder so many humans had suddenly appeared to attack. No wonder he could comprehend their cries of battle. It was all in the tongue of the trolls. He had been ensnared by the cunning, despicable human, who had manipulated his mind. This was undoubtedly a case of being subtly influenced during a moment of mental upheaval. Recognizing this, the enraged troll chieftain could hardly fail to understand that the formidable troll shaman he had previously perceived was, in fact, that vile human. Indeed, there stood a tall human figure amidst the heap of troll corpses behind him. Before him, numerous troll hunters' bodies were being consumed by a slow, purplish flame. What was once a band of over 300 trolls had now scattered sparsely around the hall. Awakened, he felt compelled to thank this human for clearing away many of his foes. At this moment, Yin Shun had turned back, his expression cold and indifferent as he regarded the troll chieftain, who had been so thoroughly outmaneuvered. The spell of mental manipulation was particularly effective when the target's psyche was in turmoil. To make matters worse, this fool had unwittingly activated a bloodlust ability that led him to lose his rationality. In this way, the troll chieftain had unwittingly collaborated in his own tragic downfall, crafting even more harrowing scenes. Bound by the spirit binding technique, he had become a pawn in the hands of this treacherous human. And how could the troll chieftain not be consumed by fury? Reflecting on the anguish of having harmed his own kin, and the bitter irony of being so ruthlessly toyed with, his crimson eyes seemed on the verge of bleeding with rage, every inch of his portly visage radiating sheer wrath. Death. That human must die? Without a moment's hesitation, the troll chieftain instinctively activated his bloodlust ability. Regrettably, this power had already been expended, leaving him ensnared in a cooling period, unable to ignite his blood once more. Damn it. At this moment, the infuriated troll chieftain felt as if he could see the mocking smile etched upon his adversary's face. Ignoring everything else, he yearned to crush his opponent utterly. Moreover, the fact that the other remained still and gazed upon him, what did that signify? Was it mockery? With a swift motion, he charged forward. His foot pounded the ground, fueled by a tempest of anger, propelling his body forward with a surge of force, sending shockwaves rippling behind him. Yet, in less than half a second, just a meter into his charge, he found himself ensnared by an unseen force pulling him back. In that instant, even its charging skill was ruthlessly interrupted. What was happening? Had it been struck again? The troll chieftain looked down to see ghostly, pale arms extending from the ground, as if summoned from the depths of hell. These eerie appendages ensnared his feet, and their grip was tightening. The once normal human-shaped arms elongated inexplicably, ferociously binding themselves around the chieftain's waist and arms. Gradually, the strength of his resistance was utterly subdued by this binding force. What on earth was this? The troll chieftain was taken aback. In truth, it was indeed a ghostly apparition, the Shikigami's binding spirit. Its effect was akin to the mechanic's trap, setting a designated area where any enemy stepping within would be ensnared, finding it difficult to escape. Naturally, this minor skill, when elevated, produced a far more terrifying binding effect. The troll chieftain found himself struggling to move, completely restrained. However, this effect could not endure for long. There was always some degree of magical resistance. His innate passive ability provided significant resilience against such bindings. He could distinctly feel the grip loosening, a clear indication that this confinement was not sustainable. Yet, how could the orchestrator, Yun-chun, be unaware of the binding's duration? As soon as his adversary stepped into the trap he had laid, his tall, slender figure vanished from sight. With a swift step, he created a series of afterimages as he propelled himself forward. In mere moments, he had traversed several meters, his form disappearing entirely from the chieftain's view. A backstab, the assassin's primary skill, allowing for an explosive short-distance maneuver that enabled him to swiftly position himself behind the enemy for a lethal strike. Thanks to the awakening of his innate talent, which enhanced all his skills and abilities, the distance covered by this backstab was considerably extended. At that moment, the troll chieftain, witnessing the impending threat, struggled desperately against the waning bindings, instinctively raising his arms to shield his face. Yet, through the gaps between his arms, he caught a glimpse of his foe's form vanishing just 3 meters away. The figure had disappeared. Alarm surged through him as his primal instincts alerted him to imminent danger approaching from behind. True to his instincts, Yun-chun had executed his backstab, positioning himself directly behind the chieftain. In an instant, thrust, without any resistance from the chieftain, a sharp dagger, propelled from Yun-chun's tactical bracers, pierced cleanly through his back. Blood erupted violently, the dagger embedding itself deep within the chieftain's heart, akin to a stake driven into the earth. This was also a fundamental skill of the assassin class. Rooted in simple, yet deadly principles, a toxin can be released at the critical points of an enemy, spreading throughout their body, capable of completely paralyzing their nervous system and rendering them utterly immobile. The potency of the toxin is entirely contingent upon the severity of the wounds inflicted by the dagger. Generally speaking, a fatal injury can yield an enhanced effect of the toxin by as much as 150%. In less than a heartbeat, the ability of the bone corruption fully activated, and the skin of the towering troll chieftain became instantly adorned with dark, intricate patterns. In that fleeting moment, after the binding spirit had utterly failed, this armored giant, clad in battle gear and helmet, stood as still as a statue of ice, unable to move. It was all over. Yun-chun could scarcely muster the energy to turn and behold the despair and hatred reflected in his opponent's eyes. Clang. The peculiar sword in his hand had already transformed into its long sword form. The razor-sharp blade glided toward the unprotected neck, where the helmet and armor did not connect. The troll chieftain's innate resilience could not withstand the piercing strike of this exquisite sword. What was most dire was that the chieftain possessed regenerative abilities. Logically, coupled with the innate dual resistance, he should not have been so easily dispatched, as his recovery would be incredibly swift. Yet, the long sword, with its sinister array, bore a bloodletting effect. Blood curse. The enchanted sword glowed a vibrant crimson. With a swift motion, the blade disregarded the chieftain's regenerative powers and formidable resistances, and amidst the splattering crimson waves, successfully severed his head from his neck. Whoosh! A large head was tossed into the air. The chieftain of the ruined Moss tribe was thus toyed with by Yun-chun, effortlessly relinquishing his life. Throughout the encounter, he had not landed a single effective blow on Yun-chun, nor had he even come close, being perfectly restrained by the binding chains. Thus, he concluded his malevolent existence. Not far away, within the expansive and grand hall, the scattered trolls were seething with rage. It was this despicable human who had manipulated their chieftain, turning him into a mere killing machine. In that moment, the trolls united in their fury. Roar! With guttural cries of indignation, the troll hunters charged forward. In response, the sword of disruption in Yun-chun's hand, invigorated by his power, continued to emit a dazzling crimson radiance. The eerie blood curse shimmered as it swept past, leaving behind a bleeding effect that even regenerative abilities struggled to mend. In the next instant, wind slash. As the enemies approached, Yun-chun surged forward, propelled by a mighty gust. It is worth noting that his wind slash had now evolved into a skill of superior quality, boasting new effects compared to before. Swish! The throwing axes and knives hurtling from the trolls were effortlessly deflected away by the tempest swirling around Yun-chun. This marks a new transformation. During the displacement process of the wind slash, all minor attacks are essentially repelled, rendering them incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm. Naturally, there are limitations. Attacks exceeding a certain threshold of force are likely to penetrate the protective winds surrounding the body. However, it is evident that these trolls currently lack such capability. With a swift motion, Yun-chun executed a precise strike, severing the throat of a troll hunter. Before the swirling winds dissipated, he successfully refreshed his cooldown, allowing the fierce gales to surge once more as he advanced towards his next target. As he charged into a cluster of monsters, he altered his subsequent ordinary attack into the swordsman's skill, Furious Slash, channeling his sword intent to unleash a blade of light across a straight expanse ahead. In an instant, a terrifying, concentrated sword beam, several meters in length, was released, enveloping multiple troll hunters in its path. Influenced by the red aura, the unmatched blade's oscillation transformed into a crimson wave. This furious slash not only propelled their forms away, but also shredded their bodies into fragments with piercing strands of sword light. In the blink of an eye, Yun Shun had obliterated several troll hunters with this highly refined strike, simultaneously refreshing the cooldown for his advanced strike. Thus, yet another one-sided slaughter unfolded. During the college entrance examination instance, Yun Shun's attributes hovered around 40. Now his strength, agility, constitution, and wisdom had all ascended to approximately 80. Coupled with the significant enhancement from his awakened talent, these monsters of equal level were no match for him, akin to effortlessly slicing through vegetables. Yun Shun relentlessly pursued the remaining troll hunters with ease. Yet, at that moment, the third level proved to be more challenging than anticipated. From the two corridors leading to the underground hall, a swarm of trolls emerged. Through the identification spell, it became evident that these reinforcements comprised troll shamans and hunters from the Evil Tooth tribe and the Burning Thorn tribe, respectively. The ones Yun Shun had just decimated belonged to the so-called Rotting Moss tribe. It appeared that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. However, it was manageable. At that instant, Yun Shun deftly sheathed his sword, transitioning into the staff form of his array-breaking staff, the faceted magic crystal at its tip springing forth. Without a moment's hesitation, capitalizing on the enemy's bulk yet to fully emerge from the corridor, he prepared to unleash a devastating assault. A resplendent fireball erupted from the tip of the staff, hurtling towards the distant corridor entrance. Thanks to his well-maintained reserves of magical energy, Yun Shun was unconcerned about the magnitude of mana consumption. Seizing the advantageous terrain, he initiated a relentless barrage of fireballs. With each shot, vibrant purple flames shot forth, continuously targeting the entrance of the corridor. A multitude of troll hunters, still trapped within the passageway, was instantly obliterated by the oncoming fireballs. Even more terrifying, as each fireball struck the ground, it unleashed a tremendous shockwave imbued with surging flames, casting aside countless figures. Yun Shun unleashed arrows to his left and right, as the entrances to the passageways were completely engulfed in roaring flames, mercilessly obstructing the advancing troll army. The 5 or 6 meter wide passageway had transformed into a sea of violet fire. Those trolls who had yet to lose consciousness writhed in agony, emitting pitiful cries as their bodies burned. The flames spread relentlessly, consuming the entire length of the passageway. At that moment, a more ferocious roar echoed from within the corridor. Two colossal figures emerged, unmistakably the chieftains of the troll clan, charging forth from either side, relying on their regenerative abilities and enhanced resilience against physical and magical damage. These chieftains did not retreat. Instead, they stepped boldly through the flames, seemingly indifferent to the fire enveloping them. However, they would soon pay dearly for their reckless audacity. The violet flames inflicted a mental burning effect, a torment that even their rapid healing could not alleviate. Thus, these oblivious chieftains, underestimating the peril of the flames, were compelled to desperately extinguish the fire consuming their bodies. One of them, unable to bear the intense pain, fell to one knee. In this moment of folly, Yun Shun, having exhausted his magical resources, utilized a restorative spell from his priest class to regain his strength. He seamlessly transitioned to the form of his weapon designed to counter regeneration, a longsword. The crimson sheen of Blood Fiend once again enveloped the blade as it was drawn from the staff. The first challenge of the Troll's Nest dungeon was merely an appetizer, with the output requirements easily met. The second challenge tested one's perception and judgment. A lack of perceptive ability would signify a new adventurer, thrust into the wilderness or various leveling zones, stumbling blindly and ultimately failing. The third challenge, however, was the true main course. The preceding 2 trials had already depleted a significant amount of the new adventurer's magical energy and personal stamina. Upon reaching the third challenge, they would confront 3 waves of assaults from 3 different troll clans. In this trial, the pressures of survival, output demands, and sustained combat capability posed a formidable challenge. It was common for participants to begin withdrawing from the dungeon at this stage. Historically, new adventurers faced substantial difficulties starting from this point, a consensus among all instructors. Naturally, some privileged newcomers, hailing from esteemed families, were already aware of the dungeon's content in advance. After all, in recent years, the assessment dungeons for the freshman competition have consisted of 3 rotating scenes. They lack the ability to alter any content within the dungeons. Therefore, it is true that some newcomers resorted to cheating, yet it matters little. In the freshman competition, restrictions on equipment, weapons, and the use of potions have been lifted. Foreknowledge of intelligence is naturally of no consequence in the eyes of the instructors. Nevertheless, witnessing Yun Shun, hailing from a humble background, maintaining his lead, has garnered quiet admiration from the faculty. Quick-witted and both brave and strategic, this is essentially the impression that Dean Yi Anfu holds of Yun Shun. The youth is remarkably composed. Even now, one cannot discern a hint of hesitation or contemplation on his sharply defined features, nor can one observe the slightest furrow of his brow. Upon reaching the 3rd stage, he has demonstrated remarkable adaptability, revealing his intelligence. Is this the soul-manipulating sorcery of the onmyoji profession? As the blinding white light of the 3rd stage dissipated, they finally witnessed the actions of this highly regarded unclassed wanderer. It was madness. The chieftain of the Rotten Moss tribe was utterly ensnared by the curse, his mind completely bewitched, perceiving his own tribesmen as humans and ruthlessly slaughtering them without restraint. How astonishing! This was an outcome previously unimagined. Had he truly cracked the third stage so effortlessly at its onset? Who would have anticipated that the chieftain and the multitude of troll monsters at the very beginning of the third stage could be so readily overcome? This was indeed an answer that had never been conceived. Observing the chieftain, now entirely deranged and oblivious to his deception, the instructors could not help but feel incredulous. Prior to this, they were aware that the skills of the onmyoji profession had been bestowed upon this top freshman by Jiangda. However, something felt amiss. Even if this lad wielded the skills of the onmyoji, how could he so easily confuse and bewilder a mind? This was truly difficult to fathom. Even if the soul-manipulating sorcery were elevated to a high quality and forcibly cast, it would be implausible for one with magical resistance to suffer such humiliation. It appears that the troll chieftain's mental state had already been shaken prior to this. Have you noticed the troll hunters still caught in a stupor? The boy's illuminating technique, combined with what appears to be an explosive sound technique, has had a psychological impact. This is the prerequisite for the successful casting of the curse, explained Dean Yeonfu of the War Academy. So that is how it is. One must admit, this first-place newcomer truly possesses remarkable skills. Along with a stroke of good fortune, the mind-bewildered troll chieftain unexpectedly activated his bloodlust, further inundating his thoughts with murderous intent, making rationality nearly impossible to restore. While he was slaughtering his own tribesmen, Yin Shun was simultaneously using his staff to cast fireballs, continuously clearing the field. The combination of these actions has resulted in a significant number of trolls from the Rotten Moss tribe perishing within a short span. If one were to assess this, it would indeed be calculated to his death. Alas, this boy's heart is truly dark. What left the instructors utterly speechless was perhaps the realization that the effectiveness of the bewitching soul had gradually waned. After mercilessly slaying a horde of trolls, the young man deftly gestured with one hand, casting yet another skill of the onmyoji, spirit binding. Remarkably, he cunningly arranged the entire spell just a meter behind the troll chieftain. As the chieftain, in a fit of rage, turned to confront Yun Shun, he would undoubtedly be oblivious to the trap laid before him. Ah, surely not. To their astonishment, he indeed fell into it. This innovative tactic was indeed impressive, effectively interrupting the chieftain's skill. One teacher could only shake his head with a wry smile. As the script dictated, the director, an unclassed wanderer, had effortlessly caused the prearranged spirit binding to disrupt the opponent's charged skill. In that moment, the troll chieftain appeared as if he were an actor obediently following the director's cues. As the spectacle unfolded, the deans and instructors witnessed the wanderer's exquisite stratagem. How swift! This lad's agility must be exceptionally high. Wait, he has drawn a dagger. It is the assassin's skill, backstab. This maneuver not only granted him a repositioning ability, but also allowed him to seamlessly maneuver behind his foe. Although the troll chieftain was on the verge of breaking free from the spirit binding's grasp, at that very instant, the wanderer's dagger, imbued with the curse of decay, pierced through the chieftain's heart. This re-established the flawless connection of the control chain. The troll chieftain was ensnared once more. Following this, the wanderer transformed his weapon, revealing a longsword emanating a crimson glow, accompanied by a bleeding effect. In a situation where the chieftain could not struggle, he forcefully severed the creature's neck. Splendid. Excellent. The entire sequence flowed like water, each movement smooth and devoid of superfluous actions. The execution was swift, and the tactics were spot on. In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched one foe, leaving the instructors, each at least level 50, thoroughly impressed. Some even found themselves clapping in admiration. Indeed, some proudly proclaimed him a combat prodigy. And he certainly lived up to that reputation. With a superior dagger, he could have saved even more time. Well done. Even the dean of the Weapons Academy, the esteemed Ice Queen Xia Qingsheng, rarely praised anyone, but she could not help but commend him, just as she had anticipated, in this challenge. Yun Shin truly exhibited a masterful command over various weapons. Whether it was a staff, dagger, or longsword, his prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, he had yet to utilize his spear. Regardless of the circumstances, this young man was firmly within her grasp. Block, parry, the mastery of an intricate melee technique. Is this the first newcomer? The unclassed wanderer, a combat savant. Indeed, they had not exaggerated. His demeanor was calm and unflappable, devoid of emotion even after the slaughter, embodying the essence of a commander. The previous battle had unfolded too rapidly, dazzling the onlookers, leaving them unable to discern the specific details of the conflict. In the second challenge, Xiaoyang demonstrated remarkable reflexes and swiftly utilized the druid's affinity with nature to break through the obstacles. Though the first newcomer showed some commendable skills over the two challenges, they were not yet extraordinary. However, the ability to eliminate enemies in an instant without hesitation was indeed awe-inspiring and worthy of admiration. Truly, a promising talent. Moreover, take note. The two allied troll clans have arrived. As the screen revealed the subsequent scene involving Yunshun, it became apparent that he had already solved the riddle of the first challenge. Before him stood formidable foes, who, seizing the moment while the others had yet to fully emerge from the lengthy corridor, unleashed their firepower without restraint. Fireballs erupted from the tip of his staff in rapid succession. This display of spellcasting was a sheer drain on magical energy, yet its efficacy was undeniable. As the entrances of the corridors transformed into a sea of flames, countless troll hunters, had they not rushed out immediately, would have perished in the inferno. The bizarre and dazzling purple flames possessed a mind-consuming scorching effect, which even caused the two resilient clan leaders significant pain upon bursting forth from the passage. It was astonishing that he still had so much magical energy remaining. Evidently, the first challenge had not exhausted him significantly. Those who had been closely watching had not seen him consume a single potion. Even the priest's mana restoration spell was only cast after he had expended considerable energy in his spellcasting barrage. The conclusion was clear. He had not squandered his magical power during the first challenge, but rather had cleverly integrated the forest environment to achieve a swift clearance of foes. This revelation ignited curiosity about the underlying strategy. Now, observe the performance of the mages who ranked highly just moments ago. Under the guidance of several instructors, the audience turned their attention to other windows on the screen. The holographic display, composed of 30 interconnected windows, provided ample information. This was why there had been so much debate regarding whether Yunshun had suffered significant magical depletion in the first challenge. Was it not possible to rapidly replenish mana using restorative potions? Before them, a temporarily top 10 ranked mage had already enhanced his magical power in the first challenge through a torrent of spellcasting. This spell torrent allowed all subsequent magical abilities to surge dramatically. Coupled with his awakened fire affinity talent, he had swept through the first challenge with ease. However, such unchecked outpouring of mana had taken a toll on his reserves. By the time he advanced into the third challenge with a lead, he had already consumed a second potion for rapid mana restoration. Awaiting him were 3 waves of troll clans. He managed the first wave, the slime clan, quite well. The ferocious fire damage. A plethora of advanced fire skills including fireball barges, celestial fire, and blazing roars swiftly cleared the area. Yet, the cost of this victory was the consumption of his third and even fourth mana potions. In that moment, for this prodigious fire mage, his stomach was in a state of considerable distress, a wave of nausea beginning to rise within him. The reason for such discomfort was that this was not a mere online game. It was not as if he could simply consume mana potions indefinitely when his resources ran low or heal his wounds with an endless supply of health potions. Even in the previous Divine Realm game, there existed a satiety mechanic. Once a character ingested an excess of magical potions, their body would suffer greatly. It was akin to an individual who had consumed too much water, feeling utterly bloated. Nausea and vomiting could very well ensue. Thus, the notion of endlessly consuming potions to achieve limitless power was a fallacy. Many of the participating mages were not oblivious to this fact. Had this not been a competition, perhaps they would have exercised greater caution. Alas, this was the freshman tournament. A mere second gained or lost could significantly impact subsequent rankings, indirectly affecting credit acquisition and diminishing one's resources. This was an outcome no one could readily accept. In his quest to maintain an early advantage, the young fire prodigy had expended a substantial amount of his magical energy. For him, the prospect of quickly replenishing his mana with blue potions was temporarily off the table. He could only skillfully kite the monsters while relying on his own mana regeneration equipment to slowly recover his power. It was evident that this abrupt deceleration in pace caused the young fire mage's ranking to plummet. In less than 3 seconds, he had fallen out of the top 10. Within 10 seconds, he had descended to at least the 20th or 21st position. The number of extraordinary freshmen at Jiangnan University was overwhelming. It could be said that upon reaching the third challenge, they had finally arrived at their true moment of exertion. Now was the time of ruthless competition, where every second counted. Could Yunshun still retain his advantage? As the gaze of the instructors swept across the other windows, it eventually converged back upon Yunshun. They were curious to see how this nearly depleted, classless wanderer would contend with the forthcoming 2 scattered troll hunters. Here he came, setting forth. Within the instance, Yunshun, wielding his elongated blade, advanced towards the currently beleaguered chieftain of the Wicked Tooth tribe. True to its name, the trolls of the Wicked Tooth tribe were often adorned with conspicuous black fangs. At this moment, the chieftain of the Wicked Tooth tribe was already half kneeling on the ground, his hands frantically slapping his body in an attempt to extinguish the purple flames that threatened to scorch his very soul. Surprisingly, the burns inflicted by the flames had long since healed. This scene undoubtedly showcased his terrifying regenerative capabilities. Otherwise, these 2 reckless youths would not have dared to recklessly traverse the sea of flames. At this moment, his expression turned grave as the approaching figure caught his attention. Roar! Confronted with this wretched instigator, the chieftain of the Wicked Tooth tribe grasped his long-handled battle axe that lay upon the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the axe toward the advancing figure in a fierce cleave. Though Mingming's form was already half kneeling, His stature still afforded him a slight height advantage over the human figure before him, casting a shadow over the area as he executed a powerful downward strike. The force of his blow compressed the air, as if he aimed to cleave the very sky above. Despite the compromised position of his half-kneel, the troll chieftain relied on his considerable muscle mass to deliver the strike, envisioning the human's body reduced to a pulpy mass. However, the anticipated sound of flesh meeting flesh never materialized. Instead, a dull, resonant clang of metal echoed forth. In disbelief, the chieftain's wide eyes beheld the human, now wielding a sword with both hands, deftly blocking the axe's descent. This fellow possesses remarkable strength, he thought fleetingly, as the momentum of the strike dissipated entirely. Die. The words escaped Yunshin's lips, his cold eyes seizing the fleeting opportunity. The power behind the troll's strike had been exhausted, and before it could regain its strength, Yunshin abruptly thrust his hands forward from the blocking position, executing a masterful counter known as the parry rebound, a skill essential for swordsmen, spellblades, and warriors, yet mastered by very few. With a resounding crash, the force of the counter sent the troll chieftain's long-handled axe flying from his grasp, leaving him weaponless. Compounding his misfortune, his right hand was also violently flung aside by the rebound's force, leaving his vital areas, his heart, face, and torso, exposed to Yunshin. Seizing the moment, Yunshin sprang forward with a swift displacement, closing the distance in an instant. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust the blade of his sword, gleaming with a crimson hue and radiating a chilling sharpness, piercing through the troll's scorched blackened armor with ease. The blade sliced effortlessly into the creature's body, striking true and penetrating the vibrant heart within. Before a single drop of blood could escape the troll's lips, Yunshin withdrew his sword with precision, retreating gracefully and evading the ensuing spray. Stripped of its heart, the chieftain was left with a mortal wound, unable to regenerate under the influence of the blood curse, and was ultimately condemned to death. Without the strength to rise, his towering figure succumbed to gravity, crashing to the ground. Yunshin danced between blades, mercilessly dispatching his foes. It was a magnificent display. The troll chieftain had nearly been obliterated. Such a flawless block, executed with utter confidence, was a testament to true mastery. The deans and instructors who were observing in real time were momentarily taken aback by the scene that had just unfolded. Block. This fundamental skill, typically associated with melee physical classes, is seldom mastered by many. To block, as the term suggests, involves utilizing one's weapon to deflect an opponent's attack, thereby mitigating or entirely avoiding damage. However, executing this technique demands exceptional reflexes and considerable strength. A hasty block serves merely as a farcical display, offering no utility and even providing the enemy an opportunity to flank. Conversely, a delayed block is both comical and perilous, as the attack may already have landed. In the heat of battle, skilled combatants engage in a fleeting exchange. There is scarcely any time for reaction. Particularly in close combat, one is unlikely to have more than a second to respond. Yet, this unclassed wanderer, as he rapidly closed in on his adversary, managed to halt his movement just in time to parry the troll chief's slashing blow. The block was executed flawlessly. He completely negated the damage, showcasing Yunshin's remarkable explosive strength. Then came the essence of the blocking technique, block and counter. A more conventional approach would be for a swordsman wielding a shield to absorb a blow and then swiftly retaliate with a sword thrust. However, that is rather mundane and merely indicative of the skill's difficulty. Parry. Now, that represents a more intricate and demanding follow-up attack. To parry involves disarming the opponent's weapon, leaving them defenseless and devoid of any means to retaliate. This is no trivial feat yet. Yunshin accomplished it with remarkable prowess. His timing was impeccable, perfectly exploiting the brief moment when the troll chief had exhausted his strength and had not yet regained momentum. This fleeting opportunity was seized by Yunshin, who, with a deft parry, sent the enemy's weapon flying. At this juncture, even the esteemed dean of the Weapon Academy, Xia Qingcheng, could not help but express her surprise, remarking on the rarity of such skill. For this icy empress, witnessing such exceptional combat techniques was not an everyday occurrence. Such refined martial prowess was undoubtedly a boon for the Weapon Academy. It was as if they were brazenly vying for talent. No sooner had she spoken than Dean Yi Anfu shook his head and remarked, Yunshin possesses both courage and strategy, with a fervent desire for battle. He is truly born for the art of warfare. To let such potential slip away from our war academy would be a travesty. At that moment, the dean of the Element Academy, Lian Hechuan, seized the opportunity to interject, stating, "You may all be correct, but it is elemental mastery that he should truly harness. Rest assured, should he choose to join us, even if he later veers away from the path of an unclassed wanderer, I will guarantee him a fallback to the hidden profession of elementalist." Upon hearing this, a murmur of intrigue swept through the faculty. The title of elementalist signifies a secondary advancement in the magical profession, and it is an exceedingly rare hidden class. Apart from the three known avenues of attainment, no other means of acquisition exist. One of these pathways is under the purview of Dean Lian Hechuan himself. The treatment is indeed substantial. Rest assured, As for the concealed profession, should it prove unfeasible for him in the future, I possess several pathways to obtain hidden class transfer secrets, giving him ample choices when the time comes. Dean Yanfu, as the senior dean, holds the highest qualifications and possesses resources that few at Jiang University can rival. Meanwhile, Xia Qingcheng, with the backing of the Xia family from Jiangnan, wields considerable influence that is not inferior to that of the old dean. However, Xia Qingcheng remains silent, reverting to her usual demeanor of the Ice Queen, unwilling to engage in childish disputes. In addition, the other dean present, head of the Tactical Academy, refrains from involvement. Naturally, as a theoretical tactical advisor, most students do not aspire to participate in battles, but rather pursue careers in civil service and other administrative roles. Thus, the newly admitted student, Yunshun, would not find himself in the least esteemed academy among the 4 primary vocational schools. As for the secondary vocational schools, they are hardly worth consideration. The esteemed elderly vice dean is also absent, as there is little interaction between the primary and secondary students. He has sheathed his weapon. The moment you have all been awaiting has arrived. He is ready to utilize his firearms. Amidst the chaos of contention, the protagonists on screen show no signs of pausing. After dispatching one tribal chief, the remaining ogre chief erupts in fury, its battle roar igniting a surge of combat fervor among the surrounding ogre hunters. Clearly, this is a form of area of effect enhancement skill. Furthermore, Yun Chen's relentless slaughter has already stoked the flames of this remaining wrath. Bloodthirsty, his towering figure emanates a faint crimson mist, and his blood-red eyes seem on the verge of spilling blood, exuding a sense of madness. Roar. As the chief of the Burning Thorn tribe, his skin takes on a reddish hue, adorned with flowing, flame-like patterns. In this bloodthirsty state, he resembles a volcano on the verge of eruption, charging towards Yun Chen with formidable momentum. However, Yun Chen harbors no intention of confronting him head-on. First, in this bloodthirsty state, all attributes surge, with critical hit rates and armor penetration reaching terrifying levels, coupled with lifesteal effects. Secondly, the surrounding ogre hunters, along with the lurking ogre shamans casting spells and healing from behind, still pose a threat, considering that his mana has yet to fully replenish. Yun Chen promptly stows his staff into his spatial backpack. Then, he brandishes 2 silver-quality firearms, recently purchased during the vacation, now firmly in his grasp. A glide, an initial skill of the sharpshooter class, allows for a graceful, fluid displacement, narrowly evading the oncoming charge of the ogre chief. Had he been struck head-on, despite Yun Chen's impressive attributes, he likely would have sustained some injuries from the chief's empowered assault. However, the story continues. This perilous evasion left not a trace of panic on Yun Chen's countenance. It was as if his previous sliding maneuver to avoid danger was a mere expression of skill rather than luck, a success that felt entirely deserved. Bang, bang, bang. Most astonishingly, during the course of his agile dodging, Yun Chen even pulled the trigger, consecutively striking the foreheads of multiple troll hunters. The fervent pursuit continued unabated. At this moment, the passive abilities of his sharpshooter profession began to stack. Thanks to the awakening of his versatile evolution, this sharpshooter's passive skills significantly strengthened. Each successful bullet that found its mark on the enemy would further accumulate a sense of murderous intent. Upon reaching 25 layers of this intent, he would gain an impressive boost to both movement and firing speed, accompanied by a terrifyingly high armor penetration rate. With 6 layers of murderous intent accumulated, Yun Chen swiftly dispatched 6 formidable foes with headshots. As for the bloodthirsty troll chieftain, in its frenzied state, Yun Chen hesitated just long enough to inflict one more shot of damage. Then, employing the basic skill of aerial shooting, he executed a graceful sideways leap, narrowly avoiding the chieftain's strike by mere millimeters. The most astonishing feat was that, in successfully evading, Yun Chen simultaneously shot and exploded the heads of several troll hunters. This dance upon the edge of a blade left the watching instructors outside in sheer disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. Was this individual even human? Final level 0053. An airborne 8-hit combo. Instantaneous. Like a performer executing a magnificent waltz, this tall and slender figure floated gracefully amidst a throng of monsters. The troll chieftain, in a hysterical bloodlust, unleashed a series of attacks with its massive axe, all of which were effortlessly evaded by this agile figure. Moreover, on numerous occasions, this human silhouette risked additional damage to quickly stack more layers of intent, each evasion appearing perilously close to disaster. One might call it luck to evade such lethal strikes once. However, to do so repeatedly in such a hazardous manner could hardly be attributed to fortune alone. Observing the cold, emotionless visage devoid of any hint of panic, the assembled instructors understood instinctively that this individual was firmly in control. 16 layers of murderous intent. 19 layers of murderous intent. 21 layers of murderous intent. In this relentless pursuit of damage, Yun Chen's rewards surged dramatically in a fleeting moment. The accumulation of his fervent intent accelerated, and his movement and attack speeds rose in tandem. Bang, bang, bang. As he left behind a series of afterimages, Evading the successive blows of the voodoo strikes with an uncanny grace, Yunshin swiftly reloaded his magazine, as resolute as ever. In this instance, he once again neglected to carry any potions, yet his 7-slot backpack, which expands automatically with each level gained, was abundantly stocked with magazines for swift replacements. Bang! Bang! With 2 consecutive gunshots, the brutal precision of close-range fire resulted in the decapitation of 2 troll wizards. At that very moment, the fervent pursuit passive ability had accumulated a staggering 25 layers of murderous intent. Empowered by a movement and attack speed of 75, Yunshin's figure defied mere speed. He became akin to a streak of lightning, vanishing from the troll chieftain's sight in less than half a second. In an instant, he appeared behind the adversary, effortlessly dispatching the remaining troll hunters with headshots. In that fleeting moment, Yunshin moved as if he were in a realm devoid of opposition. Despite the troll chieftain's conscious efforts to protect his kin, the human's velocity was astonishingly unmatched. Even with the chieftain's enhanced speed, he found himself unable to grasp the hem of his opponent's garment. Witnessing the relentless fall of his tribesmen, he grew increasingly frantic, perpetually outmaneuvered, with each of his attacks landing futilely in the void. Roar! The nearly deranged troll chieftain let out another furious bellow. Battle cry. This was his act of skill, intended to grant nearby units a significant boost. It was a final act of defiance, an attempt to offer the trolls of the Burning Thorn tribe a glimmer of resistance. Alas, it proved utterly ineffective. As the elusive Yunshin executed precise headshots on a dozen more troll hunters, the scattered trolls around the Grand Hall succumbed to their demise. Now, the magnificent expanse of the chamber was left with only Yunshin and the troll chieftain, amidst a litter of bullet casings and dark magazines strewn across the floor. That despicable human. At this moment, the chieftain's fury reached its zenith. Soon, observing the figure that had finally come to a halt, he could not help but inwardly exclaim, "Has this fellow finally grown weary?" Strangely, a flicker of joy surged within him, as if he glimpsed the dawn of victory. "I await the conclusion of your skill. What do you linger for?" Stationary, Yunshin silently counted to 3 in his mind. As he approached the end of his mental countdown, his dual pistols returned to their holsters at his sides, while the previously stowed, enigmatic blade reappeared in his grasp. 32. 1. Time us up. As the countdown concluded, the troll chieftain, just emerging from the blissful reverie in his mind, realized with alarm that his boiling blood was rapidly cooling. The bloodthirsty state had finally come to an end. The surge in all attributes and the enhancement of his offensive capabilities would inevitably lead to a brief period of weakness. This was precisely the moment Yunshin had been anticipating. Before the chieftain could fully exit his bloodthirsty state, Yunshin was already on the move. Clang! In this process, he unsheathed his sword, seamlessly transforming it into the form of an ethereal blade designed to shatter barriers. Confronted by the rapidly approaching figure, the troll chieftain's heart roared with fury. However, the sudden chill that coursed through its veins caused the divine power it had previously harnessed to dissipate within. Moreover, not only did the numerous enhancements it had acquired previously vanish entirely, but it also found itself in a debilitating state of weakness, with its 4-dimensional attributes plummeting significantly. How swift! In such unfavorable circumstances, it felt as if its eyes were unable to keep pace with the assailant before it. Clearly, its dynamic visual acuity had faltered at that moment. This is dire. Instinctively, the troll chieftain initiated a counterattack, its broad axe still whirling through the air with formidable force, carving a beautiful arc of moonlight. Yet, in response to this strike, Yunshin chose to confront it head-on. Bang! The clash of metal reverberated as the crimson-hued blade collided with the immense axe. Their direct confrontation resulted in no semblance of a stalemate. In an instant, the troll chieftain's axe suffered a colossal gash and was sent flying. This time, there was no blocking skill employed, no intricate technique utilized, nor any elaborate feints. At that moment, Yunshin relied solely on his extraordinary strength attribute to overpower through sheer might. This is the simplest of truths. After exiting the bloodthirsty state and entering a critical phase of debilitating weakness, the troll chieftain's attributes had already diminished significantly. When a mere burst of power suffices to resolve the issue, there is no need for excessive consideration of techniques. With its weapon cast aside, the troll chieftain, now stripped of its means of defense and weakened, was left with only the inevitability of death. Swish! In a swift assault, Yunshin closed the distance. And within reach, the blade gleaming with a crimson sheen pierced through the chieftain's heart. Before the troll could even expel blood, Yunshin swiftly withdrew his sword, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from the grievous wound. The chieftain's regenerative abilities proved futile against such a lethal injury, especially in the face of the highly restraining effects of the crimson blade, leading to its reluctant collapse. Thus, the third stage concluded, with three troll clans and a multitude of towering monstrosities brought to their demise. The third challenge was at an end. Boom! This triggered the opening of the next gate. At the horizon of his vision, a grand door suddenly swung open. The final stage, the ultimate challenge, was finally commencing. Without hesitation, Yunshin sprinted toward the entrance. This fellow is simply outrageous. You previously claimed he was well suited for a mage, but I believe he is indeed destined to be a sharpshooter. Outside the dungeon, a group of instructors could not help but envision the scenes of him hitting every target with pinpoint accuracy, each shot striking true. Most importantly, this individual not only possessed impeccable aim but also demonstrated exceptional agility, the very essence of a master marksman. Each time he narrowly evaded the formidable attacks of the troll chieftain, many instructors nodded in admiration. A true master of combat, indeed. Even his proficiency with dual pistols was impressive. It is no wonder that he is dedicated to the path of an unclassed wanderer. Only by not taking on a specific class can he wield a variety of weapons and skills at will. When Yunchen finally faced the remaining troll chieftain, a sense of joy filled the spectators. Remarkably, he triumphed through sheer brute strength. Though the troll chieftain had entered a state of debilitation, his attributes still surpassed those of a human of the same level. This ultimately attests to Yunchen's formidable power. Strength conquers all. The thoroughly weakened chieftain of the Burning Thorns tribe met a fate strikingly similar to that of his old companion, as a fearsome blade pierced his heart. It is often said that the attributes of an unclassed wanderer will eventually dwindle, yet I see no evidence of that here. Perhaps it is merely exaggerated by idle chatter. At this juncture, a teacher could no longer restrain himself and acted as a voice of reason. In comparison to second and third class transitions, unclassed wanderers lose a significant number of free attribute points and skill points with each level gained in the later stages. This fact is indisputable. Currently, in this minor dungeon, the differences are not yet apparent, but as the wanderers enter their fatigue phase, they may soon find themselves eclipsed by their equally leveled peers. This point is indeed valid. The freshmen at Jiangnan University are all prodigies. Naturally, with such a rare combat instinct, Yunchen must be compared to other gifted individuals. Presently, he still has shortcomings, yet his fellow prodigies will not wait for him. Some hidden classes gain more free attribute points with each level than conventional classes. Otherwise, why would the deans of the War Academy and the Elemental Academy leave a path for each other when competing for talents? If he were to change classes, he could do so at any time in the future. However, if he truly intends to transition, it should be done immediately. Waiting until after level 20 would render the lost free attribute points and skill points irretrievable. Yet, if he changes classes, would that not waste a significant portion of his awakened talents? This is indeed a reality. Transitioning after the second class would mean losing the equivalent of 20 levels worth of attribute points, a notion difficult for these teachers to accept. Moreover, Yunchen's awakened talent is highly compatible with the unclassed wanderer path. Abandoning that route would indeed squander much of his potential. After being doused with cold water by the instructor named Xie Yongnian, the conversation shifted towards whether the unclassed wanderer could sustain his path in the future. Some voiced concerns about Yunchen's prospects, and upon realizing his steadfast commitment to his choices, lamentations were uttered, creating an awkward atmosphere. Despite all this, he remains at the top, maintaining an absolute advantage, while that lad from the CF family is still languishing in 5th place. Only when the unclassed wanderer falters will you have the opportunity to voice your opinions. At this moment, a certain instructor developed a rebellious attitude and directly clashed with him. Xie Yongnian's expression shifted, revealing his displeasure. The CF family, a prominent clan in Tiannan City, had high hopes for his nephew, yet he could not even secure the 2nd place in the province, being decisively surpassed by a newly arrived top scholar who relegated him to 3rd. To claim he felt no anger or resentment would be utterly implausible. Witnessing the crowd extolling this aimless wanderer, he found himself increasingly irked, ultimately unable to restrain himself from dousing their enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. However, a few perceptive individuals discerned the underlying intricacies of the situation. The university's commendable academic atmosphere is devoid of convoluted machinations, thus prompting some instructors of equal standing to retaliate. Whether this wanderer will succeed in the future depends on his own destiny. It is his choice, the path he has chosen to tread. The dean of the War Academy, Yian Fu, intervened to mediate the situation. As it stands, at least after the 3rd challenge, his advantage continues to grow, allowing him to maintain his lead. This is particularly notable considering Yunchen is utterly unaware of the content of the instance. It is inconceivable that the disciples of other noble families were not informed of the silver instance, the troll's nest. Now, they have arrived at the final challenge, the critical ultimate battle. If handled adeptly, it could secure him a firm 1st place. This statement holds merit. Unless one hopes for a blunder from this aimless wanderer, it is highly probable he will emerge victorious. He has advanced to the next stage. And now all eyes are on Yunchen's final performance. Within the instance, a figure raced forward, unceasing, swiftly entering through the suddenly opened grand door. In stark contrast to the vast expanse of the hall outside, what lay before him was an equally spacious yet imposing palace. Beneath the magnificent and resplendent edifice, a throne occupied a high position, upon which sat an extraordinarily robust figure, even larger than the chieftain encountered earlier. Clad in skeletal armor crafted from beast bones, and wearing a horned bone helmet, with a pair of fearsome tusks protruding from its mouth. The creature exuded an aura imbued with primal savagery. Monster, Troll Chieftain, Quality, Gold, Level, 18, Skills. Remarks, as the chieftain of the Forest Trolls, the Burning Thorn Tribe, the Evil Tooth Tribe, and the Decayed Moss Tribe all heed his command. Through the universal skill identification technique, this information was immediately revealed to Yunshun. Intriguingly, the skills appeared in an unknown state, suggesting that this adversary was not to be trifled with. Of course, sensing the intrusion of humans, the sleeping figure on the throne was already stirred. Humans, those who show disrespect, intruding upon my palace, why do you not kneel before me? Surprisingly, it could articulate the human language. Yet, this was not Yunshun's first encounter with such a phenomenon, and he paid it little mind. Before the words were fully uttered, he had already prepared for the final battle. For instance, before entering the 4th level, he had already sheathed his sword into his staff. The skill Bloodburst was unleashed once again at this moment. It is noteworthy that, under the enhancement of his awakened talent, the current quality of Bloodburst now allows Yunshun to experience a 100 increase in all attributes within 20 seconds. His attack speed, movement speed, and armor penetration also rise by 85. However, after these 20 seconds, the negative effects will erupt, leaving Yunshun utterly weakened, with all attributes plummeting to 30, and his strength will wane due to the blood's retreat, lasting a full 2 minutes and 30 seconds. For Yunshun, this is a trade-off of short-term explosive power for greater gains. For a monk, this skill is typically triggered in moments of dire peril, akin to a last stand. Otherwise, how would one endure the weakening phase that follows Bloodburst? To initiate such a skill with such severe negative effects right from the start is indeed audacious. If he fails to eliminate his opponent, it would be tantamount to courting death. Only those with extreme confidence and certainty in their ability to deliver a swift kill would dare to unleash their ultimate move at such a critical moment. And Yunshun is precisely that kind of individual. Buzz. The instant blood burst activated, Yunshun's blood boiled furiously, surging with immense strength, filling every limb with inexhaustible vigor. A thin veil of red mist enveloped his entire being, bestowing upon him an unprecedented sense of vitality. Bang! In that instant, propelled by the swiftness of his skill, Yunshun surged forward, his body seemingly teleporting from his original position. Not only that, but as he rushed forth, the staff in his hand began to transform rapidly. The crystalline tip of the staff recessed inward, gradually forming the point of a battle spear. At that very moment, the ogre chieftain on the throne had just finished speaking when he was suddenly seized by fury. Yet, before he could fully rise, he inexplicably felt his once robust body become extraordinarily feeble. Weakness. This debilitating condition directly diminished his physical and magical resistances, alongside all his attributes, movement speed, and attack speed. Even his state of enhancements and equipment bonuses faltered under this debilitating power. This rare high-level skill was indeed the greatest gift bestowed upon the top achiever of the college entrance examination by the Jiangnan province. Damn! Suddenly losing a portion of his strength, the ogre chieftain's expression soured. What made him instinctively close his eyes was the sight of a human figure charging toward the steps of the throne, raising a hand to cast a blinding light spell, enveloping the entire palace in a radiant white glow. The searing brilliance was beyond the capacity of the eyes to behold, and any faint mental disturbance was largely mitigated by his mental resistance. Thus, the ogre chieftain did not feel panic. His innate passive talent, unmatched perception, allowed him to sense the enemy's presence through mental awareness, even with his eyes shut. The fleeting silhouette of humanity naturally etched itself into his mind. In the next instant, the figure completely vanished from his perception. This abrupt disappearance rendered his keen senses unable to detect the presence any longer. Even his sense of smell failed to catch a whiff of the individual. They had vanished, without a trace, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Yet, within less than half a second, an overwhelming sense of peril surged through his mind, an ominous threat of death. This is not good. Following his instinct for combat, the mighty troll chieftain realized he had plunged into danger. Before him, a human figure abruptly leaped into his line of sight, appearing as if within arm's reach. No, this was impossible. The individual had instantaneously traversed the distance of several dozen meters, materializing directly in front of him. This was the epitome of teleportation. The ability possessed by Yunshun was evidently a divine technique. Divine Flash, capable of enabling Yunshun to swiftly teleport, even traversing through space itself. Most critically, this divine ability required no casting time. It was instantaneous, a true display of rapid execution. This time, as Yunshun activated the Divine Flash, he emerged suspended above the ground, at least several meters aloft. Within his grasp was the towering troll chieftain seated upon his throne, ascending into the air, weapon in hand. Indeed, under these circumstances, it was evident that the most powerful skill in his arsenal was about to manifest. Floating combo. In the next heartbeat, the gun shot forth like a dragon. The weapon tightly gripped in Yunshin's hand transformed into a myriad of glimmering points, wielding immense, unparalleled power, relentlessly piercing through the enemy before him. Thud, 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 thud. Under the enchanting effects of the spellbinding war gun, The entire weapon radiated a fierce glow. A vast brilliance coalesced into a singular beam, unleashing boundless might at the tip of the gun. The first shot of the floating combo shattered a significant portion of the opponent's weapon. The second shot, a shower of starlight, sent the weapon flying away. The third shot caused the troll chieftain's bony armor to explode. At that moment, the terrifying effects of the floating combo were fully revealed. As long as one could maintain a state of levitation and continuously attack, each successive shot would inflict greater damage, with each shot increasing by 60 over the last. Thus, by the time the fourth and fifth shots were unleashed, the troll chieftain found himself drenched in blood, his body rent asunder, his protective bony armor utterly shattered. Apart from the initial few shots that offered a semblance of resistance, the onslaught of the floating combo surged forth like a tsunami, relentless and overwhelming. Even the arms raised in defense had been completely obliterated. The sixth shot descended. The radiant white light of the luminous gun pierced through the heart of the opponent, instantly sapping the strength of the troll chieftain. Yet, as Yun Chun soared into the air, he still possessed enough vigor to unleash 2 more shots upon his descent. With a sharp sound, the seventh shot penetrated the foe's skull, obliterating the remnants of his helmet. Subsequently, in a moment of utter exhaustion, Yun Chun transcended his limits once more, successfully firing the 8th shot. This final shot, imbued with an impressive damage bonus of 120, surged forth like a blazing comet, carrying an unstoppable momentum that tore through the very fabric of reality as it struck the figure before him. With a resounding bang, the last bullet found its mark, causing the already defenseless troll chieftain to explode, his upper body disintegrating in the process. The cataclysmic force was so immense that it obliterated the throne beneath him. Having accomplished this feat, Yun Chun finally descended from the air, his strength thoroughly depleted. In the span of under 3 seconds since his ascent, he had executed an extraordinary aerial combination of 8 consecutive shots, surpassing the previous 6-shot combination by a considerable margin. Although it may seem that only 2 additional shots were fired, each subsequent bullet inflicted increasing damage, culminating in the 8th shot, which unleashed a devastating impact akin to rending the heavens, coupled with his blood explosion attribute doubling and his ability to weaken foes. The troll chieftain stood no chance, reduced to nothing more than a crushed insect from the very beginning. In comparison to his prior encounters in the goblin dungeon, he had indeed grown significantly stronger. His weaponry was now far superior, with the demonic formation-breaking armament eclipsing the ordinary battle rifles of before. Both weapons were of veritable silver quality, and the ammunition was markedly improved. Additionally, all his skills had benefited immensely from the awakening of his talents, undergoing profound transformations. His 4-dimensional attributes had nearly doubled, which is why he could transcend his limits and execute the 8th shot in midair. And so, the final adversary fell. The entire dungeon had officially been cleared. Ironically, a substantial duration of Yun Chen's blood explosion effect still lingered. Ding! At that moment, a notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations, Freshman Yun Chun, for successfully clearing the troll's nest. Your difficulty level, Nightmare. Your completion time, 14 minutes and 27 seconds. Your achievement has been recorded. Voice assistant notifications complete. Please await your rewards for clearing the dungeon. It was over. The expression on Yun Chen's cold and detached face revealed little emotion. In that instant, he began mentally replaying the details of the encounter, searching for ways to shave off a few seconds. He was a remarkably disciplined individual, a perfectionist by nature, and thus harbored aspirations for ever greater excellence. Outside the dungeon, on the ceremonial stage, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the deans and faculty members, although the holographic screen projected into the air displayed a staggering 30 interconnected windows. It was abundantly clear that all eyes were fixated on the window located in the upper right corner. There, the scene of Yun Chun during the final challenge was prominently featured. It was a fierce display, an explosive initiation that showcased remarkable audacity, finally granting us the opportunity to witness the true extent of this young man's ultimate output capabilities. I must admit, I am quite eager to see what skills this solitary player will employ to rival the potency of advanced techniques. Back during his time at Dongyun High School, Yun Chen's initial move was an explosive strike, which ignited a wave of skepticism among both teachers and students. However, in this prestigious university, his performance elicited little doubt. It was almost expected, given that in the final challenge, those confident in their ability to eliminate opponents instantly would naturally resort to such skills. Virtually every profession possesses a comparable furious ability, and the broader market outside is rife with various universal skills akin to such fury. Yet, the solitary player's most significant drawback remains the absence of a definitive advanced skill. His combat techniques are indeed commendable, yet no matter how hard he tries, he cannot acquire the advanced occupational skills reserved for those who have transitioned to higher classes. Professor Xie Yongyan once again sought to critique, but few dared to contradict him. This was, after all, a matter of fact. The pressing question now was how this individual would mitigate the associated damage. He made his move. The weakness. The reward of being the top scholar. How enviable. Advanced skills are often shrouded in secrecy, treasures held in high regard by every institution. Many teachers even lack such universal skills, and they regard him with a tinge of envy. However, obtaining the skill book is no simple endeavor, as only one top scholar emerges each year, and alternative avenues are fraught with difficulty. Once more, the classic incantation of the illumination spell bathed the screen in a blinding white light, obscuring everyone's view. At such a critical juncture, witnessing Yunshin advance only to encounter this spectacle naturally incited a flurry of expletives among the faculty. Yet, the resounding booms emanating from the screen struck their hearts like a drumbeat. Each individual's expression grew grave, recognizing that Yunshin was unleashing his ultimate move. As the illumination subsided, the gathered onlookers beheld Yunshin's tall, slender figure soaring into the air, his battle spear transforming into a blazing white light spear that relentlessly bombarded his adversaries. The floating strike, a fundamental skill of the warrior class. Every teacher was intimately familiar with it. It became evident. He cleverly exploited the mechanics of the game, utilizing a series of successive strikes to elevate the floating strike into his signature move. This young man truly is a source of surprise. The floating 8 strikes. Ascending into the air, he unleashed a series of 8 consecutive thrusts, each executed with impeccable precision, showcasing his mastery over the battle spear. It is worth noting that prior to the second class transition, few warriors have ever achieved such a feat while suspended in weightlessness. To wield the spear while simultaneously maintaining buoyancy is no small challenge, indeed. However, Yunshin, with his astonishing physical prowess and perfect mastery of balance, achieved this feat with remarkable success. The escalating damage of each shot, complemented by his blood explosion, swiftly led the weakened ogre chieftain to meet his demise. In that moment, gasps of astonishment escaped the lips of the gathered instructors. Even the icy queen known as Dean Xia Qingqing found herself applauding. Indeed, he had become the first to conquer this challenge. Dean Yanfu of the War Academy nodded in satisfaction, privately considering that this may have shattered previous records. Yet, the teacher Xie Yongyan, who had spoken too soon, wore a stiff expression. This unclassed wanderer may not have utilized any advanced profession skills in the final stage, but through his air combo of 8 consecutive strikes, he unleashed an effect more explosive than that of a professional skill. This individual had indeed achieved his ultimate move through such a domineering combination. Record-breaking yet again. Lucrative rewards. The Freshman Challenge. Such genius imagination is truly commendable. Lacking powerful advanced skills, the wanderer instead maximized the potential of basic skills, earning deep admiration. The air combo skill had been thoroughly mastered by Yunshin. Among his peers, scarcely any warrior could execute an 8-hit air combo, compared to the fixed damage of fireball spells. Such skills that require stacking and progressively increasing damage could very well serve as the explosive move for this unclassed wanderer. Even the seasoned warrior instructor, a towering figure of giant lineage, found himself sincerely impressed. It had been many years since he had employed such a move. Yet witnessing this underappreciated basic skill shine brightly in the hands of Yunshin at this level brought him immense joy. Suddenly, a teacher's abrupt remark interrupted the ongoing discussion. "Do you think he has broken the record?" The crowd's expressions shifted as they realized their focus had strayed. It indeed seemed plausible, for his speed in overcoming challenges was astonishingly rapid. The likelihood was high. Dean Yanfu of the War Academy seemed to endorse this notion. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed. They had heard whispers of Yunshin shattering the Goblin Dungeon's record. Could he now be on the verge of breaking yet another? Let us not speak too soon. Look at the explosive move of this unclassed wanderer. The sharpshooter instructor, Lu Yuanxi, once again teased, clearly directing his words towards Xie Yongyan. The latter's demeanor brightened in response. He had previously pointed out 2 critical issues. First, the wanderer lacked an ultimate move and the resultant potent explosive damage. Second, the wanderer would eventually face a shortage of free attribute and skill points in the later stages. As a result, within the instance, Yunshin exhibited an extraordinary display of an alternative burst skill, potentially setting a record for completion. This left him feeling as if he had been overheard while speaking ill of someone, striking him with a wave of self-reproach. Upon completion, he received his rewards, and he noticed a passageway had mysteriously appeared behind the throne. In the instance, following his successful completion, Yunshin was greeted with the anticipated rewards. Ding. In light of your completion difficulty at nightmare level in a time of 14 minutes and 27 seconds, your rating is classified as level. Congratulations on being recognized as the first individual to set a new record for this instance. Commencing the distribution of completion rewards. Another instance record holder. Yunshin raised an eyebrow. To be honest, this was within expected bounds and not overly surprising. After all, as a classless wanderer, he was able to transition seamlessly between dual pistols, leveraging the sharpshooter's characteristics to endure his magical fatigue period. The 2 aspects melded perfectly, leaving no gaps in time, resulting in his sustained combat capability reaching extraordinary heights. Other professions could not achieve such a flawless performance. Take the damage-dealing mage class, for instance. Their bursts could sometimes exceed Yunshin's skills significantly, yet they could not maintain such a consistent output for extended durations. After all, the magical energy within them is finite and sometimes lacking. Each profession possesses its own merits and drawbacks. However, Yun Chun, as a classless wanderer at this stage, could be said to have encapsulated all the advantages of every profession. Congratulations, you have gained 21,350 experience points. Congratulations. You have acquired 25 free attribute points and 25 skill points. Congratulations, you have obtained the level skill book Dispel. Congratulations. You have received the Storm Great Axe Gold. Congratulations, you have earned the title Troll Terminator, due to your status as the first individual to complete the instance. You will unlock a new achievement talent. Please choose one from the 3 options presented. Dual casting, when you cast spells, you will trigger a dual spell effect. Frenzied Strike Aura, your attack speed will increase by 30, and every third attack will deal an additional 80 damage. Berserker, when you strike the same enemy, the speed of each attack will gradually increase by 4, with no upper limit. A new talent. 3 options to choose from. Once again, the rewards for being the first to break the instance record have manifested, with a new achievement talent appearing. All 3 talents are of the highest caliber. Moreover, all 3 are incredibly useful. Yunshin once again found himself drawn to the Frenzied Strike Aura, In the previous instance, he had chosen between the Frenzied Strike Aura and Quick Casting, ultimately opting for the latter. Now, with this advantageous talent surfacing again, he instinctively made his selection. Dual casting seems even more appealing, especially after having chosen the Quick Casting talent. Paired with dual casting, it would significantly amplify his lethality. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Chun let out a quiet sigh, realizing he could only lament his choice of not selecting the Strong Strike Aura this time, and quietly opted for the dual casting ability. You have selected dual casting. In the next instant, a golden spiritual light surged into Yun Chun's mind, and a newfound clarity blossomed within him. His body was adorned with additional magical patterns, making him feel that he could effortlessly manifest the effects of dual casting in his forthcoming spells. Testing this newfound ability, Yun Chun transformed the array-breaking weapon in his hand from a battle spear to a staff. In a flash, 2 blazing purple fireballs took shape at the tip of the staff. This was the essence of dual casting. Remarkably, his internal magical energy did not experience increased consumption due to the dual nature of the spell. In essence, the energy expended was merely equivalent to that required for a single fireball spell. Truly, this was the hallmark of a class achievement talent. And this alone was sufficient to exponentially amplify Yun Chun's firepower and damage output at this stage. Doubling was merely the baseline. If he were to tackle the 3rd challenge now, he might very well shatter the completion record once more. Alas, the reward for clearing a dungeon could only be claimed once, with no possibility for repetition. If it were otherwise, he could have exploited this opportunity to continuously break his own records and acquire new talents. Unfortunately, reality offered no such loopholes. Soon enough, Yun Chun began to tally all his rewards. First, the experience from achieving a high rank and being the first to clear the dungeon elevated him to level 16. Congratulations. You have reached level 15. You gain 3 free attribute points and 3 skill points. Congratulations, you have reached level 16. You gain 3 free attribute points and 3 skill points. Prior to this, he had already accumulated some experience at level 14. His current status was level 16, 15,000, with 25 free attribute points plus the 6 granted upon leveling up, totaling 31 points distributed evenly, which further enhanced his 4 core attributes. Strength, 87, Constitution, 87, Agility, 85, Wisdom, 86, excluding any weapon attribute bonuses. Next, he acquired a new skill. Dispel purifies an enemy target, removing beneficial magical effects from them. This was indeed a commendable skill, offering a modest enhancement for Yun Chun. As for the golden quality battle axe, he shook his head. Due to personal preference, he did not particularly favor it, and its utility was limited. To avoid occupying precious space in his inventory, he intended to sell it at the school shop or auction house. After all, the warrior class could wield a great axe as a weapon, and with its golden 2-star quality, it was not without merit. It might even be traded for some enchanting materials. Regarding his new title, Troll Terminator, its effect granted him an additional 35 damage against the troll race. It was time to return, Yun Chun reflected. Thanks to the effects of the Green Wild set, he could swiftly recover his stamina, vitality, and magical energy after a few seconds of disengagement from battle. Even the aftereffects of blood explosion had been mildly alleviated. As Yun Chun was preparing to exit the dungeon, his gaze suddenly caught sight of a newly emerged passageway behind the throne of the palace, an entrance that had not existed before. So it was a hidden level. How delightful. The rewards from hidden levels were not particularly remarkable, primarily consisting of experience points and equipment, devoid of any completion records or talent bestowals. However, for Yun Chun at this stage, acquiring a fresh influx of experience was certainly advantageous. In no time, he made his way towards the entrance. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon of the troll's nest, Beneath the grand portal of the Silver Secret Realm, the first individual emerged from the instance. Splendid. Shui Hongfang. As the inaugural exit from the dungeon, surveyed his surroundings and immediately noted the desolate plaza, empty save for his solitary figure. It was evident that he was the first. Haha. At this moment, he felt the gloom that had lingered over his heart for nearly a month dissipate entirely. That damned Yinshun had stolen his glory. He had usurped the light that rightfully belonged to him. Now, he had legitimately triumphed over his rival in this direct confrontation. Indeed, the jobless wanderer was merely a wayward fool, having crafted his own path, yet already faltering in such a short span of time. A jester was ultimately just a jester. Shui Hongfang was elated, unable to resist clenching his fists in triumph. In front of the assembly of deans and teachers at the podium, he raised his right hand high, proclaiming himself as the true first among the new students. He was the genuine, uncrowned king. From this day forth, the fact that he was the second in Jiangnan province would be forgotten, while the defeated Yinshun would be labeled as a grotesque product of examinations. As Shui Hongfang brimmed with anticipation and surged with confidence, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He suddenly noticed the peculiar gazes of the teachers at the podium directed towards him, particularly that of the burly instructor with giant blood, whose eyes glinted with a hint of amusement and mockery. Was it his fault? Or perhaps an elder from the Shui family had some past grievance with this teacher? Shui Hongfang suppressed his displeasure and turned his attention to the figure that had just emerged beside him. Congratulations on settling for second place. If you had been a second quicker, you could have surpassed me and donned the title of the first among the new students. His words dripped with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Shen Tyron's typically indifferent expression darkened. He had always been fiercely competitive, and now, finding himself again in second place, shook the unwavering confidence he had always held. However, it was strange that the opponent he considered a formidable rival, Yin Shun, had yet to emerge. This surprised Shen Tyran. Indeed, the path of the jobless wanderer was proving to be unfeasible and, surprisingly, faltering more swiftly than he had imagined. In truth, Shen Tyran had not taken Yinshin too seriously. In a certain sense, the reason he felt apprehensive about his rival was due to the fact that Yunshin's jobless wandering tactics were somewhat underhanded, with all occupation basic skills proving to be immensely beneficial in the current dungeon assessment. As a versatile character equipped with both offensive and defensive capabilities, the Blood Knight possesses an innate hidden vocation that allows him to drain life. After experiencing a period of fatigue following a high burst of power, this issue becomes negligible as he levels up. Regrettably, during the current dungeon assessment, he finds himself at a disadvantage. At the very least, Shintai Ran realizes that Yunshun is undoubtedly compensating for his downtime through his sharpshooter profession. Consequently, Yunshun is regarded as a formidable adversary in the present examination phase. In a straightforward arena challenge, Shintai Ran would not feel daunted in the slightest. However, to his astonishment, he faced defeat. Am I not in first place? He mused, as figures emerged successively from the dungeon, each seemingly vying for the top spot. Several members of the first tier finished with mere fractions of a second separating their completion times. A young girl dressed in the traditional robe of a domestic priest tilted her head, counting the number of participants with her fingers, only to exclaim in surprise, "Ah, am I fifth?" This prompted some bemusement among the onlookers, as it was amusing to see her counting on her fingers at such a mature stage. Yet, her adorable round face rendered her utterly charming, devoid of any pretense. Moments slipped by, and the crowd outside the dungeon swelled once more. The new freshman class of 10 was nearly finalized. "We made it to the top 10, one new student exclaimed. In reality, the gap between the moment Shui Hong was released and the 10th individual was less than 10 seconds, while the completion times appeared remarkably close. Ascending further would prove to be quite challenging. Strikingly, the much-discussed Yin Shun was absent from this group, a surprising twist indeed. Clearly, the controversies surrounding him were well-founded. It seems the collective judgment of the group was not misplaced. Within a span of merely a month and a half, Yin Shun, who had been tacitly recognized as the top freshman, had slipped from the first tier. It appears the dean's insight had faltered. Having allowed him to exploit loopholes to claim the provincial title was one thing, but to initially designate him as the foremost freshman was rather misguided. Isn't this quite the slap in the face? They chuckled. Who could blame Yun Shun for his lack of fortitude? He might soon find himself coerced by the school faculty to change his profession. Rumor has it that the media in Donyun City refers to him as a self-styled wanderer without a vocation, claiming no predecessor and no successor. A bold assertion indeed. During this exchange, the new students began to size each other up. The reason they had outpaced their peers was that they either possessed awakened talents or had taken advantage of hidden professions. None among them were easily underestimated. All were formidable in their own right. Before long, an increasing number of individuals exited the dungeon, forming the second tier, comprising dozens of participants. Their completion times varied by approximately 15 seconds, with several vying for the same second, thus occupying multiple positions. Among them was a distant relative of the Shui family, affectionately nicknamed French Fry, who approached with exuberance. "Congratulations, Brother Shui. I always knew you were the true first-place contender, and now it's official. French Fry exclaimed joyfully. Upon his emergence, he promptly surveyed the surroundings, eager to identify who was present. To his delight, he discovered that Yun Chun was absent, which filled him with joy. It had long been said that the individual's name did not align with reality. I believe you are the true top scholar. Brother Shui, I suggest you file a complaint. Upon hearing this, Shui Hongfang merely nodded slightly, maintaining a composed expression. Yet, internally, he felt a sense of gratification. Congratulations, Brother Shui. Truly impressive. Having surpassed the top newcomer, that luxurious mansion on the mountaintop shall be your dormitory. Moreover, it is said that the top newcomer's credits are at least twice that of the second place, and the allocation of resources is of the highest quality. The Shui family is indeed a prominent clan in Jiangnan. Shui Hongfang stands out as one of the most formidable members of the younger generation. Cultivating a rapport with him naturally opens additional avenues. The first-tier students regarded such interactions with disdain, as they were rivals, competing fiercely. A mere second-s difference would not compel them to acknowledge him as the first and extend genuine congratulations. What prideful individual would bow their head? The fact that Yin Chun had yet to emerge was quite amusing. Shu Tiao, known for his boisterous nature, relished in the lively atmosphere. After more than 20 seconds had elapsed without a glimpse of the rival, he erupted into boisterous laughter and ridicule. Why is Yin Chun still inside battling monsters? Moreover, his dungeon scene appears markedly different from ours. At that moment, a young girl, donned in a Taoist robe, gazed at the holographic screen projected above her head. Among 30 segmented windows, she beheld a figure that was strikingly familiar. Upon this revelation, Shui Hongfang, Shen Tairan, and several others were taken aback, quickly seeking an angle to view the holographic display above. Indeed, Yun Chen's figure manifested within the troll dungeon, albeit in a completely distinct setting. This is a hidden level. Shui Hongfang widened his eyes, feeling a buzz in his head. In that instant, he finally comprehended the peculiarity of the teacher's gazes from the distant podium. It was he who had been deluded into thinking he was the first. The true top newcomer was still engaged in combat within the hidden level of the dungeon. Thus, I have descended from 5th to 6th place. The young girl in the Taoist robe gestured with her fingers. It is often said that children speak without reservation. However, upon hearing such naive words, Shui Hongfang felt a profound sense of irony. He was still the runner-up. Had he inadvertently broken the clearing record? To his astonishment, Yin Chun remained the top newcomer and was now engaged in the hidden level. How could this be possible? Was this fellow truly not cheating? Upon learning that Yin Chun was battling within the hidden level, the newcomers were left in disbelief. Everyone was aware of the stringent conditions required to trigger such a level. None present had met the criteria, and it was highly likely that this individual had sustained no injuries along the way and had shattered the record. Silence. Await the results. And refrain from further noise. Perhaps sensing the growing clamor within the square, the teachers stationed at the distant podium, whether standing or seated, began to reprimand the crowd. In the distance, a ceremony for the division was about to commence, with the instructors gathering to mentor the new students, naturally there to select the fresh entrants. The commotion in the square soon grew tiresome for the teachers who had been attentively observing the performance on the screens. Following the reprimand, the students at the far end of the square dared not utter another word. Even those who had just emerged from the dungeon found the solemn silence so intimidating that they obediently stood aside, awaiting the outcome. 7 minutes later, an eerie stillness enveloped Nanyun Square, with over 500 new students scattered around, like a dark cloud, yet not a sound was made. In truth, just 3 minutes prior, all the new students who had completed the Nightmare Dungeon had exited. The reason they lingered was that Yun Chun was still engaged with the hidden stage. Well, over 500 of us waiting for one person, a new student quipped in self-deprecation. Complaints aside, all who had emerged were already aware of their rankings, with the top newcomer still belonging to that nameless wanderer. Surprise, disbelief, admiration, envy, and disdain. All these emotions flickered across the faces of the students. The holographic screens had long since been turned off, leaving no one to know how much longer Yin Chun would be in the hidden stage. Half a minute later, amidst the anxious gazes of many, a tall and robust figure stepped through the dungeon's entrance. Clad in pale white light armor, he bore not a single trace of blood. Perhaps having been steeped in the battlefield for too long, a chilling aura of lethal intent emanated from him involuntarily. His inherently cold and indifferent demeanor, now accentuated by the murderous energy, rendered him almost godlike. Curiosity drew many to glance his way, but upon meeting his gaze, an inexplicable chill gripped them, compelling them to avert their eyes in a flurry of self-doubt. Excellent. Step forward and stand at the front, beckoned Dean Yanfu from the podium, indicating for Yun Chun to approach the forefront of the square. Prior to this, the new students had already arranged themselves according to their rankings. This orderly formation made the Grand Nanyun Square appear spacious, capable of accommodating even more individuals. At the forefront, of course, was the podium, raised higher than the rest. Under the complex gazes of Shui Hongfang, Shun Tairan, and others ranked within the top 10, Yun Chun stood confidently at the very front of the new student cohort, thus affirming his status as the foremost newcomer. However, Yin Shun was surprised to discover that he had indeed been recognized as the top new student by the school. Even his mobile device displayed him as number 1, with a substantial 5,000 credits already transferred to his account. Yet, he pondered why the system had not yet calculated the rewards for the achievement task. In comparison to the record-breaking rewards from the dungeon completion, Yin Shun was evidently more concerned about the divine rewards that came with holding the title of the top newcomer. After all, if he maintained his position in the newcomer competition, he would be granted a divine skill. Could it be that the newcomer competition had not yet concluded? At this moment, at the ceremonial podium, the most senior Dean Yanfu had delivered a brief address. In the next moment, his previously gentle and amiable words transformed into piercing and incisive remarks. Among you, there are individuals whose rankings are unjustly inflated. Some have resorted to deceitful means, acquiring advanced knowledge of the challenges, thereby preparing extensively ahead of time. Thus, the current rankings are far from authentic and do not accurately reflect your true capabilities. As his words echoed, a cacophony erupted among the new students below. The dean's statements were indeed startling. Cheating, misrepresentation, incongruous rankings. Each phrase struck like a blade, sharp and relentless. Who was he referring to? Was it the scions of prestigious families, or those who had spent considerable sums procuring leaked information through dubious channels? Or was it specifically aimed at Yin Shun? The second segment of the new student competition officially commenced. Ascend to the competition platform. Demonstrate your true prowess. Identify the greatest underperformer in your midst and challenge them. If you succeed, you shall seize their credits. Should you fail, all your credits will belong to them. Before he could finish, many new students, under the dean's command, sensed a tremor beneath their feet and swiftly moved aside. Suddenly, from the depths of the expansive Nanyun Plaza, 20 circular competition platforms rose majestically. Moreover, from either side of the square, members of the disciplinary committee clad in crimson uniforms marched in, 20 in total, assuming their roles as judges atop the various platforms. In the distance, numerous medical teams stood ready, clearly prepared to prevent any potential loss of life. Perhaps the unfolding situation had taken everyone by surprise. Stunned into silence, the crowd remained unresponsive. What? Were they not prepared for a true contest of skill, but rather quaking in fear? Allow me to share a statistic. Over the past 3 years, our esteemed Jiangnan University has witnessed the demise of 468 graduates on the front lines. This implies that among every 4 of you, 1 is destined to perish. Last year, a faculty-led mission involving third-year students ended tragically, with none returning, including the instructor. Thus, I implore you, what is your purpose for coming to Jiangnan University? Are you hesitant to enter the arena and accept challenges? Or are you merely imposters, timid as turtles, all your achievements procured through dishonesty, too ashamed to step forward? Let it be known, from this moment forth, lower-ranked newcomers may challenge their higher-ranked peers. The final segment of the new student competition officially begins. Dean Yanfu's words had already overwhelmed the students below. At this juncture, streams of light interweaving from all directions coalesced into holographic screens in the air. These screens cascaded with torrents of data, resembling waterfalls. In less than a second, they rapidly materialized into a plethora of ranking data, revealing each individual's position following the conclusion of the challenges. Oh, he is ranked 157th. Upon learning that a newcomer, ranked significantly lower, had achieved such a lofty position, the challenger resolutely made his way towards the nearest competition platform. I hereby challenge the one ranked 157th, he declared. At this proclamation, the disciplinary adjudicator on the platform immediately turned his gaze towards a distant student ranked 18th. What are you waiting for? 157th. Get onto the platform. The student, named, appeared utterly crestfallen. It was well known that his father had expended considerable resources to acquire insider information about the freshman competition, only to be blindsided by the unexpected introduction of a newcomer challenge that had never occurred in previous years. Many newcomers had seen their rankings plummet due to the perceptual trials of the second round, severely impacting their final scores. Now, with the opportunity presented, they rallied with fervor, vociferously issuing challenges to those ahead of them. In no time, 20 competition platforms were filled with eager participants, while the dean and faculty observed from a higher vantage point. Watching the unfolding performances of the newcomers, some emerged victorious, laughing boisterously, while others, in defeat, cursed their misfortunes. This sudden newcomer challenge allowed only challenges against those ranked higher, effectively weeding out the underachievers. Consequently, at this moment, Yin Shun, as the top-ranked individual, found himself with little to do, for he could not challenge those ranked beneath him to seize their credits. The prescient nature of his golden finger had indeed anticipated that the newcomer competition was far from over, explaining why rewards had yet to be calculated. Just as Yin Shun stood there, feeling rather bored, he heard 2 voices behind him, one of which invoked his own name. I wish to challenge that most unworthy individual. The first-ranked Yin Shun, a newcomer, who had just annihilated a student ranked 63rd, boldly issued this challenge before the crowd. Coincidentally, on another platform, a male fighter, having just taken his place on a vacant stage, confidently proclaimed, I too wish to challenge the first-ranked Yunshun. Adjudicator, I may not have called out first, but I am stepping onto the stage with the intent to challenge the first. In response, the newcomer who had just defeated the 63rd ranked student became incensed. He is mine. I was first. You're ranked how high? I am 35th. You should step aside. Perhaps the moment that many newcomers had eagerly anticipated had finally arrived. The previously cacophonous Nanyun Square, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, grew considerably quieter as pairs of eyes darted between the two challengers. It was a rather amusing spectacle. Poor Yunshun appeared pitiful, as these two seemed to regard him with disdain. Who would have thought that the esteemed first-ranked newcomer would be subjected to such bickering and contention over challenges? Ultimately, the adjudicator awarded the challenge to the newcomer who had swiftly dispatched the student ranked 63rd, as he was the first to announce his intent. Perhaps it was the ease with which he had triumphed over the 63rd ranked student that bred a sense of contempt towards Yunshun and the unranked individual. Or perhaps he had been misled by Dean Yanfu's earlier remarks. Under various considerations, the arrogant freshman, who nearly ruined the entirety of the second level's tunnels due to his mediocre perception, immediately pointed a finger towards Yunshun in the distance. You cheater. Did you also resort to cheating in the second level? And who divulged the method for the hidden stage to you? Come here. Allow me to teach you a lesson. You aimless wanderer, a mere exam taker. Let me show you what true combat capability beyond examinations entails. I can eliminate 3 of you in an instant. Why not come at me altogether? The much-anticipated scene of the freshman challenge competition finally unfolded, with the first-place newcomer, Yunshun, being consecutively challenged. This elicited unrestrained laughter from the onlookers, as it was undoubtedly the segment they most wished to witness during this challenge. Ever since his arrival at the academy, this aimless wanderer had been a subject of controversy, be it accusations of cheating or being labeled an exam-oriented scholar from a small town. Conspiracy theories had run rampant. While everyone else changed their classes, this singular aimless wanderer stood out, occupying the top position, which only fueled the envy of others. One could only imagine the turmoil within his heart. He must be cursing inwardly, as it was one thing to be challenged as the first-ranked newcomer, but to be confronted by dozens was quite another. Was this not a blatant questioning of his abilities? Indeed, it was compellingly rational. Had the top 10 challengers confronted the first place, it would have been understandable. Yet, even individuals from the second tier directly challenged the first-ranked newcomer. A scenario that was utterly unimaginable. The spectators reveled in the chaos, with many challenges slated to commence on the competition platforms being delayed. However, unexpectedly, on another idle competition stage, a tall, slender man with glasses raised his hand to signal. I also wish to challenge the first-ranked Yunshun. This individual was ranked 39th. Influenced by the electrifying atmosphere, and spurred on by friends, he boldly stepped forward. In truth, this seemingly refined young man, Kuliangsa, had certain ties and connections with Yunshun, as he and his family had been subjected to inquiries from numerous netizens because of Yunshun. They were all from Dongyan City. Indeed, Kuliangsa's father was the chairman of the largest local company in Dongyan City, the billion-dollar Tianshun Biotechnology Company. After Yunshun became the sole provincial champion hailing from Dongyan City, this major local corporation remained utterly silent. Although Yunshun ultimately received no donations or accolades from any enterprises, the media, ever eager to stir the pot, seized upon this narrative, suggesting that Tianshun Biotechnology looked down upon Yunshun and asserted that the wanderer would not go far, showing no inclination to invest. Furthermore, when it was revealed that the chairman's son was also a recent graduate, it sparked considerable discussion. Yet, it must be said, the lack of donations from Tianshun Biotechnology was indeed influenced by the chairman's elderly son, who had been swayed by his offspring, subsequently feigning ignorance and refusing to engage with the unfolding drama. This behavior has led to an outpouring of vitriol on the Dongyan City Forum, where the Heavenly Medicine Company has been vehemently denounced for its unscrupulous practices. Particularly, Kuliangsa has been targeted, with fervent netizens uncovering his phone number, resulting in a barrage of unsolicited communications. This illustrates the animosity between the two parties, albeit from a one-sided perspective. Yunshun himself remains oblivious to the ensuing developments, and even if he were aware, he would be disinclined to engage. Another challenger has emerged, bringing the total to 3, which further electrifies the atmosphere of the event. Shui Hongfang, who currently ranks second, can hardly suppress his laughter. As the new student challenge commences, he initially contemplates confronting Yunshun, envisioning a glorious victory before an audience, decisively defeating him on the competition stage with genuine prowess. However, the current situation is proving to be quite satisfactory. Meanwhile, Shun Tyron maintains an indifferent demeanor, muttering to himself about the foolishness of these challengers. In his mind, the unclassed vagabond has little future, not in the present, but in the years to come. These individuals are merely courting humiliation, oblivious to their own peril. As the team advances slightly, Xie Jia's disciple, currently ranked 11th, is visibly shaken. He had been poised to challenge the top contender the moment the opportunity arose, only to be discreetly admonished by his family elder, Master Xie Yongyan. Through a mental transmission, do not court death. What does this admonition imply? Wasn't the dean's earlier statement a veiled suggestion that the greatest troublemaker is indeed the first? Yet, Master Xie Yongnian has already departed, having seemingly been quite incensed, wearing a rather unfriendly expression. Naturally, the Xie clan's disciples dare not entertain thoughts of challenging anyone at this moment. He remains consumed by his uncle's words, which only heighten his anxiety. Viewed from this perspective, the unclassed vagabond is likely to be an unparalleled force in actual combat. Whether in the dungeon challenge or on the battlefield, he is undeniably the legitimate top newcomer. On the ceremonial platform, a cadre of instructors observes the various skirmishes from above, as they witness the escalating fervor below. With the eye of the storm gradually shifting towards Yun Chun, the dean of the Elemental Academy, Lian Hechuan, remarks with a smile. It seems your previous comments have caused a misunderstanding. He adds nonchalantly, no matter, consider it a means to temper his resolve. The dean of the War Academy, Yian Fu, remains remarkably composed, stating, indeed, there are numerous cheaters in the audience. In fact, amidst the current climate of resource monopolization, it has become increasingly rare for students from humble backgrounds to gain admission to Jiangnan University, particularly those hailing from lesser-known locales like Dongyan City. Even Kuliangsa, a native of Dongyan, pursued his education in the provincial capital. Those who possess insider knowledge of dungeon information and acquire details through dubious channels are predominantly affluent and influential individuals. In contrast, Yun Chun stands out as remarkably untainted. He evidently lacks knowledge of the entrance to the 4th level, as evidenced by his 3-second detour after vanquishing the last ogre chief, wasting precious time. Most of the top 20 newcomers have already secured their positions, whether by coincidence or sheer luck. Yian Fu remains unfazed, as the assessment of the instance imposes no restrictions. Possessing a powerful background and extensive resources is undoubtedly a formidable advantage. What truly matters, however, is that while one may rely on connections to seize opportunities, if one lacks the capability to maintain their position, it is prudent to vacate it promptly. Such individuals are akin to parasites that exploit the rules. Once thrust onto the front lines of battle, can one truly expect commendable performance from them? The notion of honing their resolve is futile. They appear as an unyielding bastion, instilling trepidation in others. Dean Hexian continued to chuckle, his gaze shifting to the audience below. There, the protagonist at the eye of the storm remained strikingly indifferent, exhibiting a temperament wholly incongruous with that of an 18-year-old youth. Poised and composed, he seemed unperturbed even in the face of impending calamity, as if the very mountains could crumble before him without eliciting a change in countenance. Contemplating his ruthless and decisive combat style within the instance, those who dared to challenge him ought to prepare for the worst. He ascended the arena, and I believe the priest should have been summoned in advance. Below, the tall figure, the focus of attention, approached the arena with an unhurried demeanor. In no time, the crowd instinctively parted, only to be swiftly filled with eager spectators, enveloping the arena in a sea of humanity. Even the distant battles momentarily ceased as curious gazes turned towards the unfolding scene. Very well, you possess a modicum of fortitude to dare to stand before me. Since vanquishing 63 opponents, this new arrival not only seized their points, but also usurped their ranking. I have an abiding disdain for cheaters. Do not presume I am unaware that many of you had prior knowledge of the second challenge. My honest approach has left me with naught but bruises. Yet, you could scarcely fathom how I navigated through the labyrinthine trial. Indeed, I obliterated the maze with sheer magical force to emerge victorious. The newly ranked individual, having supplanted the 63rd, boasted audaciously, eliciting incredulity from the onlookers below. Did this fellow truly dismantle the underground labyrinth? Such recklessness and brutality. Moreover, how terrifying must his magical prowess be? Observing the audience gasp in disbelief, the self-proclaimed honest yet reckless individual reveled in their astonishment. Then, his piercing gaze settled upon his sole opponent standing atop the arena, and he was somewhat taken aback to find that this top contender wielded a staff as well. Your first place. I shall usurp it. Referee, you may commence. Both competitors took their positions as the referee activated the arena's mechanisms to ensure that the energy fluctuations within the arena did not affect the spectators below. A transparent protective energy barrier materialized around the entire arena. Furthermore, at the center of the two opponents, holographic digits formed from diffracted light began to materialize and commenced the countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin. At that very moment, upon the stage, the two figures promptly raised their staffs. The mage, a solitary figure without a title, chose the staff as their weapon in this contest. Were they indeed to compete in the realms of casting speed and magical potency? The audience below widened their eyes in astonishment, for at that very moment, the surging elemental fluctuations on stage reached a crescendo, coalescing into a formidable force that surged forward with an exhilarating roar. How swift! Both sides unleashed instantaneous spells. The ability to cast spells in an instant at the mage's level is almost unfathomable in the outside world, yet it was a spectacle only witnessed at Jiangnan University, a place teeming with prodigious talents. However, what merit did this solitary mage possess to stand shoulder to shoulder with such a genius, able to cast spells with equal swiftness? More astonishingly, not only was this individual's casting speed remarkable, but the power of their spells also overwhelmed the incoming projectiles of magical energy. This is dire. The opponent seemed doomed. There was scarcely any time for reaction, as the spells from both sides did not merely clash, but rather tilted overwhelmingly in one direction. No. The arrogant newcomer, facing the onslaught, suddenly widened his eyes, perceiving a vast sea of purple flames filling his vision. In the blink of an eye, his own magical projectiles, crafted to form a magical machine gun, were utterly shattered by the opposing force. There was no semblance of balance in this confrontation. The relentless pressure bore down upon him. He was a genius of dual awakened talents, after all. In that fleeting moment of wavering confidence, his hand, gripping the staff, trembled slightly. Then, within that hesitation, he was completely engulfed by the advancing purple flames. Boom, boom, boom. The barrage of fireballs collided with him, akin to being crushed by a fleet of massive trucks. The magical robe, necklace, and pendant he wore, which provided an automatic protective shield, were shattered in an instant by the overwhelming might of magical energy. Boom. Thus, the fierce and vast purple flames descended upon him, propelling him backward with an unstoppable momentum until he crashed against the energy shield behind him. Crack. The once transparent energy shield now bore cracks resembling shattered glass, startling the onlookers who instinctively recoiled. The terrifying magical damage was no trifling matter. The judge below, witnessing the scene, swiftly channeled their own magical energy into the device, ensuring the energy shield remained robust and functional. On stage, Yun-Chun retracted his staff as his relentlessly dominant opponent plummeted from the air. It was a sight too painful to behold. This individual bore no unscathed skin, appearing as though charred to a crisp. Had it not been for the slight movement of his body and the opponent's timely restraint, he might have met his end on the spot. He was defeated. This self-proclaimed honest yet profoundly arrogant newcomer was instantaneously vanquished. He fell to the hands of the greatest cheater, who emerged from his own mouth. Ah, this is rather swift, isn't it? The audience below felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Fireball spell. At the outset, the two contenders on either side stood their ground, opting for the most conventional confrontation in a duel of mages, an unadulterated clash of power. This direct confrontation, though utterly unembellished and fleeting, was immensely tense and captivating. The competitors measured their prowess in casting speed, magical potency, instant explosiveness, and even their psychological resilience. Any deficiency in these aspects, coupled with a moment of anxiety, would undoubtedly result in being crushed by the opposing magic. Yet, who could have anticipated that this bona fide mage would succumb to a mere unclassed wanderer? Who is the real mage here? Each person's heart felt a mix of indignation and confusion. This wanderer is simply absurd, if I am not mistaken. He appears to possess the dual casting talent. Perhaps it is a gift bestowed upon him for breaking records in a dungeon, a so-called achievement talent reward. It seems plausible. However, it is also quite reasonable. Historically, one who encounters the left must inevitably lose. Alas, this lad has chosen the wrong position. Such a statement carries considerable merit. The audience below buzzed with speculation. Medical team, hurry. The referee, slightly anxious, urged the personnel to hasten. Fear not. That lad still clings to life. Even if he perishes, as long as it is within 30 seconds, he can still be revived. The leisurely approach of the medical team members resembled that of an elderly gentleman, unfazed by the urgency of the situation. This left the other new students feeling apprehensive, fearing they might endure additional rounds of torment if they were to lose. Of course, the current focus was far from this. Everyone's gaze turned to the other two competitors on the arena, who had similarly challenged Yun-Chun moments ago, perhaps having witnessed the arrogant newcomer's dismal defeat. The expressions of these two now bore a hint of amusement. One appeared slightly grave, while the other displayed a tinge of trepidation. Ha. Now, they must feel trapped, unable to step down. In this institution, where strength reigns supreme, every prodigy arriving from across the nation can only revere the powerful. As it stands, this unclassed wanderer has undeniably demonstrated extraordinary combat prowess, prompting a chorus of rational, objective, and neutral voices to emerge. I told you, rumors are ultimately just that, groundless. Even if the provincial champion was outmaneuvered, could Dean Yi Onfu's meticulously crafted newcomer rankings be erroneous? They claim Yun-Chun only ranks first due to his Jiangnan province household registration, questioning why your provincial champion should overshadow mine. Dean Yi Onfu is a figure of prominence from another province. How could he possibly harbor regional bias in ranking? Look, now these two students have become immobilized. Haven't they? The crowd erupted in laughter. While astonished by the performance of this unclassed wanderer, they also mocked the two for their paralysis, hesitant to advance. Some mischief makers in the audience urged them to promptly approach the arena where Yun-Chun stood. You two go now. The referee has spoken, and the two, feeling a sense of embarrassment, reluctantly made their way to the competition stage on the other side. At this moment, Kalyangsa found himself at a loss for words. After witnessing Yun Shen's swift casting and dual spell abilities, he realized that his chances of victory were exceedingly slim. For a fleeting moment, he felt a pang of regret, blaming the overly encouraging atmosphere at the time for his impulsive decision, coupled with their shared animosity. It was under the urging of friends that he had raised his hand in a moment of reckless abandon. Despite being the closest in proximity, he was the slowest to approach, and as he listened to the mocking jeers from the crowd, his heart was a tumult of emotions, tinged with inexplicable irritation. All of this was Yun Shen's fault. Had it not been for him, he would not find himself in such a predicament. At this moment, the male fighter ranked 35th had ascended the stage, facing none other than Yun Shen. With fists clasped before him, he was about to speak. "You all can come at me together," he stated with an air of indifference and arrogance. "If you wish to challenge me, do not form a queue. I'm pressed for time. Let's make it a group effort." Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Though his tone was remarkably calm, the content of his proclamation was audacious, exuding an undeniable dominance. Did this individual truly regard others as inconsequential? Yet, strangely, such outrageous words emanating from him carried an air of inevitability and conviction. After all, his demeanor was not only haughty but also imbued with an extraordinary composure. One could only speculate what experiences had shaped him, as he exuded a maturity and grandeur beyond his years. Altogether, Yun Shen's pronouncement was undoubtedly a profound provocation, a flagrant dismissal of all challengers. Many newcomers felt a surge of humiliation, particularly the 35 male fighters present, who felt acutely disregarded. Although he wore a serious expression, having initially underestimated this unassuming wanderer, he now felt the sting of contempt. "That is your claim. How arrogant and shameless. I shall make you pay dearly for those words. Teaching you a lesson about the consequences of reckless speech, lest you continue to boast so brazenly once you leave the campus." Kuliangsa, who had been lagging behind, felt a spark of determination upon hearing Yun Shen's taunt. His eyes gleamed with resolve as he hastened his pace and leaped onto the competition stage with righteous fervor. The male fighter furrowed his brow. Being so blatantly disregarded by Yun Shen, he had no intention of teaming up with anyone. Wouldn't that just turn into a spectacle for others? Even if they were likely to emerge victorious, it would be under dubious circumstances. "We'll split the credits evenly. The 5,000 credits from the opponent will be ours to share." Kuliangsa's declaration caught the fighter off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless, unable to voice his intended refusal. Indeed, reputation held great importance, yet securing credits to establish oneself swiftly at this institution was of paramount significance. Could pride surpass the value of academic resources? Certainly not. It was worth noting that even at rank 35, he had only accumulated a mere 800 credits. Thus, the taciturn male fighter reluctantly accepted the presence of an additional ally by his side, though his thin-skinned nature prevented him from uttering the brazen words that Kuliangsa would so effortlessly proclaim. The scene unfolded seamlessly, with the referee displaying no inclination to intervene, instead promptly activating the device as the participants gathered. The countdown digits materialized once more in the air, revealing one combatant at level 35 and the other at level 39. One was a fighter, the other a warrior, both formidable in close combat. Their remarkable talents were evident, having made their way to this esteemed university. As the son of the chairman of the Divine Medicine Corporation, Kuliangsa not only possessed an awakened talent, but also had access to numerous precious genetic potions produced by his family, which enhanced his warrior capabilities. Moreover, he had received dedicated care throughout his life, ensuring his meridians were unobstructed and his physique well-tuned, adorned with luxurious equipment that prominently showcased the wealth of his lineage. Begin. As the challenge commenced, both figures erupted into motion, vanishing from their initial positions. Having witnessed the terrifying explosive power of each other's instantaneous magic, neither dared linger any longer. "Flank him," Kuliangsa bellowed. The male fighter, understanding the command, instinctively coordinated with him to surround Yun Shen. They advanced in a grand display, one on the left and the other on the right. To their astonishment, the recently formidable mage allowed them to close the distance without resistance. Such arrogance. It was akin to courting death. The mage, still wielding a magical staff, would surely meet his demise if they managed to close in. With a fierce shout, the male fighter executed a rapid grapple, propelling himself forward with accelerated speed, arms outstretched, poised to seize his opponent for a subsequent throw. Meanwhile, Kuliangsa, the warrior, initiated a classic charge, utilizing a swift repositioning skill to surge into striking range. They approached from opposite sides, each intent on overpowering their adversary. Yet the figure before them maintained an air of indifference, his sharply defined black and white eyes betraying no sign of concern. He remained composed, exuding an aura of complete control. "Too slow," Yun Shen declared. Instantly, a chill enveloped the hearts of both attackers. "No." As they barreled toward him with unwavering momentum, weapons poised to strike at his collar, they suddenly realized his form had vanished without a trace. Not vanished, but rather leapt from the ground, executing the fighter's preliminary skill, the void step. Yun Shen's movements were astonishingly swift, leaving them unable to react. The dire consequence was that, suddenly deprived of their target, the two combatants could not halt their momentum. With a resounding crash, their bodies collided, half of each figure crashing into the other. Whoa! Amidst a chorus of astonished gasps, Yunshun leapt from several meters above, plummeting to the ground with an explosive force that emanated a palpable wave of energy. It was a stomp. What an overwhelming aura. This was yet another preliminary skill of a fighter. Stomp. The foot crashes forcefully onto the ground, causing damage that depends on the user's strength attribute and the height of the descent, partially ignoring certain armor, and inflicting a severe stunning effect on the target. In an instant, he soared into the air, and then the subsequent stomp descended like a meteor. The two combatants collided, feeling their very organs tremble violently. The immense pressure that enveloped them from above was so oppressive that it rendered their breaths labored. Before they could react, the overwhelming weight crashed down. Boom. Like a colossal boulder dropping, the surface of the arena caved in, creating a sizable crater. The unfortunate duo found themselves entangled, having taken the full brunt of Yunshen's stomp. In that moment, amidst the swirling dust, their bodies lay sprawled within the crater, their equipment marred and covered in soot. Most critically, the two, having absorbed the blow head-on, were now ensnared in a 2-second state of dizziness, utterly transformed into lambs waiting for slaughter. With his foot pressing down on their backs, Yunshun thrust his staff firmly against their heads. Enough. You have won. Spare our medical team some work. Below. Having just healed a newcomer who had been charred to a crisp, the medical priest could only roll her eyes in exasperation, unable to restrain her complaints. Her resentful gaze shifted to the referee, as if urging him to hasten the declaration of victory. You win. The referee of the disciplinary department, keen to avoid offending the medical staff, promptly awarded the victory to Yunshun. In the next moment, the gathered onlookers erupted into incredulous murmurs following a brief silence. Instantaneous. Yet again, instantaneous. And this was a 12 challenge. Good heavens, that was far too effortless. If I am not mistaken, that was the fighter's air step and stomp. Yet the power exhibited in this solitary individual was unexpectedly formidable. Indeed, the leap generated a near teleportation effect, leaving us unable to follow with our eyes. Aside from the skill itself, I can assure you that this fellow's agility attribute must be extraordinarily high. No one anticipated that a challenge rated 12 could conclude in such a swift and fierce manner. Compared to the earlier magical duel, which was characterized by direct confrontation, this display of destruction, while slightly inferior in power, tested the intricacies of movement, nerve response, and undoubtedly warranted deeper contemplation beyond mere spellcasting. Details, all about the details. At that moment, even the top 10 newcomers exhibited a noticeable change in expression. Shun Tairan clenched his teeth, feeling an unfamiliar sense of trepidation arise from genuine combat experience, rather than from scripted assessments. He first discovered the simplicity yet ferocity of this individual's combat techniques, as he deftly dispatched two adversaries with remarkable swiftness and precision. Had he been the one standing on the arena, facing two opponents, he was utterly confident that he could easily prevail. However, in comparison to Yunshin's graceful and effortless demeanor, he felt woefully inadequate. He understood that he could never dance on the edge of a blade like Yunshun. In an attempt to deceive the two into colliding, he had painstakingly awaited until they were in the final stretch to launch his assault, swiftly embracing them. Yet, with such a minimal distance remaining, if he had hesitated by a mere 2 or 3/10 of a second, this fellow could have easily faltered, falling victim to a direct confrontation and being restrained by the fighter's close quarters. How perilous! Wouldn't such a method quicken his heartbeat? Did he not worry about embarrassing himself and facing failure? Alas, all these hypotheses were mere fantasies. The stark reality was that Yunshun had utterly humiliated the two opponents, rendering them as clowns. Damn it! Shuehong's expression was grave. At that moment, he finally comprehended why Dean Yi had placed him in the forefront. So this was the essence of the combat prodigy he had heard whispers about. At this instant, the expressions of the first-tier newcomers also soured. Not long ago, they had awaited Yunshin's potential misstep with a sense of amusement, but now they felt as if facing a formidable foe, finding it hard to cope. It was essential to recognize that Yunshin's 5,000 credits were the envy of all. The proud elites present had long regarded this unclassed free agent as their target. Whomever claimed the position of first would undoubtedly be challenged by them, seeking to reclaim those lofty 5,000 credits. Yet now, some among them had become momentarily dazed, losing a fragment of their fighting spirit. Was it mere coincidence? This individual seemed to gamble recklessly, employing a style of evasion that pushed the limits, making it hard to ascertain if it was by chance. How about you, Li? You go first, someone attempted to urge a nearby friend, hoping to glean more about Yunshin's capabilities. However, Li, with an expression of indifference, regarded his companion as if to say, "Do you think I am the type to be goaded into reckless challenges? I sense you wish to challenge me instead. What folly! A challenge comes with its own costs. If they were to lose, not only would they fail to seize another's 5,000 credits, but they might also have to relinquish their own." Currently, the risk had escalated significantly. It was unwise. If they could engage in a war of attrition, wearing down the opponent's stamina and uncovering more of their secrets, that would be ideal. Yet, amongst this assembly of 10 or 20 individuals, they exchanged glances, but none dared to step forward. Indeed, on the platform of etiquette, the instructor from the martial combat profession had already concluded his applause. He had noticed the boxing gloves during the dungeon exploration. Recognizing that this individual possessed a multitude of combat techniques and martial arts paths, though he had not seen them employed until now. Now, he was finally witnessing the culmination of that evasion pushed to its utmost, under extreme pressure of survival. The teachers on stage witnessed Yunshin's remarkable extreme performances during the third round. At that time, he wielded dual pistols with the finesse of a master. As if he were executing an exquisitely choreographed waltz, skillfully maneuvering the troll chieftain in a dizzying dance within mere millimeters. Now, the scene is being reenacted. Yet the ones being outmaneuvered are two freshmen. In a battle of the same tier, would you dare to evade as he does? Naturally not. The impact of a third-tier profession's ultimate skill is formidable, and failure to dodge could result in a near-fatal blow. The teachers exchanged glances and shook their heads. However, in a battle among first-tier fighters, they could not afford to play such games. After all, those who attend this school possess exceptional strength, skills, and talent. Had Yunshin failed to evade back then, he would likely have plunged into an absolute disadvantage, risking immediate defeat. That was the warrior's assault. Taking it head-on could result in being stunned, while the fighter's swift grappling is a professional skill capable of locking onto an enemy's waist in an accelerated state. Following this would be a beautiful throw. Should that technique land fully, it could potentially render one's combat capabilities utterly incapacitated. The teachers mentally reviewed the situation and deemed Yunshin's actions somewhat outrageous. The risks were far too great. Were they in his position? None would dare to play so recklessly. Of course, from another perspective, the potential rewards were even greater, creating an unparalleled opportunity for Yunshin's subsequent trampling. Finally, the anticipated moment arrived. Several provincial champions appeared ready to step into the arena, which promised to be quite interesting. One could have thought they lacked the courage to take the challenge. If they hesitated due to fear of confrontation, perhaps Dean Yanfu would personally inquire with the admissions office on how such subpar champions were selected, fearing they might back down from a formidable opponent. In such a case, sending them to the front lines would surely have them hesitating endlessly. At present, the highly regarded champion from Zhou Province, Shin Tairan, had completed his warm-up and was striding towards the competition platform, disregarding the second-ranked Shui Hongfang. 0056, the unclassed Wandering Blood Knight. An unequivocal, one-sided annihilation. On the arena, as the dust settled in the sunken pit, two figures slowly rose. The 2 seconds of dizziness caused by the trampling had now worn off, but both still perceived a slight double vision, a lingering effect from Yunshin's earlier descent. Their bodies ached all over, and even slight movements tugged at their injuries. Idiot. Couldn't you watch where you were going? The male fighter, gazing at the distant, slender figure turned away from him, felt as though his mind had rusted when he had teamed up with this person, leaving himself in a state of utter disarray. Damn it. Beside him, Kuliangsa cursed under his breath, not daring to say more. He could only retrieve a bottle of life restoration potion from his spatial backpack and down it immediately. As he healed his wounds, he glanced at his phone, inexplicably pained to see that his 780 credits had vanished. It's over. On the other side, the male fighter wore a face full of indignation. His 800 credits had vanished as well. The hard-earned credits, obtained through their arduous efforts in the dungeon, were entirely lost. This is a disaster, all because of you. The male fighter, known for his fiery temperament, was now shifting the blame for their collective failure onto his companion, Kuliangsa. Enough. You two, come down immediately. The referee below urged impatiently. To make matters worse, the surrounding spectators, fresh faces in the audience, began to mock them. Losing in a 1-on-2 match truly left them without dignity. Especially for Kuliangsa, he felt an overwhelming urge to burrow into the ground. Fortunately, Yunshun, this fellow, seemed unaware that he was the young heir of Dongyun City's heavenly medicine. Otherwise, he would likely find himself in an even more embarrassing predicament. However, the reality of being fundamentally disregarded and overlooked left Kuliangsa feeling deeply disheartened. Facing them were illustrious figures, the stars of the school's future. Why should they concern themselves with a couple of insignificant insects beneath their feet? This self-pitying sentiment only intensified his resentment towards Yunshun. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be in this humiliating situation today. On the competition stage, Yunshin's tall and slender figure remained unyielding, and the new students gathered around showed no signs of dispersing. This arena remained the lively epicenter. My words still hold weight. Those wishing to challenge me, come forth. The seemingly aloof and proud newcomer spoke once more. This time, silence ensued. The last time he had suggested a collective challenge, there had been a flurry of arrogant and reckless disdain. The students felt humiliated, had it not been for their pride. They would have eagerly rushed forward to confront him together. Kuliangsa seized the opportunity to step down gracefully, hastening his pace to join forces with the male fighter, now 35 strong, to take on their opponent in greater numbers. Yet, as it stood, the calm confidence underlying Yunshin's seemingly mundane words revealed a stark reality. No one responded. The arena was enveloped in silence. The combined efforts of 35 and 39 had faced a ruthless defeat, one so profound that even the onlookers felt despair. After all, some new students struggled to keep pace with Yunshen's instantaneous bursts of speed, even if 10 of them charged forth. They would merely be offering themselves as fodder. Make way, clear the path. At that moment, the previously dry atmosphere ignited like a spark thrown into kindling. The entire venue erupted in a frenzy, a cacophony of cheers and excitement rising in waves. The top scholar of the province, Shin Tairan, the legendary Blood Knight, emerged through the parted crowd, clad in crimson armor, making his steady approach towards the arena where Yunshin stood. A blood-red cloak fluttered ominously, and in his hand appeared a finely crafted suit of knightly armor, its hue a deep crimson. Once donned, it afforded him but a narrow slit through which to behold the world. Make way, for another approaches. The pride of Beiluo province, Huaniji, now the fourth among the new entrants. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a pathway to the arena. A man clad in light armor, his flowing black hair cascading behind him, wielded an exceptionally long broadsword as he strode towards the competition stage. It was said that he shared a significant connection with the Sword Sage of Dawn. I too had heard whispers, perhaps he was a relative. After all, having been mentored by the Sword Sage, it was no wonder he emerged as the pride of his province. In this moment, both provincial champions advanced with purpose, their sights set squarely on Yunshin, igniting a palpable excitement throughout the square. Not only the students, but even the previously lethargic teachers on the podium began to take notice. The earlier skirmishes paled in comparison to this high-stakes clash of elite newcomers, a spectacle they eagerly anticipated. I shall go first. No, I shall. On either side of the arena, Shun Tairan and Huan Iji regarded one another across the expanse, neither willing to concede. I stand firm in my resolve. Shun Tairan, known for his stringent self-discipline, stepped forward with determination. I care not for your resolve. Huan Iji, equally resolute, advanced a step as well. You may both enter together. At that moment, Yunshin's voice echoed from the stage, shattering the stalemate between the two. Arrogant. Both Shun Tairan and Huan Iji furrowed their brows, perceiving the other's audacity as utterly unreasonable. Yet, Shun Tairan was quicker on his feet, stepping onto the arena to face Yunshin directly. Huan Iji, delayed by a moment, found himself halted by the referee. He goes first. Should you wish to participate as well, it seems the top newcomer would not object. The referee, clad in red, spoke with a cool detachment. This statement momentarily stumped the champion of Beiluo province. If he ascended the stage now, it would merely bolster Yunshin's position, creating an imbalance of numbers. But what would victory signify? A mere illusion, likely to invite ridicule. Should his elders learn of such a defeat, he would surely face their ire. Yet, to delay his entry, even if Yunshin were to triumph, might leave him weakened by exertion, rendering his subsequent entry inconsequential. The lineage of the Dawn Sword placed great emphasis on justice. This hesitation, however, stirred a profound conflict within the justice-driven, perfectionist Huan Iji. At that moment, the holographic countdown in the air began, drawing his focus back from his turmoil. 3, 2, 1, begin. The confrontation between the provincial champions of Jiangnan and Dazhou naturally became the focal point of the event, capturing the attention of all new students, as well as the teachers on the podium. This was more than a mere contest between two champions. It was a formidable clash between the first and third, a true battle of titans. Regardless of the topic chosen, it is sufficient to ignite stimulating conversation. The duel commenced with fervor. Shin Tairan wielded an extraordinarily elongated knight's lance, nearly 3 meters in length, and thrust it forcefully forward. Whoosh! The air seemed to resonate with an inexplicable sonic boom. Remarkably, this thrust did not make contact with anyone. It merely struck the air. Yet thud! A distant, transparent energy shield emitted a muffled sound, and, in an instant, developed a fine, intricate crack. This sudden sound of rupture startled the new students before them, who could hardly perceive the attack before noticing the fissure in the shield. Look! With the urging of those around, they finally caught sight of a straight, slender crimson trajectory extending from the point of impact, colliding with the barrier behind. My goodness, this first-year student. What astonished the onlookers was not merely the swift thrust, but the fact that Yunshin had managed to evade it with a mere turn of his head. His body remained utterly still. Wow! A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Everyone could clearly see a bloodline trajectory appear just inches from the side of Yunshin's head, almost within 2 centimeters. The thrust had aimed directly at his temple. Yet, astonishingly, this first-year student, Yunshin, had evaded the attack with a casual tilt of his head, narrowly escaping by an almost imperceptible margin. I can feel my blood pressure rising. I too, as I watch Yunshin engage in battle, feel my heart racing to the brink of explosion. It is simply unbearable. I implore you, Divine Cloud, take a few steps to spare everyone's hearts. This brief exchange of attack and evasion, executed in the blink of an eye, was already overwhelming. Notably, it was a new student who first shouted the exaggerated moniker Divine Cloud. This was no trivial matter. It was not merely East Yin City's high school. Upon hearing someone call him Divine Cloud, the proud university freshmen below felt no sense of impropriety. Many were unaware that they had been subtly captivated by Yun Chen's remarkable combat skills. The atmosphere below was lively, while the intangible clash above persisted. After testing the waters, Shen Tairan had confirmed that his opponent possessed an exceptionally keen instinct for battle. Without hesitation, he, clad in light red heavy armor, held the lance in one hand and a shield in the other, steadily advancing step by step. Thud! Each footfall reverberated, causing the competition platform to tremble violently. Shen Tairan was unhurried. This disciplined and somewhat rigid youth executed his advance with the precision of a true knight. The so-called knight step involved slightly lowering the left shoulder that bore the shield, maintaining the lance arm level, and grounding his center of gravity with exacting distance between each step. The movements of Shen Tairan, advancing with precision, could scarcely be faulted even when contrasted against an academic textbook. In fact, they were executed with such exactitude that there was not a single deviation to be found. Oh, this is rather rigid and dogmatic. It has been said that this individual possesses a peculiar temperament, and upon witnessing him today, one can hardly be surprised. The new students below were equally taken aback by the Blood Knight's actions. So pedantic was he that one might liken him to a relentless training machine, devoid of any spark of human creativity or flair. How peculiar indeed. It is certain that coexisting with such a person would lead to utter frustration. In contrast, Yun Chen, with his charm and individuality, embodies the kind of person most would prefer to engage with. Conversations among the freshman girls sparked a consensus. Both Yun Chen and Shen Tairan, as exceptional students, appeared to lack companions. The former, with his aloof demeanor and striking good looks, epitomized the icy persona that many girls yearn to thaw with their warmth. Conversely, the latter, lacking in physical allure and burdened by a pedantic, antiquated disposition, proved to be rather difficult to relate to. In reality, few are inclined to socialize with someone like Shen Tairan. Seemingly slow in his approach, Shen Tairan resembled a tortoise steadily advancing. Yet he effectively confined his opponent's space for movement. Observe that shield and the sagging shoulder. To put it plainly, Yun Chen's magical artillery was rendered nearly useless. Those versed in the nuances of combat would recognize the strategy at play. Clad in heavy armor, Shen Tairan relentlessly compresses the battlefield, nullifying the opponent's most potent magical capabilities. His intellect is indeed formidable. This observation evokes a sense of enlightenment, striking a chord of truth. Within the duration of this deliberate advance, Shen Tairan had traversed half the arena, steadily encroaching upon Yun Chen's operational space. The Blood Knight, shield in hand and adopting a standard defensive posture, remained unperturbed by magical assaults, ever poised for a counter with his shield. Witness how he braced himself for the imminent barrage of formidable fireballs, ready to deflect and retaliate. After this exchange, one must admit that he has effectively neutralized Yun Chen's fireball spells. While he may be somewhat rigid, a textbook approach, after all, is still an approach grounded in correctness. The instructors at the podium were filled with curiosity, eager to observe how Yun Chen would contend with this armored wall. One, like a fleeting antelope, elusive and untouchable. The other, stern and uncompromising, steeped in dogma. These two individuals truly present an intriguing dichotomy. Dean Yanfu was equally captivated, anticipating the clash of these two rising stars. However, such inflexibility is likely to lead to significant setbacks. Will a textbook elucidate how to withstand an unclassed, versatile opponent? Indeed, a person who adheres strictly to textbook principles, impeccably flawless in execution, must confront the reality of an adversary who operates beyond the confines of conventional doctrine. As Dean Yi aptly noted, textbooks have never instructed a knight on how to tackle an opponent who embodies the virtues of every class. Is merely adopting this defensive shell sufficient to contend with me? Yun Chen's piercing black and white gaze glimmered with a frigid light. After observing for a while, he had comprehended his opponent's combat style entirely. To be candid, he found this approach rather unappealing. It stood in stark contrast to his own fluid and adaptable fighting style, being rigidly defensive, dogmatic, and devoid of any semblance of creativity. It was coming. Having watched for a spell, Yun Chen, now thoroughly bored, tightened his grip on the array-breaking staff. With a hum, a surge of magical luminescence emanated from the staff. Find the roots. As this druid's elementary skill was activated, the ground trembled ominously, as if a slumbering behemoth beneath was stirring. Boom. In the next instant, thick, robust roots erupted from the earth. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped Shen Tairan entirely, the serpent-like tendrils reaching for his limbs and exerting tremendous force to lift him into the air. Indeed, this was the move. Yun Chen, I have long prepared to engage with you in combat. Having done his homework and familiarized himself with all primary skills across the classes, Shen Tairan focused his mind. And from within the protective shield, a crimson glow began to emanate. Blood flame. The figure bound by the tendrils ignited in an instant like a torch. As the red light swirling around him transformed into crimson flames, the entangled roots could not withstand the intensity of the fire, losing their grip and beginning to burn away. Although it was as such, As Shen Tairan regained his footing, he furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. His feet, finally freed from the restraints, inexplicably felt weak, as if the strength and vitality supporting his ankles had been siphoned away. What is this? The roots that had ensnared him possessed the ability to drain others' strength, a detail that had not been disclosed in his preparatory materials. He was coming. Even more alarmingly, after the roots had emerged from the ground, cloaking the area, his opponent's form had vanished. Calmly centering himself, Shen Tairan did not panic, but relied on his sensitivity to the flow of blood within his body to detect the opponent's presence behind him. Noting that their weapon was poised to strike at his back, this fellow had even swiftly switched weapons in the process, transforming the staff into a war spear. Huh. His heart raced, the blood surging fiercely within him. In that moment, this profoundly enigmatic blood manipulation technique rendered his weighty form remarkably light, allowing him to move faster and more powerfully without any cost. Shen Tairan pivoted to counter, raising his shield in anticipation of the incoming strike. Unerringly, he positioned himself for an impeccable block. Yet, the weapon that should have landed instead sailed harmlessly past, as the opponent's form suddenly dove downward. A slide tackle. The change in tactics was executed with such swiftness that there was no time to react. In theory, Shen Tairan's heavy armor is armed to the teeth, with even the helmet bearing only a horizontal seam. As his opponent swept past his feet, as long as his footing remained steadfast and his weight sank downward, the opponent's slide would be insignificant. However, an issue arose. The force he had been exerting on his ankle inexplicably weakened, momentarily disrupted by the entangling tendrils, leaving him unable to recover swiftly. Furthermore, this entangling tendril had ravaged the terrain beneath him, rendering the ground uneven and riddled with pits, making it nearly impossible to maintain his balance. In a desperate attempt to counter the strike from behind, he had forcibly pivoted, causing his right foot to sink into a small hole. Amidst such tricks, his center of gravity was compromised. It was over. This thought flashed through his mind as his left leg inexplicably gave way, akin to having his leg broken. In an instant, his entire weight tilted to the left, and with a resounding thud, Shen Tairan found himself kneeling on one knee. Damn! Having his balance disrupted and ending up on one knee, Yin Shun, who had circled behind him, would not miss this opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed his blood escape. The Blood Knight transformed entirely, armor and weapon alike, into a pool of blood, swiftly gliding across the ground to evade detection. The challenge arose. The arena was rather small, and the space to maneuver was limited. Regardless, this blood escape could only lead to further circling in place. Come forth. Your abilities are quite intriguing. Yun Chun followed the trail of blood with a leisurely gait. Exuding an air of complete control, he resembled an experienced hunter, patiently awaiting his prey to emerge from its den. Under such scrutiny, Shen Tairan could not escape unscathed. A surge of anger welled within him, prompting a counterattack. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The receding pool of blood suddenly shifted direction, transforming into a swift arrow that shot forth. Whoosh! This arrow was remarkably swift. Once the crimson hue dissipated, it revealed not a blood arrow, but a knight's lance over 3 meters long, piercing through the air. The sharp glint of the weapon heralded Shen Tairan's emergence from the blood pool, weapon in hand. Regrettably, Yun Shun had anticipated this maneuver. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted. The knight's lance, which had transformed mid-flight, could no longer advance a single step, having been effectively blocked. Trouble. Shen Tairan's expression shifted as he immediately recognized the impending consequence. Block and counterattack. The textbooks on close combat repeatedly emphasize the interconnectedness and significance of these actions. Simultaneously, the texts instruct that, between opponents of equal skill, successfully deflecting an attack is no easy feat. A miscalculation could lead to an embarrassing predicament. Blocking cannot be too swift nor too slow. If executed too quickly, openings will be left vulnerable, providing the opponent with opportunities to strike elsewhere. Block too late, and it becomes awkward. The enemy's blade falls upon oneself, rendering any defensive posture futile. Moreover, even if one successfully executes a perfect block, the art of countering is a skill in its own right. Yet, Shen Tairan was acutely aware that his impulsive shift in attack, spurred by adrenaline, had unwittingly created an opportunity for his opponent. The moment echoed with a clang. Indeed, his adversary executed a flawless counter, sending a tremor through Shun's arm, rendering him incapable of holding onto his lance, which was flung away into the air, spinning several times before embedding itself in the ground at a distance. Damn it! Shen cursed inwardly. Having lost his lance, he still possessed a massive shield. His opponent would undoubtedly seize the chance to strike a fallen foe. Feeling the overwhelming pressure approaching from the front, Shen unhesitatingly raised his giant shield before him, intentionally denying his opponent any opportunity to slide in. The lower edge of the shield sank almost to the ground. With only a shield to defend himself, Shen braced to withstand the impending assault, channeling energy into a blood-red longsword in his right hand. But Yun Shen's counterattack was already upon him. When that immense force collided with Shen's shield, it transformed into a mere whirlwind sweeping through. The advancing figure, engulfed in the tempest, vanished before Shun's eyes once more. Here it comes again. Shun found it hard to fathom how a person could, in the midst of extreme motion, retract all their strength and instantaneously change direction to disappear. This defied his understanding and was beyond the teachings of any textbook. Once again, he changed direction. It was not merely another sliding attack. He had not afforded any space at the bottom. Yet, he found himself vulnerable above. A misstep. The novice skill of a brawler. Just moments ago, Yun Shun had showcased a brilliant maneuver. Now, confronting Shun's shield, he suddenly pushed off the ground, halting his forward momentum while leaping into the air. During this ascent, his body executed a nimble twist, performing a 360-degree rotation, and in the midst of this aerial ballet, his right foot deftly kicked down upon his opponent's helmet. The damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. Utilizing this airborne maneuver, Yun Shun effortlessly circled around to Shun Tyran's back, completely unguarded. Without hesitation, he launched a surprise attack. It was a simple thrust, his spear striking forth like a dragon unleashed, glimmering under the daylight's enchantment as if it were a blazing lance. With a thunderous impact, it collided with Shun's defenseless back. Crack! The armor on his back crumpled upon the fierce assault of the radiant spear. Without a block, the overwhelming force made Shun feel as though he had been struck by a train from behind. Boom! In the next instant, his body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing against the energy shield at the boundary, where he finally came to a halt. Uffed! Shun Tyran fell to the ground, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood. As the crimson pool spread, it appeared to pulsate with life, capable of coalescing into a weapon or enveloping his armor in a mist of blood, should he so desire. However, upon sensing the piercing light of the gun aimed at him, Shun Tyran sighed and relinquished this power. I concede, he proclaimed, rendered speechless. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. To continue would only serve to amplify his frustration and become a source of mockery. In the face of the mesmerizing and godlike combat skills of his opponent, he felt like nothing more than an inexperienced novice, woefully inadequate, lacking an understanding of the unclassed wanderer. The victor is Yun Shun. At that moment, the referee declared the outcome, bringing the clash between the top two newcomers to a close. Shun Tyran had been ruthlessly defeated by Yun Shun in a manner that was nearly entirely passive. This was terrifying. The grand battle, one of the most anticipated among newcomers, had concluded over 10 seconds earlier. After an initial silence that seemed almost incredulous, applause erupted from the spectators. It began as a scattered smattering, but soon, driven by others and genuine admiration, the clapping grew unanimous. What a performance! Absolutely stunning, they exclaimed. Brother Yun is incredible. His combat techniques are utterly unprecedented, surpassing all descriptions I could muster. Indeed, one could not help but admire Yun Shin's exaggerated combat prowess. His confidence was manifest in his ability to evade attacks by mere fractions of an inch. What seemed a trivial miscalculation could lead to disastrous consequences. Moreover, even amid such explosive momentum, Yun Shun could masterfully control his body's inertia, shifting direction with instantaneous agility. Furthermore, when faced with Shun Tyran's imposing shield, he executed an impressively difficult sliding maneuver, followed by an even more challenging turn that propelled him into the air. How was this achieved? They could not comprehend it. Were they in his position, they would likely have found themselves incapacitated. Yun Shun is astonishing. The excitement was palpable, as spectators marveled at the seemingly endless array of skills, blending those of a fighter, a druid, and a warrior in a manner that defied belief. Some newcomers struggled to keep pace with Yun Shin's movements, failing to notice the critical details, and could only discuss the scattered skills on display. They also compared Shun Tyran to Yun Shun. Initially, some remarked on how his turtle shell defense had flawlessly countered Yun Shin's dual casting and ferocious spells, yet it was clear he had underestimated the wanderer. It was hardly his fault. After all, the textbooks offered no guidance on dealing with unclassed individuals. In this atmosphere of admiration for strength, the defeated Shun Tyran found himself diminished in the eyes of others. Humph! I observe you all, do not be too complacent. The Blood Knight, as a concealed class, has only just begun to show its prowess. It is crucial to remember that he is merely at level 15. The days ahead are long. And once he accumulates high-level skills, we can then discuss the hierarchy of strength. The uniqueness of the Blood Knight has already begun to manifest. It must be said that there is an enigmatic and fierce dominance inherent within. Those who have delved into the subsequent development of this hidden class cannot help but nod in quiet agreement, believing that Shun Tyran's future is undoubtedly radiant. Whereas Yun Shin's may not be so assured. Currently, being utterly defeated by Brother Yun, one can only seek redemption in the future, correct? Believe it or not, I speak the truth. Silence, everyone. I am a person from the future. Cough. The future is my dominion. Begone. The new students chattered amongst themselves. Yet, what went unnoticed was that unknowingly, the titles of Brother Yun and God Yun were proliferating more and more. On the podium, the instructors nodded in agreement, fervently discussing the recent battle. All attention was focused on Yun Shin's physique. His physical attributes were astonishing, surpassing anyone's imagination in terms of flexibility. Most importantly, He possessed an extraordinary combat intuition. The innate sharpness in seizing opportunities in battle was something everyone envied. Even the instructors lacked such a talent. Of course, there was one exception. The dean of the Weapon Academy, Xia Qingcheng, this stunningly beautiful ice queen, was also an incomprehensibly formidable presence. When it came to such instinctive combat intuition, Dean Yanfu had heard from the admissions office's Shou Yichuan that this talent could not be displayed literally during high school. Yunshun had actually been eliminated from the advanced class. Now, this seemed like an utterly absurd joke. If given another half hour, let the new student challenge conclude. Dean Yanfu was eager to end the competition prematurely. After all, he could hardly wait to recruit. Do not rush. That little Dawn sword still wishes to participate. Reminded the dean of the Element Academy, Lien Hechuan. These top students had been observing Yunshun's performance on stage, seemingly attempting to discern some insight or exploitable flaw. Yet, until now, they remained somewhat indifferent, even hesitant to directly challenge or confront Yunshun. Perhaps it would be better to let them take turns facing him. At this moment, a teacher spoke up. They had all noticed that this classless wanderer still had plenty of energy left, navigating the situation with remarkable ease. Some teachers were curious to see if anyone could compel Yunshun to reveal a hint of anxiety or a single mistake, exposing a flaw in this seemingly perfect individual. 0057 has consecutively defeated 3 provincial champions. My provincial champion surpasses you all. Chaos ensued. It was utterly reckless to have a group of top 10 newcomers challenge Yunshun, merely to gauge his potential limits and see if he would reveal any weaknesses. Dean Yanfu firmly rejected this proposal. After all, such a notion was too capricious and unreasonable. The school was not solely focused on nurturing a single newcomer. However, there exists a certain dissatisfaction within him. These new students in the front rows are preoccupied with observing Yunshun's combat prowess, fixated on his 5,000 credits, searching for any flaws or vulnerabilities to exploit. Consequently, these students have yet to take any action. Moreover, over a dozen competition platforms remain idle, as everyone is engrossed in witnessing the true combat performance of the unclassed wanderer. This freshman challenge has almost transformed into a personal showcase for Yunshun. What are you all dawdling for? Especially the first tier, why aren't you stepping up to challenge? Dean Yanfu proclaimed from the stage, causing the new students below, who were engrossed in discussions about Yunshun, to fall silent. Those front row students who were directly addressed quickly gathered their thoughts, diverting their attention from the unclassed wanderer. At that moment, a newcomer ranked 10th stood up, signaling with a raised hand, I wish to challenge the 6th rank. Finally, the battles among the top 10 commenced once more. This newcomer, endowed with dual-level awakening talents, chose to challenge none other than the seemingly harmless and innocent young Taoist girl. Is it me? Asked the girl, named Yi Qingling, pointing to herself, as she noticed the multitude of gazes converging upon her. Am I not 5th? Her petite head was filled with great confusion. In the next moment, clarity dawned upon her. She recalled that the individual who initially ranked 2nd mistakenly believed themselves to be 1st, while the true 1st was still concealed behind a hidden tier, thereby shifting everyone down a rank. Yi Qingling's explanation was so lucid that nearby, Shui Hongfang couldn't help but flinch. He recalled stepping out of the instance dungeon, gazing at the empty square, and then, before the dean and the teachers on the podium, raising his right hand to declare himself king, only to be met with a barrage of amused and mocking glances, which now felt rather embarrassing in hindsight. I challenged the 2nd rank. However, another challenge quickly drew Shui Hongfang's focus back to the present. It was he. Shui Hongfang squinted slightly. The recently defeated Blood Knight, Shun Tairan, after consuming a restorative potion, directly raised his hand to issue a challenge. Apologies, I've lost my credits. I need to reclaim them. Shin Tairan, straightforward as ever, stated his reason plainly. Upon hearing this, Shui Hongfang's expression darkened. What does that mean? Does he truly view himself as a person of no consequence, thinking he can effortlessly claim my 500 credits? Remembering how these provincial champions had disregarded him earlier, Shui Hongfang's frustration simmered uncontrollably. After witnessing Yunshin's terrifying display of combat skills, he felt utterly despondent, at a loss for how to proceed. Now, with these provincial champions treating him as if he were a soft persimmon to be squeezed, his anger was palpable. Very well. I shall first warm up against the provincial champion from the Great Zhou region. Once Yunshin has fought again and his momentum wanes, I will seize the opportunity to trample this Jiangnan provincial champion beneath my feet. Suddenly, a clamor erupted from a distance. The 4th-ranked provincial champion from Beiluo, Huan Yiji of the Dawn Sword clan, had already stepped onto the competition platform to begin warming up. Huan Yiji, wielding a slender broadsword, faced the figure in the distance. Are you certain you do not require recovery? He inquired, a frown creasing his brow. Despite his previous victories being achieved with apparent ease and minimal time expenditure, the extreme evasive maneuvers of his opponent, fraught with anxiety and accelerated heartbeats, hinted at a mental strain that could not be replenished by any mere elixir. I do not need it, Yunshin replied, signaling for the other to commence. I have stated that you may come at me together. He reiterated this promise. At that moment, another challenger arrived, ready for the next bout. the fifth contender. She is stunning. Wait, she possesses elven lineage. Observers soon recognized that the woman, cloaked and hooded, bore delicate pointed ears and an exquisitely serene countenance. Beautiful and formidable. She was the top scholar from Shinya province, truly deserving of her title as a prodigious talent. Shinya province, with its ethereal name, is one of the picturesque regions acquired during the vast expansion of the Xuanlong kingdom, characterized by dense forests and swirling mists, reminiscent of a realm belonging to the immortals. The province is home to numerous elven tribes, with intermarriages occurring frequently. The tall maiden, named Nicole, possessed the noble blood of the Silver Moon Elves, her innate talents exceptionally pronounced. Though the presence of diverse bloodlines was not uncommon, the sight of such a beautiful and graceful elven maiden stirred the hearts of onlookers. Those endowed with noble lineage inherently possessed superior attributes in the four dimensions, and it was likely that they received more free attribute and skill points with each level up. Enough talk, let the battle commence. As this was said, the duel on the arena had already begun. In response to Yun Qin's suggestion of a united front, Huan Yizhi charged forth, sword in hand. With a swift step, he propelled himself forward, leaving behind ethereal afterimages, activating his speed as he dashed toward Yun Qin. Ready to strike. The Dawn Sword lineage values justice and righteousness. How could it engage in such unscrupulous tactics as overwhelming the fewer? In an instant, the elongated broadsword in his grasp unleashed a dazzling golden hue. The brilliance expanded and elongated, transforming into a golden sword light that stretched 4 to 5 meters in length. With a powerful swing of his right hand, he conjured a magnificent wave of golden sword energy that surged toward Yun Qin, reminiscent of a celestial force. Within a heartbeat, several streaks of golden sword light swept across the ground, carving deep furrows and cleaving through the protective energy barrier behind him, creating several breaches. Such an assertive display of power was indeed worthy of the teachings of the Sword Saint of Dawn, to be revered as a Sword Saint. Thus, we arrive at the 4 transformations of the swordsman profession, colloquially known as the ultimate class of the 4th transition. Notably, the father of the Dawn Sword Saint from the Xianlong Kingdom was a legendary player from the era of the Divine Realm game, a master swordsman who achieved the ultimate transformation. After his demise in the Rift, his posthumous son inherited the lineage of the Dawn Sword, also referred to abroad as the Dawn Combat Chi. A tiger begets no dog, and this posthumous child, having endured numerous trials a decade ago, successfully completed the 4 transitions, earning the title of Dawn Sword Saint. Today, the illustrious Dawn Sword is showcased in the freshman competition at Jiangnan University. How could this not excite the new students? Could it be that the 3rd generation of the Dawn Sword Saint is poised to emerge in our future? It is indeed a strong possibility. Huan Yizhi, a paragon of righteousness, seems disinclined to acknowledge his illustrious lineage. Although he has never publicly admitted it, one cannot overlook the brilliance of his sword aura. Can one truly claim he has no connection to the Dawn Sword Saint? Perhaps he is indeed a clandestine offspring. Ahem, such statements must be made with caution. He may simply be rebellious or modest, not wishing for his lineage to overshadow his inherent prowess. The audience below began to engage in fervent discussions. Upon witnessing the radiant Dawn Sword energy surging forth, those who previously held reservations about the free-spirited individual among the new students could not suppress their smirks. Do you see? The 3rd generation Sword Saint stands among us, walking a path of glory, destined to achieve greatness, while the unclassed free spirits will ultimately fade into obscurity. Not so fast. Let's see if your future Sword Saint can strike down the Cloud God. As he asserted, the arena was filled with a dazzling array of sword energy, creating an intricate tapestry of deep gashes across the stage, even shattering several gaps in the energy shield. Yet, amidst this rampant onslaught of Dawn Sword energy, Yun Qin remained unscathed. Whoosh! The fearsome sword light bore down upon him, as if intending to cleave his very being in twain. In this moment of palpable tension that had the audience on edge, Yun Qin deftly evaded the lethal strike with remarkable ease. This time, his speed of evasion had increased, leaving behind a faint afterimage in his stead. With a sharp slice, the several-meter-long Dawn Sword energy severed through the residual shadow, and Huan Yizhi, feeling no tangible feedback, gritted his teeth, pressing forward, determined to make contact. Observing the calm and composed figure before him, confidently engaging in combat, he found it increasingly difficult to quell his inner turmoil. Especially striking was the resolute and stoic visage of his opponent, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, responding with a mere cold indifference, entirely unperturbed, which only served to amplify Huan Yizhi's frustration. With a furious roar, he unleashed a surge of sword energy from his broad sword once more. Previously extending 4 to 5 meters, it now surged to over 10 meters in an instant. In the next moment, this golden beam of light, stretching over 10 meters, swept across the arena like a colossal cleaving blade, accompanied by a formidable shockwave. Before them lay an expanse entirely enveloped, effectively eliminating any possibility for the opponent to evade. Boom! The impact generated by the sword's radiance, stretching over 10 meters, caused the protective barrier to tremble violently, Had it not been for the timely magical reinforcement from the referee below, it would have surely shattered. Even so, the shockwaves escaping through the fractures of the barrier startled some of the front row spectators, who might have stumbled back were it not for the support of those behind them. Look, he dodged. The strike, reminiscent of a battleship cleaving through the waves, indeed demonstrated a ferocity that surpassed the imagination of most onlookers. If evading laterally was impossible, then one must extend vertically. Utilizing his void step, Yunshin skillfully maneuvered through the narrow gap and successfully evaded his opponent's formidable onslaught. Once more, Huan, undeterred by his initial failure, prepared for another strike. He had anticipated that his adversary would ascend, patiently awaiting this moment. Swish. This time, instead of a sweeping motion, he unleashed a frontal moonlight slash. The imposing sword energy, extending over 10 meters, surged forth as if to rend the very sky. For an ordinary person, suddenly taking flight would render them incapable of dodging midair, making them an easy target. However, to underestimate the resourcefulness of a classless rogue would be a grave error. In a surprising turn of events, as Yunshin soared upward, he executed a treading maneuver, a technique he had previously showcased, yet with a wholly different purpose this time. Splendid. Amidst the accolades of the new students, he appeared to be weighed down by a 1,000-pound anchor, plummeting swiftly to evade the ascending sword energy. Remarkably, before even touching the ground, Yunshin abruptly interrupted his skill execution, launching a surprise attack while still suspended in midair. What an extraordinary maneuver! The crowd gasped in astonishment, with even the instructor, who had just seated himself in the distance, rising to witness the spectacle. This scene resembled an ethereal being descending from the heavens. Yunshin, having narrowly avoided the slash, executed a sudden strike in midair before landing. The execution of this transformation was executed with breathtaking precision, leaving no trace behind. Swish. His figure, propelled by a burst of speed, shot forward at an unprecedented velocity. Clang. During this sudden surge, the sound of a blade being drawn echoed sharply. Alarm surged through Huan. He had not anticipated such a maneuver. At that moment, wielding the cumbersome, elongated sword that spanned over 10 meters, he found himself unable to defend or retract it. No, he could only watch helplessly as a shadow enveloped him, and a terrifying crimson blade swept past him in an instant. In this harrowing brush with death, instinct propelled him to jerk his head aside. But the ensuing slash violently tore open his shoulder, spilling forth a torrent of blood. What a sharp sword energy! This strike cleaved through his light armor, staining half of his shoulder crimson. Yet, Yunshin's celestial assault was far from over. Having approached the enemy, Yunshin wielded his sword with his right hand, while simultaneously clenching his left fist. With a remarkable dual focus, he executed 2 strikes effortlessly and without conflict. The explosive punch, a fundamental skill of a fighter, possessed a remarkably straightforward effect. It concentrated his own power and thrust it forward with great force, significantly amplifying both critical hit rate and armor-piercing damage, resulting in an explosive impact. Boom. The punch connected with the opponent's left shoulder, and with a resounding thud, Huan was propelled backward like a cannonball. He rolled several times across the ground, the force of the impact sending him crashing into the protective barrier behind him. As the momentum dissipated, the once mighty 10-meter-long slashing blade had vanished into thin air. Next, Yunshin declared with unambiguous finality, pronouncing his opponent's defeat. Coughing, Huan rose from the ground, his shoulders drooping, clearly suffering severe injuries that rendered him nearly immobile. Indeed, he managed a bitter smile. The top freshman had shown him mercy. Otherwise, that earlier move, flying immortal, would undoubtedly have severed his head. Even if he had managed to evade it, there was still the subsequent punch awaiting him. What a failure! The formidable sword aura he had conjured, spanning over 10 meters, was truly powerful and destructive, encompassing a vast area. However, once an enemy closed in, defending against such an assault became exceedingly difficult. Naturally, he had contemplated this vulnerability and had taken some precautions. Yet, he had never anticipated that his opponent would so audaciously interrupt his skill and abruptly unleash a flying immortal from midair. Unbelievable. Such audacity. Huan shook his head with a wry smile. I have lost. In this battle, he accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. Most importantly, he realized that his opponent had not mastered any profound techniques or strategies. Everything seemed instinctual and innate. Considering his humble origins and limited educational resources, he understood that such talent was genuinely rare. Yet, the opponent's ability to evade with such effortless grace was a gift of combat instinct, a talent bestowed upon him by fate. Empathizing, he thought, if his father were truly the Dawn Sword Saint with such extraordinary combat intuition, how invincible would his opponent be? Ultimately, if not for his illustrious lineage, his own combat talent would pale in comparison. Damn it, Huan had never wanted the glory of his family to overshadow him. But the vivid lesson before him made it clear. Without the Dawn Sword, he was nothing. I have truly lost, and I accept it. As he muttered to himself, the seemingly despondent figure descended from the arena. Had it not been for the medical team intervening, he would have wandered aimlessly, lost in despair. Would this experience leave a lasting shadow over him? rendering him unable to move forward. Meanwhile, on the distant podium, the teachers watched in stunned silence. Such a promising talent, highly likely to become a sword saint. If he were to be caught off guard, it would indeed be disastrous. Fear not, for such experiences are merely trials. Youngsters often exhibit rebellion, and a few beatings only serve to mold them. Dean Yanfu waved his hand dismissively, embodying the demeanor of one who has traversed this path before. However, Yinshin continues to surprise us increasingly. This artificial celestial being is remarkably graceful, with a mind that operates with remarkable agility. How does he conceive his strategies? The brilliance of this battle undoubtedly stemmed from Yinshin's unexpected maneuver, the celestial strike, which drew applause and cheers from many teachers. Yet, concurrently, some educators harbored a sense of regret. Perhaps we should advise him further, someone suggested to the dean. The implication behind this remark was clear: to encourage Yinshin to change his profession. Such a rare combat talent, coupled with his prior performance in the arena, warranted the Academy's provision of a hidden career path for him. Moreover, the sooner he transitioned, the better. If he were to reach level 30, or even level 20 before changing professions, the loss of free attribute points and skill points from the previous levels would be considerable. He might be reluctant to do so. Transitioning could also, to some extent, diminish his instinctual combat and awakened talent, rendering his fighting less instinctive. Dean Yanfu shook his head. Once a profession is officially chosen, he would lose the ability to utilize initial skills of other classes. The mere skirmishes he had engaged in earlier showcased numerous foundational skills from various professions. Altering even a part of this would significantly transform his combat techniques, potentially compressing his tactical repertoire drastically. This would not be favorable. However, should he choose to walk this path, no one could predict the future of a classless wanderer. This matter shall no longer be discussed. Everything depends on his own will. Dean Yanfu decisively ended the conversation, forbidding further mention by the teachers. Jiangnan University boasts an exceptionally open academic atmosphere. And now this top freshman is poised to embark on a path that none have traversed before. Many instructors are eager to witness his future developments. Let us observe further. The next challenger, the provincial champion of Xinya, comes from the noble lineage of the Silver Moon Elves. Elves are naturally adept in magic and possess exceptional close combat skills, mastering both blade and bow. The Silver Moon Elven bloodline is especially prestigious. Perhaps this girl can exert some pressure on Yinshin in close combat. Among the teachers present, one possesses Elven heritage and is equally curious to see how this final champion will perform. Let us proceed, Yinshin signaled. After several consecutive battles, he surprisingly showed no signs of fatigue, and even more astonishing was the fact that all the observing freshmen noted he had not consumed a single potion. Of course, this was due not only to Yinshin's exceptional physical prowess, but also to the effects of the Green Wild Set, which automatically restored his stamina, vitality, and magical power after a few seconds of disengagement from battle. This greatly enhanced Yinshin's sustained combat effectiveness. Additionally, his opponents had not imposed significant pressure on him, resulting in a mental strain that was far less than anticipated. Many are astonished by his unconventional combat style, which verges on perilous extremes. Firstly, this has indeed been his long-standing approach to battle. In his perspective, there is no need for exaggerated movements to evade attacks. If you dodge a meter and successfully avoid an assault, I can achieve the same by sidestepping just a centimeter. Since both have successfully evaded, why squander energy unnecessarily? However, this seemingly eccentric method is one that few can master with precision. After all, not everyone possesses the remarkable combat instinct that Yinshin does. Moreover, many misjudge and underestimate their own attributes. In reality, his evenly developed 4 attributes are extraordinarily impressive, and the allocation of free attribute points he has expended far exceeds that of any novice. Of course, one cannot dismiss the existence of hidden classes that may singularly enhance a specific base attribute, leading to a marginally superior score in that area compared to Yinshin. Nevertheless, Yinshin remains unconcerned, even if they undergo secondary, tertiary, or even quaternary class changes to gain additional free attribute points. The future is not solely theirs. His own future is equally bright. With the aid of the most powerful support system, he steadily grows stronger day by day, advancing rapidly in a manner akin to a snowball effect. I have arrived. At that moment, a melodious and somewhat cool female voice interrupted Yinshin's thoughts. It was Nicole, the top student of the Xinya province, currently ranked 5th among the new students. After this match, my credits will surpass 12,000. Following several consecutive battles, particularly the contributions from the 3rd and 4th newcomers, each of whom started at 2,000 credits, another challenger has now appeared. Yinshin's demeanor was remarkably calm, as if he were merely declaring the inevitable victory of this encounter. While this may sound audacious, the new students below seem to accept it as a matter of course, mostly admiring Nicole's commendable courage. Due to her beauty, some even irrationally praised this elven maiden. Humph. On the competition stage, Nicole scoffed dismissively, and before the countdown had officially concluded, her tall figure shot forth like a swift arrow. This outburst of power surpassed that of the previous 2 provincial champions. The loose robe enveloping her billowed dramatically, and no one could fathom the terrifying burst of strength emanating from her long legs. Confronted by this sudden, towering figure, Yun Chun, however, was disinclined to prolong the battle. He simply wished to conclude matters swiftly. Thus, he opted for the quickest method. It ends here. Buzz. He raised his staff, which suddenly radiated a blinding, fierce white light. Like magic. In that instant, the entirety of Nanyun Square was engulfed by an intensely piercing beam of radiant white brilliance. What is this? It's blinding. Ah, it hurts. All the newcomers were initially engrossed in their focus on the arena, but were suddenly confronted by the blinding radiance of an intensely bright orb. Its expansive aura compelled even those fighting on the other 19 platforms to shield their eyes. Frankly, who could have anticipated that someone would allocate an abundance of skill points to a basic illumination spell, elevating its quality to an absurd level? It was utterly preposterous. Caught off guard, the vast majority of newcomers were inevitably affected. What was most unexpected was that this dazzling light emitted a subtle mental shockwave, and at their lower levels, many possessed insufficient mental resistance, leading to tears from the brightness and a profound sense of dizziness and nausea. The intensity of discomfort surged dramatically. Teachers at the etiquette platform were acutely aware of how vexing Yun Chen's classic illumination spell could be, having witnessed its unparalleled effectiveness multiple times during dungeon assessments. After several previous challenges, many had instinctively taken precautions to prevent becoming overly absorbed and falling prey to such a sudden onslaught. The most outrageous aspect was the added layer of dual casting effects. Dual casting was not solely the purview of wizards. Any spell could be simultaneously cast multiple times. In hindsight, had a group of audacious newcomers rushed forward simultaneously, they would likely have faced total annihilation from this maneuver. Amid their discomfort, numerous teachers sincerely admired the ingenuity of this young man in skill development. The eyes, as the most vulnerable sensory organs of the human body, were particularly susceptible. No matter how one might level up, it remained exceedingly difficult to gaze directly at the sun from close range. However, others could not replicate this feat. Even with an extensive allocation of skill points, the illumination spell could not be elevated to 3 levels of quality as Yun Chun had achieved through his awakened talent. It was remarkably fierce. This individual was indeed suited to a versatile, unclassed existence, skillfully mastering even the simplest of abilities. They should refrain from urging him to change paths and let fate guide his journey. Lian Hechuan, the head of the Elemental Academy, had been among the first to propose leaving a path open for the other party, offering the hidden profession of elementalist as a gift. Now, after witnessing this display, he had sensed Yin Chun's determination and could only offer his genuine support. He was also acutely aware that to win this young man over to his academy, he needed to prepare various avenues and treasures for acquiring free attribute and skill points. Understanding this, Lian Hechuan discreetly summoned a teacher from his academy and issued quiet instructions. The challenge was nearing its conclusion, and the 3 academy heads had begun strategizing on how to attract this outstanding newcomer. On the platform, as the brilliance of the illumination spell faded, the elven beauty, who had been directly confronted by the blinding light, found herself in Yun Chen's grasp. At that moment, Nicole was lifted from the ground, her neck firmly held by Yun Chen, who had effortlessly raised her from the floor. Feeling the overwhelming force surging through her palm, Nicole was acutely aware that a mere eruption of her abilities could lead to her neck being snapped in an instant. How infuriating. She had never anticipated that she would fall prey so easily, nor did she expect such treachery from a mere human. Despite her extensive battle experience, she could not have foreseen the existence of such a terrifying light technique. Earlier, she had charged forth with vigor, her fierce gaze meticulously fixated on the various organs and vulnerabilities of Yun Chen's body. In that fleeting moment, she had envisioned how to employ her secret silver moon sword technique to strike at those weaknesses. However, her intense focus on her opponent left her utterly unprepared for the sudden surprise of the light technique. Caught off guard, her vision was nearly obliterated, and her mind buzzed incessantly, causing her to lose sight of her adversary. Even though she quickly regained her senses and captured his movements, it was still too late. Her reckless speed had unwittingly brought her within striking distance, effectively placing herself at his mercy. Thus, the scene before her unfolded. Nicole's hood had fallen away, her silken silver hair cascading down like satin. Perhaps it was the struggle for breath that had rendered her delicate, flawless visage a shade of crimson, accentuated by her tear-filled eyes from the blinding light, giving her an unexpectedly enchanting appearance. Cursing under her breath, she struggled to grasp the hand that encircled her throat. Her vision, slowly returning, gazed through a haze upon his face, memorizing every feature. This was the scoundrel who had dared to bully her. No one in the entire Silver Moon Forest would dare to treat her with such audacity. Anger and urgency welled within her as she lightly tapped his arm with both hands, signaling Yin Shin to release her, an implicit concession of defeat in this challenge. With a thud, she plummeted to the ground, landing awkwardly, and shot a fierce glare at Yin Chun, only to be met with his retreating figure. This insufferable man. How infuriating. He had no consideration for her plight. 0058, the Ice Queen, Dinxia, the essence of the Demon Lord. Choose the Weapon Academy. Nicole has been defeated. This noble woman, of illustrious Silver Moon Elven lineage, had suffered a swift and disheartening defeat at the hands of Yunshun. The onlookers, filled with sympathy for the elven beauty, could not help but lament her fall, especially after her hood had been cast aside, revealing her elegant and captivating silver hair. It is only natural to admire beauty, and thus, it was no wonder she garnered more expressions of pity than the previous two champions, including the earlier third-place Blood Knight, Shin Tairan, the fourth-place Dawnsword Sect, Huan Yiji, and this stunning fifth-place Nicole. All three representatives from the provinces of Dazhou, Beiluo, and Xinya had met with defeat. In this manner, a topic that had stirred the most controversy at the beginning of the term had finally reached its resolution. In the newly compiled freshman ranking list initiated by Dean Yeon Fu, Yun Chun, as the top scholar of Jiangnan province, undeniably possesses formidable strength, overshadowing his peers from various provinces. Following this challenge match, no one dares to question Yun Chen's prowess any longer. Instead, various honorifics such as Cloud God and Brother Cloud naturally emerge from the lips of some freshmen during this subtle transformation. However, an update to the rankings is in order. Shin Taiyan has ascended to the second position. Once alerted, everyone quickly turned their attention to the other side of the competition stage, where the battle had concluded. The solitary figure standing there was the heavily armored Blood Knight, while Shui Hongfang lay defeated, and it appeared to be a dismal defeat. Wow, impressive. Shin Taiyan, who was hesitant and awkward against Yun Chun, unexpectedly resembled a warrior in the presence of Shui Hongfang. As the saying goes, comparison breeds fear. Strangely, I found myself thinking that Shui Hongfang might indeed be the biggest disappointment mentioned by the dean. The Shui family is one of the 8 great families of Tiannan. As the provincial capital, Tiannan City has never lacked in financial resources and various assets. From any perspective, for such a prominent local family to have been rooted here for so long, it is hardly surprising that they would have prior knowledge of certain insider information regarding dungeons. As a result, unflattering rumors began to circulate, with many directing their ire towards Shui Hongfang. Damn it, Shui Hongfang, receiving treatment from a priest, had already caught wind of the disparaging remarks. His expression was far from pleasant. After all, he himself had not anticipated such a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Blood Knight. His opponent's battle style was so rigid and formulaic that he found himself at a loss for how to counter it, as the heavily armored giant steadily advanced, effectively locking down any chance of a counterattack. In that moment, Shui Hongfang grasped a profound truth. No matter how flawless a textbook may be, if he could not master the experiences distilled by predecessors, how could he hope to overcome them? As for the unclassed wanderer, he was an unexpected variable. All the teachings had failed to prepare him for an individual of that ilk, which left the rigid Shin Taiyan in a rather pitiful state. Say another word, and if I hear you speak ill of Brother Shui again, don't blame me for taking action. A loyal distant relative, nicknamed French Fries, had already begun to berate the murmuring freshman. Just as conflict was about to erupt, a cool and melodious female voice drifted over from a distance. You have half a minute to rest, then you are to return to the competition stage. The elegant and statuesque elven maiden, Nicole, approached, her hood now removed. Her icy gaze fell upon Shui Hongfang, who had just completed his treatment. Shui Hongfang was taken aback by the beauty of the elven maiden, yet her words ignited an inexplicable anger within him. So you all think you can treat me like a soft persimmon, do you? Although he lost to Shin Tairan and forfeited all his credits, his ranking only slipped by 1 place, remaining at the commendable 3rd position. Despite the loss of credits, ranking still holds significance. It determines whether one resides in a luxurious mountaintop mansion or merely a modest single room, with the unfortunate possibility of sharing a suite with 3 others. Beyond the configuration of student accommodations, rankings also correlate with daily provisions. In essence, the matters at hand are of considerable importance. Who wouldn't desire a comfortable existence throughout their university years? With a resolute spirit, Shui Hongfang gritted his teeth and stepped onto the competition stage. Following the conclusion of the challenges from Yun Chen's side, the gaze of most new students naturally shifted towards the top 10 rankings. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he had little time to rest, especially recalling how Yun Chun had faced continuous challenges without a moment's respite. If he were to pause for even half a minute, he feared being looked down upon. Soon, at the referee's signal, the challenge commenced. To everyone's astonishment, the battle concluded rather swiftly, lasting less than 20 seconds. With a flash of silvery moonlight, Nicole, almost like a phantom, darted past Shui Hongfang and swiftly sheathed her sword. Under the influence of the Silver Moon's secret technique, Shui Hongfang, unable to withstand even 2 rounds, fell to the ground, blood gushing from his wounds, cleaved almost in half by the arc of silver light. He had fallen, and with remarkable rapidity. No one anticipated that the elven beauty, who had been vanquished by Yun Chun, would so quickly triumph over Shui Hongfang. I shall take the 3rd place, declared Nicole, leaving the stage with satisfaction. Just as she departed, before Shui Hongfang could rise from his kneeling position, a figure approached, adorned with a magical hat, a sword at the waist, and a wand in hand, a quintessential mage swordsman. Apologies, but you are now in 5th place. Your ranking is quite significant to me. I wish to reside comfortably. Yet again, a challenge had been issued to Shui Hongfang. What is this? Another random contender. Shui Hongfang's composure clearly began to fray. After exiting the dungeon, he had taken a moment to glance at the faces and professions of the top 15. He distinctly remembered no mage, swordsman among them. Consequently, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, he let slip some disrespectful words. Mind your language. Su Gu is the top student from our Dune province. Students hailing from the distant Dune province, naturally, banded together, and this Su Gu was evidently their standard bearer. In response to the challenge, they instinctively rallied to defend him. Another provincial champion. This is troubling. Shui Hongfang immediately sensed the precariousness of his situation. The second round consumed too much time. I had no choice but to obliterate all the underground labyrinths with my blades to find the exit, resulting in my current 16th place. My sincerest apologies. I must have made a fool of myself. As expected, few provincial champions were without merit. This individual was indeed hindered by the second round's challenges. Please. Su Gu appeared to be a rather affable individual, yet even the strongest possessed their tempers. Having been referred to as a mere random contender, he was disinclined to grant his opponent any respite. Shui Hongfang's lackey, French Fries, found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. In stark contrast to his earlier arrogance while reprimanding the new students, he now stood before a champion from the desert province and a multitude of fellow students from his hometown, rendered speechless. With a look of confusion, he turned to the judge, silently seeking assistance. Judge, Brother Shui has just finished competing, surely. Before he could finish his plea, he was met only with the judge's icy smile. His injuries had healed, and he was compelled to compete. After all, Yunshin hadn't taken a breath. And the judge was not inclined to make things difficult for him, allowing only 10 seconds for recovery before urging him to proceed. Was that not making things difficult? Yet, who could blame him for following Yunshin's lead? Internally, Shui Hongfang was screaming in frustration. He had no choice but to be pushed forward again. In less than half a minute, he predictably faced defeat once more. The champion, Su Gu, toyed with him, effortlessly securing victory. Consequently, Shui Hongfang's ranking plummeted to 16th place. Ultimately, he was the epitome of mediocrity, as the dean had labeled him. Falling from 2nd to 16th place was a clear indication of his unworthiness. It was evident that he had somehow acquired information on the competition, allowing him to ascend above a host of provincial champions. Clearly, he lacked self-awareness. The dean's spontaneous decision to hold a freshman challenge had left him dumbfounded. Observing Shui Hongfang once again sprawled on the stage, the new students couldn't help but express a mix of sympathy and mockery. However, 16th place also served as an enticing bait. With the challenge nearing its conclusion, he unexpectedly received 3 consecutive invitations to compete. Just as he stood up, Shui Hongfang was met with a sea of derisive gazes. The thought of having over 50 new students daring to challenge him left him feeling utterly humiliated. He promptly spat out a mouthful of blood. The tides had turned. Yunshin's earlier plight had now befallen Shui Hongfang. The one who had once laughed with impunity could no longer command the same respect as Yunshin. Minutes later, the challenge concluded. All the new students stood in line according to their newly assigned rankings in Nanyan Square. Leading the pack, as the tip of the arrow, Yunshin occupied the foremost position. The top 10 lined up sequentially behind him, while it is worth noting that Shui Hongfang's rank had dropped to 35th. In truth, his combat prowess might have warranted a higher rank, but after facing relentless training from the provincial champions, his spirit was thoroughly drained. Though magical energy could be replenished, his poor mental state and explosive demeanor hindered his performance, allowing a newcomer ranked 35th to narrowly defeat him. His pride was in tatters. As the second-place contender from Jiangnan province, Shui Hongfang had become a source of embarrassment for many local students, who feared any association with him. Fortunately, they had Yunshin to uphold their honor. The prestige of Jiangnan province's champion remained intact. Some could not help but feel a twinge of pity. The initial accusations of cheating and exploiting loopholes in the examination had been directed at Yunshin, yet now, all those accusations had shifted onto Shui Hongfang. However, many newcomers are incessantly referring to Yunshin as either Yun God or Yun Bro. There is little to be done, after all. Yunshin has asserted his dominance in the challenge with unparalleled prowess. Now that the freshman competition has concluded, the grand event officially comes to a close. At this moment, all eyes are directed towards the podium, where Dean Yanfu stands ready to address the assembly. Regardless of whether you are content with your ranking, you must accept this reality and adjust your mindset for the upcoming semester. Losing credits is not a calamity. The school offers myriad avenues for earning them. However, this necessitates your exemplary performance. At the very least, you must not neglect your coursework. Once Dean Yanfu finished his brief address, he promptly declared it to be the time for division announcements. I, Yanfu, as the Dean of the War Academy, hereby elucidate our philosophy, born of conflict. We strive to cease conflict. If you harbor thoughts of bloodshed and violence, this academy is not the place for you. Having concluded his remarks, Dean Lian Heshuan of the Elemental Academy stepped forward. As the name suggests, the Elemental Academy is dedicated to professions predominantly governed by elemental magic. Applications from non-elemental practitioners are strictly prohibited. The mages, revered in their own right, have cultivated a distinct lineage and expanded their influence across various disciplines. Many new students could not help but express their admiration. It is not solely the magic swordsmen and summoners who thrive on magical prowess. Even those seemingly unrelated professions such as knights, assassins, and archers are welcome. Each profession encompasses diverse schools of thought. Knights may delve into the magical knight path. Assassins can pursue the magical thief path, and archers may adopt the magical archer path. Once a particular school is chosen, skill points will naturally follow suit, thereby determining the trajectory of future second-tier professions. Moreover, aside from certain hidden professions, the mage class undeniably reigns supreme in the hierarchy of vocational disdain. Their damage output is unparalleled, compelling frontline warriors to support them. The nature of this role ensures the profession enjoys widespread adoration. Thus, it is no wonder that mages are affectionately referred to as mage lords. Following Dean Lian Hushuan's address, it was time for the Weapon Academy. The Ice Queen, Xia Qingsheng, ascended the stage, and as the youngest dean in history, her presence instilled a sense of awe among the new students. No one would dare question her credentials or capabilities, as it is anticipated that within a year or two, she may emerge as the youngest fourth-tier practitioner in the history of the Xianlong Kingdom. Even more daunting, she already possesses the strength to rival fourth-tier professionals. The title of Ice Queen is not bestowed lightly. It is said that she has been engaged in battle for 7 or 8 years, and her mere presence last year at Jiang University was enough to intimidate newcomers, who fainted from the sheer aura of her killing intent. This year, however, she has tempered her murderous energy. Rumor has it that she is here for a respite, while others suggest that higher authorities are concerned about her mental state and have advised her to withdraw from the front lines to recuperate at the academy. Upon seeing her take the stage, some new students could hardly contain their excitement and began to whisper amongst themselves. To speak candidly, no one dares to make eye contact with this icy empress. The chilling aura of lethal intent emanating from her seems capable of piercing one's very soul. Furthermore, since last year, numerous individuals hailing from prestigious families have been sternly warned by their kin to avoid provoking this Xia Qingsheng, lest they face dire consequences, with no one brave enough to seek justice on their behalf. Some freshmen, in their trepidation, scarcely caught a word spoken by this Ice Queen. However, there is no need to dwell excessively on this, for her utterances have always been rather succinct. Welcome to apply for the Weapon Academy. Indeed, she even omitted the Academy's guiding principles. Such audacious behavior goes unchallenged. Soon, it was the turn of the head of the Tactical Academy. To be frank, among the top 100 students, this academy is rarely chosen. Those with any ambition would never opt for a role behind the scenes. Once the opportunity to confront monsters on the front lines is lost, regrettably, progress will stagnate. The introductions of the 4 principal academies were swiftly concluded. Naturally, there exists a secondary academy, boasting an even larger enrollment, with numerous branches flourishing beneath it, yet this matter holds no relevance for them. The secondary academy is situated in a separate campus, nestled within the vast expanse of Jiangnan University, which is larger than an entire city, making encounters exceedingly rare. With the introductions complete, the time has come for you to select through the school system linked to your mobile devices. After Yi Anfu finished speaking, he scarcely paused for breath before directing his gaze towards the most prominent figure among the audience. Yin Shun, as the top freshman, should you choose my War Academy, I shall serve as your mentor, and your welcome gift shall include 3 advanced skill books. The competition for students had commenced, and most newcomers realized that a fierce recruitment battle was underway. However, this was of little concern to the majority, as such privileges were typically reserved for the top 20. Once an academy is chosen, one is effectively bound for the entirety of their 4 years at university, with mentors already assigned. Thus, the selection of an academy is of paramount importance. Likewise, deans and mentors seek out exceptional freshmen, as it pertains to their own performance. And there exists a competitive dynamic among the institutions. Who wouldn't wish for the future luminaries to be their own prot-GS? Given the strong mentor-mentee relationships, it is no wonder that outsiders perceive an increasingly pronounced academic elitism. For the past 4 to 5 decades, in the quest for outstanding talent, deans and mentors have begun to offer resources to attract promising students. The incentives provided by Dean Yanfu are exceedingly generous. 3 advanced skill books of your choosing, along with several rare materials. Upon hearing these enticing conditions, the freshmen, although they had little to do with it, could not help but feel a twinge of envy. This is indeed commendable. Yin Shun, too, understood the implications. Having achieved the highest honors in his province, he had received only 1 advanced skill book as an award, a stark contrast to the abundance of rare materials available. 3 advanced skill books, with the freedom to select, significantly enhance his capabilities. The previously weak ability was already remarkably versatile, receiving 5-star acclaim. If all were of such caliber, it would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess considerably. However, it is evident that the allure extends beyond merely the War Academy. Presently, the Dean of the Elemental Academy has also made an appearance. Yin Shun, If you choose to join the Elemental Academy, you will receive magical potions, talent elixirs, an entire set of diamond-quality equipment for your future endeavors, and all the enchanting materials you may desire, as long as they align with your solitary path. You may select anything you wish. Even Lian Heshuan has spoken up. Before he could finish his sentence, the new students below gasped in astonishment. The Grand Sorcerer. Truly, he is the Grand Sorcerer. His wealth and resources are indeed astounding. As a fourth-tier mage, Lian Heshuan's mage tower is rumored to possess riches rivaling those of nations. Of course, this refers to certain smaller nations in the world. The resources and financial power housed within a single mage tower could easily surpass that of a nation with a population of nearly 10 million. This indeed is a remarkable fact. The Elemental Academy is extravagantly wealthy, and many enchanters, potion makers, and blacksmiths are affiliated with it, providing an abundance of resources. What kind of mage could afford to indulge in such costly pursuits without financial means? It is no wonder that others assert that being a mage is a noble profession. Agree to his offer. Some new students could not contain their enthusiasm and shouted in unison, clearly immersing themselves in Yun Chen's perspective. Alas, although their words were publicly declared, they were truly directed at but one individual. Old Lian Yu, the War Academy's dean, Yian Fu, furrowed his brow, recognizing that this individual was making a more substantial investment than himself. Clearly, he had come prepared. Just as he was about to raise the stakes, Yian Fu's eyebrows twitched. He noticed the usually reticent Xia Qingqing stepping forward. This girl, he was well aware of Xia Qingqing's earnest desire for Yunshun. As her enthusiasm had been laid bare previously, was she about to make her move? The essence of the demon lord, come to me. Her words were still succinct. This exceptionally proud and tall woman, from her elevated position, extended an invitation to Yunshun below. When she articulated her terms, there was minimal reaction from the new students below, yet the entire faculty present, including the dean, bore expressions of disbelief. Even Lian Heshuan, who was reputed to possess wealth rivaling nations, displayed a change in countenance, gazing at Xia Qingqing in astonishment. What is this? Below. Some new students whispered amongst themselves in confusion. However, those with more astute understanding adopted serious expressions upon hearing the term demon lord. This was a word fraught with taboo and danger. Yunshun was unaware of its significance, but judging by the faculty's reactions, it was undoubtedly something he had not encountered before. In truth, among the new students, Shun Tairan, Huan Yiji, Nicole, and even Shui Hongfeng wore expressions of grave concern. Their esteemed backgrounds allowed them a deeper understanding of what a demon lord truly entailed, far surpassing that of many noble families. It originated from the rift. A single demon lord corresponds to a level that can be broadly likened to a fourth-tier existence in this world. Typically, a fourth-tier being would be utterly incapable of withstanding the might of a single demon lord. Moreover, the essence of the demon lord is derived from the most refined part of its fallen carcass. You must understand that the essence of the demon lord is a divine-grade elixir, priceless and beyond market value. Consuming it will significantly enhance your physique, granting you additional free attribute points and skill points with each level up, an effect that will last until you surpass level 70. Naturally, the extent of its efficacy is contingent upon one's individual constitution, as it relies on one's capacity for absorption. A teacher from the Elven race, affiliated with the Weapon Academy, stepped forward to elaborate, her eyes filled with a hint of envy as she gazed at Yunshun below. The ability to present such an item as a means of persuasion is undeniably a grand gesture, and it is no wonder that all the instructors are left in utter astonishment. Undoubtedly, the divine medicine offered by Dean Xia is perfectly aligned with the needs of the unclassed wanderer, greatly compensating for Yunshun's deficiencies. After Xia Qingshang laid down the conditions, both Yian Fu and Lian Heshuan had no intention of raising the stakes. This girl was indeed ruthless. They could not propose anything superior to this essence of the demon lord. After the explanation, the new students below were far from calm. Those who had initially agreed to his terms were now utterly stunned. Shui Hong, in a fit of desperation, wished fervently for a chance to take his place, imagining the divine gift being bestowed upon himself. Such a waste. It is truly an abomination to bestow such a treasure upon a wanderer. As for Kuliansa, who hailed from Donyun City, his expression was complex. In that moment, he regretted the words he had spoken to his father, disparaging the provincial champion as lacking prospects. Look, hasn't he a formidable ally appeared now? Yet, the thought of regret barely lingered as he recalled the disgrace he suffered on the competition stage, leaving him with nothing but endless frustration and anger towards Yunshun. How cursed. If this treasure were his, he would soar. What future does this unclassed wanderer have? He remained steadfast in his judgment. The elven maiden, Nicole, occasionally cast glances at Yunshun's silhouette, marveling at his fortune. Yet, the thought of his visage sent a pang of discomfort through her neck. The gap between us seems to have widened even further. Shin Tairan sighed and closed his eyes. In his heart, he perceived this as a glimmer of hope illuminating the otherwise bleak path of the unclassed wanderer that lay ahead for Yunshun. Perhaps this is for the best. I shall surely surpass him in the future, so it cannot be deemed a complete act of bullying. Huan Yiji, with a mind full of conflicting thoughts, lowered his head. He had heard tales of his grandfather, a legendary player in the Divine Realm game, who perished at the hands of 2 demon lords within a rift. His remains still resting in the other world. At this moment, everyone harbored a lang of emotions. They all understood that Yun Shun had genuinely caught the attention of significant figures, and the essence of the demon lord might bring about unforeseen changes for this unclassed wanderer. At this juncture, the focal point of the discussion, Yun Shun prepared to speak. Unsurprisingly, he declared, "I choose the Weapon Academy." 5 minutes later, the branch ceremony was nearing its conclusion. The top 20, including the likes of Shun Tairan, Huan Yiji, the renowned champion of the Great Desert Province, Su Ge, and the little girl in a Taoist robe, were all captured by Dean Yan Fu of the War College. The remaining talents gravitated towards the Elemental Academy, which offered greater resources. Meanwhile, the third-ranked Nicole caught the eye of Xia Qingqing and consequently chose the Weapon Academy. Only those in the first tier were deemed worthy of such preferential treatment. Additionally, several individuals with extraordinary talents and exceptional combat performance, numbering in the 20s and 30s, were also selectively recruited. Moreover, the dean of the Tactical Academy specifically chose 8 or 9 exceptionally gifted students. Unfortunately, Xue Hongfang was not among them. As for the students ranked beyond this elite circle, they were left to randomly select their academies via their phones. Unlike the ones who were snatched away, they lacked mentors who would occasionally offer private guidance. This could be likened to a university's accelerated program, though it's a misrepresentation. It more closely resembles the distinction between inner and outer disciples in a fantasy novel sect. In the eyes of many, Yin Shun had already assumed the status of a cherished disciple of the Ice Queen, Xia Qingqing. With the new student orientation, the grand competition, and the division ceremony now concluded, classes would officially commence the following day, and Dean Yan Fu dismissed the assembly. At that moment, a chillingly melodious whisper echoed in Yun Chun's mind. "Follow me." It was Dean Xia Qingqing. At this time, apart from the newly selected students, the vast majority had returned to their respective dormitories. Following the grand competition, many would have their accommodations reassigned. Yun Shun ascended the ceremonial platform, accompanied by the tall, elven maiden, Nicole. In the expansive Weapon Academy, only 2 individuals were whimsically chosen by Xia Qingqing. Upon sensing the man's gaze brush over her, she turned her head away, choosing to ignore him. However, what irked her was that he seemed entirely disinterested in acknowledging her presence, merely glancing her way before moving on. "Hey." Nicole appeared somewhat sulky. "Let us go." An elven instructor approached, evidently connected to Nicole, as they exchanged pleasantries. Behind Xia Qingqing stood a cadre of instructors clad in various professional attire and robes, all affiliated with the Weapon Academy, led by Xia Qingqing herself. Given the diverse nature of weaponry, it was a veritable melting pot of professions. Naturally, there were no instructors for the magical arts, for no one would come to the Weapon Academy to learn how to wield a staff. Even if someone did, that person would likely be Yin Shun. At that moment, Yin Shun was drawn back to stand among the group of instructors, and soon he heard the low murmur of Dean Xia Qingqing beside him. Suddenly, an enormous magical array manifested beneath his feet. It was a teleportation array. There was no need for concern. One of the instructors reassured him, gesturing for him to relax. Yin Shun was more astonished by the fact that the immensely powerful Dean Xia was wielding no wand at all. She wielded magic without the aid of a staff, effortlessly conjuring a highly advanced teleportation array. He had witnessed a colossal teleportation circle before. After all, Yin Shun had traveled from Dongyan City to Jiangnan University via such a portal. Now, this enigmatic and formidable woman had completed the teleportation array with but a brief incantation. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished. Within less than a second, the entire teleportation array had imprinted itself within the distant confines of the weapon hall. Buzz. Soon, the silhouettes of the teachers and students materialized in an expansive and grand hall. Elegant chandeliers dangled from the ceiling, and beautiful skylights above cast radiant beams of light. This was the place where the dean and instructors conducted their affairs. If you two have matters to discuss, you may come here. As the so-called direct disciples, Yin Shun and Nicole evidently enjoyed considerable privileges. At least in this weapon hall of Jiangnan University, there were hardly any students bustling about. Many of the hall staff occasionally cast curious glances at the 2 newcomers. "Follow me," said Xia Qingqing, standing at the front, clearly indicating that Yin Shun should follow her. Thus, the group was reduced to just 2. Their destination was Dean Xia's private treasury, where an extraordinarily precious essence of the demon lord was sealed away. 0059 Bloodline Transformation. A surge in power. 2 new evolutionary talents. Before them stood Dean Xia's private treasury. The enormous ice-blue portal loomed larger and wider than the silver dungeon entrance of the day. There was no lock, nor any handle to push or pull. With a mere wave of her hand, countless circular magical arrays appeared on the surface of the ice-blue door, varying in size. Each distinct array overlapped with others, resembling the intricate gears within a clock, interlocking yet steadfast. After what seemed like numerous rotations of these arrays, the grand entrance to the treasury swung open. Dean Xia stepped inside, and after a moment's contemplation, Yun Shin followed suit. Since he had not been instructed to wait outside, he felt no hesitation. Tap! The crisp sound of footsteps echoed throughout the magnificently illuminated treasury. The displayed arrangements bore a resemblance to a historical museum, or perhaps even a prehistoric biological exhibition. Besides the dazzling treasures and swords stored within crystal cabinets, there were also the colossal remains of fearsome beasts on display. Yun Shun could sense a dangerous aura emanating from the enormous carcass, even larger than a whale. Years had passed, yet the terrifying killing intent of this gigantic beast's remains had not diminished. After walking several meters, Yun Shun, glancing around, discovered something particularly intriguing. He distinctly perceived that the height and width of the treasury far exceeded what its exterior suggested. Yun Shun felt as though he had stepped into a more expansive realm. The icy blue door he had just traversed serving as a portal to this newfound space. Amidst a flurry of questions, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Director Xia was the most formidable individual he had ever encountered. Indeed, she surpassed even the most powerful figures he had glimpsed on television. According to the whispers he had heard, Director Xia was merely around 26 or 27 years old, yet she had been on the battlefield for at least 7 years. While ordinary individuals earned their first transformation at the age of 18, she had already achieved her third transformation at such a tender age. And it was highly likely that she would ascend to the fourth transformation within a year or two. The most alarming aspect was that, during her third transformation, she had already acquired the prowess to contend against fourth transformation professionals. No matter how one contemplated it, it was evident that Director Xia could not be of pure human lineage. Her parents must have been seasoned players who had logged into the Divine Domain game back in the day. No, they were likely among the top 10, top 5, or perhaps even the foremost players in the entire game. How intriguing, Yun Shun mused silently. He often pondered that if he were to return to over 70 years ago, it would likely unfold as a classic tale of gaming literature. Yet now, he found himself in the future narrative that emerged after the game had materialized in reality. The players of Yer had long since faded into the annals of history, vanishing from the stage of time, with the vast majority perishing at the hands of the invasions from the Rifts. The so-called Rifts were the greatest hidden adversaries within the Divine Domain game, and they now posed the most significant threat to the New Earth. Yun Shun had never encountered a Rift, as news and the internet had shrouded such information in secrecy. Consequently, he had previously simplistic and vaguely likened them to the Burning Legion from the world of Warcraft or the Malevolent Soul Palace from certain novels, dark entities embodying negativity. Easily recognizable as harbingers of ill will, these forces could launch invasions, tear through the fabric of reality, and corrupt their foes, leading their own kind to degeneration. The tragedy of the Ghost City, which transpired 2 decades prior, was said to have stemmed from the self-destruction of the Beastmen royal court, who had allied themselves with the Rifts, resulting in a devastating attack on the rear lines. However, it seemed that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Now, Yun Shun had acquired an additional 6,271 pieces of information, one of which pertained to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was a significant figure among the demon lineage, akin to our fourth transformation professionals. Before he could delve deeper, Director Xiao's figure in white came to a halt before a display case. Within the case lay a sacred chalice, filled with dark, sanguine blood. This was the essence of the Demon Lord, an extract derived from the remains of the Demon Lord, which required the concerted efforts of a divine-level alchemist and a divine-level pharmacist to extract a maximum of 3 chalices from a single corpse. Naturally, even the most illustrious alchemists and pharmacists would struggle to conceive such a formula. The typically aloof Director Xia was unusually verbose. Could it be that this was a gift bestowed from the heavens? Engaged in a topic of mutual interest, Yun Shun seized the opportunity to continue the conversation. Dean Xia nodded and spoke. The Divine Domain game is a creation of the heavens, just as we humans are also creations of the divine. We are still able to communicate with the Creator through the act of sacrifice. Rather than mere communication, it is more accurately described as a transaction. Transaction. Yun Shen's expression shifted slightly. By offering items of value, the heavens will respond. The formula for the essence of the Demon Lord is a bestowed gift. Alongside various divine medicines, new occupational paths, hidden professions, divine equipment, divine skills, and more. As long as one presents sacrificial items, the Creator will respond, Dean Xia elaborated. Her cool words unveiled a glimpse of the world's true nature to Yun Shun. In the realm of the internet, there had long been rumors of a super guild from a Western nation that sacrificed a Demon Lord's corpse, resulting in a beam of light descending from the heavens, through which a shimmering golden portal emerged. Such tales could very well be true. The Creator remains silent and devoid of empathy. Yet humanity is still able to receive divine blessings through the act of sacrifice. Of course, this enigmatic cosmic order, referred to as the Creator in the West, only accepts sacrificial offerings from high beings and rare items originating from the Rift. Yun Shun had heard of a unique occupational system in the West that included the demon race. Could this be the new occupational system derived from the beings of the Rift by the Creator? At that moment, Yunxin found himself at a loss for words, realizing that the wonders of the world far exceeded his imagination. The impact of Dean Xia's revelation of the true worldview was indeed profound. This was the kind of truth that the internet would never disclose. Even after 4 years of study at Jiangnan University, an average student could not grasp such information. There is a necessary aspect to the higher-ups withholding knowledge from the masses. After all, revealing too much could lead to heightened anxiety, panic, and even excessive superstition and adoration. The Creator does not respond to every prayer. It operates like a merciless decoding machine, perpetually deciphering all that emerges from the rift. If the entire population of Earth were to learn this, especially under high-pressure circumstances, various unnecessary cults would undoubtedly arise. Yet worship and faith would ultimately yield no effect. In the earliest decade, the ancients found that their prayers during the invasions of the rift were in vain, and the lessons learned naturally extinguished any inclination toward worship. Now, if you are prepared, you may drink this essence of the demon lord. The extent of your fortune relies solely on your personal constitution and your ability to absorb it effectively, Dean Xia stated. At that moment, Yunxin paused, contemplating the possibility of becoming exceedingly fortunate. Indeed, after securing first place in the upcoming freshman competition, the achievement task from the system was naturally completed, and the rewards had long been confirmed. A high-level skill and a potion of luck had already been credited to him. First, there was the system's ultimate skill, invincibility. Invincibility, for the next 7 seconds, you will be exempt from all damage, immune to all control and capture effects. This skill, true to its name, was utterly invincible. It was indeed a product of the system, a masterpiece. Moreover, it could be regarded as a crucial life-saving skill. The system is exceedingly apprehensive about the potential perils it may encounter in this realm. Currently, Yunxin might, upon confronting an adversary of transcendent rank or a demon lord lurking within the rifts, activate an invincibility mode before executing a swift escape maneuver. The combination of these two divine skills would facilitate an effortless and extraordinary means of evasion. Moreover, there exists the matter of the luck potion. To be candid, he had harbored a curiosity about this system reward long before the mission was announced. What precisely is this elixir? Luck potion. Upon consumption, you shall experience unparalleled fortune for a duration of 24 hours. The description is exceedingly straightforward. Yet, in this moment of testing his body's ability to absorb its effects, confronting the essence of the demon lord, Yunxin is fully capable of ensuring that he becomes sufficiently fortunate beforehand. Dean, I would prefer to take it after a brief respite, Yunxin stated. Dean Xiao nodded, recognizing that he had overlooked the fact that his student had fought several consecutive battles. Very well, tomorrow then. No need. I can manage after just an hour's rest, he replied. Upon hearing this, Dean Xia did not express any concern regarding whether this might be too strenuous. This woman, typically as unyielding as ice, acted with decisive efficiency. She retrieved the sealed chalice from the display case. You may rest in my office for now. You shall consume it after an hour. The two exited the treasure vault, traversing the corridor until they arrived at an opulent and spacious office belonging to the dean. This office, larger than many luxurious residences, even included a master suite and guest rooms. What left Yunxin profoundly impressed was the sight of a small phoenix, its tail feathers ablaze with fiery red, gracefully soaring through the air, presumably the dean's contracted divine beast. Utilizing identification techniques, he could only discern a series of question marks, indicating that the disparity in power rendered any information about it unobservable. At this moment, Yunxin was resting on the sofa in the guest room, feeling somewhat hesitant to recline on the cotton couch in the bedroom. Meanwhile, Dean Xia busied herself with official matters, as there were individuals awaiting her in her office. Shortly after he had settled, 2 young women adorned in maid attire knocked and entered. Greetings, they both offered in unison. Their beauty was striking, their figures flawless, exuding an enchanting allure as if they possessed some exotic lineage. One of them, with a courteous bow, arranged the tea set, desserts, and cakes meticulously upon the table. Sir, should you wish to recline, the bedding on the couch has been freshly changed, the other maid announced as she stepped into the bedroom, having prepared the linens and pillowcases. She added, please pardon the dust. This guest room has not been occupied for some time, so any traces of neglect are regrettable. As the esteemed guest of the host, if you require anything, please feel free to ask. After placing the items from the tea set, the maid stood respectfully, awaiting Yunxin's response. No need. I merely wish to sit for a while. Yunxin gently declined, shaking his head. Such warm hospitality did not embarrass him. His previous life had accustomed him to even more extravagant courtesies. The warm hospitality of the maid before him did not incite any sense of embarrassment. However, he did discern 2 pivotal pieces of information. Firstly, it appeared that these 2 maids were indeed the servants of Director Xia, rather than employees of Jiangnan University, as the institution upheld the principle of equality among all individuals. Yet, in the realm of objective reality, various contracts existed, some equal, others unequal, such as master-servant agreements. There were contracts used to bind magical beasts and summon entities, while some rare soul contracts were employed to ensnare human beings. Thus, to a certain extent, noble families could possess a number of true slaves and servants in the most literal sense. Naturally, the authorities did not endorse the use of soul contracts to bind humans, nor even the foreign races under the jurisdiction of the Xuanalong Kingdom. Should such practices come to light, they would undoubtedly face repercussions. However, magical beasts, foreign entities from other regions, and beings emerging from rifts were of no concern. The second crucial piece of information was that he was the first disciple under Director Xia. This indicated that she had not selected any new students upon her arrival last year, a decision that was understandable given her discerning eye. After all, during today's branch ceremony, she had chosen only herself and Nicole, though it was evident that her regard for the latter was not particularly profound. Please, go rest. Should you require anything, I shall inform you, Yunqin said softly to the two maids, who nodded in compliance with his every instruction. Before departing, they specifically instructed him to ring the bell on the table if he needed assistance. Once the maids had withdrawn, Yunqin retrieved a vial of pale potion from his spatial backpack. It was a lucky potion. At first glance, one might mistake it for an utterly ordinary elixir. Without a moment's hesitation, he drank it in one gulp. After consuming the potion, he felt no discernible change, merely akin to having sipped a refreshing glass of plain water. The system would not deceive him with fake items, and thus he awaited the effects of the lucky potion to manifest over the next 24 hours. Following a day filled with numerous battles, he felt a pang of hunger. Having indulged in an array of desserts, he deemed it time to seek out Director Xia. Just as he rose, a knock resonated at the door, and the tall figure of Director Xia entered, even in her somewhat loose-fitting director's robe. Her statuesque and graceful form was undeniable, particularly accentuated by her exquisitely cold and frosty visage, exuding an air of regal authority akin to that of an ice queen. Prepare yourself. I shall keep watch over you, she said, her gaze fixed upon Yunqian, as she produced a chalice filled with blood. Protection is also required? He inquired, realizing that consuming it might entail danger. Without hesitation, he accepted the chalice, understanding that this was not only beneficial for scattered individuals, but advantageous for other professions as well. As dark blood surged into his throat, it descended into his stomach. Compared to the insipid and unvarying elixir akin to drinking plain water, this potion unleashed an overwhelming and unparalleled potency within Yunqian's body upon consumption. With a single gulp, even the usually resolute Yunqian could not help but furrow his brow, as if enduring an excruciating pain from within. He rose unsteadily, feeling the world spin around him. Were it not for the timely support of Dean Xia beside him, he might have collapsed. After gently placing him on the sofa, Dean Xia advised softly, "Endure it. The source of this essence of the demon sovereign was the Night Queen who perished under my hand. Her innate bloodline endowed her with ocular techniques and the power of the moonlit night. Typically, few who consume this potion can inherit its bloodline abilities. Even if they do, the potency is often diminished, far inferior to its original form. Thus, it all hinges on one's fortune and the effectiveness of personal absorption. The entire formula for this divine medicine was a boon obtained 50 years ago, traded from the Western realms. Naturally, very few can gather the requisite ingredients, as it necessitates a formidable fourth-tier professional to combat the demon sovereign and return with its immortal remains. The difficulty of this endeavor is readily apparent. Decades have passed, and there have indeed been instances of completed divine medicines during this time. However, their potency has largely become ineffective for higher-tier individuals, as the overwhelming force can lead to explosive reactions when ingested. Conversely, for those of lower tiers, it proves immensely beneficial. The essence settles entirely within the body, allowing for significant gains with each level attained, maximizing its utility. Consequently, this is a favored choice among the affluent families of the world for their progeny. At this moment, Yunqian continued to writhe in agony, his body convulsing on the sofa. The violent energy of the potion caused blood to seep from his skin, distorting his handsome features. Dean Xia, standing guard, repeatedly patted and struck his body in an effort to help him suppress this tumultuous power. You must endure. I cannot assist further, as it would only squander the energy, she reminded him. In truth, the typical consumption occurs at an average level of around 20, which is already predicated on a foundation of superior bloodlines and the exceptional attributes granted by hidden professions. For Yunqian, the timing of his consumption was indeed premature. Nevertheless, for a free spirit, early consumption is essential. However, in less than a second, a rare look of astonishment flickered across Dean Xia's frosty, exquisite visage as she observed a remarkable improvement in her student's condition. The energy began to be absorbed perfectly, and the previously overwhelming potency gradually settled within his limbs and bones. This transformation surprised her. She had never heard of anyone being able to absorb the essence of the demon sovereign so flawlessly and with such stability. Before her, Yunqian on the sofa had ceased to suffer. His furrowed brow had relaxed, and sweat had thoroughly drenched his clothing, with his dark hair clinging to his forehead. His piercing eyes, now wide open, glimmered with newfound clarity. He had regained his composure. It was as if consciousness had returned from a state of dormancy. Yunqian finally awoke. Merely clenching his fist allowed him to perceive an overwhelming surge of power emanating from his palm. On his personal information panel, the values of his four-dimensional attributes surged upwards significantly. Strength, 125, Constitution, 121, Agility, 121, Wisdom, 123. This was astonishing. His attributes, previously averaging around 86, had not only surpassed the 100 mark, but now hovered around an average of 122. Even more intriguing was the emergence of two new growth talents on his talent panel. Eye of the Night, an extraordinary ocular technique under your gaze. You will gain a degree of control and confinement over the objects before you. And Night, you will become attuned to the nocturnal environment. In the state of night, your attributes and skill effects will be enhanced. Had he acquired the bloodline of that Night Empress? And not just one, but two. You have obtained a talent bloodline. At this moment, Dean Xia, with her frosty demeanor, leaned closer, her exceptionally keen perception having detected an unusual trait manifesting within Yunchun. This was not merely a unilateral enhancement of physical qualities, but rather a sublimation and evolution of his bloodline. Indeed, one was the level of Eye of the Night, and the other was the level of Night. Yunchun had no intention of concealing anything, though the identification technique could unveil others' panel information. Her perceptive abilities could glean a hint of the truth. Moreover, this miraculous medicine was a gift from the Dean herself. I see, Dean Xia murmured, her brow slightly furrowed, as if grappling with a profound confusion, deep in thought. This was the first time Yunchun had witnessed such a vivid expression on the face of this Ice Queen. Amidst her cold aloofness, there was an added allure. I need to ascertain certain details. After a moment of contemplation, Dean Xia directly addressed Yunchun. I must confirm whether you are a being from the rift. No sooner had she spoken than, regardless of Yunchun's consent, her figure knelt beside the sofa and swiftly made contact with various parts of his body. A series of potent energies flowed into him, causing a fleeting sensation of strangeness within Yunchun. This was peculiar. Dean Xia had never heard of anyone who could perfectly assimilate the properties of this miraculous medicine. It led her to question whether this individual truly belonged to this world. Yet, even after probing her strength into his bloodline multiple times, she found no signs of anomaly. He was indeed a pure human, let alone possessing any foreign bloodline or being related to the rift. Indeed, this is truly your fortune. Your exceptional talent surpasses my expectations, Dean Xia remarked. Just then, two maids accompanied the elven instructor, Kathy, as they knocked and entered the room. To her surprise, the scene that greeted her was that of Dean Xia kneeling beside the sofa, her hands pressing against the man's body. The student was dressed in wrinkled attire, and with an air of embarrassment, he apologized. My apologies, master. The two maids, upon witnessing the scene, blushed and swiftly ushered Kathy away, promptly closing the door behind them. It was evident they had misconstrued the situation. Yunchun, seated on the sofa, cleared his throat, feeling a twinge of awkwardness in the atmosphere. In contrast, Dean Xia, who had risen, displayed no change in expression. Given the circumstances, Yunchun refrained from looking too closely, unable to meet their gaze directly. Nevertheless, the ambience had grown silent. After a few seconds, Dean Xia broke the silence with a statement. The two newly acquired talents you possess are both evolutionary in nature, akin to your awakening talent. Thus, theoretically, as you level up and grow stronger, you will not only be able to unearth more of the latent medicinal power within you, gaining additional free attribute and skill points, but your talents may also evolve alongside your increasing strength. By level 70 at the latest, these two evolutionary talents could reach their pinnacle, revealing their full potential. Yunchun, upon hearing this, was inwardly astonished. After all, his awakening talent, which harmonized perfectly with the characteristics of a solitary wanderer, was only of a certain grade, and it had been elevated to a higher quality with the assistance of the system. This was not truly an evolutionary talent. Yet now, he had unexpectedly acquired two evolutionary talents, each at least of a growth limit of that grade. The surge in his power, both presently and in the future, felt as though he had transformed from a mere automobile engine to a rocket engine. The gift from Dean Xia was nothing short of miraculous. While the effect of the luck potion had played a perfect role in allowing him to absorb the potent medicinal properties seamlessly, without the essence of the demon lord, all would have been in vain. Thank you, Dean. Yunchun expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Although he was somewhat aloof in nature, he was keenly aware of the weight of matters. He would remember those who treated him well, regardless of the present, and would reciprocate in the future. This is the essence of being human. Otherwise, he would not have outrightly declined all the rewards from the enterprises of Dongyun City for the provincial champion, knowing he would repay such kindness, thus preferring not to accumulate undue favors. From now on, call me teacher, Dean Xia declared. All right, teacher Xia, Yunchun replied readily. Despite the woman before him appearing youthful, her strength was undeniable. Judging from her earlier words, she had personally slain a fourth-tier profession demon lord last year. One could only imagine how formidable this Ice Queen was, despite not having yet reached the fourth-tier stage. As for the powerful origins of her exceptional bloodline, Yunchun did not pry. Having such a formidable ally would certainly make his path much smoother. Thus, they formally established a teacher-student relationship. I will conduct evaluations on you once or twice a month, so be prepared, Dinxia warned. Her standards were exceptionally high, and Yunshin understood that the forthcoming assessments would not be easy. Now, let us test the Eye of Night's ocular technique. Proceed. Attempting to exert control over the flying plate, one could hardly observe any action from Xia Qingqing. Suddenly, the plate on the table soared into the air, propelled by an unseen force. As this power dissipated, the plate plummeted from its height, destined to shatter into countless pieces within mere seconds. Yunshin, maintaining his composure, instinctively understood that he could not rise to catch it. Instead, he would wield his newly acquired ocular technique. In an instant, with a surge originating from his innate instincts, Yunshin, without any guidance, manifested an inexplicable ripple in his crystal-clear, contrasting black and white eyes. With a swift motion, the falling plate was abruptly suspended in midair, rendered motionless as if embedded in the very fabric of the atmosphere. This was the Eye of Night, a power capable of controlling everything, and once fully realized, it would allow him to solidify all space and seal everything away, surpassing even other high-level talents. You are quite fortunate, remarked Dinxia. Upon hearing this, Yunshin could only harbor a sense of admiration. Had such a formidable dark lady been vanquished by Dinxia? I am somewhat surprised that you awakened such a latent bloodline talent. In light of this, I can prepare accompanying secret techniques for you, enabling you to master even more ocular arts. The term secret techniques had surfaced numerous times since his arrival at Jiangnan University. Nicole's Silver Moon martial skill was undoubtedly a form of bloodline secret technique. Moreover, the divine flash he had acquired earlier was a godly secret technique capable of traversing dimensions. Very well, let us conclude for today, Dinxia declared, decisively taking his leave. In the guest room, after a brief 5-minute respite during which Yunshin organized the changes within his body, he stood to depart. Just then, 2 beautiful maids entered, their expressions tinged with surprise. Sir, it is getting late. Will you not stay for dinner? Having already spent the entire day engaged in assessments, the new student competition, the division ceremony, and consuming the divine elixir, it was indeed time for dinner. However, Yunshin had no intention of lingering. He shook his head and replied, I shall return home to eat. Before leaving, he felt compelled to clarify, stating, what transpired earlier was not as you might think. Please do not misunderstand, it was. Yet, before he could finish, the 2 maids fervently waved their hands, interrupting him in unison. We understand, it was all a misunderstanding. At that moment, Yunshin noticed that, aside from their differing hairstyles, the 2 bore a striking resemblance to one another, perhaps indicating a sisterly bond. However, judging by their demeanor, it was unclear whether their understanding was genuine or feigned. He grew weary of elaborating further, sensing that the more he explained, the deeper the misunderstanding would become. In that instant, a revelation dawned upon him. The effect of the luck potion might not merely be to steer the course of events in his favor. The unabsorbable essence of the demon sovereign had been flawlessly assimilated by him. Furthermore, it had led others to misconstrue his relationship with teacher Xia as something clandestine. This was evidently advantageous, for the maids regarded him with a hint of caution and reverence, as if perceiving him as the male master of the household. This luck potion was simply extraordinary. The products of the system are indeed extraordinary. With this in mind, he pondered whether he should make a trip to the lottery shop. No, money has become less significant in this world. His perspective had suddenly diminished. Merely acquiring the essence of the demon lord he consumed was something that no amount of money could procure. Ah yes, enchantment. Yunshin sighed inwardly, feeling as though his horizons had broadened. As he was leaving his guest room, the 2 maids who had followed him spoke up at the last moment. Oh, Mr. Yun, these are 2 congratulatory gifts from Mentor Kaishi. They are 2 high-grade enchanting materials, and she specifically instructed us to deliver them to you. If you require any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out to her. The maids had already placed the 2 precious, sealed treasures into Yunshin's hands. At that moment, he was at a loss for words. A wish fulfilled, perhaps. Moreover, the elven mentor Kaishi suddenly bestowing such substantial gifts and offering such warm words must have led to a misunderstanding regarding their relationship. However, even with 100 times her courage, she would never dare to indiscriminately discuss the matters concerning Dinxia. He felt a slight headache and naturally declined the gifts. His credits were abundant, and he possessed plenty of enchanting materials, not to mention the accolades promised by Jiang University would continue to arrive. There was no need to accept favors, especially under the guise of a misunderstanding. This suspicion of taking advantage would likely prompt Dinxia to clarify matters with Kaishi, thus absolving him of any such implications. Soon enough, he left the dean's office and, upon exiting the weapon hall, followed the campus map displayed on his mobile device towards his new student dormitory. Along the way, Yunshin took the opportunity to admire the scenic beauty of the campus. This marked the 2nd day of his life at Jiang University. 060 Lucky Day. Nicole, the first class of the semester. Upon returning to the entrance of the mansion, fortune continued to smile upon him, as Yunshin even stumbled upon a coin of pure gold. It was said that those ancient gaming factions that had descended still utilized gold, silver, and copper coins as their currency. Upon reaching his luxurious residence at the mountaintop, he discovered a familiar figure awaiting him at the entrance. Teacher Sho Ichiwen. Congratulations. You are the first to be recognized by Dean Xia, this teacher from the admissions office. Sho Ichiwen beamed with joy and greeted him warmly with congratulations. Teacher Sho, aren't you coming inside to wait? Yunshin inquired. I cannot. Not only is there a significant magical barrier in the dormitory area, but even your residence has enchantments that prevent outsiders from entering. I came here not only to congratulate you, but also to deliver the materials that have yet to be redeemed. After all, these are the gifts bestowed upon the top student by Jiangnan University, and they must not be delayed. Behind this teacher, a transport vehicle was parked. I believe there are upgrade materials suitable for your equipment. You might want to find a time to enchant and upgrade your unique array-breaking gear. Indeed, a wish fulfilled. In truth, Yunshin recalled that Jiang University's promises regarding the gifts were somewhat ambiguous, particularly concerning the provision of additional pathways for acquiring free attribute points and skill points. In order to fulfill the need for self-made weapons, this was merely a pipe dream. Although he had indeed acquired the unimaginable essence of the Demon Lord today, it bore no relation to the admissions office. Rather, the foreign skill books and hidden profession skill books were quite explicit, which he valued greatly. At present, this teacher from the admissions office, with an agile mind, had indeed delivered the materials for the scattered weapons, thereby making the dream a reality. How fortunate indeed. Yunshin mused, and according to the other party's intentions, the materials were also suited for enchanting the series of anomalous items. Of course, one cannot solely attribute this to luck. The notion that the harder one works, the luckier one becomes is not without merit. Teacher Sho Ichiwen had likely been waiting here for some time. Why? The reason was probably because he knew that Yunshin had secured the first place in the freshman competition, as well as the attention of Dean Xia Qingcheng during the sorting ceremony. This astute teacher likely harbored thoughts of investment and building rapport. Human relationships are indeed complex, and while Yunshin understood, he refrained from making it explicit. After some pleasantries, the other party showed no inclination to stay for a visit. A transport vehicle had already delivered a package of materials to the warehouse of the number 1 mansion. Should you wish to enchant, you may utilize the enchanting station facilities at the school or directly seek out a high-level enchanter. The enchanting station is an automated machine, and the cost in credits is quite minimal, albeit with certain risks. It certainly cannot compare to the reliability of a master. Engaging a master enchanter, naturally, would require a higher expenditure of credits. Finally, before departing, Teacher Sho Ichiwen made a point to mention that the initial skill books of various hidden professions could not be taken out. You would need to make a trip to the skill library. Fear not, your name has already been recorded, and the permissions are in the process of being approved. It should be accessible within 2 to 3 days without any credit expenditure, and you will be able to acquire them then, within the number 1 mansion. After bidding farewell to Teacher Sho Ichiwen, Yunshin returned inside. The meal he had ordered half an hour earlier via his phone had already arrived at the doorstep. The delivery was made by a robot, resembling a small rotund figure akin to R2-D2 from Star Wars, with a belly that served as a freezer, containing the takeout from the number 1 restaurant that Yunshin had ordered. On his way back, he had seen numerous automated delivery vehicles and drones. In the sky, there were even mechs piloted by engineers, not towering Gundams, but rather 2 to 3 meters tall, similar to those in Overwatch, along with the flying summons of conjurers. Naturally, flight zones within the vast Jiangnan University were restricted, with certain areas prohibited for aerial activities. These delivery robots, even when moving at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, would not jostle at all and could adjust their propulsion based on obstacles. Please enjoy your meal. The delivery robot, resembling a little rotund figure, extended its mechanical arms, deftly placing the tray upon Yunshin's table. Congratulations. As you are the 10,000th customer to place an order at the number 1 restaurant, your meal is complimentary. Oh, here it comes again, Yunshin exclaimed, marveling at this unexpected surprise. Moreover, he indulged himself with a lavish meal that amounted to a remarkable 35 credits. A limited edition delicacy. The effects of this feast would bestow an enhancement of 2 points to his strength. To his surprise, fortune smiled upon him, and he was exempt from payment. This is for you. With a flick, Yunshin tossed a gold coin to the adorable little rotund robot. Thank you for your generous tip. Wishing you academic success and a fulfilling life. We appreciate your patronage. The chubby robot deftly caught the coin and, before departing, bestowed a cheerful farewell. Yunshin soon began to relish his dinner. The centerpiece of this luxurious meal was the tenderloin of the rare Xuanjiao cattle, featuring succulent strips of meat nestled within the vertebrae, delightfully chewy and flavorful. Accompanying this were various herbal ingredients, perfect for seasoning and balancing the richness, not to mention an assortment of dipping sauces that promised a symphony of flavors. As he savored the meal, a gentle warmth enveloped his limbs, confirming the worth of the extravagant price. The Xuanjiao cattle, known for its exquisite taste, had nearly vanished due to overexploitation, and only in the last decade had efforts in artificial breeding brought them back. Furthermore, Only the small strip of meat along the spine yielded the strength-enhancing properties. For Yun-shun, the enhancement of his base attributes was worth any expenditure. However, he knew that future meals would not yield such significant benefits, leaving only the exquisite taste. As he dined, he immersed himself in the latest film projected on the holographic screen, enjoying the immersive 360-degree surround sound experience. His fully automated home required no effort from him to operate any devices. After finishing his meal, he soaked in a large bath, alleviating his fatigue. It was undeniable that the amenities of this luxurious residence raised questions about whether he was here to enjoy a holiday or to pursue his studies. This world was utterly enchanting. Upon arriving in the metropolis, he became increasingly aware of the leaps in futuristic technology, as well as the fantastical amalgamation of sword and sorcery. Interestingly, it was the presence of magic, alchemy, goblin technology, and the profession of mechanics that had skewed many of the current technologies, even leading to stagnation. After all, the ease of magical communication significantly diminished the need for revolutionary advancements in communication technology. The advent of teleportation further reduced the impetus for the development of aviation. Without demand, there could be no drive. 20 years ago, the Qianlong Kingdom embarked on a technological renaissance, democratizing the conveniences of technology and magical artifacts, ensuring that such extraordinary lifestyles were not exclusive to combat professions. As the capital city, Tianjin only introduced super trains to the general populace a decade ago, reportedly operating within underground vacuum tubes at speeds 3 times swifter than that of airplanes. Under the night sky, amidst the neon glow, captivating holographic advertisements brought to life the visions of films like Blade Runner. Bionic robots, increasingly lifelike mechanical companions, advanced chips, and even contracted magical beasts for reconnaissance, along with flying transport creatures and practical magical gadgets, had long since begun to permeate the households of ordinary citizens. As one of the first fruits of educational support, Yun-shun naturally rejoices at the gradual benefits reaped by the common populace. However, beneath this unfolding era of prosperity, countless souls continue to perish on the front lines. Yun-shun is a person of formidable ambition, accustomed to standing atop the hierarchy, wielding control over all, rather than being engulfed by crises that render him incapable of safeguarding his distant loved ones. This sense of powerlessness deeply unsettles him. Therefore, he is resolute in his desire to become stronger, indeed, the strongest. The following day marks what can truly be considered the first day of classes at Jiangnan University, with the freshman courses officially commencing. Rising early, Yun-shun engages in his routine of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. Ultimately, he completes a 10-kilometer run on the private track accompanying his luxurious residence. His long-standing discipline and rigorous training have imbued him with a robust physique, exuding a sense of explosive strength without appearing bulky. Ding. Daily task completed. You may select from the following rewards. Reward, 10 free attribute points. Reward, 10 skill points. Reward, enchantment materials. Accustomed to preparing for a point allocation, he momentarily pauses, realizing that today still remains his lucky day. The 24-hour luck has yet to expire. Thus, he makes his selection. Congratulations. You have obtained a grade material, Dragon S Blazing Blood, 100. Dragon S Blazing Blood. The fiery blood spilled upon the slaying of an exalted dragon consumed by wrath. Yun-shun had foreseen this outcome. Yet he cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary fortune he has encountered. Truly, his wishes are manifesting. This time, he is determined to elevate his weapon's demonic array to its utmost pinnacle without hesitation. Grade materials, though invaluable, remain elusive. Previously, the leadership of Dongyun High School and the Alumni Association endeavored to gather funds to acquire a grade-quality treasure for him, but despite amassing the necessary capital, procuring such items proved impossible. In small locales, connections and channels are scarce. Mere wealth is insufficient. As for grade materials, their rarity renders them priceless, and obtaining them is akin to climbing to the heavens. Unless one is supported by a formidable force, it is nearly futile. Thus, after class, he plans to visit the enchantment platform. Reflecting on materials, Yun-shun recalls a gift bestowed upon him by Jiangnan Province, a fire spirit mushroom. Previously, it had languished and used due to a shortage of auxiliary herbs and high-level pharmacists, waiting for his arrival at Jiangnan University for proper utilization. The resulting potion could enhance his fire attribute damage by at least 30, representing a modest yet significant boost to his strength. Speaking of which, it is also time for him to renew his summoning contracts, as he possesses basic summoner skills and urgently requires reinforcement. Moreover, given the vast expanse of Jiangnan University, traveling to other campuses necessitates the use of transportation. Thus, he finds himself in need of a flying magical beast for this purpose. The Thunder Warhawk lacks the capacity for riding and control, weapon enchantment, renewing summoning contracts, concocting the fire spirit mushroom potion, and acquiring skill books for hidden professions, all await his attention. Yun-shun reflected on his current stage and surprisingly discovered numerous areas for improvement. That was encouraging. At least he had a clear direction in which to grow stronger. After completing his training, Yun-chun took a refreshing shower, donned his attire, and departed from the luxurious mansion, making his way directly to the lecture hall. Today's curriculum primarily consisted of cultural courses, a detailed exploration of the Tsongfing mountain range, 99 key points you must know in the history of geographic changes in the New World, an in-depth analysis of global geographic transformations over the past 70 years. These two classes were immensely captivating for Yun-chun and, indeed, for the majority of new students. The information that could not be thoroughly understood online would be comprehensively dissected in these lectures. Naturally, even those with little interest were compelled to endure the classes for the sake of the 20 credits they would earn. Due to the nature of being a mandatory freshman cultural course, the new students from various colleges were not neatly divided. Instead, they were largely mixed together in a single lecture hall. Attendance was verified through facial recognition technology bound to their desks, ensuring that no one could skip class. After successfully attending a class, the 20 credits would promptly be awarded. It was him. Goodness, it was the cloud god. To find him in the same lecture hall was indeed a stroke of fate. Wow, how handsome. Yun-chen's mere presence sparked hushed whispers among the new students in classroom 3. Today, he naturally did not wear the lightweight armor suited for battle, but instead sported a casual white shirt. Although he had shed his battle attire, the memory of his overwhelming performance yesterday, where he effortlessly dominated a myriad of prodigies, remained vividly imprinted in their minds. He was a cold and unyielding war deity. Perhaps the first impression held by every onlooker. Especially his casual glances seemed to evoke an inexplicable sense of guilt, making others reluctant to meet his gaze. For a brief moment, within half a minute, none of the passing students dared to occupy the vacant seat beside Yun-chun. It wasn't until just before class began that a tall, graceful figure entered, the elven maiden. She glanced around, and eventually spotted an empty seat in the second-to-last row by the window. As she took a few steps, the silver-haired elven girl suddenly sensed something amiss. It was you. The very seat beside the empty one belonged to Yun-chun. Upon seeing his stern and resolute face, memories of yesterday's encounter, where he had effortlessly clasped her with a single hand, flooded Nicole's mind. That insufferable man. She was about to turn and leave when the class bell rang, and a cultural course instructor appeared at the entrance. This was perplexing. Nicole found herself frozen in place, unsure whether to retreat or proceed. Classroom 3 had no other available seats, and leaving in front of the teacher would undoubtedly reflect poorly on her social grace. Resigned, she accepted her fate. It seemed the heavens had destined her to sit beside him. After all, as a proud member of the Silver Moon Elves, why should she fear this man? After Nicole settled down, she immediately turned her face to gaze at the illustrious new arrival. Upon catching sight of his profile and feeling the intangible pressure emanating from him at such close quarters, the carefully prepared words in her mind suddenly lodged in her throat. For a fleeting moment, she found herself hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds. Is something the matter? Yun-chun inquired, casting his eyes upon her. Nicole opened her mouth. Her gaze fixated on his sharply defined, handsome features, and the pair of captivatingly clear eyes that seemed to ensnare her very soul. She felt her spirit sway inexplicably, as if she were irresistibly immersed in his allure. In that instant, she recalled vividly the moment he had gripped her neck with a single hand. Lifting her off the ground, her eyes, painfully stung by a blinding white light, struggled to remain open, striving to imprint his face upon her memory. Every detail etched deeply within her heart. She had vowed to avenge this profound humiliation. Yet, somehow, this animosity gradually morphed into an attachment, an admiration for strength. Something felt amiss. In an instant, Nicole snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing inexplicably as she quickly turned her head away. This was not right. This was decidedly abnormal. How could such a cold individual possess such an enticing charm? He did not appear to be a frivolous person, nor did he exhibit the lineage of a succubus. How on earth had he mastered such soul-captivating bloodline techniques? Nicole soon discerned the answer. It was the essence of the demon sovereign. After consuming it, his vitality surged dramatically, still not fully reined in, causing his overwhelming aura to spill forth. No wonder others were reluctant to approach him. This was not solely due to his aloof and proud demeanor. The diffused energy made others instinctively uncomfortable. Moreover, the demon offspring from the rift prided themselves on being the most esteemed among all beings, claiming to be a flawless race. Their inherent bloodline techniques involving ocular arts possessed various enigmatic powers. So that was it. Nicole felt a twinge of astonishment within her. He had indeed acquired the ocular arts of the demon lineage, gaining a remarkable talent with formidable power. Was the absorption effect truly that significant? However, she deemed it necessary to offer him a word of caution, lest those with lower mental resilience find themselves in trouble, as this was an inadvertent release of energy. Yet, the thought of him causing a stir brought her a measure of delight. But was this not somewhat inappropriate? In her tumultuous reflections, half an hour had elapsed in class, and she realized she had absorbed not a single word. Ultimately, after a moment of contemplation, Nicole resolved to be the better person. She would seek to reclaim the grievances of the previous day on the battlefield. Drawing closer to where Yun-chun sat, she cleared her throat and quietly remarked, Congratulations on your flawless absorption of the essence of the demon's sovereign, which has bestowed upon you a talent for ocular arts. However, your strength has surged abruptly, and it remains unrestrained. With that, she poured forth the words she had meticulously drafted in her mind. At that moment, upon hearing her, Yun-chun grasped the situation. In truth, due to the flawless absorption, his attributes had increased significantly, indeed leaving him somewhat unable to rein in his power. At the very least, he spent considerable time in the early morning, ensuring that the eggs nestled in his palm would not be crushed. Ultimately, while bathing and gazing into the mirror, he inexplicably noticed that his pupils occasionally rippled with a certain fluctuation. The Knight's Eye, as an evolutionary talent, had yet to fully unveil its potential, and the myriad passive effects remained unclear. It was only upon reflection that he realized his eyes were inadvertently exuding a form of enchantment. Regarding this, he felt it would take him a day or two to stabilize his power. Of course, he also harbored a more straightforward and immediate hope, seeking assistance from the capricious hand of fortune. While luck still lingered, he believed that his aspirations would likely come to fruition by the afternoon. Whether this was a reliable notion, Yun-chun could not ascertain. "Thank you very much," he expressed his gratitude, leaving even this cold, aloof individual momentarily appreciative. Nicole's impression of him improved slightly, albeit just a tad. In class, the cultural studies teacher elaborated on the topography and structure of the Tsangfing mountain range. This was a colossal map from the previous Divine Domain game, encompassing formidable level 70 monsters that, upon their arrival, severed all connections between Tianjin City and the northern regions. As a massive mountain range neighboring Jiangnan University to the north, its expanse was equivalent to that of 1-3 Jiangnan provinces. The university itself resembled an iron fortress, effectively blocking all monstrous entities within the mountains from advancing toward Tianjin City. Over the decades, the Tsangfing mountain range had transformed into the university's backyard, yielding nearly inexhaustible magical mines and various rare resources ripe for extraction. Some of your practical courses will take place at designated leveling spots within. Naturally, with the expenditure of credits, you can even apply for access to specific areas for monster slaying and leveling up. However, you must understand that monsters do not respawn like those in dungeons. Thus, each one slain diminishes their numbers, and the cost in credits is understandably substantial. Resources are finite, and as you ascend, you will discover that experience becomes increasingly elusive, often necessitating a venture to the battlefield for greater leveling opportunities. Yet, how many can truly return unscathed from the front lines? This is the merciless reality you are about to confront. Cultural classes may seem effortless, yet the teacher's sudden shift in tone left the students in shock. Finally, the instructor pointed to specific areas within the Tsangfing mountain range, highlighting the presence of exceptionally valuable magical beast resources. These areas are excellent for summoning magical pets. Each year, students specializing in summoning can acquire new companions from these resources. However, this inherently breeds competition. If a formidable beast is contracted by one, it becomes one less available for others. After all that has been said, I wish to remind you to maintain the ambition and vigor you possessed in your senior year of high school. Do not arrive in your freshman year thinking it will finally be a time of ease. If you relax while others strive, the gap between you will inevitably widen. Alright, class dismissed. What many assumed would be an exceedingly light cultural lesson concluded in a manner that left the students feeling anxious and tense. Every individual appeared somewhat anxious, their idyllic visions of university life dulled by the words of the instructor. Before departing the lecture hall, Nicole cast a glance at Yun-chun beside her. To her surprise, the previously palpable aura of pressure that had surrounded him had vanished. With the conclusion of the class, his previously unrestrained power seemed to have moderated. How remarkable this fellow is. 0061 Enchantment. The first legendary golden weapon. The school prohibits fighting. How did you manage to control your power? Nicole pondered in disbelief. Today is my fortunate day, Yun-chun replied, speaking truthfully. All events seemed to progress favorably for him. However, Nicole clearly could not accept this, unable to acknowledge that it was his prowess at play. Excessive humility often borders on arrogance. This fellow was becoming quite insufferable again. With the class over, Yun-chun had already risen. Nicole, who occupied the exit, stood tall after signing in, and turned her face to Yun-chun once more, asking, "Shall we head back to the dormitory? By the way, why not take a look at the flying magical pet? I overslept today. Had it not been for my elven agility, I would have been tardy on the very first day." Jiangnan University had much to offer, but it was rather expansive. The distance from the freshman dormitory to this academic building was considerable, and traveling to other campuses truly required preparation for traversing a town. The instructor had just mentioned that the upcoming practical lessons would take place in the Tsangfing mountain range, and having a flying magical pet would be exceedingly convenient. "I'm not returning just yet. I'm heading to the enchantment hall." Yun-chun shook his head. In the final hours of being favored by Lady Luck, he aimed to elevate his weapon's arcane attributes to at least a golden 7 stars. Rejected, Nicole felt an inexplicable twinge of disappointment. Had it not been for the proximity of his luxurious residence to her own, she would not have impulsively invited him. Nonetheless, he was off to enchant. I'll accompany you, Nicole exclaimed with enthusiasm. Enchanting was akin to gambling. It could lead one to heaven or plunge them into despair. With a stroke of good fortune, one could bestow a new attribute upon their weapon, successfully enhancing it. Conversely, misfortune might result in a loss of stars. A single misstep could see one plummet from golden 7 stars to golden 1 star, or in the most extreme cases, completely obliterate the weapon. The higher the quality and star rating, the greater the risk of failure. Many had lost everything in pursuit of such enhancements, returning empty-handed. This was utterly exhilarating. The thought of Yunshin potentially facing setbacks filled Nicole with a desire to witness the expression of disappointment etched upon his otherwise stoic countenance. After exiting the academic building, the two made their way to the enchantment hall. Soon, they arrived at a uniquely designed building, its exterior resembling a hefty tome resting upon a pedestal, the second enchantment hall. Jiangnan University, with its vast expanse, boasted 4 distinct enchantment halls, while Dongyan City had neither an enchanting master nor any enchanting facilities. The stark reality of a highly monopolized resource is laid bare before us. Upon entering, one is immediately enveloped by a clean and bright expansive vista, evoking a sense of comfort. Even small, radiant lamps seem to hover in midair, casting no shadows throughout the environment. In the hall, alongside the school's own staff, there are also students working part-time. The institution offers various channels for part-time employment, and many freshmen have begun to seek out positions to earn credits. Welcome to our realm. All our enchanters hold professional qualifications certified by the World Enchantment Association, including intermediate, advanced, and master enchanters, all diligently at work. Should you require additional services, we can even arrange for a master enchanter to assist you. It feels akin to stepping into a luxury automobile dealership or an upscale boutique. Not long after entering, a congenial young man, adorned with a warm smile, approaches to greet us. At this moment, the sophomore student, Yuan Shinran, is elated. His keen eyes catch sight of a handsome young man accompanied by a striking elven woman. He instantly recognizes them as potential high-value clients. Generally, he would refrain from recommending a master enchanter, as most patrons cannot afford such luxury. However, with such an impressive duo, especially with the beautiful elven companion by their side, he feels confident that they would not shy away from a premium expenditure. Yet, it appears he may have misjudged the situation. Excuse me, could you direct us to the enchanting station? Yunshin inquires directly. The enchanting station. Yuan Shinran feels a pang of despair, realizing he may have misread the situation. Compared to the costly enchanters, the enchanting station, operated by Goblin Technology, is indeed more economical. However, the success rate for star upgrades is lower, and few would willingly take higher-grade weapons to such a facility. No, they are asking for directions. It is quite possible these two are newcomers. Undeterred, Yuan Shinran continues to smile and recommends. The enchanting station is more suitable for lower-level equipment. For higher-grade gear, you would still require an enchanter. Furthermore, we offer related insurance measures. For instance, if you upgrade your 2-star golden weapon to 3 stars, and should the enchanting process fail, your insurance will compensate your loss. So you need not worry. Before he can finish, he is interrupted. No need. Could you please tell us how to get to the enchanting station? Yunshin interjects once more, reiterating his request. It seems that enchantments have also been infiltrated by financial instruments. Even without the completion of the explanation, Yunshin comprehends the essence of the offer. The concept remains unchanged. Various insurance options are available. For failures at 1 and 3 stars, a full refund is provided. For failures at 4 and 5 stars, or even total weapon destruction, double compensation is offered, and so forth. In any case, the financial actuaries who designed this insurance scheme will not suffer losses, as they possess the precise failure rates. Big data does not err. As long as the number of purchasers increases, they stand to reap substantial profits. Many individuals, lacking in psychological fortitude, yearn for such insurance compensation, even if the cost is rather steep. It seems that this is a miser, or rather, a disadvantaged freshman with few credits. The woman has surely wasted her gaze. Yuan Shinran felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within. His demeanor remained amicable, and after gesturing towards a direction, he chose to disregard the two, his eyes scanning for the next quarry to enter the hall. Are you truly not seeking an enchanter? Nicole inquired, somewhat astonished. One must understand that the mastery of an enchanter far surpasses that of an automated enchantment platform. No need, Yunshin replied with composure. Today is my lucky day. Lucky day? This fellow is quite serious. A hint of joy graced Nicole's flawless visage. She was eager to witness the despair on his face when his weapon inevitably failed. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Before them lay the enchanting platform area, where numerous students had already commenced their enchanting operations. The holographic advertising screens on the walls detailed the origins of the enchanting platform, a marvel of technology from the goblin race. As the saying goes, goblin technology is indeed awe-inspiring. In the annals of the game world, the goblin race was among the first to pioneer alchemy and engineering, unearthing the intricate knowledge of enchantment. It is difficult for modern humans to fathom that this diminutive, seemingly feeble race, residing in underground cities, once possessed an illustrious history in ancient times. The enchanting platform stands as one of the many products of goblin ingenuity. Even today, its extensive applicability remains, as the enchanters have not entirely supplanted its functions. Truly remarkable. This may very well be a creation from millions of years ago, Nicole mused. Indeed, the widespread use of enchanting platforms can be attributed to their presence in every major city of the game back then. The spacious side hall housed many idle enchanting platforms. The two figures approached one of these platforms, which bore a striking resemblance to a building, with a square base supporting a hefty, open tome. Beside the enchanting platform stood a school identification device and an operating platform. Each time one utilized the enchanting platform, the identification device would automatically deduct 25 credits. The other operating platform served as a purchasing channel for enchanting materials, allowing one to place orders without needing to move. Delivery would be made directly to their enchanting platform. However, Yunshun had no such intentions for the moment, as teacher Shou Ichuan had fulfilled her promise and provided him with a batch of specifically tailored enchanting materials. As Yunshun immersed his thoughts into the process, an interactive interface materialized in his mind. Please select the weapon you wish to enchant. You have confirmed. Enchanted weapon, demonic array breaker, gold. The primary weapon stored in his spatial backpack appeared within the interactive interface. Please confirm the enchanting materials. Beginning automatic search for enchanting formulas tailored to your primary weapon. Soon, the process unfolded. Before him, the imposing tome upon the enchanting platform began to turn its pages autonomously. In less than a second, a plethora of materials and effects required for star enhancement unfurled before his eyes. 10 magic fragments, 5 magic crystal solution, 1 fire essence, fire damage increase 30. 10 magic fragments, 5 magic crystal solution, 1 water essence, water damage increase 30. 5 magic fragments, 2 strength crystals, attack damage increase 33. 3 magic crystals, 5 arcane essences. 3 soul dust, magic damage increase 25. As one read down the list, the difficulty and value of acquiring the enchanting materials escalated correspondingly. Accompanying this rise was an increasing probability of enchanting failure. Thus, it commenced. Yunshin's idle spatial backpack brimmed with raw materials. Soon, he aligned the ingredients according to an exceptionally challenging enchanting formula and commenced the enchanting process. Buzz. In the next instant, the heavy book atop the enchanting platform emanated a soft white luminescence, signifying the initiation of the enchantment. The white light transitioned to gold, indicating success. Conversely, failure would result in a shift from white to gray. Of course, there lay an even grimmer fate. Should the weapon shatter, it would turn pitch black, Nicole remarked. As within the entire side hall, the mournful cries of onlookers echoed, with numerous enchantments emitting a dismal gray glow, signaling repeated failures elsewhere. You are enchanting that rogue weapon. Nicole's exquisite visage betrayed a hint of incredulity. Amidst the surging pale light above the enchanting platform, a slender, silver-white staff could be discerned, floating gracefully, while the materials being were crushed and automatically infused into the weapon. Among them sparkled fragments of arcane essence and unknown dust, projections of the enchanting materials. Surely, this weapon must be of golden 3-star quality. Aside from exceptionally rare and unique weapons, or those devoid of rank and quality, diamond-grade weapons above gold required a minimum level of 25 for usage. Thus, at this stage, all weapons employed were of golden quality. In all honesty, parting with such a perfectly suited primary weapon to cast it into the enchanting platform stirred reluctance within Nicole, at the very least. One ought to seek a high-ranking enchanter to ensure success. However, scarcely had she voiced her concerns when the white light before them transformed into a radiant gold. What remarkable luck, ding. Congratulations, enchanting successful. The weapon has successfully ascended to gold. New attributes, strength 8, physical damage increase 35. Excellent, let us proceed. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunshun hastily began to toss in more materials. Wait, Nicole instinctively felt a surge of anxiety. This is your principal weapon. Do you truly wish to gamble so recklessly? You must cease at once. Yet, this was precisely why she had come, to witness Yunshun's potential downfall. Little did she anticipate that the weapon being enchanted was still that transformative rogue weapon. Should it shatter, he would be bereft of his finest ally. Amidst Nicole's hesitation, the enchanting platform radiated white light once more, signaling the commencement of the enchantment anew. Was he truly aiming for 5 stars? Nicole could only perceive that this fellow's propensity for gambling was quite extraordinary. He appeared to be a composed individual, yet he suddenly became reckless. As this thought crossed her mind, the white light emanating from the enchanting table transformed into a brilliant gold. Well then, whether Yunshin became reckless or not was uncertain, but Nicole was acutely aware that she was already swept away by excitement. This fellow had remarkably managed to attain a 5-star golden item. Congratulations, enchantment successful. The weapon has been successfully upgraded to gold. New attribute effects, wisdom 12, magic damage increased by 45, enhancement of 3 enchantment effects by 45. Upon reaching 5-star gold, Not only were new attribute points added, but the bizarre effects of Daybreak, Crimson Calamity, and Purple Wraith also received substantial enhancements. Excellent. Let us continue. Yunshan, with an air of tranquility, naturally continued to invest materials, his expression revealing little surprise. Stunned, Nicole observed his unruffled demeanor, feeling an inexplicable sense of despair welling up within her. If one were to deem him a gambler, his actions here certainly qualified. Conversely, if one considered him steady, his nonchalant appearance epitomized that notion perfectly. This seemingly self-evident attitude made Nicole increasingly anxious. As the likelihood of enchantment failure escalated, now approaching 90, Nicole felt an obligation to intervene. Yet, another voice in her mind seemed to urge her to relish the spectacle of his downfall, suggesting she should continue to encourage him. However, this was his primary weapon. If it were to be lost, he would likely be inundated with challenges and trouble. Do not proceed any further. After a brief moment of hesitation, Nicole's right hand grasped Yunshan's shoulder firmly. Yet, the enchanting table erupted once more in a burst of white light. Witnessing his stubbornness and disregard for her good intentions, Nicole resolved that once this fellow lost his primary weapon, she would promptly drag him to the arena for retribution. 2 consecutive golden flashes had already drawn the gaze of many in the adjoining hall. Another 2 golden lights had appeared. Was anyone truly seeing the enchantment's details? If it were merely silver, it would be forgivable. As students of Jiangnan University, they could hardly look down upon low-quality weapons. Logically, it made no sense to expend enchanting materials on upgrading silver equipment. It appeared to be a golden quality staff, and the enchanting materials were quite expensive, indicating an attempt to elevate a golden weapon to a higher star level. Observing the weapon's product and enchanting materials faintly emerging beneath that golden light, those with keen insight could discern the general situation. Just a golden quality, and yet some presumed it to be a diamond weapon, which was hardly a matter of significance. Some expressed disdain. Damn, here it comes again, the golden light. A trifecta of gold. Unexpectedly, the individual succeeded once more. The enchanting table before the man erupted in a dazzling golden radiance. He had achieved enchantment success once again. 6-star gold at his command. Congratulations on your successful enchantment. The weapon has ascended to the illustrious rank of gold. The newly added attributes include: the red Shah now possesses a 45 splash effect. The purple phantom has enhanced spell explosion radius, and the daylight features an attack imbued with a 45 shockwave effect. Indeed, beneath the 6-star gold level, the entire anomaly-breaking formation has acquired a new splintering splash radius, representing a commendable enhancement in area damage potential. Without hesitation, Yunshan continued his endeavors, achieving success once more. Nicole, with her exquisite and flawless visage, exhibited little surprise. Observing her counterpart's tranquil demeanor, she felt somewhat small and inexperienced, as if she had never encountered such grandeur. She had grown numb to the spectacle. Yet, rational thought reminded her that the reality should not be so favorable. The pursuit of 6-star gold quality entails nearly a 90 failure rate in enchantments, with a 30 chance of reverse enhancement. Failure to upgrade could even result in a downgrade. Furthermore, there exists a 25 possibility of the weapon being destroyed entirely, an utterly devastating outcome, resulting in a total loss. The remaining scenarios merely involve the consumption of enchanting materials without any change in status. Thus, it is customary for many to prepare at least 5 or 6 sets of materials for a single attempt at upgrading. Yunshan's continuous, uninterrupted ascension is nothing short of extraordinary luck. Nicole found herself unable to voice her incredulity, for she witnessed yet another surge of white light emanating from the enchanting platform. As one ascends to higher stars, the time required for enchantment increases, no longer yielding swift results as before. From her close vantage point, she began to perceive a subtle yet unmistakable sound, the faint resonance of a dragon's roar. No, to be precise, it was a colossal dragon's roar filled with agony and wrath. This was a rare material, the blood of the blazing dragon. It is said that when a dragon's fury reaches its zenith, killing it in its torment will cause its fiery blood to flow forth from its carcass, provided it is of a higher dragon lineage. Within the enchanting hall, Yuan Shinran, a part-time worker, had yet to identify any prospective clients. Should he manage to broker financial arrangements, he might earn a modest commission. Regrettably, few were inclined to engage. He recalled a certain pair of individuals, the wretched, impoverished newcomer accompanied by an elegant high elf, a sight that perplexed him. Though his business was stagnant, he could always find amusement in others' misfortunes. Yuan Shinran resolved to observe the newcomer's inevitable failure. Should he ruin a weapon, it would erase the day as frustrations. He found joy in the prospect of another's suffering. Suddenly, as he made his way to a side chamber, Yuan Shinran was startled by an exclamation. Again, golden light. By heavens. Golden light, yet again. This must be the newcomer's 4th consecutive success. Had the weapon truly reached the 7-star gold level? Upon hearing these words, he quickened his pace. Soon, he noticed the gaze of the crowd fixated upon a singular figure. This was the very individual he had dismissed as a mere destitute newcomer. To his astonishment, The newcomer had achieved 4 consecutive successes, propelling the enchanted weapon directly to the 7-star gold level. Yuan Shinran's mouth fell agape, his face a canvas of disbelief. Some exquisite golden 6-star weapons had already surpassed the effects of diamond 1-star enhancements. If these were indeed golden 7-star weapons, they could rival even the prowess of diamond 2-star effects. Moreover, any weapon capable of ascending to such lofty heights in the golden realm could hardly be deemed inferior. This individual, truly, was blessed with extraordinary fortune. What began as a quest for amusement swiftly morphed into a source of profound frustration for Yuan Shinran. It seemed he had unwittingly sought out despair instead. Internally, he scoffed, pondering how this fellow had garnered the affection of a high-ranking elven girlfriend. Clearly, his luck was nothing short of remarkable. Just then, Yuan Shinran's pupils widened in astonishment. Wow, it was happening again. This gambler, I am truly in awe. I once possessed such audacity, yet here I am today, laboring to repay debts. Moments later, it was likely another heartbroken soul would emerge, having lost everything. Indeed, few dared to enhance golden weapons to 8 stars. Should this endeavor succeed, it would undoubtedly be heralded as the first golden magic staff in history. Amidst a chorus of incredulous gasps, no one could have anticipated that this individual would continue to strive for higher stars. At that moment, the gathering in the side hall found themselves utterly dumbfounded. Many were so absorbed that they neglected to check their own enchanting tables. Their attention fixated on the enchanting table at the center, which radiated a brilliant white light. Through that luminous glow, each person could vaguely discern the familiar silver-white staff. Without a doubt, it was the same weapon. Upon realizing that the individual was gambling once more with a golden 7-star weapon, the previously morose Yuan Shinran burst into laughter. Had the circumstances been different, he would have unabashedly ridiculed his opponent. Gold, gold, black. Under the resplendent white light emanating from the enchanting table, an electrifying excitement surged through the crowd. What made gambling on stones so captivating? Was it not the thrill of teetering between paradise and abyss? In past online games, countless individuals had spent millions merely to enhance their weapons to levels 17 or 18. If virtual worlds could evoke such fervor, how much more compelling was reality? Should the enchantment succeed, one's combat prowess would undoubtedly soar, providing an added layer of assurance on the battlefield. Not to mention, this weapon could indeed become a cherished heirloom for future generations, or at the very least, fetch a handsome price. The process of enchanting to golden 8 stars was lengthy. It would take several more minutes to yield results. Yunshin found himself somewhat bored. Surrounded by so many spectators, he had long since grown accustomed to the attention. When someone bellowed for gold, hoping to attract a stroke of good fortune, he remained indifferent. As for those who chanted for black, wishing for the white light to turn dark, leading to the weapon shattering, he merely regarded them as entertainment. Yunshan's gaze drifted over to the enchanting table. Upon noticing that the owner of the enchanting table had turned his attention towards him, the brash sophomore who had previously called for black suddenly changed his expression. He had been so focused on the radiance emanating from the enchanting table that he had scarcely paid attention to its operator. Now, as that icy gaze fell upon him, he inexplicably felt a twinge of unease deep within, instinctively averting his eyes. A prickle of unease coursed through me, akin to a thorn lodged in my back. Even the briefest exchange of glances with him provoked an overwhelming sense of mental anguish, as if my head might split apart. His impressive and robust physique exuded an aura of grandeur, akin to a mountain standing before a chasm. There was something distinctly unsettling about his presence. Who was this unfamiliar yet formidable figure? A junior, perhaps? In that moment, he abruptly fell silent, retreating with an air of timidity. What was the background of this freshman? Yuan Shinran observed the scene unfold, utterly astonished at the immense pressure this young man could exert with merely a fleeting gaze. Nicole, standing nearby too, sensed a shift in Yunshin's aura. Compared to his direct confrontation on the arena yesterday, the pressure he radiated now was palpably stronger. This was undoubtedly the result of the essence of the demon lord. His eyes, especially, emanated a formidable intensity even in mild irritation. Golden light shimmered before them. A minor incident that few noticed was soon overshadowed by the enchanting glow emanating from the enchantment table, which began to transform into a brilliant gold, capturing everyone's attention. It turned gold. Truly, I am in awe. Esteemed one, I kneel before you. Share some of your fortune with me. 8 stars of gold. Has someone genuinely elevated a golden quality weapon to 8 stars? This is madness. Surely, such materials would be better suited for diamond weapons. You are the one who is mad. This weapon is likely superior to many diamond weapons. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, the golden light became blinding. They were perhaps witnessing the birth of the most powerful first golden weapon in history. Ding! Congratulations on your successful enchantment. The weapon has ascended to gold. New attributes: Strength 15, Constitution 15, Wisdom 10, Agility 10, with the new effect, Dragon Slayer. 8 stars achieved. The attribute bonuses from previous successful enchantments accumulated and compounded. The materials used for the final push to 7 and 8 stars included the premium material bestowed by the system. Blood of the Blazing Dragon. The new enchantment effect for 7 stars was Dread, while 8 stars conferred Dragon Slayer. Buzz. Just as the moment unfolded, the luster of the enchantment table vanished without a trace, and the primary weapon, the enigmatic breaker, swiftly materialized in Yun Chen's grasp. The initially silver-white staff, now adorned with a myriad of vibrant patterns, golden and blood red, harmonized beautifully with its silver base, exhibiting no discord. Atop the staff, 2 elegant silver blades encircled a brilliantly gleaming purple crystal, within which faint traces of crimson light danced, undoubtedly influenced by the blood of the blazing dragon. What a magnificent weapon! At that moment, a tall, slender figure approached, drawn to the spectacle of the golden marvel. I wonder if you might be willing to part with it? Although I cannot ascertain whether this is a 7-star or 8-star golden weapon, I can offer you a handsome price that matches a 3-star diamond weapon. By the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Shang Gaoxian, a weapons merchant. As fate would have it, a friend of mine is in need of a fine golden level wand. A figure clad in the attire of an elite, Shang Gaoxian, strode in with an air of confidence. A weapons merchant, a profession that is hardly rare. Indeed, within the grand enchantment halls and even the alchemy chambers, numerous merchants dedicated to procurement can be found. Most of these individuals are affiliated with secondary vocational academies, and the majority do not harbor animosity towards them, as they provide an opportunity to offload equipment for a tidy sum. A select few have even amassed wealth through the enchantment and alchemical synthesis stations. With a stroke of fortune, one could produce a coveted item, and even if it is unwanted, it could be sold at a premium. Uninterested, Yun Chen simply declined, his gaze never straying from the transformations of his new weapon. Moments later, perceiving the merchant's intent to depart, Shang Gaoxian raised 3 fingers, signaling a 30 premium on cash transactions, which could also be exchanged for upgrade resources. The merchant continued to entice with monetary offers, reminiscent of Yuan Shinran's thoughts, preferring not to seek a master enchanter but rather to gamble on the enchantment station with its modest drop rates, suggesting he was not particularly formidable. The figure, absorbed in examining his staff, had undoubtedly been tagged as a nouveau riche by Shang Gaoxian. Gaoxian, have you heard? A golden 8-star staff has surfaced. At that moment, another imposing figure entered the side hall. Towering and with an authoritative visage, hands bound in bandages, he exuded the vitality of a seasoned fighter. Brother Lei, it's in the hands of this young lad right here. Shang Gaoxian promptly approached with courteous steps, a hint of flattery gracing his demeanor. A weapons merchant, in essence, is merely a broker, an intermediary. With his own background from a secondary vocational academy, he was eager to align himself with Brother Lei, who boasted connections within the student council. The previous night, Brother Lei had fervently disseminated news through all channels to keep watch for any exceptional golden staffs on the university market. Now, upon hearing of the emergence of a golden 8-star staff, he hastily rushed from his dormitory. Perhaps the exertion of running had invigorated him, as a palpable pressure emanated from him, filling the side hall. This man was in trouble. Brother Lei had a notoriously volatile temperament, and, backed by the student council, no one dared to overstep the boundaries set by the school's prohibition on brawling outside the arena. Yet, council members could easily devise reasons to make life difficult for him. His weapon was likely at risk of being lost. Lin Lei, once his temper flared, could not suppress his dragon-like ferocity, which indeed intimidated many. Within the hall, several second-year students recognized Brother Lei and were acutely aware of his infamy. Meanwhile, Nico remained composed, though inwardly she offered a silent tribute for Brother Lei, thinking to herself, why provoke anyone, especially him? Young man, name your price. If the deal goes through, we shall be friends. Brother Lei addressed Yun Chen, his piercing gaze falling upon the weapon in his hand, an inexplicable discomfort stirring within him. Especially in a moment when he could no longer suppress his anger, the latent bloodline of the Tyrannosaurus within him surged forth. At this instant, Yun Chen, who had just been examining his weapon, lifted his gaze. His height was comparable to the robust Lin Lei nearby. Yet, as he raised his head, Lin Lei inexplicably felt diminished. Particularly, when those icy eyes bore into him, Lin Lei frowned, already aware that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Such a person could also stand before the enchantment platform. What further shattered his composure was the elongated staff in the opponent's hand, now held aloft, pointing directly at him. Under the weight of this imposing aura, Lin Lei felt as though he had met an overwhelming adversary, instinctively retreating 2 or 3 steps, disregarding his image. What sort of weapon is that? Lin Lei's expression was one of sheer horror. The bloodline of the Tyrannosaurus, already awakened within him, could not withstand the piercing intensity of this aura and quickly retreated deep within. The dragon's might he had exuded moments ago dissipated entirely. With the bloodline subsiding, Lin Lei's face turned pale, devoid of color. Had it not been for his steadfast composure, he would have likely collapsed to the ground. Thus, if business does not succeed, we become enemies, do we? Yun Chen's words were spoken with chilling indifference. How dare a mixed-blood dragon stand out before me? With the enchantment assistance of the fiery dragon's blood, the newly acquired intimidation bore immense destructive power against the dragonkin. After all, This fiery dragon blood was no ordinary dragon's essence. It surged with rage, boiling fiercely, and was then extinguished through slaughter. Now, perhaps sensing the presence of a mixed-blood dragon, the weapon in Yunshun's grasp could not help but emit an aura, firmly locking onto Lin Lei's entire being. As Yunshun took a step forward, Lin Lei, who had just displayed overwhelming confidence, suddenly faltered and fell to the ground with a thud. The school prohibits fighting. What was even more astonishing was that the once arrogant Lin Lei, who had relied on his strength to oppress others, was now so frightened that he crumpled to the floor, even invoking school rules for self-preservation. Who is this person? The school indeed forbids fighting. A statement that holds truth. Yet, the absurdity of it coming from someone like Lin Lei, who had always bullied the weak, rendered it utterly laughable. In that moment, laughter erupted around him. Lin Lei, sprawled on the ground, felt a surge of frustration. His anger was not solely directed at the mocking laughter surrounding him, but also at his own pathetic physique. For reasons unknown, he could not articulate why he felt this way. It was as if a predator at the apex of the food chain had fixed its gaze upon a creature at the bottom. And under the oppressive weight of innate talent, the little rabbit could not muster even a semblance of resistance against the lion. In this moment, he was that pitiful little rabbit. The proud lineage of the Tyrannosaurus Rex lay dormant, unable to awaken even a trace of its inherent threat under the weight of instinctual fear. More lamentable still, his body not only recoiled from the mysterious scepter, but also found itself unable to lift its head, avoiding eye contact with the imposing figure before him. Who is this individual? Why does such a formidable presence find itself in this remote corner of the enchantment chamber? He felt utterly dazed, as if he had not merely encountered a hard obstacle, but had struck against a solid mass of iron. Under the impending threat, he could do nothing but lower his gaze and offer a nervous explanation. It's all a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. If the deal falls through, we can still be friends. Upon uttering these words, he even managed a forced laugh. Brother Lei has long departed, reminded Shang Gaoxian awkwardly. It was at this moment that Lin Lei realized the oppressive aura that had nearly driven him to madness had vanished entirely. How embarrassing. He rose, casting a glance around, only to discover numerous onlookers, some of whom had even taken several close-up photographs. Damn it, they're still taking pictures. He cursed under his breath. Yet, the figures remaining in the chamber showed no signs of concern. Many had rushed down from the upper enchanting area, eager to witness the emergence of a legendary 8-star golden weapon. Instead, they were treated to the spectacle of this sycophant-s humiliation. Little Lei, those who feared you have already left, anxious not to incur your wrath. The few who remain are merely cautious of you. You should leave at once. A shout of Brother Lei would be a courtesy to your master, so hurry and go. In an instant, he became the target of ridicule. Even with the thickest of skins, Lin Lei found it difficult to remain, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, he shook his hand dismissively and turned to leave without looking back. Finally, the previously dormant bloodline surged forth, liberated from the terrifying suppression and threat. What on earth is that individual's true identity? Is today truly your lucky day? On the way, the tall and graceful figure of Nicole walked alongside Yunshun, her silhouette clad in a fitted blue and white knight's attire that exuded both valor and the unique elegance of an elf. Particularly striking were her silky silver locks and pointed ears, captivating all who beheld her and ensuring she turned heads wherever she went. Of course, Yunshun was no less impressive. His tall, muscular frame was perfectly proportioned, devoid of any hint of ruggedness or bulk. Beneath his white shirt lay a wellspring of strength. His handsome visage, marked by sharp features, radiated a cold and aloof demeanor that, while initially imposing, now bore a more tranquil air, creating a sense of distance that did not inspire fear. As they walked together, they naturally drew many curious glances. Do you think that SM? Yunshun responded. You are something else. Nicole crossed her arms, momentarily reluctant to engage with him. This man either possessed an extraordinary propensity for gambling, as many claimed his combat style favored extreme evasiveness with an element of chance, or he was genuinely favored by the goddess of fortune. This fellow is indeed enigmatic. On his way back, Yunshun made a special visit to the school's potion center. The place was bustling with activity, as the commonly referred to red and blue potions, essentially health and mana restoration elixirs, are considered fundamental necessities. Various sizes and instant recovery options correspond to differing prices. However, Yunshun had no intention of purchasing any restorative potions. He sought to have the alchemist concoct a potion from the fire spirit mushroom suitable for his consumption. He was led by a young and beautiful female knight to a private chamber exuding classical elegance. There, a master alchemist awaited, ready to personally brew a fire attribute enhancement potion. The alchemist's professional qualifications were recognized and awarded by the Global Alchemist Association. The hiring fee was 350 credits, alongside 150 credits for auxiliary materials to harmonize the mushroom's properties, totaling 500 credits. With this, Yunshun was finally able to exchange the precious resource bestowed upon him by Jiangnan province for a bottle of the fire attribute potion. Upon consuming it, a warm current surged within him. Without the auxiliary materials for neutralization, ingesting it might have felt akin to swallowing magma. Yet, his formidable and extraordinary regenerative talent seemed capable of enduring it, although he would never intentionally harm himself in such a manner. After drinking, he unleashed a fireball spell, immediately sensing a significant enhancement in the purity of the violet flames. The quality of the potion was reflected in its results, thanks to the master alchemist's expertise. The fire attribute damage and intensity increased by at least 37. The outcome exceeded his expectations. As he exited the potion center, Nicole, who had accompanied him, wore a serious expression, her countenance laden with complexity. Initially, she had accompanied him to witness his potential failures at the enchantment center, only to find herself the one outshone. The unprecedented first-class quality weapon he now possessed, coupled with the substantial enhancement of his fireball spell, left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Witnessing this, she felt the weight of her own stagnation, especially considering that he had recently received the prestigious reward, the essence of the Demon Lord, from Director Xia. It dawned upon her that while he had advanced substantially, she remained at a standstill, watching his silhouette recede further into the distance. As the inheritor of the Silver Moon Elf's secretarial legacy, Nicole held a firm belief in her own future. Yet, observing a jobless drifter outpace her at this stage instilled a sense of pressure. This fellow truly is a blockhead. While Nicole stood pondering at the entrance, Yun Chen's figure continued onward, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the woman who had accompanied him. Stupid man, she muttered, feigning annoyance as she followed him. However, as thoughts of her forthcoming request began to surface, a reluctant smile crept onto her exquisitely crafted features. Yun Chen, may we discuss a matter? Speak, he replied. What is it? Nicole gritted her teeth and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, made a request. Could you lend me 500 credits? Although she ranked third among the new students, she possessed no credits. Her initial challenge against Shui Hongfang to secure a better accommodation was for naught, as the credits had already been claimed by the second-place holder. Shen Tairan. Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury as the little princess of Silver Moon Forest, she had no inclination to work for credits. At this moment, her only option was to borrow. Upon hearing her request, Yun Shen paused, retrieving his mobile device from his belt with remarkable decisiveness. A subtle smile graced Nicole's exquisite features. For the first time, she genuinely smiled in delight. At least he had some redeeming qualities. As she gazed upon his visage, she found him increasingly handsome. Yet, a sudden realization struck her. Upon receiving the 500 credits, her smile faded. Once, she had boasted 50 credits, all of which had been squandered on this man. Cursed wealthy fool. Stealing a glance, she noticed that he still had 300 credits remaining, an excessive amount. The 5,000 credits for being the top new student, alongside his victories over 3 others, had undoubtedly earned him at least 12,000 credits. Reflecting on the disparity in their credit standings, Nicole felt a twinge of grievance. I will pay you back, at most, within a week. No, give me a month. Initially, her tone was assertive, her melodious voice tinged with firmness. However, as reality set in, her voice softened, laced with an air of vulnerability. All right. Hearing his acquiescence, Nicole's elegant and unassuming countenance brightened with a renewed smile. You should head back. Tomorrow, I will check on the flying magical beasts. I need to visit the skill library first, Yinshin stated. Just moments ago, he had received a message confirming that his access to the skill library had been granted. It seemed that, against all odds, what Shou Ichuan had anticipated would take 2 to 3 days had been expedited. I'll go too, Nicole replied, her spirits lifted as she fell into step beside him. What? Do you intend to be my shadow forever? She teased, her tone playful. Don't forget, I am the top scholar of Shinya province. Standing proudly before Yinshun, she straightened her posture and waved her phone, clearly indicating that her own access had also been approved. To win over the top scholars from various provinces, Jiangnan University had undoubtedly invested considerable effort. Yunshin said little, allowing her to accompany him. Observing his retreating figure, Nicole wore a smug smile. After standing tall in front of him, she had noticed a flicker of attention directed her way. I thought you were just a cold, unfeeling statue. Wait for me. Nicole laughed, quickly catching up to Yunshin. The sprawling Jiangnan University possessed but a single skill library, devoid of any branches. This is sufficiently indicative of its significance. It is said that this repository of skills encompasses a multitude of professional abilities, ranging from fundamental skills to first, second, third, and even fourth-tier skills, along with various universal skills, rare abilities, racial skills, and arcane arts. It is a veritable treasure trove of knowledge. Thus, the entire structure, towering and magnificent, resembles a weighty tome of skill, yet harbors a formidable combat prowess. The presence of 3 individuals of the fourth-tier profession alone attests to this. Moreover, the edifice itself serves as a colossal magical array, inscribed with ancient protective formations. Even if multiple divine mages were to unite and chant world-destroying incantations, they would find it impossible to breach this array. Due to the solemnity of this place, the surrounding area is notably devoid of raucous noises. Any student or teacher must secure an appointment prior to entering. Otherwise, there is no justification for entry. The two individuals successfully traversed through the grand entrance of the library. As they crossed the threshold, they were scanned and recorded by the equipment, their intentions promptly discerned. Welcome, the top scholars of Jiangnan Province and Shinya Province. Your presence at Jiangnan University this year is indeed our honor, said a bespectacled female instructor at the reception, rising to deliver a courteous greeting. We are aware of your purpose. Jiangnan University has prepared gifts for you. Please proceed to the assigned room. This lady will be directed to room 2 on the second floor. The two exchanged glances and parted ways. Yunxin walked alone, guided by a library staff member ahead. He observed that this skill repository, much like Dean Xia's private vault, surely employed some form of spatial magic, rendering the interior vastly more expansive than its exterior suggested. After a short distance, they arrived at a room marked with a number. The door had already been opened by the staff member. Upon entering, Yunxin discovered a large table and a holographic interface. On the table lay several skill booklets. I apologize, but due to the significance of these skill booklets, they must be learned on-site immediately within this room to prevent removal, the staff member explained. Through the holographic interface before you. You may also search for all currently available primary skill books. Once you have confirmed your selections, we will arrange for the skill booklets to be delivered to you. Lastly, the staff member provided several important notices before closing the door, leaving Yunxin alone in the designated room. Eagerly, Yunxin took a seat. The contents of the skill booklets on the table immediately caught his eye. All 6 were prerequisite skill books for hidden professions, without exception. They were fundamental skills, shadow escape and shadow flicker. This is a hidden profession within the assassin class. The requirements and pathways for its advancement remain unknown and undisclosed. Even the specific origins are unclear. These 2 related hidden skill books were fortuitously acquired by a certain dean during a visit to a foreign land. There exists a notion that one may ascend to the shadowy realm of the Shadow Master. Shadow escape. Upon activation, the body transforms into a mere shadow, increasing movement speed by 35. During this 15-second state, one cannot be targeted by enemies and is immune to all forms of control. Shadow flash. Any shadow within a 3-meter radius will grant you the convenience of instantaneous relocation. Such splendid abilities, Cloud Chun mused inwardly. This represents the hidden profession of the assassin, with an unclear path to its attainment. The utility of these 2 abilities is exceptional. The first, shadow escape, bears resemblance to the blood escape of the Blood Knight. While in this state, one remains exempt from all forms of control, though not from the harm of attacks. The second, shadow flash, is even more impressive. For Cloud Chun, it enables him to become increasingly elusive, having already mastered numerous assassination techniques. This skill allows him to emerge from any shadow within a 10-meter radius, silently and stealthily manifesting from the shadows of his foes. It is utterly unpredictable. The 2 abilities of the Shadow Master are indeed cunning and perfectly aligned with Cloud Chun's predilections. After all, his personal combat style thrives on such minor displacements and control skills, creating advantageous conditions that enable him to seize the initiative unrestrained, continuously suppressing his enemies. To others, it might simply be a matter of showing off. Furthermore, one must not forget that his awakened talent can further elevate these 2 skills. Excellent. Merely the initial 2 entries in the skill tome have brought immense delight to Cloud Chun. Next, he perused the foundational prerequisite skill of the Blood Mage, Blood Shadow. The Blood Mage is a hidden profession within the realm of mages, with its transition governed by the Fralon Magic Association. Currently, it is known that the 3rd tier leads to the Blood Lord, and the 4th to the Blood Sorcerer. Blood Shadow. Extract the blood from a corpse to form a Blood Shadow unit based on its attributes in life. In the vast wilderness and within dungeons, this skill could prove invaluable, akin to a summoning ability. Without hesitation, Cloud Chun expended skill points to learn it, causing the entire skill tome to dim and gradually dissipate, clearly indicating that it was no longer accessible. Turning his gaze to the next tome upon the table, Cloud Chun encountered 2 foundational skills, uproot the strong and support the weak, originating from the Wanderer class. This unique profession path within the country is also a hidden vocation. Its origins traced back to the former principal of the Jiangnan school 30 years prior. Certain key information has been deliberately obscured, leaving only the 3rd tier known as the Great Recluse. Uproot the strong. When you slay an enemy on the battlefield, it will bestow upon you a thread of righteousness. Note, each layer of righteousness grants a 5-point increase in damage, movement speed, and attack speed, stacking up to a maximum of 50. Support the weak. When you assist a frail companion nearby, it will grant you a thread of righteousness. Note, each layer of righteousness grants a 5-point increase in damage, movement speed, and attack speed, stacking up to a maximum of 50. Not bad. This could be considered another form of stacking ability. Additionally, upon reviewing the introduction, Cloud Chun surmised that this must be a hidden professional path acquired through sacrifice by the former principal. Certainly, this may be regarded as one of the most legitimate hidden career paths, originating from one's own institution. Subsequently, we encounter the Taoist, another concealed vocational route. Yunxin is somewhat familiar with this, as there is a young girl in a Taoist robe among the top 10 new students. Its foundational prerequisite skill is the talisman. As the name implies, a piece of talisman paper can immobilize the enemy's presence. The effectiveness of this skill hinges upon one's own magical potency. Furthermore, there is the rather peculiar final entry, the necromancer, a hidden career path hailing from the Western realms. Spirit control, which enables the mastery and enslavement of the deceased spirits, presents an intriguing combination. Yunshin finds himself at a loss for words. The synergy between spirit control and blood shadow is unmistakable. One extracts the blood of the deceased, while the other siphons their souls. Is this intended to amass an army of summoned entities? Moreover, it is evident that the school has deliberately chosen these options. Given the institution's tacit approval and the liberal academic atmosphere, there should be no issues. Indeed, these two skills surpass traditional summoning abilities, particularly within dungeons, likely ensuring a significant increase in his completion records. The selection process by the school undoubtedly took his awakened talents into account. Once these abilities are elevated in quality, their effects will dramatically amplify, resulting in entirely new transformations. It can be asserted that these 6 hidden career skills are quite commendable. Upon completion, witnessing all 6 hidden career skills transform into higher qualities, Yunshin realizes that he has grown stronger. There are 2 varieties of hidden careers. One is a complete path, progressing through first, second, third, and fourth transitions, each with its variations. The other is merely a singular hidden vocation within a specific pathway. For instance, upon the second transition of a mage, one might acquire hidden professions such as elementalist or storm mage. Similarly, the warrior's second transition may yield the light knight or dark knight, while the swordsman might access the rune swordsman or wind spirit swordsman. Regardless of whether it is a complete or singular hidden career, successful transition requires fulfilling level prerequisites, completing trials, and obtaining a transition book. Many transitions necessitate the consumption of specific potions. The reason numerous hidden paths are monopolized by various factions and organizations is due to their control over the transition books, the requisite potion formulas, and trial locations. For example, the Tsongfing Mountain Range hosts 5 trial locations for hidden careers. Without the permission of Jiangnan University, outsiders are utterly barred from access. Only students from the institution, through academic assessments or commendations, are granted such privileges. The external outcry against academic monopolies stems from indignation over this highly monopolized resource. It is noteworthy that the 6 hidden career skills Yunshin is currently learning are all entry-level skills. Indeed, these hardly qualify as advanced vocational skills, especially considering his status as an unclassed wanderer, rendering him incapable of acquiring advanced skills. Moreover, the prerequisites for these hidden professions possess a notably limited array of elementary skills. Only the comprehensive paths of hidden professions yield a substantial output. Skills associated with secondary and tertiary hidden professions bear little relevance to Yunshin. His true strength lies in his awakened talent. Even the most rudimentary skills, given sufficient time and with the system's assistance, could potentially be elevated to remarkable levels. Having completed the hidden profession skills, Yunshin's gaze fell upon the holographic console before him. Through this screen, he could acquire the foundational skills of various professions. Compared to Donyun High School, the diversity available at Jiangnan University was virtually boundless. Upon inspection, he discovered that many skills were accessible to him at no cost, devoid of any credit expenditure. This was evidently a generous reward for being the top scholar. Soon, he began to select a few foundational skills that would suit him in the short term. From the priest profession, he chose the life shield, which grants immunity. The archer's flame arrow and arrow step were also appealing, alongside the druid's tracking. He also opted for the warrior's provoke and shield bash. The former, as the name suggests, is a classic taunting skill, essential for any warrior. Without this ability, drawing aggro becomes exceedingly difficult, especially when assisting mages in gathering monsters. As for the latter, shield bash held sentimental value for Yunshin, as he had once ventured into the goblin dungeon wielding a shield, having learned the skill of shield counter. Though he never had the opportunity to employ it, he also found the assassin's skills of sneak attack, throat lock, lockpicking, theft, and poison mist appealing. With the recent acquisition of 2 hidden profession summoning skills, Yunshin found little interest in the new abilities related to the summoner profession. After all, even he required time to master the sudden influx of new skills. However, skill points were not a concern, as he had accumulated a significant amount prior. And elementary skills required a maximum of merely 2 points to activate, with most only necessitating 1. Many of these skills did not require him to invest points to elevate them to levels 4 or 5, as achieving quality enhancements to level 3 sufficed for functionality and distinction. Therefore, under the system's guidance, it was evident that he would not be lacking in skill points. Indeed, Yunshin felt immensely satisfied, his fingers gliding across the holographic screen as he selected new skills. Arriving at the mage category, he noted his increased fire attribute output and chose the skill burn. Additionally, he encountered a particularly intriguing foundational skill, spell counter. This skill could be likened to a mage's version of a parry, capable of reflecting an opponent's spells back upon them. It required considerable dexterity and precision, as failure to counter would result in the spell striking him instead. Few mages pursued this skill, as their focus on intelligence attributes did not equip them with the rapid reflexes necessary for such maneuvers. Typically, they would conjure a magical shield, layering defenses to absorb damage, rather than testing their mettle with spell countering. For a moment, Yunshun felt as though this skill was tailor-made for solitary adventurers. Satisfied with his selections, he recognized the importance of moderation. One cannot become immensely powerful in a single gulp. For the next 4 years, I shall be studying at Jiangnan University. The skill library is not going anywhere, so there is no rush to acquire an abundance of skills all at once. Just a few minutes passed when a knock resonated at the door. The same staff member who had been there earlier appeared, pushing a small cart filled with various skill manuals. These are the skill books you selected. You may study them here or take them home. Unlike the strictly controlled hidden profession skill books that cannot be shared, these beginner skills available to the general populace are considerably less restricted. After delivering the skill books, the staff member closed the door and departed, leaving Yunshun to begin illuminating his skills. The names of the beginner skills are rather unassuming. The names of higher-level skills are likely not so straightforward. He is eager to observe the effects of the newly enhanced skills granted by his awakened talent. The first skill is the Druid's Tracking. Tracking. By discovering any traces left by the enemy, one can quickly establish a connection to track them. This is quite promising. After studying it, Yunshun noted the enhanced effect. By identifying signs such as footprints or traces of waste, he could locate and sense the enemy's presence. This capability is exceedingly useful, particularly in wilderness settings and on the front lines. With this skill, he could swiftly pinpoint adversaries using even the slightest clues. The original version merely allowed tracking after attacking the enemy, should they attempt to flee. Additionally, several minor skills from the assassin profession provided unexpected delight. The ability, Steal, in its original form, merely allowed for the swift appropriation of items from others. Yunshun initially intended to use it to disarm opponents rather than to engage in petty theft. However, upon its enhancement, he discovered that he could now also pilfer others' basic attributes and skill effects, albeit for a limited duration. This renders it exceedingly useful and intriguing. Theoretically, Yunshun could even use it in close quarters to steal a wizard's shield. This truly is a delightful surprise. Yunshun mused that, in a certain sense, his awakened talent does occasionally bring unexpected joys. He eagerly anticipates his next transformation. If his awakened talent were to ascend further, he can scarcely imagine the collective changes that would occur in his all-encompassing skills. The skill, Scorch, enables Yunshun to instantaneously ignite a target with a swift spell, producing flames that possess a mental burning effect of purple fire. The assassin's poison mist allows him to unleash a fog that obscures vision while inflicting harm upon foes. After a cursory examination, he grasped the effects of all his new skills. This acquisition has proven quite fruitful. 6 hidden profession skills and over a dozen universal skills, all exceedingly useful, amounting to a significant enhancement. What is most remarkable is that all of this comes at no cost. As for the universal skills available here, each requires 500 credits and prior permission to apply. It is worth mentioning that the racial bloodline skills and secret arts are not publicly displayed. One must apply for permission in advance. After casually glancing at a few high-level skills, although they seemed quite impressive, Yunshun found himself lacking immediate need for them. Rising to his feet, he exited the room, traversed a corridor, and found a tall, graceful elven lady who had been waiting in the hall for some time. Finally emerged. "It seems you have gained quite a bit," Nicole remarked with a smile as she rose elegantly. With her long legs accentuated by high-heeled boots, she resembled a top-tier supermodel. "Let us proceed to select a flying magical beast," she suggested, naturally following him. Initially, her intention was to invite Yunshun to choose a flying beast together. However, their curiosity led them to the enchanting hall, then past the potion center, eventually receiving a message that brought them to the skill library. This detour had undoubtedly consumed a significant amount of time. After selecting their beasts, they realized it was nearly lunchtime. "How about we hasten to grab a meal together?" Nicole proposed, her enchanting eyes shimmering with anticipation as she glanced at Yunshun. Exiting the skill library, they passed the campus shop, which resembled a general store, offering a plethora of items for sale. For 2 credits, one could acquire teleportation scrolls bound to either their dormitory or the teaching building, even including return scrolls for the Tiannan City teleportation array. The shop also boasted an array of intriguing gadgets, from technological grappling guns and small mechs to magical items like invisibility cloaks, flying brooms, and divination orbs. After a brief perusal, they each purchased several teleportation and return scrolls. Since arriving at Jiangnan University, Yunshun had yet to visit Tiannan City and witness the splendor of this provincial capital. Naturally, the shop also offered summoning contract scrolls, allowing one to release flying magical beasts without the need to learn any skills. Yunshun chose a griffin, while Nicole selected a hawk beast. Once they completed their purchases, the two stepped out of the shop and made their way to the cafeteria, where they shared a meal together. After dining and taking a moment to rest, they found themselves on the cusp of afternoon cultural studies. This particular class focused on the historical shifts in world geography from around 70 years ago, detailing the dramatic tectonic upheavals of the Earth that led to the creation of various maps featured in the game. As the class concluded, Yunshin's day drew to a close. By the way, the freshman clubs are beginning to recruit new members. You might want to take a look. The cultural studies teacher advised, speaking with the wisdom of experience. University is not solely about leveling up and acquiring knowledge. Cultivating interpersonal relationships is equally essential. And you will come to appreciate the significance of networking in due time. In the evening, upon returning to the luxurious #1 mansion, Yunshin eagerly entered his training arena. Throughout the day, he had scarcely found the time to thoroughly examine the enchanting array he had successfully enchanted or to fully embrace the new powers at his disposal. Under a sudden inspiration, a weapon from the depths of his backpack materialized in his grasp. The most apparent transformation lay in the stark contrast between the attributes of the 8-star and 3-star items. Prior to successful enchantment, the 3-star attributes stood at Strength 10, Intelligence 10. After the enchantment's success, the 8-star attributes soared to Strength 45, Constitution 20, Agility 20, Intelligence 30. With a 35 increase in physical damage and a 45 boost in magical damage. And this was merely a change in attributes. Furthermore, the effects of breaking formations had been significantly enhanced. Come forth. With a vocal command, Yunshin activated his training ground, where mobile robotic targets scuttled about in the distance. Whoosh! A fireball spell was instantaneously unleashed, exploding right in the midst of the moving dummies. Boom! What appeared to be an ordinary fireball unleashed an immense explosion upon impact. Nearby, several robots were flung away, their protective shells and skeletal frames deeply dented by the blast. More critically, flames engulfed them, reducing their metallic bodies to smoldering ruins. This was the explosive effect of the spell. Moreover, the splatter damage from his swordplay was equally formidable. Clang! Yunshin unsheathed his sword, revealing an elongated silver blade now adorned with intricate patterns, which, under the surge of power, became enveloped in a sinister crimson sheen. The enchantment's effect, Blood Fiend, grew increasingly menacing, and even the blade's aura inexplicably extended from its tip, reaching nearly 25 meters. Swish! As Yunshin lunged forward, the crimson blade traced a lethal semicircular arc before him. Boom! The training robot before him was instantly cleaved in two by the scarlet blade's edge. The cut was remarkably smooth, devoid of any resistance, showcasing his exceptional swordsmanship. Then came an even more astonishing spectacle. Out of nowhere, a seemingly unavoidable scene unfolded. Beneath the lethal crimson arc, two splatter damages emerged autonomously, each projecting a scarlet blade to either side. Swish! The robots on both flanks were unwittingly caught in the crossfire, their bodies severed by the ensuing scarlet blades. This was the essence of splatter damage, what could be deemed a split slash. Of course, in the form of a battle lance. A single shot would generate a similar shockwave, inflicting area damage. Yunshin adeptly transitioned among the three forms. Due to multiple enchantments, the staff's material had become somewhat weightier. Yet it posed no obstacle, as his physical strength had surged magnificently, allowing him to adapt perfectly to the heft. Swish! Swish! The 2-meter-long silver battle lance, under the daylight's effect, resembled a lance of pure radiant light. With a flick of his wrist, Yunshin executed a flourish before thrusting the lance forward, its brilliance carrying an overwhelming force, piercing through multiple training robots in rapid succession. The terrifying lance light even struck the reinforced steel wall behind with a resounding bang. Buzz! The steel surface was marred by a conspicuous dent, the impact seemingly intent on penetrating the entire lance. At this moment, the radiant and resilient formation inscribed upon the walls flickered several times, effectively thwarting the subsequent onslaught of residual power and destruction. However, the brilliance of the formation had dimmed considerably, suggesting either a lack of magical crystals to provide energy or the severance of certain intricate patterns within the array. Indeed, after an hour of relentless bombardment, the once spacious training ground was devoid of any training robots. The ground was littered with the shattered remnants of machinery, and the walls of the training arena were marred by a multitude of terrifying cracks. Some of these fissures, spanning over 2 meters in length, were evidently the result of crimson sword energies unleashed during the fray. Additionally, the irregular pits scattered across the ground were unmistakably caused by the explosive impact of spells. With a long exhale, Yunshin retracted his battle rifle after such an intense and unyielding exertion. He had grown accustomed to the strain, and his abilities had begun to align. Of course, the new enchantment effect primarily instilled a sense of dread in living beings, allowing the weapon's glimmer to instill psychological terror in foes and, to a degree, undermine their will to fight. The robots before him, devoid of any consciousness, could not reveal the true extent of this effect. As for the other enchantment, Dragon Slayer, it bestowed a 30% damage increase against dragons and their kin, providing a more targeted intimidation. The individual known as Brother Lei, encountered during the day, likely possessed some form of dragon lineage, which rendered him bereft of combat spirit under the influence of the Dragon Slayer effect. A weapon of golden quality, endowed with such a property, was indeed an intriguing prospect. Yin Shun was uncertain whether this was the first golden weapon in history, but to him, it was certainly the first of its kind among solitary adventurers. As the training concluded, he surveyed the training ground, resembling a battlefield in ruins, without feeling any pang of regret. Tomorrow, he would contact the dormitory steward to arrange for the replacement of the robots and the restoration of the surrounding damage, as well as the replenishment of underground magical crystals to perfect the array's broken patterns. All these services were complimentary, a privilege afforded to any mansion equipped with a training ground, especially for the top 10 freshmen, though he could not guarantee the same for the top 20. Yin Shun had little interest in such gossip. After all, the affluent institution was eager to facilitate the training of its brightest students. After completing his routine training, Yin Shun enjoyed a conversation lasting over 40 minutes with his younger sister, who resided in Dongyan City. He detailed his experiences as the top freshman and earnestly urged her to take her studies seriously. Upon concluding their conversation, he contemplated bringing back some precious potions or rare materials during his next visit home. Furthermore, aside from certain hidden class skill books and essential general skills available in the skill library, he could return with a considerable number of skill books. He had resolved to ensure that Yun Tang would enroll here next year, providing her with a measure of support. However, he was uncertain about her awakened talents, as she had yet to manifest any, leaving her future path undetermined. As the elder brother, Yun Shun had already reserved ample credits for her, enabling her to acquire a hidden class transfer book when the time came. Given Jiangnan University's emphasis on his capabilities, and especially considering that he is the foremost disciple of Dean Xia, he is somewhat aware that he should be able to accomplish this task. However, this uncertainty leaves him feeling somewhat uneasy. Ultimately, he recognizes that his current strength is insufficient. Life at the university proceeds apace. As a member of the Academy of Weaponry, Yun Shun finds himself somewhat detached from the entirety of the institution. He enjoys a degree of freedom, as the academy encompasses various departments, including the swordsmanship department, which includes both two-handed swords and sword and shield techniques, the polearm department, long spears and staffs, the hidden weapons department, and the archery department, among others. Beyond these cold weapons, there are also courses on firearms, mechanical weaponry, and artillery. Each individual's profession dictates the weaponry they will utilize in the future. Typically, mastering 2 or 3 weapons with precision suffices. For instance, an assassin may study hidden weapons and wrist blades while also becoming proficient with a longsword. Swordsmen, in addition to their swordplay, have little else to learn apart from shields, as weapon mastery requires skill sets to complement one another. Even if a swordsman were to learn the art of throwing hidden weapons, it would bear little relevance to their professional skill, yielding minimal effectiveness. Thus, even though the Academy of Weaponry lacks rigid structures, over 4 years, students generally come to recognize their own affiliations. Yin Shen's freedom stems from his status as a free agent. Consequently, over several consecutive days of classes, he appears in the archery department, the firearm department, and even the swordsmanship department, making him arguably the most eclectic and well-rounded student in history. Instructors observe this with some amusement, yet they refrain from voicing their thoughts. Naturally, their direct superior is Dean Xia Qingcheng, a prominent figure in the Academy of Weaponry and the leading new student, who implicitly allows him the liberty to pursue whatever he wishes to learn. Having a student like Yin Shun is quite a comfort. In archery class, this exceptionally gifted first-year student frequently earns nods of approval from the instructor, Katie. She realizes that he has never previously engaged with archery. Yet, after just a few lessons, he begins to exhibit astonishing talent and rapid adaptability. Starting from scratch, he exudes an air of seasoned mastery. This lesson takes place in a forest setting. Suddenly, a tall figure wields a longbow, deftly navigating the treetops, swiftly darting through the woods. Arrows fly towards him, yet he twists and turns with exaggerated grace, effortlessly evading several projectiles. I had anticipated this. A cold, piercing voice emerges from a distant archer. The arrows he narrowly dodged veer off course, and, after a brief flight, curve in midair, redirecting towards his back. Tracking arrows. I see where you're attempting to evade. The pursued figure remains silent, his expression unyielding, as he accelerates forward. However, the relentless tracking arrows hasten in pursuit. But in the next instant, swish. In an instant, the figure before me abruptly halted its forward momentum, executing a graceful leap to the side, resembling a swift arrow veering rightward. The pursuing arrows, accelerating from behind, were evidently incapable of altering their trajectory in such a fleeting moment. Thud, thud, thud. The resounding echoes shattered the robust trunk of a nearby tree. This was dire. At that moment, the archer in the distance realized something was amiss. For after deftly dodging, the figure had already knocked an arrow, aiming directly at him. Whoosh. The taut bowstring emitted a sharp sound, and in that instant, a deadly arrow, fully drawn, was unleashed with tremendous force. Once the arrow had been released, the bowstring snapped under the strain, a testament to the power behind it. Whoosh. In truth, the arrow flew forth with a swiftness beyond imagination. The figure in the distance barely had time to react. As the arrow struck, the archer was propelled backward, his body flying through the air. No, it wasn't just one, it was two. Two arrows. The fallen archer gritted his teeth on the ground, utterly astonished that a novice, having only recently begun his training, could so swiftly surpass him in this practical exercise. Two arrows launched in unison, impressive indeed. A fellow student, acting as the referee, rushed over, waving a flag to declare the victor. The contest was awarded to Yunchen. This archery practice session featured a small competition, wherein both participants were restricted to using identical bows and arrows, disallowing any skills outside of archery. Who could have anticipated that a level 15 archer would be bested by a mere newcomer? Surely, this individual must be concealing something. How dare you question the worth of Yun's innate talent? Not only is he proficient in swordsmanship and spear techniques, but I've heard he is also studying marksmanship and the art of stealthy projectiles. Within the confines of the same class, the freshmen whispered among themselves, discussing the remarkable prowess of this unclassed individual. In stark contrast to the skepticism before the semester began, many now expressed sincere admiration. He is extraordinarily formidable. This fellow's physique and innate abilities are akin to those of a monster. Patience, once his elite bloodline awakens and he approaches his second transition, you shall witness the true ferocity of an unclassed fighter. I've heard of a sophomore boasting dragon lineage who knelt before Yun. I wonder what transpired. Such tales are likely exaggerated. That individual merely possesses mixed dragon blood, hardly impressive among the dragonkin. Keep boasting, but be cautious. If some upperclassmen overhear, you may attract unwelcome attention. The events that transpired in the enchantment hall a few days ago have only recently begun to circulate. Many freshmen are now aware of this leading newcomer and his prior conflict with a sophomore. Interestingly, Lin Lei, the fighter of dragon descent, is but a nameless member of the student council, while he is backed by Xue Chong. Those born into prominent families are well aware that Xue Chong is the biological brother of Xue Hongfang. Whispers abound about why there is an urgent market demand for a golden weapon. It is due to the disgrace brought upon the family by his inept brother. In the arena, the second-ranked contestant from Jiangnan province was unceremoniously relegated to a mere 35th place among the newcomers, a disgraceful turn of events. The spectacle raised eyebrows and cast doubt upon Xue Hongfang's integrity, with allegations of severe cheating surfacing. Who would have imagined that just days prior, many had accused Yun Shun of exploiting loopholes, relegating him to the status of a mere test-taker? Now, that narrative has dissipated entirely. The stigma of dishonesty has firmly adhered to Xue Hongfang, with no escape in sight. In truth, as a member of the illustrious Xue family, one of the 8 great families of Tiannan, preparations for his younger son had already been made, including a complete set of diamond gear for level 25. Yet, in light of this predicament, they are now compelled to procure an even superior set of golden equipment for the upcoming competition. The embarrassment is indeed profound. Xue Chong, the provincial champion from 2 years past, is now a third-year student poised to assume the role of vice president of the student council, a situation that seems irreconcilable. Fourth-year students are seldom present on campus, engrossed in their own pursuits. The president, vice president, and various ministerial positions within the student council are all being handed over to third-year students. Xue Chong has consistently ranked among the top 3 for years, demonstrating exceptional talent, and has been part of the student council since his freshman year, making his ascension to vice president seem inevitable. Yet, what significance does the Xue family hold? One must consider who Yun Shen's mentor is. What weight do the 8 great families of Tiannan carry in this context? The principle of garnering support through virtue and losing it through vice is clearly lost on you. Days have passed, and tranquility prevails once more. During a shooting class, clad in a black shooting jacket, Yun Shen lay prone on the grass, an imposing anti-material sniper rifle, nearly 2 meters long, positioned before him. Unlike traditional sniper rifles, this anti-material weapon boasted a silver quality. As Yun Shen's gaze focused on the crosshairs of the scope, a faintly glowing magical array revealed itself. The infrared image of his target, over 1,300 meters away, was locked onto with precision. With a command, the intricately etched magical arrays within the rifle began to assign attributes to the impending shot. Armor piercing, 7. Force, 3. Splash damage, 4. Taking a deep breath, Yun Shun attuned himself to the shifting winds. When he felt ready, he pulled the trigger. The stock of the rifle slammed against his shoulder, and a bullet, propelled by a surge of magical energy, hurtled towards the distant target. In a mere moment, the bullet struck with a resounding impact against the ironclad rhinoceros, which, despite its formidable armor, was violently toppled as if it were a mere toy. The sniper bullet pierced through its protective shell, unleashing an explosive force within, obliterating its unguarded internal organs. Astonishingly, the outer armor remained unscathed, demonstrating its remarkable thickness. Indeed, the instructor, a seasoned marksman, approached to offer his praise. In recent days, your progress has been remarkable. It may not be long before you attempt to pierce the brain through its pupils. At this moment, a fellow sharpshooter student, also training in marksmanship, gazes incredulously through his binoculars at this remarkable Yun Shun. Impressive indeed. However, He wonders why this individual is simultaneously mastering such a multitude of weapons. Does he aspire to incorporate even more variations into his eclectic arsenal? Well then, today's lessons have concluded. There will be another sniping class the morning after tomorrow, and interested students may book their slots in advance. Many courses at the university are not compulsory, thus requiring personal reservations. Among those dedicated to the dual-class path of a wandering gunner, some may opt out of this particular course. As class ended, a tall and graceful elven lady stood waiting outside the sniper range. The passing freshmen understood quite well for whom this enchanting elf had come. Aware of their own inadequacies compared to this new arrival, they chose not to embarrass themselves. "Your attire is quite striking," remarked Nicole, her expression brightening as she approached Yun-shun, clad in a sleek black sniping jacket. "Are you seeking me?" he inquired. "Is it not permissible for me to seek you? Are you not afraid I might simply vanish?" Nicole retorted. In the next moment, as she watched him walk away, leaving her with his back turned, Nicole remained unfazed and followed suit. The smile gracing her exquisite visage, the upward curve of her lips, and the twinkle in her cerulean eyes all conveyed her current elation. "I have already enrolled in the archery class. Rest assured, a lesson is inevitable," she declared. "Fear not. I shall teach you a few techniques, whether it be the 5-arrow volley or rapid-fire shots." Unbeknownst to her, Yun-shun's participation in the archery class was indeed a surprise. Previously, she had been engaged in swordsmanship classes. As a Silver Moon elf proficient in both sword and bow, upon learning of the archery practical class scheduled for 2 days hence, she vowed to make this individual regret his decision. This fellow, faced with Yun-shun's indifference. Nicole chose to suppress her smile as she caught up to him. She had initially planned to surprise him in 2 days. "Had it not been for the instructor calling me to notify you, I would not have come to see you at all. On to serious matters. In a little over half a month, the annual nationwide freshman exchange competition will commence, and you certainly cannot evade it. You are the face of Jiang University, so do not disgrace us. Yun-shun, the responsibility of representing the school is entrusted to you." The nationwide freshman exchange competition, as the name suggests, is an annual gathering of freshmen from various universities across the country, where they engage in mutual exchange and sparring. If the timing is delayed too much, they will no longer be considered freshmen. Furthermore, this exchange serves to evaluate the skill levels of new students from different institutions. I have heard that preparations are underway for 30 participants, with substitutes to be arranged as well. Participation is entirely voluntary. Those unwilling may defer. Regardless, you are certainly required to attend. Given your disposition, it is inconceivable that you would choose not to go. Nicole spoke with unwavering certainty, displaying an understanding of Yun-shun's character. "So many participants?" Yun-shun expressed his surprise. The National Freshman Exchange Competition undoubtedly cannot be limited to merely 7 institutions. Other universities, ranked lower, will inevitably partake as well. With each school sending approximately 30 participants, that certainly amounts to a considerable number. Indeed, I was quite astonished at the sheer volume, which surpasses that of previous years. However, I learned from Mentor Kathy that there would be 3 events: an individual competition, a team competition, and a survival competition. Each event seemingly carries significant weight in determining the overall rankings of participating universities in this exchange competition. This is rather intriguing. Yun-shun, of course, is inclined to participate. He has never shied away from challenges. Furthermore, he believes he ought to anticipate the imminent announcement of tasks from the system. Ding. As fate would have it, the moment has arrived. Detected that the National Freshman Exchange Competition is about to commence, new achievement tasks are now being issued. Please participate as a primary contender in this exchange competition and secure the championship for Jiangnan University. Achievement rewards: 1 high-level skill, 50 free attribute points, 50 skill points. Failure penalty: none. Indeed, the anticipated moment has come. Yun-shun's predictions were accurate, though this is not surprising, as similar notifications arrived around this time during the previous 2 occasions. The achievement reward includes another high-level skill. The last one, Invincible, was astonishingly powerful and truly a divine technique. If all goes smoothly this time, he is bound to acquire yet another extraordinary skill. It is unfortunate, however, that this time the reward lacks the elixir of fortune. Nevertheless, the abundance of free attribute points and skill points is far from negligible. He would never complain about such an abundance. In the afternoon, within the Dong Teaching Building, Room 1, under the formal notice, the top 30 freshmen from various universities remarkably gathered once again. It has indeed been a long time since they last convened. It seems everyone is doing well. Most are from the War Academy or the Elemental Academy. Even if they are not in the same class, the multitude of courses allows them to frequently encounter one another. Many engage in lively discussions. Gaining admission to Jiangnan University signifies being among the elite from around the world. As members of the top 30, they are undoubtedly the cream of the crop. As that esteemed academic instructor stated, leveling up through combat is not the entirety of life. Fostering relationships and building friendships will also prove beneficial in the future. At the very least, having an ally on the front lines provides an extra layer of security. Even if one eventually retires from the battlefield to return home and contribute to local development, Establishing a network and gaining support from others is always a commendable choice. Each individual present here, as long as they survive, is destined to become a significant figure in the future. The discussions among the attendees are vibrant and animated. In contrast, Shin Tai-ran remains solitary, sitting apart and showing no inclination to engage with others. Meanwhile, Huanizhi appears to have moved beyond the shadows of the past, radiating positivity. His upright demeanor as a member of the Dawn Sword lineage makes him quite approachable. He is destined to become a future sword saint, and everyone is aware that. Despite their exceptional talents, there may not be even 5 individuals capable of undergoing the 4th job transfer within this gathering. The higher one climbs, the more one feels the weight of helplessness. In a family with 2 successes and 4 career transitions, even the most haughty scions of illustrious lineages are inclined to humble themselves and engage in discourse with Huanizhi. Consequently, the conference room has become a nucleus around which numerous individuals have gathered. Although the Elemental Academy and the War Academy boast a significant number of attendees, let us not overlook the Weapons Academy. This mention brings to mind the foremost newcomer, Yun Shun, who is yet to arrive. It is certain he will come. Even if he is reluctant, the school will undoubtedly compel him to participate. For nearly 3 consecutive years, Jiangnan University has claimed the comprehensive top position in the exchange competition. And this year we are determined to present our finest talents to secure victory. This year, the admissions office of Jiangnan University has adopted a unified discourse for external recruitment. Our institution has maintained the comprehensive top position in exchange competitions for the past 3 years. This proclamation carries considerable weight. People naturally aspire to ascend, just as water flows downward, for those favored by destiny, who would not wish to attend the most prestigious institution. Thus, even if the recruitment expenses for Jiang University are not exorbitant, they have successfully attracted numerous talents from other universities. If we falter, we may face severe criticism. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. We are the 3-time champions. If we falter this year, we will inevitably face backlash, especially with new challenges arising. At this moment, the students who were engaged in discussion abruptly fell silent, for a tall and unforgettable figure had entered the room, Yun Shun, the foremost newcomer. Behind him stood the elegant Silver Moon elf, Nico, whose demeanor had transformed from jovial to somewhat aloof in this public setting. The 3rd-ranked newcomer, alongside the 1st, signifies the remarkable strength the Weapons Academy has garnered this year. In the ensuing silence, even the reclusive Shin Tai-ran, seated at a distance, straightened his posture. Compared to the previous newcomer competition, he exuded a more stable aura, suggesting he had made significant progress during this time. Hello, Yun Shun. Huanizhi was the first to extend a greeting. He had long sought to evade the prominent lineage of the dual sword saint. And after his defeat in the last competition, he was engulfed in frustration. Through introspection, he realized that had it not been for the blood of the Dawn Sword lineage coursing through his veins, he would have scarcely been worthy of facing Yun Shun. A solitary wanderer from a humble background, what he had sought to escape had become his current support, leaving him in contemplative silence. Huanizhi meticulously replayed and analyzed his previous encounter with Yun Shun, dedicating an entire day to this reflection. He gained clarity on many matters and emerged with a newfound perspective. At this moment, he appeared exceptionally cheerful, though his sword intent was not as formidable as before. Others nodded in agreement and offered their greetings. Following the newcomer competition, no one harbored doubts regarding Yun Shun's strength. Hello, Brother Yun, greeted the young Taoist girl, Yi Qingling, waving her hand. The provincial top scholar from the Great Desert, known as Brother Su, also rose from his seat. Everyone understood that this exchange competition would undoubtedly be spearheaded by Yun Shun. Are all present? 2 minutes later, Yi Anfu, adorned in a pristine white robe, entered the conference room accompanied by several instructors. The purpose of this gathering was well understood by all present. This time, the hosting duty fell upon Qingyan University, and I shall not attend in the capacity of the Dean of the War Academy, but rather as the Vice President, personally leading you forth. The most senior among us, Dean Yi Anfu, also holds the title of Vice President, though the ceremony for the divisions did not specifically highlight this. After all, at that time, he aimed to recruit new students under the banner of the War Academy. Upon hearing the name Qingyan University and noticing Yun Shun seated in the lecture hall, the attending instructor, Li Yage, couldn't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia. Yun Shun could be regarded as her own protege. During the recruitment event for this top scholar from Jiangnan province, 6 out of 7 institutions attended, with Qingyan University being the only one conspicuously absent. Back then, the students of Qing University, who held a rather critical view on the path of the unassigned wanderer, smugly pointed out that Qingyan University was so insignificant it was unworthy of their presence. Now, Yun Shun has successfully enrolled and has emerged as the foremost among the 3 provincial champions, valiantly defending the title of the top freshman, which has garnered the appreciation of Dean Xia. Truly, he has risen to great heights, while Qingyan University has evidently misjudged his potential. At this moment, Dean Yanfu had already delivered a succinct address. He then shifted his gaze, filled with admiration, towards the center where Yun Shun sat. Traditionally, The top freshman serves as the team captain. You shall be the captain this time, correct? Absolutely, Yunshin affirmed with a nod. His tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of strength. Excellent. Dean Yeonfu felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. In the individual competition, only 3 participants may register. Yunshin, you must compete. The other 2. Hwan Iji. Dean Yi began to select the team, turning his gaze towards a certain descendant of the Sword Saint. Despite having been bested by Yunshin, many deans and instructors believed Hwan Iji to be among the top 3 in terms of individual combat prowess. Conversely, it was somewhat unexpected that Yunshin managed to maintain his lead among the newcomers. As a dual Sword Saint, endowed with the lineage of the Dawn Sword, he naturally attracted immense expectations and scrutiny. Yet Dean Hwan Iji's expression darkened. After a moment's hesitation, he rose to his feet. I apologize, Dean, esteemed teachers, and fellow students, but I cannot compete this time. His words fell like a stone, leaving those around him in a state of disbelief. What could possibly be the matter? Even Yunshin cast a glance his way, inwardly lamenting that this could not be a remnant of past issues. Surely, his fortitude could not be so fragile. State your reasons, quickly. Dean Yeonfu's face was etched with anger, his frustration palpable. This is intolerable. A descendant of the Sword Saint retreating at the first sign of difficulty. What does that signify? How could a noble scion of the Sword Saint descend to such a state? If word of this spreads, it would cast doubt upon the educational standards of Jiangnan University. As a multitude of gazes fell upon him, Hwan Iji inhaled deeply and candidly confessed, I have ceased to harness the Dawn Sword vein for quite some time now. In that moment, a collective realization washed over the crowd. This was indeed the reason behind the decline of his sword intent. Silence, let him speak, commanded Dean Yeonfu, quelling the restlessness below. Since my battle with Yunshin, I have engaged in continual self-reflection. Without the Dawn Sword vein, how far could I progress as a mere swordsman? Eventually, I came to the disheartening conclusion that I might not even rank among the top 50. Yet, Yunshin, devoid of any sword vein and lacking in sophisticated vocational skills, was able to overwhelm me, relying solely upon his unparalleled combat techniques. Aware of my frail battle awareness, I resolved not long ago to abandon the Dawn Sword vein. Furthermore, I have committed to practicing thrusts, slashes, hangs, and flicks, 10,000 repetitions of each daily. As the audience listened, disbelief was etched upon their faces, growing more pronounced with each revelation. Thrusts, slashes, hangs, flicks, these were rudimentary sword techniques, typically practiced by novice apprentices. Yet here was the descendant of the Sword Saint, forsaking the Dawn Sword vein to retrain from the ground up. Was he truly unable to escape the shadows of that fateful battle? However, for reasons unknown, as they beheld Hwan Iji's increasingly enlightened and confident visage, an unsettling feeling arose within them. Could it be that he had indeed found clarity and was forging his own path? Very well, I grant you permission. At that moment, Dean Yi cast his gaze upon Hwan Iji's radiantly confident face, fully aware that the young man had discovered his own way. He was reluctant to interrupt this pivotal moment. To be honest, a sense of joy welled up within him, for he had glimpsed the nascent form of the future Sword Saint. Yet, this could not be the end of the matter. You owe Yunshin a favor, he stated. The upcoming National Freshman Exchange Competition comprises 3 events. Even in the individual competition, the 3 participants must strive for the highest possible rankings. While securing first place is paramount, achieving second, third, or even fifth can still yield the top score overall. Not to mention the subsequent 70-17 competition and the survival contest featuring 30 participants. Therefore, if Hwan Iji cannot compete, Yunshin, you must secure first place in the individual competition and aim for the highest score. At this moment, Dean Yi even issued a military order to Yunshin. The freshman exchange competition has never been a testament to individual heroism, with the absence of a key ally. Yunshin must now rise to the occasion and become the hero. After absorbing the details for some time, Yunshin understood the implications. It seemed he had inadvertently placed himself in a predicament. Nevertheless, he had no objections. I apologize, Yunshin. I owe you a favor. Hwan Iji expressed his sincerest remorse. At that moment, however, Nicole raised her hand. I will participate in the individual competition, she declared with enthusiasm, her delicate yet earnest features betraying her determination. The little princess of the Silver Moon Elves instinctively volunteered to shoulder the burden as she learned of Yunshin's increased responsibilities. Excellent. You are counted among them. Leaving only one final spot remaining, Dean Yi expressed great satisfaction at someone's willingness to step forward. No sooner had he spoken than Shin Tai-ran, Sugo, and several others among the top 10 quickly raised their hands. Dean, please hold on. We can wait a moment for the list, reminded Li Yage from the back. Oh, indeed. Yeonfu sighed inwardly, chastising himself for his forgetfulness. He openly admitted that he had overlooked a crucial detail. Each session necessitates the public announcement of the participant list before the deadline, which naturally establishes an order of precedence. If competitors predominantly deploy mages in the individual competition, we can strategically adjust our arrangements accordingly. This revelation dawned upon everyone, who suddenly grasped the implications. In essence, It is essential to consider the characteristics of each profession when formulating our strategies. The individual contest can be temporarily set aside, with the priority on confirming Yunshun's participation. The significance of this statement was profound. Among the top 30 participants, there was no hint of resentment. After all, Yunshun was undeniably formidable, especially given the issues encountered by Huan Iji, who would dare to contest his strength. To do so would be tantamount to slapping the face of the descendant of the Sword Saint. Of course, some believe that while he was currently impressive, they found it difficult to envision a bright future for him. Following an uncharted path, devoid of predecessors or successors, is no simple feat. Next on the agenda was the 70-17 competition. In the survival contest, all 30 participants must compete, hence there is no need to deliberate over troop deployment. However, swift decisions are required for the 70-17 competition. The thought of this caused Dean Yi some frustration. Yunshun's disposition was somewhat aloof. Huan Iji, with a commendable character, was well suited for leadership but had already withdrawn from the competition. As a Blood Knight, Shun Tairan must certainly be included in the team. A solid frontline tank is essential for absorbing damage. As for Yi Qingling, the priest possesses the ability to control, heal, and inflict damage. Yet her overly gentle nature resembles that of a young girl, who seems to struggle even with simple arithmetic. Lin Yoshiu, on the other hand, is competent and responsible, though this desert swordsman appears to lack a clear role within the team. Nicole, too, is adept at dealing burst damage. Alas, this predicament left Dean Yi with a headache. In the 70-17 competition, 2 tanks are responsible for frontline damage absorption, 2 mages for damage output, and a healer for restoration, while occasionally managing crowd control and dispelling negative effects. The remaining 2 positions are reserved for a versatile summoner or a mechanic. A summoner can unleash numerous summoned creatures, providing supplementary damage while also serving as a buffer. Similarly, the mechanic can fulfill dual roles of support and damage output. This configuration has been a steadfast principle at Jiangnan University and is the reason the institution has secured championships in 3 consecutive team competitions. A solid and flawless lineup can compensate for individual shortcomings, especially since the team competition is not a stage for heroism. Now, however, the situation has become quite challenging. There is no mage, and we are short a frontline tank. No, there was initially one. However, the second-place competitor, Shuahong, faced disappointment and suffered consecutive defeats, ultimately being relegated to 35th place. If the team composition consists of Yunshun, Lin Yoshiu, and Nicole, the entire structure would undoubtedly lean towards a melee-focused configuration, lacking in defensive capabilities and relying solely on offensive output. The mere thought of Huan Iji remaining in the mix would result in an ensemble of 4 close-range attackers, truly embodying the essence of a melee squad. However, the idea of discarding 2 provincial champions seems rather absurd, creating an awkward situation. I could take on the role of a mage temporarily. At this moment, Yunshun discerned the predicament faced by Dean Yi, ready to fill any gaps in the team. Whatever the team lacked, I can provide. Numerous recordings of various team competitions can be found online, yet true battlegrounds seldom showcase individual heroism. Thus, the 70-17 competition can be regarded as a reenactment of a miniature battle. To ensure that Jiangnan University clinches first place, Yunshun is naturally willing to invest his utmost effort. Dean Yanfu harbors no doubts. The versatility of a free agent has been demonstrated repeatedly, and allowing Yunshun to assume the role of a mage would be more than sufficient. However, after considerable contemplation, he still struggled to find a solution that mirrored past iterations. The current batch of elite freshmen tends to favor melee burst damage. To forsake them would be a tragic waste, and neglecting the provincial champions would undoubtedly leave them with reservations. The 3-time championship title looms like a heavy crown, compelling the honor-driven Dean Yi to deliberate extensively. It's all right. If we win, we celebrate together. If we lose, we bear it together. At that moment, Lin Yoshi rose, thumping his chest with a sense of bravado that emanated from his rugged demeanor. I am confident in collaborating with Yunshun, Nicole, and Shun Tairan, using this core to fill any vacancies. If we are to be a melee squad, then so be it. In the realm of online games and competitions, a melee squad signifies a team centered on close-range damage. In Yoshi's mind, having Yunshun, a free agent, take on the role of a mage seems somewhat beneath his talents. He believes that Yunshun's prowess with swords and spears is too significant to be compromised for the sake of filling a role. I feel the same, Dean. Surely you wouldn't hesitate in a solo competition, but now you wish to cast me aside in a team match? Nicole's competitive spirit surged forth as she stood up from her seat, her tall figure radiating determination. Hesitation might be acceptable in a solo competition, but the prospect of being sidelined in the 70-17 match signifies a profound lack of trust in the third-ranked newcomer. Moreover, she secretly yearned to fight alongside Yunshun, shoulder to shoulder. I understand, Deanie nodded. With both provincial champions exhibiting such confidence, further suppression would be unreasonable. A melee squad is not unfeasible. Under these circumstances, even if it seems implausible, it must be made to work. Yunshun, you are the commander. With Huan Iji absent, this responsibility falls upon you. Considering the versatility of a free agent and Yun Shen's keen instinct for the battlefield, this burden must indeed be borne by him. I understand, Yun Shen nodded, accepting the role. Captain, team battle commander, and the top seed in the solo competition. At this moment, he bore multiple responsibilities, and the weight upon him was not light. Dean, what about the final survival competition? This is a new initiative that has never been part of the freshman exchange event before. Currently, it has garnered significant attention. Given the expansion in the number of new students this year, a departure from previous years, the administration aims to assess the quality of the first cohort post-educational support, thus introducing this new project. At the appointed time, the 30 of you will be randomly placed on a vast, undisclosed map. What is certain, however, is that you will obtain precious resources and points by defeating the monsters inhabiting that realm. The total points accumulated by each of you will be consolidated, thereby testing the strength of your entire team. The term survival competition indicates the seriousness of the challenge. One must remain vigilant against both the creatures and competitors from other institutions. This explanation has clarified the basic details. Nevertheless, the expressions on everyone's faces reflect the weight of responsibility and pressure. Jiangnan University has achieved 3 consecutive championships. Now it is their turn, and the competition format has changed. Should they falter, they will undoubtedly face scrutiny from their senior peers, even if next year as freshmen reclaim the title. This year's cohort would forever be remembered as the weakest in the eyes of their mentors. The fundamental aspects have been established. I will finalize the list for the individual competition on the last day. As for the team event, you 4 should begin to discuss strategies and coordinate. Yinshun, for the 3 vacant slots, I will respect and consider your preferences regarding team selection. Dean Yanfu has placed immense trust in Yunshun, a gesture that is deeply appreciated. Even someone as composed as Yunshun cannot help but marvel at the eloquence and artistry of such words. Regardless, he is determined to give his all for Jiangnan University and for the rewards promised by the system. The meeting concluded, and Dean Yanfu departed first. Teacher Li Yage, who had returned from the admissions office, approached Yunshun. Teacher Li, it has been a while. Yunshun greeted her. You have not disappointed me, she remarked, expressing satisfaction akin to that of a proud parent. You will be leading the team to Qingyun University. How do you feel about it? She asked with a smile. Before Yunshun could respond, she clenched her fist and declared resolutely, you must secure first place in the exchange competition at Qingyun University and also in your individual match. Only then can they regret their absence and rudeness that day. Indeed, Yunshun had nearly forgotten about those grievances and was not particularly concerned. However, seeing Teacher Li so passionately rallying for him inspired a reciprocal commitment. I will, without a doubt, he assured her with conviction, not merely attempting but affirmatively promising. After exchanging pleasantries, Teacher Li bid farewell. Meanwhile, Nicole, who had been eavesdropping on the entire conversation, leaned in. So, Qingyun University is quite excessive. Having been absent at that time. In this moment, Nicole felt a surge of shared indignation, struggling to bear witness to Yun Chen's mistreatment. Reflecting on the skepticism he had faced since his arrival at school, embarking on his solitary path, she felt an inexplicable sorrow. The so-called maternal instinct surged within her. Perhaps his cold demeanor was merely a fade for self-protection. It occurred to her that before choosing this path, Yunshun may have been a cheerful and extroverted individual. Contemplating this, Nicole found herself yearning to melt the iceberg that he had become with her warmth. Unbeknownst to Yunshun, the woman beside him was already engaged in her own emotional journey. At that moment, Huan Iji approached. I sincerely apologize. I owe you a favor, he stated. As he regarded the man who had set him on this new path, Huan Iji's expression turned serious. A year from now, I look forward to the day we meet again on the competitive stage. Lastly, do your best and strive for national supremacy. The roster for the upcoming annual intercollegiate freshman exchange competition had been confirmed. Unyielding, Yunshun exclaimed, hurry and take your team and leave. The significant event, pivotal to the reputation of Jiangnan University, had captured the attention of both faculty and students alike. Each year, the exchange competition serves as the premier platform to showcase the caliber of new students, and this year, we are certain of our victory. Indeed, we had triumphed in the previous 3 competitions, establishing a prestigious reputation that attracted an influx of new students. This year, the quality of freshmen is notably higher, with the provincial top scorers reaching an unprecedented number. It seems the 4-time championship is secure. Who dares to challenge us? Typically, our competitors hail from 7 institutions. While there have been instances of dark horses emerging from other universities to seize the championship, it has occurred a mere 3 times in several decades. This year, victory is imperative. Failure would tarnish the university's reputation and betray the efforts of all previous students. Surely, this does not place an excessive burden on them. I have heard that the competition format has been altered this year. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. We cannot afford to break our winning streak with this cohort. It would be a disservice to ourselves and to the institution. The fervor surrounding the exchange competition extends beyond just the freshmen. Sophomores and juniors throughout the university, excluding the seniors who have rarely been on campus, are engaged in spirited discussions. Events that involve collective honor evoke a sense of pride. Naturally, this is also when Yunchen's name surged into the consciousness of every upperclassman. Have you heard? This year, a solitary individual is leading the team. What? A lone wanderer? You mean the top scorer of Jiangnan province, the current leading freshman, is a solitary wanderer? This is absurd. A solitary wanderer employing such tactics. It seems this approach has been rendered futile. As the excitement for the national exchange competition escalated, Yunchen's presence permeated the awareness of even more individuals. It is particularly astonishing that one of the provincial top scorers has withdrawn from the competition. It has come to my attention that the specifics of team placements for the upcoming competition have yet to be finalized. And there are indications that traditional lineups may be disrupted due to the inability of the new freshmen to assemble a robust team akin to those of previous years at Jiangnan University. How absurd. It appears that those provincial champions are unwilling to yield their positions, as if they were grand lords being summoned. However, there is no need for haste. Each year, the freshman team is guided and even trained by the previous year's team, specifically the current sophomores, who possess a keen understanding of whether these newcomers will succeed. The 77th team has triumphed in the past 3 competitions, establishing itself as a traditional powerhouse, and Jiangnan University has always placed great emphasis on this prestigious event. The freshmen who participated last year are expected to come back and assist in training the new team, facilitating their swift integration and success. Presently, the fate of this year's newly formed squad, known as the Kitchen Knife Team, hinges on the approval of the sophomore mentors. In the archery practical class, a small competition has commenced in a designated forested area. Nicole has fulfilled her promise to challenge Yunchen and reclaim her honor. Thwack! 2 arrows collided midair, sending sparks flying. Unexpectedly, each archer had not just 1 arrow but multiple. One side unleashed a formidable barrage of 5 arrows, a dazzling display of skill, while the other launched only 2. Surprisingly, one of the arrows remained concealed, nearly evading the notice of most observers due to its stealthy trajectory. More intriguingly, as it progressed, this hidden arrow collided with another, altering its flight path in a most peculiar manner, aiming directly for Nicole from behind. Clever tricks and cunning strategies, but such tactics will not work against me now. Recalling the illuminating techniques from a previous encounter, Nicole found herself at a disadvantage. Yet, now that she has returned to the forest, the home of the elves, how could she be trifled with by such minor ruses? With a graceful step, she leapt, her tall and elegant figure evading the split arrow attack. Simultaneously, she drew her bow midair, her silver hair cascading in the breeze, with a few strands falling delicately over her forehead. Yet, those shimmering locks could not obscure her piercing emerald gaze. Got it. Nicole anticipated his evasive maneuver, drawing her bow in advance. With a swift whoosh, she launched a more fearsome arrow toward the distance. As she had predicted, the multiple arrows under the dazzling 5-star formation were deftly dodged by Yunchen, who moved with the agility of an arrow. However, in the fleeting moments that followed, the figure soaring through the air faced a precisely calculated arrow. I know you too well, Yunchen, Nicole murmured, her predictions having hit the mark. Yet, the figure she had long held in her thoughts managed to perform an act that left her utterly astonished. Thwack! Arrow flight, the opponent's right foot pressed against the void, astonishingly generating a propulsion, akin to a bird flitting through the woods, vanishing in an instant. The arrow, propelled with great force, pierced through the ethereal figure, subsequently cleaving through more than 10 substantial tree trunks before expending its energy. In her meticulous calculations, Nicole had overlooked the awakening talent of her adversary, which undoubtedly signified a transformative evolution in his agility. Very well, let us proceed. With renewed determination, Nicole engaged in battle with Yunchen amidst the forest. This archery practice duel was inherently bound by various restrictions. The bows and arrows were standardized, and only archery skills could be employed for offense and evasion, forbidding the use of other vocational skills or bloodline techniques. The Silver Moon Elves, blessed by the forest, possessed a distinct advantage. Nevertheless, this Silver Moon Princess exuded an overwhelming dominance throughout the contest. Yet, regardless of her prowess, Yunchen adeptly evaded all her assaults, resulting in neither party achieving a decisive victory by the conclusion of the class. This left Nicole feeling a hint of frustration. After all, she was a high-ranking elf. That fellow remained as infuriatingly unyielding as ever. After class, the two walked side by side, discussing the recent skirmish before Nicole shifted the conversation towards the upcoming freshman exchange competition. An assembly was scheduled for the afternoon, with the top 30 participants expected to attend. The team roster for the group competition remained unconfirmed, and time was of the essence. They needed to finalize the remaining spots swiftly. Nicole was deeply invested in this matter. Observing the figure beside her, she recalled how Yunchen had yet to participate in the recruitment meeting at Qingyun University. She yearned for him to lead Jiang Da's freshman team to victory on the home turf of Qingyun University. Thus, the upcoming 77 group competition must not falter. In the afternoon, within the old conference room of the Dong Teaching Building, the top 30 freshmen gathered to deliberate on their team composition for the day. Even those who might not make the cut were traditionally expected to remain for practice. As Yunshun entered the room, the seated individuals instinctively straightened their posture. For a moment, many struggled to discern whether this reaction stemmed from an innate apprehension or the tension of uncertainty regarding the outcome. Since Dean Yanfu had declared he would respect Yunshin's selections, it was clear that he would be the one to formally establish the entire team. To everyone's surprise, this aloof and haughty figure wasted no time on pleasantries and immediately addressed the matter at hand. Yi Qingling, you shall fill the vacancy. Yunshan's gaze fell upon the little girl clad in a plain silk robe. Huh, me? Yi Qingling responded, a hint of bewilderment in her innocent eyes, blinking with genuine curiosity, utterly devoid of pretense. At least 3 individuals sighed in unison upon hearing this. They knew they were likely out of the running. The Taoist profession, unique to the country and somewhat of a hidden vocation, was capable of healing, crowd control, and high burst damage, thus serving as a viable substitute for the priest class. In the eyes of many, the Taoist was regarded as a superior alternative to the priest profession. Even in the realm of positioning, they have surpassed the priests significantly. However, a flicker of hope lies within them. Can this soft and adorable little girl truly rise to the occasion? Perhaps opportunities are not entirely absent. Yet, Yunshin on stage paid no heed to the Taoist girl's opinions and proceeded to announce the next candidate. I require a summoner. Sun Kongshi. He named him directly. Upon returning, he glanced at the list of 30 new students, possessing a general understanding of each individual's vocation. Sun Kongshi was indeed the 7th newcomer. As the foremost summoner among the fresh entrants, endowed with remarkable summoning talent, he was well aware of the high likelihood of being summoned into the team. It is my honor to collaborate with you is something I have long anticipated, Sun Kongshi expressed, delivering a series of polished compliments. Yunshin, however, paid him no mind and swiftly announced the next selection. Guofeichen, you are the final candidate. Upon utterance of these words, a wave of disbelief swept through the majority of the meeting room. Even Guofeichen himself was taken aback. Is it truly me? As a hidden class shadow assassin, currently ranked 9th among the newcomers, he found it hard to believe he had been chosen. Not only he, but also the others were puzzled. An assassin? Shouldn't we have added another frontline fighter or sought a powerful mage instead? Perhaps a versatile summoner or mechanic to serve as support and damage dealer would have sufficed. To their astonishment, it was indeed an assassin. Wait, Yunshin, what about our frontline? Is the team not going to be too fragile? A new student instinctively questioned, rising to voice his concern. Initially, his tone was robust, but upon gazing at Yunshin's figure, his voice inexplicably dwindled. An aura of intimidation enveloped him. Many who had intended to question found themselves nodding in approval of Yunshin. Following the last newcomer tournament, although they did not chant praises like the ordinary students, a profound respect lingered in their hearts. This was not solely due to his cold and invincible demeanor. Stripped of all filters, one could discern an air of authority emanating from Yunshin. Is this fellow truly from a humble background? Why does every gesture exude an unsettling presence, as if one were in the presence of a great figure? We did not intend to include a frontline. Yunshin responded directly to the inquiry. His words left many exchanging glances of astonishment. No intention for a frontline, nor a proper mage. It seemed he was determined to push the team composition to its limits. Many gazes shifted toward the summoned team's members. Yunshin, the top newcomer, appeared omnipotent. A paragon of combat prowess, an all-rounder, or in a sense, a versatile individual devoid of a specific class. However, compared to wielding a wand, his longsword and battle spear were equally admirable in their execution. Nicole, ranked 3rd, a Silver Moon elf, master of both sword and bow, showcased her exceptional skill with the Silver Moon secret sword during the tournament. Lin Yoshu, ranked 5th, is a master swordsman of exceptional talent, renowned for his terrifying blade storm technique. The presence of these 3 individuals inevitably steers the entire team toward a more aggressive melee-oriented composition. Now, with the addition of an assassin from the Shadow Flow, the intent to target the backline is unmistakable. However, it is Shun Tairan, Yi Qingling, and even Sun Kongshi who exhibit a semblance of coherence. The second-ranked freshman, a Blood Knight, currently employs a heavy armored knight build, which indeed presents a more viable option, making him indispensable to the team. His role is to attract aggro and absorb damage, relying solely on his fortitude. Yi Qingling, a healer and control specialist, can also contribute with occasional damage bursts. As for the summoner Sun Kongshi, endowed with a high-level summoning talent, his summoned creatures predominantly consist of elemental spirits, imposing significant limitations on physical output. The latter trio poses no issues. However, with the infusion of so many melee burst classes, the team risks veering off course toward a more butcher-like composition. This development does not bode well. Historically, the championship-winning formations from Jiangnan University have comprised 2 frontline warriors, 2 mages, 1 priest, and 2 versatile roles. While this may seem conventional and somewhat cliché, it is undeniably practical, honed from decades of experience. The 2017 competition is, after all, regarded as a microcosm of larger battles. Such configurations and formations closely mirror the dynamics of actual combat, where where a frontline like Yun Chen's, laden with so many melee damage dealers, risks suffering considerable damage simply by engaging the enemy. Now, Yun Chun has embarked on an unorthodox strategy. I harbor no objections. At that moment, in a corner where solitude prevailed, the aloof and indifferent Shun Tyran rose. As you wish, I too can transform into a sharp blade, slicing through your backline. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. They began to realize that this Blood Knight was no traditional heavy armor tank. He possessed the ability to utilize blood escape with an elusive agility that rendered him unpredictable. On the day of the freshman competition, everyone had witnessed his prowess. Furthermore, it was highly probable that Yun Chun had drawn insights from his unique characteristics. Hey, I can run swiftly as well. None shall touch me. You charge ahead, and I shall follow suit into the back line, rest assured. At this juncture, a petite Taoist girl also stepped forward to express her support. Despite her delicate stature, she was the genuine 6th-ranked freshman. I have no objections. When the time comes, I will assist everyone. Sun Kongshi, as the summoner, faced minimal risk. He merely needed to continuously summon creatures from the rear, providing buffs to alleviate the pressure on his more aggressive comrades. The trio showed no dissent. The young assassin from the Shadow Flow, while initially reluctant to join the team competition, felt no trepidation in the face of this formation, motivated by the prospect of school rewards and his own competitive spirit. Excellent. Lin Yoshu applauded, his exuberance infectious, instilling a sense of confidence as if victory were already within their grasp. Nicole's exquisitely delicate visage bore a hint of a smile, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Yunqing, as if entranced by the aura of superiority he exuded on stage, a quality previously unseen. In such a state, it was only natural that she would heed his every word. By the way, when you submit the team competition roster, do remind them to expedite the individual competition list as well, Lin Yoshu suggested. After all, the 2 slots for the individual competition were still under the control of Dean Yanfu. Currently, only Yunqing had been confirmed as the number 1 seed. In the administrative building of the school, in the office of the vice principal, Yunqing personally delivered the team competition roster to Yanfu. The dean mused, examining the list. Having witnessed nearly 40 generations of students, Yanfu felt an inexplicable shock wash over him. After a moment of contemplation, he meticulously compared the information of the top 30 new students in his hands. At last, with a face marked by only a few wrinkles, yet not overly aged, Yanfu shook his head and chuckled. You've certainly posed a challenge for me. He then handed the competition roster to a nearby middle-aged teacher, who possessed a certain gallant air. After perusing the document, the teacher glanced at Yunqing and similarly shook his head, suppressing a smile. No wonder you've been wearing such a worried frown, he remarked. Qin Junyu, now a master of the 3rd transition, had been the top freshman at Jiangnan University 2 decades prior, a favored disciple of Yanfu. Just 1 step away. It wouldn't be long before he aimed for the 4th transition. In a show of camaraderie, he consistently referred to Dean Yi as teacher. Yunqing likewise addressed Dean Xia Qingqing in the same manner. This is quite a conundrum. Truly, it is exceedingly tricky, Yanfu thought, feeling as though the roster was akin to a hot potato. Let the youth give it a try. Teacher, ISNT they're still the training group? We'll see what they're made of when the time comes, suggested Qin Junyu. Indeed, Yanfu sighed. I am getting old. The fresh innovations from the younger generation leave me momentarily stunned. I find myself struggling to keep pace with the advancements of the new era. His words were directed at Yunqing, for the path of the unclassed wanderer was one that predecessors had neither traversed nor dared to. Now, this young man had brought him profound astonishment once more with this roster. I promise to respect your opinions, and I cannot retract that now. We shall proceed as you suggest. Let's first engage with the training group. If it proves unfeasible, there remains room for adjustment. Gazing at Yunqing's resolute and steadfast countenance, Yanfu felt an inexplicable surge of confidence. This young lad might indeed be on the verge of greatness. Remember, do not carry too heavy a burden. The glory of a 3-time champion is both a blessing and a weight. Do not let it weigh too heavily on your heart. This advice was worth heeding. Yet complete complacency would surely lead to disappointment. If he did not value the honor of the school, would Yanfu have hesitated for so long over this competition roster? Yunqing understood this all too well. After submitting the list for the team competition and explaining to his classmates about the individual competition, Yun Shun took his leave. The following day, the participants from the previous year's sophomore team competition had sent representatives to provide guidance as per the established procedures. He had also specifically informed the top 30 freshmen to attend the meeting. This time, the venue was no longer the meeting room where the list was discussed, but rather an expansive arena within the school. This arena resembled a grand football field, with seating that could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. It was significantly larger than the competition stage from the previous event. The thought that 2 teams would engage in a fierce battle in a 7v7 format, with the audience cheering and reveling in the spectacle, made everyone feel as though they had entered an arena of combat. Chaos. Absolute chaos. Among those present was an unfamiliar face, Wei Yu, a participant from the previous team competition who had come to assist as a guide. Holding the team list in his hand, he was visibly agitated. Your team composition is utterly disastrous. It makes no sense at all. Do you think merely having the top 10 freshmen on the list is impressive? This is a team competition that tests professional coordination, synergy, and teamwork. It is not a stage for you to flaunt your individual heroism. If the lineup is flawed and the roles are assigned irrationally, even the highest individual strength cannot salvage the situation. Do you understand this? Wei Yu expressed his frustration, launching into a tirade. This pathetic team lacks a robust frontline. The composition is fragile, and the magical output is insufficient. What a nonsensical arrangement you have. He insisted on solidifying the frontline first and supplementing the magical output. As he spoke, he read off the name of a warrior from the list of the top 30 freshmen. Upon hearing this, Lin Yoshu immediately voiced his dissatisfaction, stating, "But I'm only ranked 26th. Wei Yu coldly retorted, "How many times must I say that a professional team competition requires consideration of each profession's role and cooperation? If you place so much emphasis on rankings, then just allow the top 7 to participate and disregard everything else." Lin Yoshu furrowed his brow. Had it not been for the fact that Wei Yu was a senior and the circumstances were inappropriate, he would have been tempted to issue a challenge. The reason for Wei Yu's anger stemmed from his own experience as one of the 7 participants in the previous team competition, where he had been ranked only 30th. Yet, as one of the 2 warriors among the top 30, he had successfully made the team and eventually helped secure the championship. A year had passed, and after the final exams, his ranking had dropped to 59th. Now, seeing these freshmen who believed that rankings were everything, he felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. Additionally, he had another intention. "Shui Hongfang, come here." With a courteous gesture, he summoned Shui Hongfang, who had long been eliminated from the top 30. With dual magical talent and a commendable mage lineage, he was more than capable of fulfilling the output requirements for this team competition. It is utterly absurd and incomprehensible that your team lacks even a single magician. As these words fell, a wave of astonishment and amusement washed over the crowd, directing their curious gazes towards Shui Hongfang, who had long been waiting. Him? Ha ha ha, he ranks merely 35th, a defeated foe. Lin Yoshu, the top scholar of the desert province, now comprehended the intentions of his opponent and could not help but erupt into unrelenting laughter. His boisterous mirth stifled many others, leaving them struggling to contain their amusement. This left Shui Hongfang in an exceedingly awkward position, his dark, brooding eyes reflecting a glimmer of resentment towards Lin. Did he not regard the senior with any respect? Wei Yu felt a surge of irritation, unable to tolerate the undermining of his companion. Just as he was about to speak, a cold, indifferent voice cut through the tension. "I refuse. And who are you?" As Wei Yu instinctively prepared to utter a response, he turned to see a tall, statuesque figure approaching from a distance. The chiseled features of this handsome visage, combined with an air of icy aloofness and a powerful physique, exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. This individual was Yun Shun. Prior to his arrival, he had heard whispers that he was the most formidable obstacle within the ranks of the new students. It seemed he had issued a challenge to Wei Yu and the others, summoning them for a meeting, but he had arrived only after a beautiful elf had accompanied him. In truth, Yun Shun was not tardy. They had merely arrived a minute or two before, during which Wei Yu could no longer restrain himself and began to lecture the group. "This team is your creation. Are you aware of the significance of professional roles, cooperation, and coordination in team competitions? The roster you devised is utterly ludicrous. Regardless, today, this 26th ranked warrior and the magician Shui Hongfang shall be included in the team. As for the 4 of you melee fighters, consider who among you will be ousted. And do not make any selections. The assassin must also depart," Wei Yu asserted, boldly confronting Yun Shun. Shui Hongfang should be spared from this. Lin Yoshu was not one to easily concede. To put it plainly, among the 7 members of our team, for have grievances against him. Do you truly believe a person ranked outside the top 30 warrants such fervent defense from you? Or has he perhaps offered you some generous favors in return? The camaraderie within the hometown association is firmly aligned with Lin Yoshu, who is affectionately referred to as Brother Su by all, owing to his unyielding and straightforward nature that brooks no nonsense. Once again, he stood up for justice, embodying the spirit of one who is quick to challenge any disagreement. Moreover, this situation is fundamentally unjust. Though some freshmen might not vocalize their disdain, their eyes betray a hint of scorn. The atmosphere was charged with the prospect of a challenge. After all, Shui Hongfang had indeed suffered a dismal defeat at the hands of 3 provincial champions, and fortuitously, those 3 were present. Most crucially, they had heard a rumor. The Shui family, one of the 8 great families of Tiannan, had invested considerable resources to enhance the combat prowess of their youngest son by procuring a fine weapon from the market. In the process, it seemed that a minor conflict had arisen between him and Yun Shun within the enchantment hall. Interestingly, the 2 individuals once held the positions of first and second in Jiangnan province. Before the commencement of the semester, Shui Hongfang had even boldly declared his intention to give the free spirits a taste of his prowess. However, the tides have dramatically shifted. One has been exalted by an ever-growing multitude, while the other has been unceremoniously cast down from his lofty perch. Even with Huan Yiji's withdrawal from the competition, It would hardly be the case that a mere 35th replacement would suffice, Guofeichen remarked disdainfully. As a beneficiary of this turn of events, he naturally defended the entire team, particularly given his contempt for Shui Hongfang. Having become the epicenter of the storm, Shui Hongfang had already tempered his rage and stepped forward with an air of confidence. I must humbly assert that yesterday I competed against a certain classmate from the top 10 and emerged victorious within a mere 30 seconds. Upon hearing this, the aforementioned classmate lowered his head, a flicker of anger crossing his features. He had been provoked into a challenge the previous day and, unable to contain his agitation, had ultimately tasted defeat. Although this did not affect his ranking, as the foremost magician among the top 30, he had forfeited his right to contend with Shui Hongfang for the role of magician in the team competition. Of course, had the lineup returned to its conventional format, he might have reclaimed the position of second magician. Thus, under the allure of benefits, he refrained from stepping forward to denounce Shui Hongfang's underhandedness. After all, the prestige of claiming first in the team competition comes with substantial rewards from the institution. Humph. He has become increasingly treacherous, employing schemes one after another. I dare not engage with his machinations, Lin Yoshu declared with righteous indignation. Rest assured, there may be no place for you. Moreover, should you continue to speak disrespectfully, I would not hesitate to challenge you myself. Humph. Who does not know that I was exhausted from consecutive matches that day? Which led me to the unfortunate position of 35th. Shui Hongfang had come prepared to redeem his reputation. In truth, had it not been for Yunshun being subjected to such relentless onslaughts that day, he might not have succumbed to provocation in the same manner. After being battered by the likes of Shun Tairan, Nicole, and Lin Yoshu, provincial champions who had mercilessly shattered his morale, he found himself unable to withstand subsequent challenges. Very well. Bring it on, Lin Yoshu retorted defiantly. At that moment, the aloof Yunshun, weary of this incessant farce, interjected, "You are here to serve as a sparring partner, not to instruct me on how to proceed. Now, immediately, assemble the team you envision. If you are not here to practice, then be gone." The farcical spectacle was unbearable to witness. The underhanded schemes devised for the honor and rewards of the team competition filled Yunshun with disdain. He despised guile and duplicity above all. At this juncture, his countenance was devoid of warmth, exuding an aura of frigid indifference, a palpable barrier to any who would approach. He stood directly before Wei Yuyu, his voice laced with cold authority. "Prepare yourself promptly. Once this is over, you and Shui Hongfang are to leave at once." His words were chillingly blunt, subtly laden with an undeniable sense of dominance and command. Under the imposing presence of the individual who towered over him, Wei Yuyu felt himself shrinking under the weight of the threat implied in those words. A pair of eyes dared not meet the gaze of the utterly frigid orbs before him. He swallowed nervously, an inexplicable lump forming in his throat. In that moment, Wei Yuyu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. A second later, emerging from his fearful expression, he appeared utterly frantic, immediately shouting in response, "Come if you dare. Team 0066 is colliding." A lone player tearing through the formation, dazzling the entire venue. "Come if you dare." Wei Yuyu was consumed by irritation. So the new student believed himself to be remarkable, daring to contradict him. Not only would he come, but he intended to participate personally. "You will regret this decision," he said coldly, suppressing his anger. As a mentor dispatched from his sophomore year, he had a responsibility to assist the freshmen in swiftly adapting to the rhythm of the 77 group competition. Having been repeatedly and unjustly challenged, he could not maintain his dignity. He was more than willing to engage in this practice match in his capacity as a sophomore. Meanwhile, Shui Hongfang, already at odds with Yunshun, darkened his expression further. Being treated like refuse was infuriating enough. But he had not anticipated that during his brother's attempt to procure wands, a confrontation would arise with this individual in the enchantment hall. Old grievances resurfaced, and new animosities were kindled. At that moment, Shui Hongfang was resolute in his determination to teach the opposing team a lesson. The practice match commenced. Wei Yuyu produced a roster and began selecting a lineup for the sparring session. Initially, he had considered summoning Shin Tairan, but upon observing the latter's solitary and aloof demeanor, he deemed him a troublesome character and opted against it. No matter, he still had friends from his sophomore year. He was not the only one sent to provide guidance. Several formidable individuals from past competitions were preoccupied. One prodigy was already preparing for the trials of a second-tier hidden class, while two others had accompanied their instructor to the Tsongfing mountain range and would not return anytime soon. Another, ranked among the top 10 of their year, was out in the field conducting research to earn credits. Of the remaining two, one was lazy, and the other had strained relations with him due to past conflicts. Having endured such indignities, he promptly informed his somewhat lazy friend via text, embellishing the message for effect, and successfully summoned him to assist with the guidance. Shortly thereafter, his friend responded, "A good show is about to unfold." Wei Yuyu then called out several names from the list, including a warrior who would partner with him, as well as the mage, Xiaofang. In total, he assembled a team of 7, 2 warriors, 2 mages, a priest, and a summoner, including Shui Hongfang and a summoner friend who arrived almost simultaneously. This composition, though rather traditional, was stable and robust. Forming the core lineup, Jiangnan University had steadfastly adhered to over the past 3 years of group competitions, a formula that remained unwavering despite the changing tides. For this practice session, he hoped that all participants would give their utmost effort. The guiding teacher is already on their way, should anyone attempt to exploit this situation with cunning tactics. The first to bear responsibility for failing to secure victory in the upcoming team competition and losing the championship will be you. This statement indeed silenced those who felt uneasy at heart, particularly the student Fong, who had been schemed against from the start. He could only swallow his grievances, hoping for a commendable performance that would allow him to participate in the team competition, even if it meant continuing to partner with Shui Hongfang. He would not be averse to it. After all, he could not bear to go against the school's commendations. Soon, the 7 began deliberating their positioning and the sequence of skill releases. Meanwhile, the initially determined knife team was also heeding Yun Chen's directives, strategizing for the impending battle. Qian Ruizong, a sophomore now at level 22, was the summoner from last year's team competition, despite his relatively low rank among the top 30 sophomores. This was due to the necessity for summoned creatures to level up alongside him, sharing some of his experience. Engaging in combat as a summoner typically implies facing multiple beasts of comparable levels. I hear you struggle to maintain control over the battlefield, Qian Ruizong remarked, somewhat exasperated. This ultimate sloth, who had spent an entire year avoiding the cafeteria and subsisting solely on takeout, would not have ventured out of his dormitory if not for the requests of others and the honor of the school. However, it's no fault of yours. I've heard this year's newcomers are remarkably formidable. This is no exaggeration. With the support of education, this year has yielded the first fruits of success. And Jiangnan University has achieved an unprecedented number of provincial champions, thanks to nearly 3 years of diligent effort. Qian Ruizong glanced toward the opposing team and indeed sensed a different aura. Yet, the lineup before him was genuinely outrageous. He refrained from uttering any words that could be deemed offensive. At that moment, a gentleman of considerable presence, embodying a chivalrous spirit, approached from the grand entrance of the arena. Teacher Qian Ruizong exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. He had only just arrived, and now such a prominent figure had followed closely behind. This man was one of the esteemed disciples of Dean Yanfu, and it was said he was nearing his 4th promotion. Such a distinguished individual should be occupied with senior students. So what brought him here? Continue with your preparations. The supervising teacher has yet to be confirmed, so I shall temporarily take over. Qin Junyu waved his hand, urging them to focus on their tasks. He had already noticed that the training match was about to commence. His presence was indeed motivated by a desire to ensure his mentor's peace of mind, and he seized the opportunity to observe how Yun Chen's knife team would perform in this training match. Qin Junyu surveyed both lineups. From a purely tactical perspective, the advantage clearly favored the team led by the sophomores, especially with 2 members from last year's competition and a remarkably solid and stable formation. However, observing the spirited discussion of tactics on the other side, Qin Junyu felt that the forthcoming scene would indeed be unexpected. This is quite intriguing. Very well. I shall assume the role of the referee. Once you are all prepared and in position, we may commence. Qin Junyu took on the mantle of referee, prompting both sides to prepare for their placements. The school arena, capable of accommodating tens of thousands, was relatively deserted at this moment. However, there was an unmistakable sense that a training match was about to unfold. Several sophomore students, initially out for a leisurely stroll, along with a group of friends shopping in the distance, were soon captivated and took their seats, gazing down at the teams getting ready below. Is that Wei Yu and Qian Ruizong? What are they doing here? Oh, that's teacher Qin Junyu. Initially presumed to be a standard simulation training, it was evident that what lay before them was anything but ordinary. Since the latter half of their freshman year, various professional field practice courses had mandated teamwork, occasionally incorporating group combat sessions. To some degree, team confrontations held greater significance than individual challenges, as the former pertained to the front lines of battle, where solitude often equated to demise. The art of cooperating with one's team is a profound study, testing both synergy and understanding of other professions. Oh, a splendid performance is about to commence. It turns out this is a freshman team participating in an exchange competition, while their opponents are sophomores designated as sparring partners, 2 of whom were members of the previous team competition. This is going to be a rigorous training session. Indeed, to instill a sense of caution and provide a stern introduction, the inaugural training match of each cohort is typically fiercely contested, devoid of leniency. Although Qian Ruizong's prowess has diminished recently, he remains far beyond the capabilities of these freshmen. Furthermore, the composition of the freshman team appears somewhat peculiar. Enough chatter. The preparation is underway. In the arena, the 2 7-member teams faced each other, each positioned as per the established competition rules. For instance, precasting spells to enhance the team is prohibited. A significant distance must be maintained between the 2 sides, not exceeding the delineated line, with an extended buffer zone allowing each team to cast enhancement spells or deploy shields once the match commences. Humph, what a disordered formation. In stark contrast to the orderly arrangement on this side, With staggered formations, the opposing side consisted of a haphazard cluster standing beyond the line, seemingly poised to dash forward at any moment. A rabble. What a spectacle! Were one unaware, they might mistake it for a 100-meter dash. At this moment, Wei Yu felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. Suddenly, a hum reverberated through the air. Rays of light converged from all directions towards the center of the arena, and a colossal number 10 materialized vividly under the holographic projection. The countdown has begun. Let the fervor commence. As the vanguard of the formation, the two warriors in the front donned heavy armor, wielding massive shields that resembled gates. Clang, clang. Wei Yu rhythmically struck his broad sword against the shields, producing a resonant and powerful cadence. This is a masterful method of elevating team morale, rather than merely standing in silence, awaiting the conclusion of the countdown. It must be said that this indeed proves effective. At the very least, a number of freshmen participating in the team competition for the first time have begun to stomp their feet in rhythm, filled with fervor, and have started to roar alongside. Indeed, at this moment, Wei Yu felt an overwhelming surge of passion, as if he had returned to a year prior. That year, they had only recently entered school. Still good friends, striving towards the goal of a 3-time championship for the institution. Now, a year has passed, and as the gap in their individual strengths widened, even their gatherings became scarce, resulting in a waning of their relationship, with only a few encounters throughout the year. This disparity occasionally left him feeling disheartened. Yet today, he once again took command of the team, becoming the driving force behind their rhythm. This ignited his fighting spirit even further, rekindling the youth he thought lost. And he found himself roaring on the spot. In stark contrast, their opponents in the distance appeared utterly disorganized, like a disheveled mass, moving listlessly as if merely going through the motions. It was time to crush these individuals who lacked tactical awareness. Wei Yu struck his sword against his shield, unleashing a fervent cry. Even Qian Ruizong, who had always seemed lethargic and uninspired, inexplicably became serious at this moment. And so it began. The countdown had reached its conclusion. At that instant, numerous figures, already waiting at the designated line, charged forward without hesitation. Stand firm, establish your state, Wei Yu shouted. At this juncture, panic was not an option. One must remain composed. After advancing 30 meters, the mages would immediately initiate their spell suppression. Wei Yu methodically issued the commands he had once established with his comrades. However, before he could finish, he realized with alarm, no, Yun Chun is incredibly fast. In that moment, Wei Yu was momentarily stunned. The figure racing towards him seemed to be moving at an astonishing speed, as if it would breach his line of sight within the next second. This individual's speed was outrageous. Magic, he shouted. Wei Yu felt his rhythm disrupted and urgently prompted the rear mages to commence their assault. Meanwhile, both he and the warrior beside him were desperately enhancing their own effects. Their extraordinary resilience increased physical and magical resistance. Amidst their roars, they further augmented the various states of all allies within range. The rear priests continuously cast luminous shields, layering them upon their comrades. At that moment, torrents of blazing magical energy erupted like fireworks from above their heads, soaring towards the incoming figure. These were magic missiles, frost bolts, and radiant spheres, an array of colorful magical attacks. The first two were instantaneous low-level spells, while the radiant sphere was a formidable mid-level spell, chanted and unleashed by Shui Hongfang himself. All these attacks converged upon the leading Yun Chun. So fast. Damn it. Can he accelerate even more? Amidst the astonished murmurs from the audience, the figure, which had already been bolstered by swiftness, astonishingly accelerated yet again. This seemed beyond mere skill. As no trace of spell casting was observed, it became evident that this individual had been holding back from the very beginning, biding their time for this precise moment. Suddenly accelerating, they deftly cast aside a series of magical assaults that had been plummeting from afar. However, there were exceptions. The subsequent bursts of searing orbs of light possessed a tracking capability, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing figure of Yun Chun. I had anticipated this all along. Su Hongfang's mind screamed in fervent realization. Yet, this was not good. On the other side, Qian Ruizong, who had unleashed a multitude of summoned entities, immediately sensed the impending danger. Witnessing the adversary wielding their staff and swinging it forward with a motion akin to that of a baseball player, he instantly felt a sense of foreboding. This posture bore an uncanny resemblance to a spell counteraction. Typically, this was the magical equivalent of a block and counterattack. Warrior, steady yourself and prepare to shield the rear. What? The newly initiated warrior, ranked just outside the top 10, was already on edge. And this sudden command caused his expression to shift dramatically. Was this a warning directed at him? His eyes widened in alarm as he beheld a series of intensely radiant white orbs hurtling toward him. Is this not Su Hongfang's searing orbs? Why are they suddenly aimed at me? There was no time for further contemplation. Instinct took over as he sank his torso down, bracing his left shoulder against his shield, and lunged forward to withstand the assault. Boom, boom. It was as if a cannonball had exploded before him. The tremendous force of the impact left the shield-bearing warrior momentarily disoriented, the priest's protective light shield having already shattered. When the second searing orb struck, he braced himself. Yet he was still driven back 2 or 3 steps by the force of the blow. The purpose of the shield-bearing warrior was made manifest in that moment. He had withstood the inexplicable onslaught of his own spell. But why? He could not comprehend. Yet in that instant, his eyes widened further, for Yun Chen's figure was now alarmingly close. Be cautious. It could very well be a light spell. Su Hongfang, who had long since made this ability known to the masses, alerted everyone as he observed the adversary's raised hand. Instinctively, they all shut their eyes. But then whoosh. A brilliant white light surged forth, accompanied by a thick cloud of poisonous mist characteristic of the assassin class. Whoosh. An immense wave of green smoke immediately spread outwards, obscuring the vision of all present, while the acrid scent bore a neurotoxic effect, rendering bodies gradually numb. Quick, disperse it, Wei Yu bellowed, gripping his shield tightly to confront the approaching figure, while his other hand swept forward with his broadsword. Whoosh. This sweeping motion conjured a tremendous tempest, effectively clearing away the encroaching toxic mist. When visibility was fully restored, that figure had vanished, leaving behind multiple silhouettes racing towards them from a distance. The tension escalated dramatically. As the imminent threat drew near, the pressing question arose. Where was Yin Shun? It was over. He was airborne. As the crowd looked up, they beheld the figure that had vanished from their sight, now soaring high above them. Attack him. The urgency of the situation compelled everyone to abandon their focus on the approaching adversaries. Confronted by Yun Shun, who had disrupted their rhythm, their animosity surged, prompting an instinctive desire to strike. Unfortunately, they realized too late. Positioned directly above them, Yun Shun initiated his assault. Protect the priest. The crowd shouted in alarm. Buzz. In that instant, a barrage of violet fireballs rained down from the sky like a machine gun, mercilessly targeting the priests at the rear. Qian Ruizong's expression shifted dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he commanded his summoned entities to act as shields. His remaining 2 familiars, the twin feathered serpents of the soul bond, seamlessly launched themselves at the airborne figure. On the ground, the 2 mages, faced with the aerial threat, disregarded everything else and concentrated their fire on Yun Shun. In that moment, apart from the 2 shield warriors and 1 summoner, the entirety of the team's attention was ensnared by Yun Shun. This individual was astonishingly skilled. The audience was left utterly astounded. In a calculated move, he had intentionally slowed his pace, not exerting his full strength, only to then accelerate and evade the majority of magical attacks. Following that, with a surprising counter to an obscure spell, he adeptly wielded his staff to perfectly deflect the incoming assault. This maneuver required a precise timing. Too fast or too slow would result in failure. He executed it flawlessly, striking like a skilled baseball player and leaving the warrior dazed. Then he unleashed a close-range assassin's poison mist. Ah, so this is the legendary classless wanderer. The swiftness of a melee class, wielding his staff as though he were a close combat mage. What was truly absurd was the sudden emergence of assassin-like abilities. This was beyond belief. In that moment, they comprehended why he had ascended to the pinnacle among the new students. He was simply remarkable. The 7 members of the team, obscured by the poison mist, could not see Yun Shun, yet those seated in the audience witnessed everything with clarity. They observed as he executed a martial artist's leap, soaring gracefully to evade a warrior's sweeping attack. Then came a relentless barrage of fireballs, forming a magical machine gun that obliterated one of the summoned entities shielding the priest. However, this classless wanderer had now become a target in the sky, with magical attacks converging from below and the twin serpents harrying him from above. His situation grew increasingly dire. Though he had bought time for his team and captured the attention of most of their foes, the pressing question remained: how would he evade the impending danger? Clang. At that moment, the audience collectively held their breath as the sound of a weapon being drawn resonated through the air, revealing a brilliant crimson light shimmering in the sky. He had switched weapons. The staff was cast aside as he drew his sword. The enchantment of the crimson effect rendered the blade of vivid scarlet, its fiery aura extending to an impressive 2.5 meters. Eerie breakthrough. On the other side, Qin Junyu, acting as the judge, promptly announced the name of this weapon. He had encountered this dust-covered artifact in the school treasury before, and he was quite familiar with the master craftsman who forged the Eerie series. They shared a close friendship. Who could have anticipated that on this day he would witness his friend's ingenious creation deployed in actual combat? Was this the archer's primary skill, arrow step? Even the seasoned recluse, Qin Junyu, was taken aback by the spectacle before him. The figure, now a target suspended in midair, executed a sudden leap, seemingly defying gravity as it propelled forward like a swift arrow, unfettered by any tangible support beneath. This brief displacement allowed him to evade a barrage of magical assaults. As he surged towards a feathered serpent beast, in a heartbeat, the scarlet blade in his hand sliced through the air, forming a blood-red arc. With a decisive thrust, the head of the feathered serpent was sent flying, its neck severed cleanly by the overwhelming force of the strike. Even more astonishing, Before he could swing his sword again, two additional crimson arcs appeared out of thin air, unexpectedly cleaving towards another twin feathered serpent. Be careful. It's a split damage attack. Qin Junyu heard their anguished cries and felt a twinge of sympathy. At the same time, he marveled at the creative combat techniques of this unclassed wanderer. Truly a genius. Having slain one feathered serpent, Yun Chun was now depleted of strength, left with no support in the air and destined to plummet. Yet, in a surprising twist, he accelerated his descent, narrowly avoiding the furious bite of the serpent below. Employing the fighter's stomp, he descended vertically upon Wei Yuyu, who was helplessly encased in his shell-like armor. The priest's light shield shattered effortlessly under the force of the blow, leaving Wei Yuyu's spine bent in agony. The impact was devastating, causing him to spit blood, as the assailant utilized the momentum from his stomp to spring backward into the air. This series of attacks left Wei Yuyu in a state of utter humiliation. Although he had not suffered any physical harm due to his heavy armor, the indignity was unbearable. However, amidst the chaos, Wei Yuyu's widened eyes caught sight of multiple figures charging past him, already making their way towards the rear ranks. It's over, Qin Junyu sighed, shaking his head in resignation. What remains is merely a matter of time. 3 formidable melee damage dealers emerged, all ranked among the top 5 newcomers. Swiftly eliminating the rear guard, the priest and 2 mages stood no chance of survival. Notably, the shadow assassin had cleverly concealed himself within Yun Chen's shadow from the very beginning, and as Yun Chen charged towards the back line, he suddenly materialized, striking down the priest with astonishing swiftness. Yun Chen, exhibiting sheer dominance, almost cleaved the mage in half with a single stroke had he not restrained his strength. Oh, I see. The Blood Knight joined in the fray, slicing through the back line with the aid of Blood Escape, completely disregarding the 2 warriors in the front. He relentlessly pursued a summoner, delivering a fierce thrust with his shield. Meanwhile, the young Taoist girl in the back line remained motionless, merely waving her dust whisk, continuously bestowing beneficial effects upon the fleeing figures. Another elemental summoner, relying on the immunity of his elemental summons to most physical damage, desperately held off the 2 frontline warriors. Every additional second he could delay the enemy could potentially save another ally from defeat. As for the mage clad in luxurious gear, his fate was dire. Beset by a silver moon elf and a magic swordsman who unleashed a torrent of devastating blows. In a mere 2 seconds, the protective barriers conjured by his magical equipment and even his own magical shield were shattered one after another. Subsequently, his form was seized by the valedictorian of the Great Desert Province, who, like a javelin thrower, hurled him dozens of meters away, leaving a deep trench in his wake. This was undoubtedly fueled by personal vendetta, and the sheer ferocity of the assault left the unfortunate soul devastated on the ground. Qin Junyu furrowed his brow, disliking the scene unfolding before him. Enough is enough. It must come to an end. Just as he prepared to declare victory, a voice emerged. I surrender. Please don't kill it. Xiao Hui is afraid of pain. The sophomore summoner, Qian Ruizong, offered a wry smile, raising his hands in surrender. Before him lay the last remaining feathered serpent, its wings severed, uselessly sprawled on the ground, while a crimson blade was poised to sever its neck. Who would have imagined that 2 level 22 twin feathered serpents could not withstand a single strike from this individual? Moreover, his weapon appeared to possess a peculiar effectiveness against the bloodlines of magical beasts, instilling a sense of dread in the summoned creature merely by proximity. What kind of madness is this? Thankfully, this individual seemed to show restraint, retracting his blade. I surrender. The warrior, wishing to avoid suffering, hastily followed suit and raised his hands in surrender. The novice summoner, however, was a moment too late and was impaled by the Blood Knight's lance, which measured over 3 meters in length. Terrifyingly, the lance, which thirsted for blood, exuded a force that seemed to siphon blood from its victim. Had Shun Tyran not retracted his power, it was likely that this summoner would have been drained of half his blood. Thus, counting those who had already fallen, lost their combat effectiveness, or surrendered, only one individual remained steadfast in the arena. That individual was Wei Yuyu. At this moment, he stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene before him. In mere seconds, the aggressive melee teams surged into the backline, swiftly dispatching 2 mages and a priest with remarkable efficiency. This outcome, of course, was to be expected. After all, when mages and priests are confronted at close quarters by a burst damage class, their fate is all but sealed. Moreover, these were top 5 newcomers, and the disparity in strength rendered the mages utterly defenseless when engaged at such proximity. However, what he could not fathom was how his backline had been breached so effortlessly. The root of this predicament lay in the outrageous antics of this unclassed rogue. Before the training match commenced, Wei Yuyu had struck his shield with his sword, igniting the spirits of his teammates with a vigorous rhythm, reminiscent of the camaraderie they had shared a year prior during the team competition. Yet, shortly after the training began, his meticulously orchestrated commands were abruptly interrupted by this rogue's reckless assault. This individual charged forth, seemingly devoid of strategy, yet somehow managing to evade every strike with an astonishingly bizarre finesse. Even his own head became a stepping stone and a propeller for the rogue's relentless advance. Damn the scoundrel! In that moment, Wei Yu felt utterly powerless. You wretched fiend! As he gazed upon the tall, slender figure before him. Wielding a crimson longsword with an air of arrogance, he was inexplicably reminded of a once formidable ally with whom he had lost contact. Instead of being transported back to a year ago, he was acutely aware of the harsh reality that left him bleeding from the wounds of nostalgia. After a year, the gap in strength between him and his former teammates had widened significantly, leaving him to merely gaze up at their silhouettes. Much like he was now forced to do with this imposing figure. I refuse to accept this. A duel. Give me a duel. Wei Yu erupted into a near-hysterical roar. His eyes blazing with fury as he wildly brandished his massive sword and shield, as if he could intimidate the surrounding figures into retreat. Alas, they simply regarded him with mocking, derisive expressions, akin to the gaze one might cast upon a circus clown. A duel? Come on. As if wagering everything he had lost. Wei Yu was undeterred by whether the owner of that figure had even heard him. All that occupied his mind was the defense of his dwindling dignity. In a fit of rage, he initiated a challenge, his entire armored form radiating a wave of bloodlust. Normally cumbersome, he now moved with the agility of a freight train, hurtling towards that distant silhouette with immense force. Yet, as he surged forward, an inexplicable lethargy began to sap his momentum. Even the fierce aura of bloodlust that had enveloped him seemed to dissipate. He had been afflicted by weakness. As he approached midway, he felt the weight of his ambition falter. The hysteria that had driven him just moments ago abruptly gave way to clarity. Regret began to seep in. But the figure before him had already turned. The angular features of that face were strikingly cold and indifferent, while the stark clarity of those black and white eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. A mere exchange of glances shattered what little fighting spirit remained within him. An overwhelming sense of dread and psychological terror enveloped his mind. Regret washed over him. Deep, genuine regret. Yet, the momentum of his body propelled him forward, unrelenting. With a cold voice echoing through the air, a tall woman emerged from the side. In a swift motion, Nicole, wielding the Silver Moon secret sword enhanced by her bloodline technique, seemed poised to rend the very fabric of reality. The gleaming silver edge cleaved through the air, slicing nearly through the waist of the foe behind her. Clearly, she had employed considerable force, spurred by the sight of her opponent's ferocity. Her instinct to protect driving her to unleash her own bloodline powers. Enough. Stand down. Qin Junyu had approached from a distance, intervening. The beleaguered Qian Ruizong, with a look of exasperation, turned to the teacher in earnest, seeking assistance. The knight, adept at both vanquishing the strong and aiding the weak, embodied a unique class that seamlessly blended high melee damage with healing capabilities. Without the need to summon the medical team, Qin Junyu waved his hands, invoking a green aura of healing that enveloped each wounded individual. Even the decapitated feathered serpent was restored to life. A priest's third job advancement granted resurrection abilities, allowing them to revive even those who had perished, provided the time since death was limited. This very capability often transformed individual and team competitions into ruthless affairs, where lives were recklessly endangered. However, true death carried a price. Even if one were to be resurrected, they would suffer experience loss, with a tangible risk of demotion. Thus, taking lives in school competitions was a grave offense, likely to invoke disciplinary action from the institution, and in severe cases, expulsion. Thank you, teacher. The assembled individuals expressed their gratitude with a respectful bow. I apologize, brother Yu, but I shall not tread this path any longer. Seek another adept. Qian Ruizong deeply regretted his earlier acquiescence. What a predicament. He had encountered a fledgling prodigy. Had he known, he would have preferred to relax in his dormitory, enjoying air conditioning, snacks, and television. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly departed. Wei Yu, now healed, hung his head low, lost in thought. His complexion pale, evidently suffering from the after-effects of his earlier frenzy. Get lost. Take your connections with Shui Hongfang and leave. This was your agreement with Yunqing. If you lose, depart swiftly. Lin Yoshu showed no mercy, directly expelling him. Wei Yu said nothing, trudging along, avoiding the gazes of other newcomers, fearful of encountering mocking or derisive looks. Silently, he made his way toward the exit of the arena. Alas, the audience had anticipated his arrival. Among them was an old adversary from the previous year, who wasted no time in ridiculing him. Isn't this my brother Yu? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own shortcomings. Amidst a chorus of laughter, Wei Yu, utterly humiliated, tore off a teleportation scroll and departed hastily. As for Shui Hongfang, as the figure rose from the distant ground, he had already consumed a potion for swift recovery, daring not to pause even for a moment, leaving behind a disheveled silhouette. Henceforth, all obstacles in the team competition vanished without a trace, and none dared to obstruct the proceedings. Indeed, despite the fiery atmosphere of the event, Qin Junyu ultimately received a satisfactory outcome, and the teacher's concerns were alleviated. At least this team, colloquially referred to as the kitchen knife team, or more aptly, The individual who single-handedly disrupted the rhythm of others and captured the team's attention was exceedingly remarkable. With such a powerhouse present, victory was practically assured. The young girl in the Taoist robe, effortlessly wielding her feather duster and tossing talismans from the back line, brought the contest to a mundane yet conclusive end. Moreover, the composition of the kitchen knife team featured numerous individuals of exceptional prowess, each a provincial champion in their own right. Thus, having witnessed this battle, the probability of securing first place in the team competition was indeed substantial. Additionally, this Yunxin was virtually guaranteed to claim the top spot in the individual competition, a feat that Jiangnan University had not achieved in the past 3 years, merely securing the overall first rank. Excellent. Continue your training and maintain the rhythm you wish to pursue. That will suffice. Qin Junyu felt immense satisfaction. Since entering this university 20 years ago, he had devoted his youth entirely to this institution, remaining loyal for over 2 decades. How could he fail to cherish the honor of the school? After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Junyu took his leave, secretly pondering that upon the conclusion of this national freshman exchange tournament, he could invite friends to forge a brand new weapon for this individual. Just as he departed, the valiant Lin Yoshu turned earnestly towards Yun Shun, expressing his admiration. Brother Yun, I am in awe. I hope you can bear with us during the competition. He was genuinely impressed. Since his birth, he had never been so moved by anyone. Compared to the freshman grand competition of the past, Yun Shun's solo charge today showcased even greater prowess. His movements remained effortless, albeit the challenges were considerably more formidable than those faced in the previous contest. The exquisite counterspells he executed while on the run, using his staff with pinpoint accuracy to deflect attacks, left the rear-line teammates astounded. He single-handedly tore through the entire formation, drawing the attention of all adversaries and allowing his comrades to advance comfortably towards the enemy's backline. This capability far surpassed his performance in the earlier competition. Brother Yun, I look forward to your guidance in the future, declared Sun Conshur, echoing Lin Yoshu's sentiments. The shadowy assassin, who had collaborated with great satisfaction, gave a thumbs up in approval. Observing this scene, Nicole appeared even more pleased than Yun Shun, her face alight with joy, as though she were praising herself, basking in shared glory. Thus, the cornerstone of the team had become unshakable. This once unfamiliar group, under the unexpected guidance of a sophomore, had forged a commendable synergy and cohesiveness. This was far simpler than Yun Shun had anticipated. To establish a team, one must first identify an adversary or target. This adage held true. Teacher Xia's first lesson. New eye technique, new bloodline secret art. Mastery, soul captivation. The inaugural training match has officially concluded, and it is evident that there are indeed numerous viable strategies to explore. It appears that much of this success hinges upon the solitary prowess of Yun Shun, the lone rogue. Without the need for commands or utterances, he gallantly charged into battle, single-handedly disrupting the opponent's carefully orchestrated rhythm. His performance overshadowed the field, and it is worth noting that his teammates are no ordinary contenders. They are either provincial champions or ranked among the top 3 in their respective provinces, showcasing impeccable individual prowess. In the discerning eyes of Qin Junyu, having witnessed this somewhat hasty competition, he felt a sense of assurance regarding the upcoming exchange match. The dream of achieving a 4th consecutive championship now seems tantalizingly within reach. The 7-member team brimmed with confidence, eager to make their way to Qingyun University at the earliest opportunity. With genuine admiration, both the team and the 30 new students who observed or participated in practice could not help but hold Yun Shun in the highest regard. In the days that followed, their primary focus would be on refining the finer details, aiming to execute their backline assault strategy to perfection. As for Shui Hongfang, along with the second-year student Wei Yuyu who would offer guidance, their presence would soon fade from view. Time passed swiftly, and Yun Shun's routine remained largely unchanged. Each morning began with rigorous training, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. After collecting his daily rewards, he would not forget to spend an additional half-hour in his private training ground, engaging in high-intensity workouts. After sweating profusely, he would take a shower and then prepare for classes, followed by meals and more classes. Once the afternoon sessions concluded, the 7-member team would occasionally gather to discuss and refine combat strategies. After dinner, Yun Shun would take a brief rest to recuperate before embarking on an additional 2.5 hours of intense training. Since arriving at university, he has acquired a plethora of new abilities, necessitating numerous trials and considerations to effectively integrate them with his combat techniques. The mere acquisition of a spell counter has significantly altered his past strategies. Indeed, the reason for the spell counter's near-perfect efficacy in Yun Shun's hands lies not only in his exceptionally keen battle instincts, but also in his remarkably high intelligence attribute. Otherwise, should there be a considerable disparity in intelligence with his opponent, no matter how swift one's reactions, it would be impossible to counter a potent magical assault. Moreover, there was a particular detail from the training match worth noting. The assassin class's poison mist, under its base quality, possesses a terrifying toxin that can rapidly spread and erode the nervous systems of both allies and foes alike. Yunshin astutely anticipated that the opposing priest would attempt to dispel the poison from his comrades, thereby baiting the enemy into using a skill and wasting precious time that could have been spent on protective measures. Even without the opponent's sweeping attack, the toxic mist quickly enveloped the area, creating a chaotic scene. His fearlessness in the face of toxic miasma stems from his extraordinary innate self-healing abilities. Even the slightest trace of poison fails to affect his body, as it is swiftly purified. This is a detail that no one anticipated, mistakenly believing he had consumed the antidote typically favored by assassins. Each day is filled with purpose and vigor. After concluding his final training session, Yunshan luxuriated in a bath and exchanged messages with his sister before retiring for the night. Over the course of time, Yunshin's strength has been steadily increasing, albeit his level has not seen significant enhancement. Following the new student competition and receiving the hidden rewards from the Troll Nest dungeon, he successfully advanced to level 16. Yet thereafter, his growth has plateaued. Previously, as an unclassed wanderer, he would not have been overly concerned with the freedom attribute points and skill points gained from leveling up. However, after digesting the essence of the demon's sovereign, a substantial amount of its potent properties remains within him. Each level gain provides him with greater freedom attribute points and skill points than before, until the remnants of the essence are entirely expended. Training may also effectively draw out a trace of this potency. Following a night of intense training, Yunshin noticed a peculiar increase in his foundational attributes of strength and constitution. It seems that self-exercise can sometimes compel the latent potency within his limbs to surface. At present, he recognizes only two avenues for advancement. The first lies within the dungeons controlled by the school, where he has but a single opportunity to claim the rewards for clearing them. These dungeons also impose level restrictions. If one exceeds the requisite level, entry is barred. Currently, the silver dungeons of the Twisted Jungle at levels 17 and 19, under the jurisdiction of Jiangnan University, present Yunshan with a viable pathway to rapidly increase his experience. However, the pressing question remains: how can he progress from level 16 to 17? Without reaching level 17, he cannot meet the dungeon's requirements. This leads to the second avenue for leveling up. The second option involves slaying monsters in the wild. Ever since the leveling maps from the Divine Realm game descended, the landmass of Earth has expanded exponentially. The Tsongfeng mountain range behind the school is one of the expansive maps from the game, yet upon arrival, once monsters are slain, they do not respawn. Although experience is awarded, the beasts that perish leave behind corporeal remains in reality. This raises a significant concern. Resources are finite. The more monsters one defeats for experience, the fewer remain for others. As one's level increases, the experience required escalates. In the past, teachers emphasized that this was a common belief held decades ago, yet today, much of it has become outdated. In fact, over the years, nations across the globe have maintained protective measures to sustain the entire ecosystem of magical beasts, avoiding overexploitation, leading to the occasional outbreak of beast tides. Furthermore, the doors to the dungeon realms, acquired through sacrificial means, have accumulated over decades. A harsher reality persists. The battlefield, this relentless meat grinder, continuously depletes the ranks of combat professions, thus indirectly tightening the availability of resources. Moreover, this is not merely a game. In a world where every individual is granted but a single life, traversing the vast landscapes to slay monsters, level up, or conquer dungeons poses an exceptionally high risk. Death equates to utter failure. The higher one ascends in levels, the greater the peril becomes. The third transformation priests hold a prestigious status. They are not mere caregivers and cannot always provide timely resurrection. Consequently, even at Jiangnan University, each year, at least a dozen students fall prey to the beasts in the Tsongshan mountain range. Their remains devoured, leaving no trace behind. When contemplating the endeavor of slaying monsters and gaining experience, one must carefully assess their own capabilities, lest they unwittingly wager their life. With so many lessons learned, gaining access to the Tsongfeng mountain range necessitates a formal request to the institution. In a few days, such a request shall be made. Yunshan, previously unenthusiastic about leveling up, considering the rewards bestowed each day far outweighed the benefits of mere advancement, now found himself eager to witness the extent to which the residual divine herbs within him could manifest. As night fell, he turned off the lights and lay back upon his cotton couch, effortlessly commanding the smart lighting to obey his instructions. The surrounding floor-to-ceiling windows simulated various weather conditions and natural environments, allowing him to immerse himself in a serene and comfortable slumber. Despite the intensity of his training over the past several days, he felt no significant fatigue. Rather, he perceived his stamina and energy as seemingly inexhaustible. This was not merely due to enhanced physical attributes, but rather a result of his extraordinary self-healing talent, which bestowed upon him a continuous surge of vibrant life force. Additionally, it is conceivable that the remnants of divine herbs also contributed to alleviating his physical fatigue. Regardless, his constitution was undeniably distinct from that of ordinary individuals. The following morning, early at dawn, a visitor approached the grand entrance of the mansion. While training, Yunshun paused his practice with the crimson sword as a torrent of blue data cascaded through the air, swiftly coalescing into an image that depicted the visitor captured by the surveillance outside. It was a striking maid clad in a black and white uniform, her delicate features and captivating demeanor evoking an air of enchantment, leaving one to ponder if she possessed some demonic lineage. This was one of the twins under the employ of Director Xia, whom Yunshun had encountered before. Without delay, Yunshun utilized a voice command to open the door and stepped out of the training area. In the hall, the maid greeted him. "Good morning, Mr. Yun. I apologize for the abrupt visit. I come at the behest of my master to inform you that there is a special training session scheduled for this morning, and I shall accompany you at 8 o'clock. Furthermore, your classes for the day have been cancelled by my master. As the head of the Weaponry Academy, Xia Qingqing's word was law, and naturally, the courses of the instructors were subject to her discretion. As Yunshun was her most esteemed disciple, it had already been arranged that he would receive 2 private lessons from her within the month." "Very well," Yunshun nodded in acknowledgement. "Please, Mr. Yun, attend to your matters. I shall await your return here," the maid said with a slight bow. "Of course, should you have any instructions, feel free to relay them now. Indeed, my true name has been claimed by my master. You may refer to me as Xiao Yu, while my sister is known as Xiao Ling." Yunshun felt a flicker of surprise within his heart. He had perused various tomes, and legends suggested that only those of demonic lineage would emphasize their true names. Without knowledge of a demon's true name, one could not exorcise, truly curse, or bring about their demise. A true name embodies their source of power and authentic form, serving also as their vulnerability, thus it could never be known by others. It was evident that this beautiful girl's servant had, without a doubt, been subdued by her teacher. Could it be that she is indeed a succubus? Understanding dawned upon him. Yunshun chose not to elaborate further and simply turned to attend to his own matters. Presently, he had over an hour to spare, thus, he resumed his training in the arena, treating it as a warm-up. After concluding his exercises, he proceeded to the bathing chamber to cleanse himself of sweat. However, the maid, displaying an evident enthusiasm, inquired from outside if he required assistance. Yunshun politely declined. Upon exiting, he discovered that his hall and bedroom had been tidied up. The beautiful maid beamed with a sweet smile, gazing at him with a modest demeanor, her face seemingly yearning for his praise. "Thank you," Yunshun acknowledged her, thus fulfilling her desire. Although, at times, things meticulously arranged by others became more challenging for him to locate. "Very well," the black and white maid, Xiao Yu, noted that the time was nearly at hand. "Let us depart." "Depart? How?" Yunshun inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice, for the maid had already positioned herself beside him. She began to chant in an unfamiliar demonic tongue, her words imbued with magic. And a wave of formidable arcane energy enveloped their figures. In an instant, their forms vanished from the grand hall of Mansion No. 1, perhaps less than 3 seconds later. As Yunshun regained his sight, he found himself within a dimly lit forest. "Mr. Yun, this way please," came a sweet voice from another maid, Xiao Ling. Under their guidance, it was not long before Yunshun encountered his teacher, Xia Qingqing, taller than Nicole. She donned a dignified deaness robe that fell gracefully to her knees, her figure reminiscent of a top model, eliciting admiration. Gazing at the frigid countenance of Xia Qingqing, with her icy blue eyes, one could only marvel at her embodiment of the Ice Queen. Today's lesson is a practical one. It will conclude at noon. Once we reach that hour, the class will be deemed finished, Xia Qingqing stated coldly. Yunshun, at that moment, became acutely aware that his body was under the watchful gaze of some malevolent force. His keen senses informed him that a creature, radiating an aura of danger, was fixating on him from within a thicket behind him. "This is a bloodline secret technique for you," Xia Qingqing added, casually tossing him 2 skill tomes. At that moment, upon discovering that Yunshun could perfectly absorb the essence of the demon lord and awaken the innate bloodline of the Night Empress, she had already promised to bestow upon him the corresponding bloodline secret techniques. Such secret techniques are not uncommon. For instance, the Silver Moon Elf and I can unleash the power of her bloodline and wield the Silver Moon Secret Sword, a top-tier technique that delivers multiple times the damage in a fleeting moment. Though brief, its explosive power comes without any aftereffects, far superior to the costs associated with berserk states. Before him lay 2 tomes of secret techniques. The first, based on the Eye of Night, is the Soul Capture technique. The second, drawing upon the peculiar attributes of darkness, is the Night's Wedding Garment. It concludes at midnight. I shall return then. By the way, the residue of the Demon Lord's potion within you serves as the finest evolutionary elixir for beasts tainted by darkness. Be cautious lest they consume it entirely. Before Yunshun could ponder further, the figure of Xia Qingqing had already teleported away. The black and white maid behind her slightly curtsied, lifted her skirt in farewell, and subsequently vanished from sight. At this moment, only Yunshun remained. The powerful aura had dissipated, and the dark creatures, who had been suppressing their inner desires, could no longer contain themselves, unleashing their murderous intent. In that instant, not only did the shadow flame wolves lurking in the nearby forest reveal their presence, but also the ground beneath Yunshun's feet trembled with great commotion. With a thunderous roar, an enormous black mountain-clawing beast suddenly erupted from the earth, its razor-sharp fangs aimed directly at Yunshin's feet. In response, Yunshin executed a deft step into the air, narrowly evading the strike. However, he furrowed his brow as he noticed the surrounding trees also unrestrainedly releasing their dark energies. They uprooted themselves, their trunks transforming into limbs, while long, sinuous vines shot forth from all directions. In an instant, he found himself ensnared in a veritable net of doom. Even the crows perched upon the branches could no longer resist their inner cravings, diving down to feast upon his head. Quite interesting, he remarked coolly, his demeanor remaining composed and serene. At this juncture, he comprehended that the residue of the demon lord's potion within him had exerted an irresistible allure over these dark creatures. He felt akin to a monk who had wandered into a realm of monsters, all eager to take a bite of him, hoping for immortality. Let us see if you possess the strength to claim it. 30 seconds later, a terrifying storm surged forth, enveloping the surroundings in a tempest of purple flames, ruthlessly devastating the forest before him. The dark trance, shadow wolves, and even the crows swooping from above, along with the emerging dark creature, were all ensnared by the vortex of the storm, consigned to the inferno. This was a classic combination, the Wind Eye spell from the wizard class, and the fireball technique from the mage class. The resulting fiery tempest annihilated every threat in its vicinity. Yunshin did not take a moment's respite. Amidst the enveloping darkness and gradually thickening mist, a multitude of creatures, exuding an aura of malevolence, surged forth. Monster, spectral wolf level, 21 quality, gold skills, shadow traversal, rending claw remark. Corrupted by a dark essence leaking from a rift, the wild wolf has transformed into a spectral wolf, imbued with the power of the night. Monster, shadow lion level, 22 quality, gold skills, shadow traversal, dark vision, tracking, rending claw remark. Corrupted by a dark essence leaking from a rift, the blood lion has transformed into a shadow lion, endowed with shadowy power. Monster, night demon serpent level, 22 quality, gold skills, shadow traversal, venomous mist spit. Poison fangs remark. Corrupted by a dark essence leaking from a rift, the spirit serpent has transformed into a night demon serpent, granted shadowy power. Through the art of identification, Yunshin quickly discerned that this forest environment had been altered and tainted by the dark essence emanating from a rift. Intriguingly, each creature corrupted by darkness possessed distinct characteristics. The power of the night allowed the spectral wolf to remain undeterred. When Yunshin unleashed a purple fireball, the wolf, appearing ethereal, allowed the fireball to pass through its very form, exploding in the distance. This exemplified the unique trait of the night, permitting attacks to traverse its body without inflicting harm. Then came the shadowy characteristics. In a whisper of motion, a night demon serpent and the shadow lion emerged from the inky darkness, lunging toward Yunshin's flanks. This assault bore no forewarning. The crimson eyes of both monsters shimmered with insatiable hunger, their minds filled with visions of devouring Yunshin's flesh to achieve evolution. Regrettably, they both missed their mark. In what seemed a critical moment, Yunshin's body soared into the air, and with a flourish of his staff, he invoked a new skill, Scorch. The violet flames engulfed the bodies of the two beasts entirely. Ugh! The anguished cries of the dark creatures echoed through the air, suffering not only from mental torment, but also from the searing flames that consumed them. As for the spectral wolf, Yunshin's icy gaze glimmered with an inexplicable darkness. Eye of the night. The ocular technique activated. A formidable force of control immediately locked onto the nearby spectral wolf. The creature sensed impending doom. It found itself unable to invoke its night ability, which rendered it part of the darkness, making it impervious to any assault. In that instant, its entire being, even the flow of its blood, became frozen, and its eyes could not move a fraction. According to Dean Xia, the power of the Night Mistress could even seal off a segment of space itself. At present, Yunshin has merely managed to master a single creature. The expanse for his growth remains vast. With a sudden swoosh, a figure plummeted from the skies, launching an assault reminiscent of celestial beings. Clang! As the sword was drawn, the approaching silhouette swung it with fervor, unleashing a brilliant crimson blade of light that illuminated the night. Whoosh! With a single stroke, the immense head of the shadowy wolf was sent flying. Having dispatched these three dark entities, Yunshin barely had a moment to catch his breath when a colossal lizard, capable of blending into the night through camouflage, unexpectedly unleashed its long tongue towards him. However, as one blessed with the perfect awakening of the night goddess's bloodline, Yunshin had experienced a significant enhancement of his abilities and skills the moment he stepped into this shadowy forest. With a swift step, he evaded the attack. Simultaneously, his gaze locked onto the lizard's pupils. In that moment of mutual confrontation, the depths of his enigmatic eyes shimmered with a captivating brilliance. Bloodline's secret technique, soul capture. Without the night eyes, one could not even hope to wield such power. This ability, as its name suggests, extracts the will of any individual, rendering them a mere puppet, obedient to its master. It bears a resemblance to the soul-binding incantations of an onmyoji, yet its potency far surpasses that of the latter. Yunshin's ability to execute this technique stemmed from his adept manipulation of mental shockwaves. The soul capture of the Night Eyes is, by all accounts, utterly insane. Daring to maintain eye contact for even a second risks complete loss of reason and utter chaos. Theoretically, when there exists a vast disparity in strength, the soul capture executed by a superior being can effortlessly transform the target into a puppet without the slightest awareness. This explains why Nicole was so alarmed during class, believing that Yunshun had acquired some soul-capturing malevolent power. Now, the esteemed director Xia truly granted him this bloodline secret technique, and Yunshun embraced it without hesitation. The enormous lizard, resting upon the branch, soon found its thoughts dulled, its once crimson eyes now replaced by a void of black. Whoosh! Its maliciously painful tongue darted toward the approaching dark creature. Not only that, snap! Yunshun snapped his fingers. Whoosh! The corpse of the shadowy wolf he had decapitated began to tremble violently, dark blood erupting from within, coalescing into a blood wolf. Blood Shadow, a primary skill of the hidden class, Blood Mage. Elevated by Yunshin's awakened talent, he could extract the blood from the corpse, forming a blood shadow creature based on its former capabilities. Likewise, he could harness the souls of the deceased, a fundamental ability of the hidden class, Necromancer. With a flourish, the spectral forms of the shadowy wolf, night demon serpent, and shadow lion materialized. Eliminate all living beings in the vicinity, Yunshin commanded, as the moment unfolded. In the depths of the shadowy forest, Yunshin appeared as if he were a born harbinger of darkness, the very embodiment of a perilous figure emerging from the fissures of existence. Whether through sanguine extraction or the manipulation of spirits, he wielded the Night's Eye, an inheritance from the Mistress of Darkness, endowing him with a tyrannical dominion over all creatures that approached, allowing him to slaughter with ease. However, this forest, thoroughly corrupted and twisted by the essence of darkness, was vast beyond measure. An increasing number of dark entities, drawn by the scent of this mobile elixir, could no longer suppress their insatiable thirst for evolution and surged towards him, forming a veritable tide of beasts. Gradually, Yunshin's modestly sized blood shadow units, as well as his necromantic creations, were decimated in the onslaught of this beast horde. Yet, after unleashing a barrage of over 100 fireballs, he managed to fend off this wave of aggression. He replenished his mana with a restorative spell, treading upon the charred earth, and continued his advance. During this endeavor, he ascended a level 17. Indeed, these dark creatures were seasoned foes. Though no notification appeared, the personal information template indicated a notable increase. Congratulations! You have leveled up to 17, earning 10 attribute points and 8 skill points. In contrast, a non-classed wanderer would typically receive merely 3 attribute points and an equivalent number of skill points upon leveling up. Remarkably, he had acquired 10 attribute points. According to Dean Xia, this was not fixed. The outcome could vary, contingent upon the potency of the medicinal essence within him during this moment of ascension. Not bad. Yunshin mused inwardly. At the very least, he felt a renewed motivation for leveling up. Moreover, he would not relinquish the opportunity to acquire more attribute points. Seeing the abundance of formidable wild creatures in this dim forest, ripe for experience, Yunshin felt invigorated. Thanks to his almost monk-like allure, he scarcely needed to move before hordes of dark beings came rushing at him with a fervor that suggested they would devour his very bones. Facing this sudden onslaught of dark energy, Yunshin immediately invoked another newly acquired bloodline secret technique, the Knight's Wedding Garment. The surrounding darkness seemed to be sheared away, cascading over him in a rapid swirl. All incoming forces converged into this garment, which absorbed the onslaught, replenishing Yunshin's reserves. What remained of his magical power was suddenly augmented significantly. In the next moment, he unleashed a relentless barrage of spells. The forest was enveloped in an eerie, dark aura, rendering the passage of time indistinguishable. Even more alarming was the fact that electronic devices became utterly inoperative in such an environment. At the very least, Yunshin's watch had ceased to function. His mobile device also lay dormant. Upon inspecting its components, he found them inexplicably corroded. This terrifying and rapid erosion of electronic components was indeed alarming. Furthermore, even Yunshin's magical equipment, such as his low-quality tactical bracers, had suffered the degradation of several magical runes. His precious green wilderness attire seemed to have lost some of its luster. Only the enchanted 8-star anomalous barrier showed no signs of wear. This revelation left Yunshin somewhat astonished. He had initially believed that the aura leaking from the rift would only wreak havoc on electronic components. After all, numerous novels adhere to this notion that otherworldly realms render firearms ineffective, thus relegating humanity's most potent weaponry to the annals of history. At first, he felt a pang of regret for the mechanists and was curious about how they would navigate the challenges of subsequent class advancements. However, the reality was that even magical equipment was succumbing to corrosion. This was rather absurd. Had it not been for his unenchanted clothing, he might have already found his garments riddled with holes. Something was amiss. The world beyond the rift could be said to be entirely antithetical to Earth, such that materials imbued with high magic and weaponry were all subject to decay. In that moment of realization, Yun Chen's expression stiffened. He could scarcely fathom how the frontline warriors managed to fight under such harsh conditions. The fact that they had maintained their position until now was truly inconceivable. You've noticed, haven't you? At that moment, a frigid voice emanated from behind Yun Chen. It was Dinxia. Observing her tall, frosty silhouette, Yun Chen understood that it was already noon. In truth, had you not been endowed with the Night Queen's talent, engaging in combat within this corroded environment would lead to a depletion of your magical energy and even your physical stamina at a rate twice that of the outside world. Upon hearing this, Yun Chen fell silent. It appeared that the struggles of war at the front lines were far more perilous than he had previously imagined. This was precisely why Earth had always been relegated to a position of passive defense. Any venture into the world beyond the rift would only result in diminishment and suppression. Fortunately, their adversaries had not found it easy either, having been locked in a stalemate for many years. Yet, this fragile equilibrium could not endure for long, so it was imperative for you to grow rapidly, lest you find yourself devoid of the means for self-preservation. This is your first lesson with me, Dinxia stated. Her tone as chilling as ice. What should we do now? Yun Chen asked, surveying the surroundings. The corrupted forest offered no signs of improvement. Yesterday, a rift that tore through the heavens appeared here, which I personally sealed. The appointed mage god is waiting outside. He shall cast a forbidden spell to obliterate this forest. Upon hearing this, Yun Chen fell even more silent. The gravity of Dinxia's stature was unparalleled. She had swiftly provided him with his first lesson, allowing him to deeply perceive the impact of the rift's aura on living beings and the environment. What rendered him speechless was that even a mage god, who had undergone 4 class advancements, was waiting outside. The cost of this lesson was certainly not insignificant. Thank you, teacher, Yun Chen said sincerely. Though Dinxia appeared cold and unapproachable, offering no words of concern, she was indeed meticulous in her guidance of her sole disciple. The esteemed teacher approached him without uttering a word, standing within arm's reach. At such a close distance, Yun Chen could even feel the warmth emanating from her body. Return, she commanded in the next moment. The instantaneous teleportation spell swiftly whisked the 2 individuals away, traversing an unfathomable distance and spanning much of the Xianlong kingdom, ultimately returning them to Jiangnan University.